Chapter 426 Everyone is happy. If Black Pearl's banquet was a large-scale extravagant dance, Biswi City's banquet was a large-scale social cue. And Vienna's banquet was a typical rough and tumble dinner between lords and vassals. Then the Dome Eagle family's meeting place is somewhere between these three. The rows of horizontal tables have a bit of the rough atmosphere of Vienna, but they are very refined and elegant. There is a large distance between horizontal tables, and the seats are arranged casually. The seats and open space were filled with people standing or sitting. They were either wearing decent military uniforms or wearing regular wigs, holding a dinner plate or wine glass in hand, gathered with friends in twos and threes to chat. Servants passed by with plates, occasionally bowing in front of certain nobles and placing some food on their plates. Under the exquisite square pillars with gold and crimson as the main colors, there were many flirting men and women, and there were many dancing people in the open space. The brilliant chandeliers in the venue made the place shine. The figures in the exquisite murals on the walls and domes stared at the people in the venue. After 3 rounds of drinking, the lords all paid their respects, and amid the cheerful and somewhat noisy music, the first dance began at the venue. Alfonso, who was standing in the audience chatting with the nobles, saw Tanya rejecting the invitations of several nobles, and looked at George, who was still sitting not far away with a strange expression. This guy was serious. He stared blankly at the noble ladies in the audience, who kept ogling him. This couldn't help but make Alfonso sigh secretly. That lovely lady had already cast her eyes on him several times. But this guy was still like a piece of wood. Brother, it's true that you are the envoy of God, but you must make an exception today. After seeing Alfonso's eyes signaling him to come over, George suddenly realized. He looked at Tanya in the seat, and the nobles below who were quietly looking at him from time to time, and suddenly understood what Alfonso meant. This first dance was of great significance. They were playing lovers today, no matter for what reason. Whether it was political factors or today's performance, he had to perform this scene well. Although I represent the Holy Court today, it is not suitable for me to get close to anyone openly. But that's why this dance is so meaningful. Thinking of this, he looked at the armor on his body. He was so busy today that he didn't even have time to take off his armor. He originally thought that he would be a sculptor at today's banquet, but he never expected that he would be able to dance today. Then he stood up and walked to Tanya's seat in the focus of everyone. He bowed and made a gentleman's hand kiss. When his lips touched the lace gloves, George actually felt his heartbeat speed up slightly. When he raised his head to look at Tanya on the seat, he found that her eyes seemed to be particularly charming and delicate today. The lights began to dim, and the dance music began to soften. At some point, Tanya, who was on the dance floor, nestled her rosy face on George's breastplate. His heartbeat was heard. When the dance ended and the lights came back on, George and Tanya had returned to their seats. At this time, their chests were still beating violently, but their faces looked as if nothing had happened just now, and they didn't look at each other again. At this time, Alfonso was already wandering around outside. After seeing George return to his seat, he held a piece of golden brandy and came to George's side. Bishop Wallace, who was sitting with George, saw that the two had something to talk about, so he left his seat and made room for the empty seat. Soraya, who was leaning next to Wallace's seat and chatting with him, also moved her position and looked curiously at the several playthings in Alfonso's hands. Alfonso was very sensible and did not sit down directly. Instead, he first picked up the bottle of good wine, poured a glass for Soraya, and then took the interesting alchemical objects in his hand and presented them to Soraya. After talking a lot and making her smile happily, she sat down and looked at George. The two couldn't help but smile at each other. Soraya, who was playing with strange objects on the side, couldn't help but pricked up her ears quietly. These two guys were full of clever ideas, and this newborn was also very curious about these activities of human beings. The two started chatting slowly. Today's succession battle can be described as striking while the iron is hot and cooking the raw rice into cooked rice. The position of Duke. After the vassal swore allegiance, she was already in name only. For a truly powerful duke like Grand Duke Cheongying, the succession of the title does not require the approval of the royal family. Other detailed inheritance matters are also handled within the family and supervised by a team of judges dispatched from the royal court. Although there will inevitably be a lot of expenses for up and down management later. But with Alfonso's arrangement, there won't be too many problems. George, this dance is the Holy See's public expression of its attitude. There is no objection to Tanya's title. As for other properties, after the death of the old duke, there may be an inheritance tax involved. Alfonso beamed. Looking at he said, having worked with many people before getting up. Generally speaking, We will collude with various local nobles to do something about movable and real estate, such as Tanya's uncles, aunts, and others. If Leiden is there, he has the right to take away a piece of it. But if the Cheong Eagle is completely monolithic, no matter who in the royal family has any ideas, the most they can do is to tamper with the chattels and management rights. Although Robert's mind was not on politics at all, those who wanted him to be in power were different. But now the situation in the kingdom is delicate, and new news cannot be passed back until at least more than a month after it is under control. According to the old news, Tanya is at odds with George and is on Robert's side. So even if their group found out later, they didn't prepare in advance at all. So did the old king. It's already a piece of cake, Alfonso. George looked at Leighton, who was pulling Tanya and insisting on dancing, and said to Alfonso, I gave Leighton the land on the coastline of the Dome Eagle family. Done. This guy who is interested in money has been looking forward to it for a long time. It is also the land that he and Darius have been arguing about. Today, everyone is happy. That arrangement for Kylie can be said to be the final word for everyone in Cheongying to be happy. In Leighton's heart, no one among the Dome Eagles could compare with the brother he admired in his heart. He is the knight who protects the entire family. His brother's death was a huge blow to him. He knew how much he weighed, and he couldn't lead the scattered Dome Eagle at all. The only thing that made Dome Eagle gather was his uncle's compromise or his own compromise. Tanya's appearance and growth were an accident, causing both him and the old Sky Eagle to sway. If there is one person in the Campbell family who can replace Jagger after the death of his brother, I am afraid that the only one who is strong, decisive, and has strong military qualities is this sister. She is a true knight, the only knight who can be compared with Jagger and protects the Dome Eagle. Therefore, in Leighton's heart, he originally hoped that his sister could succeed to the throne. But this politician, like his father, was too worried about the person standing behind his sister. Now, it can be said that everyone is happy. The knot in Leighton's heart was completely untied. Chapter 427 The Nightmare of the Seven Kingdoms, the People of the Southern Wilderness. After hearing this, Alfonso, who was pouring wine for Soraya, nodded and said, This is a sudden surprise for Leighton. Now, he can really use his talents. There is no need to I'm worried about the constraints of my uncle who peaks at the economic power of the coastline. Leighton and Lao Qingying were truly father and son. Although they were not as comprehensive as their elder brothers, they inherited their father's political acumen. And this new generation of Dome Eagles grew up in the background of that great voyage, were deeply influenced by new ideas, and had a broader vision and economic acumen. He is Fernando of the Domehawk family. The heavy burden of the family rested on his shoulders, and it really made him breathless. Leighton could vividly remember the Black Tide and the fallen Rodent Ease territory. He knew very clearly how much he weighed. He is suitable for literature, but not for martial arts. But I want to do something. Most of the Dome Eagle family's trade power lies on the coastline. Darius had been greedy about this for a long time before. And it was also the matter that the two sides couldn't agree on. In that final compromise, Leighton was already disheartened. He had given up everything for the future of his family. If he wanted to create that wealth for his uncle, not only would he have to be guarded against it, but it would also feel like eating a piece of mouse droppings in his heart. But with his sister, he could already let it go. Alfonso could tell. With the support of George, Leighton and Tanya, two brothers and sisters, one civilized and one military, standing among the Dome Eagle, the future of Dome Eagle will become brighter and brighter. And this eagle will also be Alfonso's first big help in the kingdom, allowing him to sit on the throne and support him, instead of messing around with him like before. My own worries have finally been resolved. Of course, according to the overall situation, he and this great lord are getting closer and closer. However, no matter how tight the pace is, as long as George is still looking forward, moving forward, Erdo will only get bigger and bigger, and the sky ahead will become wider and wider. What's the deal with the Vale and Eldar being one? If the Seven Kingdoms were to be unified, he, the King of Elda, who was the first to follow the Pope, would definitely have greater achievements than his father, and even his ancestors. Tanya's today is her tomorrow. Alfonso poured another glass of wine for Soraya and said, This time the agreement, trade, we reached before can really start smoothly. George looked at the guy in front of him, and smiled meaningfully. He knew what this guy meant by agreement, it wasn't just trade. During the banquet, George chatted with the nobles, who came to pay tribute, and arranged things accordingly. In this arrangement, the team of 300 people he brought was divided into more than 100 people. Plus Tanya's old soldiers were also divided into more than 100 people. These people each have their own tasks, and are divided into more than 20 groups. Each group has a scholar, a priest, a blood descendant, and several old knights, who have been in the Judgment Corps. They will lead the thousands of knights into the fiefdoms of various lords. On the one hand, we must completely eliminate the source of disaster here. On the one hand, we need to oust those lords and change the political landscape here. Of course, Leiden's share is also indispensable. Among the old priests he sent to these shelters, many of them had participated in Gushi's calming and had spent a long time in the rat territory. He knows something about politics and agriculture. Some of these priests had even served as scholars before under Antony. Although he was not good at fighting, he could not win the qualification to follow Antony into the laboratory. But he knows a little bit about all aspects. Many people have even participated in urban planning for shelters. Antony believed that these guys were incompetent in military matters. But George regarded these people as treasures. During the 6 months he stayed at the shelter, he also specially conducted a remedial class for them. It can be said that these priests are all great masters trained by George. George handed over the artifact to them and made them his spokespersons. These people are too good at how to stand up to the lords and establish new ideas. He is the most suitable person to take on the important task of building the territory. They are the sparks of fire thrown out by the shelter. Maybe they are not proficient enough in technical details, but local scholars and farmers are very good at these things. It is enough for them to control the main direction. There will also be technical support from the shelter at the rear. After spring, you can go back and forth by boat between here and the sanctuary within a week. The Raven flies faster. As long as the core technical team of the shelter comes down once to give pointers, that's enough. Therefore, the nobles not only have to be isolated, but also rely on those who isolate them. The citizens cannot do without them. When authority is slowly and steadily established, they become consuls one by one. The same is true in Leiden. However, Leighton and Garvey were in the same situation at the beginning, and they tended to be loyal to themselves in the future. They might not be able to become a great lord independent of Dome Eagle and blossom outside. Even the important ministers in charge of the government should be like Fernando. And he understands the current situation and is probably impatient to clear up the disaster. In addition, his troops are very weak, so there must be a shelter garrison in the area. So there was no chance of him being unfaithful. As for the power of trade, no matter how hard he tries, as long as Sanctuary's alchemy industry develops more and more, the blood that Leiden draws from everywhere will eventually supply Sanctuary's heart. And Leiden, the blood-forming organ, cannot do without the cash cow at the shelter. A burst of noise suddenly brought George back to his senses. George looked down and saw several tall drunkards breaking into the dance floor and dancing. They are obviously not from the Seven Kingdoms, and their dance is full of exotic style. When the nobles secretly looked at them, their eyes were filled with contempt, as if they were looking at barbarians. However, those nobles who were pushed aside by them on the dance floor were all angry after seeing this group of people. He put on a small face, as if he was serving an untouchable uncle. This group of drunkards were extremely strong, with very broad shoulders, and many of them had big bellies. They were typical tiger-back men, standing there like big squares. George couldn't help but think of Alexander, who had gained weight recently. Alexander believed that a true warrior did not believe in 8-pack abs. The skin color of these people is bronze, and their hair is gray or black. They look somewhat close to the Lomanda race of Rodent. Chapter 21 records that George is also a Lomanda race. But there are huge differences. The most conspicuous thing is their hair, which is either bald or has big braids full of beast teeth and copper rings. And they all have big earrings on their ears. They all wore the clothes of the Eldar nobles, but they all had their arms open, and you could vaguely see the totem tattoos on their chests. They looked very wild and definitely not from the Seven Kingdoms. Some of these people were standing outside the dance floor with their arms folded, or were drinking together with the old soldiers, while others had already pushed aside the nobles around them and entered the dance floor. But the dance they dance is obviously not the dance of nobles, but uses their hands and feet together, as if they are wrestling. This dance seems very strange, as if it has evolved from some kind of sacrifice. But it has a rough and crazy beauty, full of the exotic style. These strong men formed a very sharp contrast with the surrounding nobles. When many nobles secretly looked at them, their eyes were full of contempt, as if they were looking at barbarians. But no matter who they were all pretending to smile at these people, as if he was serving an untouchable uncle. Especially the leader, a fat man with a face full of flesh, and the most tattoos on his chest and face among all the people. This guy was 2 meters tall, and he was drinking with his companions around several old soldiers, including Dirk. The soldiers in the shelter are all strong, especially the Bright Moons, who look frighteningly strong. But standing next to these guys, he was outshined. Just like a skinny boy standing in front of a fat bear. George noticed that the clothes of this big fat man were obviously not those worn by normal Elda nobles. The prototype should be silk summer clothes, with totems of beasts on them. Moreover, there are several weapons hanging on their waists. Their shapes are extremely weird. Definitely not the style of the Seven Kingdoms. But they are very exquisite. And they are obviously not ordinary soldiers. Among them was a small scimitar, the style of which was very similar to the one Gale gave to him. It was a piece of clothing worn by a Saudi prince. But as one of the 7 major kingdoms, the people of Saudi Arabia don't look like this. They are all handsome and thin. So this weapon was either a trade item or a trophy of war. A line of notes suddenly appeared on top of the big fat man's head. Warrior of the Sun God. Hero of the Wasteland. Nightmare of the Ogre Moss. Comprehensive rating of combat effectiveness, S-R. Explanation. The group of people standing in front of you were once the Nightmare of the 7 Kingdoms. Hint. Find a way to recruit him. If he bows his head to you, maybe there will be a group of invincible sun warriors in that sanctuary. Chapter 428 Situation in the South. George suddenly remembered that a memory of studying at St. Wilmic's Cathedral as a child came back to his mind, reminding him of the Nightmare of the 7 Kingdoms mentioned by a certain priest. Manu? How come these people are here? George's words attracted Alfonso's eyes. He knew that George had been in the study in the afternoon, talking with the nobles and arranging things. So you may not understand the situation. These southern wastelanders have only come here in the past 2 days. It is said that they were invited by Count Darius to watch the horses. Alfonso put down his wineglass, wiped the wine stains on his beard, and looked at the man with a somewhat complicated look. The crowd said, "A group of barbarians who cannot be messed with." The southern wasteland is actually an extremely fertile land, where there are real nomads, as well as real barbarians, rude icy pirates, and even dwarves. But over the course of thousands of years, these people have gradually assimilated through friction. And although most of their social systems are tribal, their civilization is very splendid. Even in many technical abilities, the southern wilderness people are no better than the 7 people. How big a difference there is between big countries. However, due to the barrier between the twilight line, the Red Sea of Thorder stars, and the Golden Desert, the North and South did not know much about it, which made those arrogant nobles full of a sense of superiority because of their ignorance. In their eyes, the southern wilderness is an ignorant place full of tribes of barbarians and ogres who worship the sun god. In fact, the barbarians are not the only ones who worship the alien god. The kingdom of sand also worships the sun god, and the country of stars even worships the moon god. But unlike the people in the southern wilderness, they recognize that the sun god and the moon god were both incarnations of the 7 gods. But the people in the southern wilderness believe that they are the children of the sun god. Of course, the civilized world has always ignored these primitive people. After all, there are too many so-called gods in the southern wilderness. Therefore, the Holy Court and other countries despised them and regarded all southern wilder people as a race like ogres. But now, with more understanding, although the nobles' mouths are still full of ignorant arrogance and prejudice, in their hearts they are becoming more and more afraid of these southern wilderness people. Alfonso, although there are tribes in the north and south, there are still many differences. I remember in the description of the Heaven Files, these people in the southern wilderness are not nomadic people. It is a very complex and chaotic place. It's just that some tribes have nomadic, it's just a habit. And these southern wilder people living in the southernmost part of the continent have not appeared in the territory of the 7 kingdoms for centuries. George said this. His voice couldn't help but become softer, because he found that what he said seemed to wrong. These people seemed to have fought over more than 10 years ago. He recalled his body's previous memories. It seemed that when he was studying at St. Wilmic's Cathedral, the kingdom of Elda also sent troops to the south. Many knights were lent to the great kingdom of Iberia. Later, it seemed that even the Holy See began to recruit its knights. Because of this incident, the church had many more places for Templar knights. But I couldn't get them. It was a so-called holy war. Except for Rodent and the Kingdom of Stars, who are not enthusiastic about their faith. 5 of the 7 major nations have participated. But it ended with the compromise of the civilized world in the north. And these people from the southern wilderness finally won their own land in the north. The Holy Court did not focus all its energy on the northern black tide. To a large extent, this was partly the reason. After hearing what George said, Alfonso shook his head. As the Prince of Elda, he must be very clear about the world situation. Elda's adventurers are all over the world, and many of them have even started traveling around the world. So he knows a lot of news. It is true that it has not appeared for several centuries. But now the ice sea in the south of the world has begun to melt, and the southern wilderness is almost submerged. So these homeless people have already passed through the disappearing dusk line when we come to the north, not to mention the Eldar people. That is, in the entire Seven Kingdoms, except for the Byron people, no one can afford to offend them. When Rodent is at its peak, you may be able to give them a fight. Having said this, Alfonso looked at George strangely. Didn't your knight have a fight with these people today? George, who was pouring wine for Soraya, was stunned for a moment. He guessed that it must be because of the arbitration matter that he collided with these grumpy southern wilderness people. But now that I see these people holding hands, it doesn't look like they were having a fight. These big guys do have a good foundation, George said without looking back. George's words made Alfonso stunned for a moment. And then a wry smile appeared on his lips. These terrifying southern wilderness people are indeed worse than those freaks in the valley. But compared with the knights of the Seven Kingdoms, and even the knights of the Holy See, this is not the case. Among all kinds of knights, the Sky Eagle Knight can be regarded as a first-class knight. He has always been able to challenge the Griffin Knights. But I heard from the nobles that when they were playing a few days ago, 7 or 8 people did not hold down the little prince of the tribe. These big guys have very strong bodies. They can be hit a few times as if nothing happened, but they can be knocked down with just one punch. But the most powerful knights among the Dome Eagles also had the same physique and mastered exquisite combat skills. But they had no power to resist in that group fight. These big guys don't seem to have any martial arts skills. But those simple movements are very profound. The skills of life and death, in the eyes of the knights, have been trained since childhood. But here, they are necessary for survival. They look very bulky, but they move as nimbly as bobcats. Those nooses in his hands can easily subdue others. And they look like honest people. But when fighting, not only do they act in the same way, but they also have many different tactics and tricks. In the midst of the fun, he pinned all the fancy knights to the ground. The nobles will always remember the words that came out of the mouths of these barbarians. Your people don't know how to fight. Indeed, each of these southern wilderness people must go through the unique test of each tribe and clan when they reach adulthood. Only those who succeed are qualified to take up arms, obtain the title of warrior, and enjoy Bilyuo's resources. Losers can only be used to become hard labor and slaves without any property. Listening to Alfonso's story, George's expression became strange. There seems to be an essential difference between these people and the nomads in the north. These southern wilderness people who traveled from all directions to various parts of the Seven Kingdoms said they were here to trade. But in fact, they were here to inquire for information. The result is obvious. In their eyes, this so-called Elder Goshawk is as weak as a sheep. Today, the minds of those people in the southern wilderness have finally changed. But what makes people feel ashamed is that it is not the Eldar people who win the title of warrior. Maybe Elder really has no one left. After listening to Alfonso's selective words, George nodded, picked up the wine bottle, and poured another glass of wine for Soraya. And he also lit the glass of wine on fire with his finger. Try Elda's special brew. Soraya, this bottle is the old Duke's collection. After seeing Soraya drink it all in one gulp, George poured her another glass in a gentlemanly manner. This archangel was naturally not drunk. But in order to experience the real taste of fine wine that George said, he deliberately made himself drunk and felt the happiness brought by that fine wine. After several rounds of strong drinks, her face was already a little red. Amidst George's flattery, she looked at the sweet golden liquid in the cup, and her eyes were already crescent-shaped with laughter. The light of dawn had told himself before that these newly born archangels had hidden many secrets from him, many of which were relics of fallen gods. How to discover the treasures of the world would probably have to be obtained from them. These cubs of the 7 gods are all very innocent, so there is still a good chance of tricking them into something. Chapter 429 Sodal River of Stars. After taking care of the lady, George looked at the strong men who were exchanging drinks with the asylum sergeants, and his eyes became increasingly weird. From Alfonso's words, he could tell that the people of the southern wilderness were the final fusion of the icy pirates, southern nomads, barbarians, dwarves and other ethnic groups. Their culture and bloodline had become extremely similar to those of the grassland tribes. Big difference. Grazing is simply a habit retained due to the environment and the need for meat. The area they live in is not entirely grassland, but a wasteland where all kinds of monsters and evil gods are very active. This makes them move frequently, and many people have to go through their first test after they are born. Although their overall social system is still tribal and feudal, it is completely different from the nomads. This seems to be a change in the belief of the sun god. And not only does he understand the sun seal, but he also understands witchcraft. After that tsunami, the entire southern wilderness united together and wiped out the ogre kingdom. Since then, they have inherited their witchcraft system. And the witch doctors and priests, who have been born today, are all very powerful. Each war song is extremely suitable for combat and medical treatment, except for the purification, which is slightly weaker. It is not much worse than that hymn. They make these wizard shamans. They are not nomads, but the orcs of this world. And they are extremely good at grazing and cultivating livestock. And they have a hybrid mutated horse in their hands that is even more powerful than the mutated valley horse. I don't know how they train these horses, but they have overcome many problems that wizards have always had. Those horses are not only strong, but also bear extremely high gravity. And it has excellent endurance, combining all the advantages of a mutant horse and a green front horse. Judging from the record in the south, they are probably the only army in the world that can fight against demons without the power of the Holy Court. Alfonso's eyes became more complicated as he told the story. From a military perspective, the ideas and technology of these barbarians far surpass them. All countries are terrified of the southern wilders. The Sand Country is now almost destroyed. Now, after crossing the inland sea and desert, they swept across the Iberian kingdom. All the resistors finally became their slaves. Alfonso described the battle at twilight. Iberia is one of the 7 major countries, and has extremely strong military power. Above it is the Kingdom of Elda. On the right is the Kingdom of Stars, Byron Dynasty. And below it is the Kingdom of Sand. Its geographical location is at the junction of the Golden Desert and the northern continent. The southernmost part of the country is already bordering the equator. The Sodal River of Stars twilight line above the equator, which almost separates the north and the south, is the southernmost border of this kingdom. The Kingdom of Iberia has always had great friction with the Sandy Kingdom to the south of this sea. On the Dusk Line, there are 2 extremely famous holy cities. The city in the north is northeast of the River of Stars, upper right corner, within the territory of the Kingdom of Stars, and is surrounded by the world's largest inland freshwater lake, a vast tropical rainforest. It's called City of Stars. In that legend, the City of Stars was founded by the God of Wisdom with the help of the ancient gods. And later the God of Love also left ruins here. Its status is second only to the Holy Court jointly established by the 7 gods. The Holy City in the south is southwest of the River of Stars, lower left corner. Within the Kingdom of Sand, it's called Sodal or the City of the Sun. Looking down from the sky, the city embraces the castle, just like the brother embraces and protects his sister. The city is named after the leader of the 7 gods, Sodida, and the castle in the center is named after his sister Sodida. In the records of the Holy Court, they are all sun gods. But the people of the southern wilderness believe that they are the sons of the sun god. One is the brilliance of the sun god, and the other is the heart of the sun god. This city has many miracles left by the 2 of them. In ancient legends, in the battle of gods, 2 gods were left in the end, the sun god and the moon god. They have been fighting on this twilight line for tens of thousands of years. In that chaotic era, the sun always stayed in the western sky and never set. The moon always hangs in the eastern sky. The west side of the earth is endless scorched earth, and the east side is thousands of miles of ice. According to the records of the Holy Court, the 2 gods eventually became one because of their pity for the world's creatures and extended a generous hand to each other, but there is no detailed record of why there are 7 gods now. There is a record in the Forbidden Sanctuary the sun god was broken into 2 parts, and the moon god was broken into 3 petals. In the collision of stars, the 2 huge linked halos scattered were mercy and generosity. This is how the 7 Trinity came about, and the forbidden wizard's speech was therefore banned by the Holy Court, because this meant that the 7 gods were the sons of the sun god and the moon god. The description in the Heavenly Kingdom archives is even more obscure. The great collision at the beginning of the world. The spark of creation appeared. Stars were born, and the 7 gods woke up from their slumber. Therefore, the God of creation was born from the collision of the sun and the moon. Compassion and generosity are the 2 halos left in the collision of the sun and the moon. And the other gods are the big fragments of the sun and the moon. From the understanding of the Heavenly Kingdom archives, the Holy Court believes that the appearance of stars means the emergence of human beings, or the birth of human thought. The Dusk River corresponds to the 2 star rings in the sky, which means compassion and generosity. It begins with the City of the Sun and ends with the City of Stars, almost running through the east and west ends of the continent. Regarding the City of Stars, the countries had no dispute, and Iberia did not dare to have any plans. But Sodal has been in the middle of a dispute between the Kingdom of Iberia and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for thousands of years. They all believe that this large oasis was a gift from the seven gods to them. They all think that they are the real people of God. The king is a man of great talent and strategy, and is a relatively extreme believer in the seven gods. He has long planned this holy city, and hopes to completely regain this land from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia during his tenure. The invasion of the southern wilderness into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia gave Iberia a good opportunity, the Holy War, in the name of helping the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia expel heretics. The king summoned many mercenary knights from all over the world, and formed an army of 100,000 knights to support the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The time can be said to be extremely accurate. At that time, the Mundus Iron Cavalry was still wreaking havoc in various oases in the Kingdom of Sand, and the troops of various tribes were scattered everywhere. Therefore, the king of Iberia easily captured the City of the Sun. However, in just 5 days, the various tribes of the Mundu completed the deployment of their troops, and traveled more than 700 miles in the desert, passing through oases one after another, and arrived at the dusk line, allowing that the king saw their iron hooves. 100,000 knights fought against more than 50,000 people in just 2 days. By the evening of the second day, the king was left with only a few thousand people around him. This war ended with the surrender of the king of Iberia. On the oasis of the Thorda River of Stars, the king bowed his head to the ground, and kissed the leather boots of War Chief Smoke. Chapter 430 Battle at Dusk. This war was called the War of Twilight. After this battle, Khan had more ships, which transported livestock from the southern wilderness to the north, and also allowed the war chief to lead the tribe's iron hooves to continue northward. And under the iron hooves of the southern wilderness, all the resisting lords of the Kingdom of Iberia were swept away. Those who died were fed to the ogre slaves, and the severed heads were piled up into a short mountain. In a matter of years, the king of Iberia has turned into a puppet kingdom. But fortunately, the Kingdom of Stars finally stopped their iron heels. George has been staying in the valley, busy with the black tide, and doesn't know much about things in the south. He only knows that the south has been fighting since the fog. In the impression, it is also a fight between lords. But in fact the situation is more complicated. But Alfonso is different. He has always been paying attention to the world pattern, and the Kingdom of Iberia is just below the Kingdom of Elda. After he finished speaking, George's mind gradually became clearer. Saudi Kingdom and Iberia are both world powers, and belong to 2 of the 7 kingdoms. In addition to Rodent, Erda, the mercenary country, Landry, the coachman, Byron, the star country, and the holy sanctuary country where the Holy Court is stationed. It is the world's most powerful country. Of the 7 largest kingdoms, now Rodent can be said to be gone. Landry is facing disaster. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is almost destroyed, and Belletri has been swept away. So basically, in this world, there are only 4 complete powerful forces left in the world: the Holy Court, the Kingdom of Mercenaries, and the Kingdom of Stars, as well as the Southern Wilderness, which can fight against demons. Aloysius is a guy who really stirs up bad things. No wonder Aloysius, a guy who can only slowly invest his troops, also has the idea of blitzing away the powerful Holy Court that hides many holy sons. He suspected that the Holy Court had not paid much attention to the Black Tide before. In addition to the plague that had occurred in the south, there was also a huge reason for the southern wasteland to move north. The Byron dynasty of Star Kingdom coughs. You know, many of my memories were sealed by myself after coming. George coughed. He didn't know anything about the Kingdom of Stars, but with its own strength, this kingdom was able to fight evenly with the entire southern wilderness, which was indeed very powerful. I thought the Austin family was closely related to the Byrons. Alfonso's face looked a little strange, because as far as he knew, Anthony should be a Byron, and Rusgard seemed to have Byron blood. However, the former should be from a famous family, while the latter should be from a humble background. Rusgard's twitchy old man may not have obvious Byronic characteristics except for his longevity. But Anthony is very obvious. He has a slender body, slightly pointed ears, and handsome appearance. People in their 40s often look like they are 20 years old, including their mental age. But there is no doubt that they are the true people of the gods, the favorites of the gods in ancient times. And the ancient Byrons are also called the stars in the sky. But they are also the most rebellious and arrogant children of the 7 gods. Magic flourished in Byron. This made the Holy Court feel great dissatisfaction. But the teachings granted could only tolerate this matter, because magic originated from the moon god in ancient times, and the moon god was the former incarnation of the god of wisdom. The Byrons have a great interest in magical knowledge, but the number of people who can use magic is far less than that of other races. However, what is puzzling is that most of the famous wizards are Byronians. The Forbidden Sanctuary is related to the Byronians. At the very beginning, they were just a famous magic union in the Kingdom of Stars, the Children of the Stars. They were established with the goal of letting mortals master magic. Originally, the kingdom and the Holy Court did not pay much attention to this small magic union. But as it continued to develop and grow, they were gradually completely banned because of their literary essays about the seven gods. The Holy Tribunal could not tolerate anyone questioning themselves, and they declared that the seven would not tolerate these rebellious children. The Star Kingdom was almost destroyed due to this influence, and the Star Wizards eventually almost disappeared in that dark history. This is where forbidden disciplines come from, the study of forbidden disciplines. It was not until the centuries, when the seven gods lost contact with the earth, and the Holy Court's control over the earth gradually weakened, that forbidden wizards began to appear in the world again. Only then did people know that those forbidden scholars, who had been banned, had completely taken root in a mysterious island overseas, and ushered in a technological explosion. And because of that humiliating history, the Star Wizards began to call themselves Forbidden Wizards. After hearing Alfonso's words, George's expression became strange. Generally speaking, the High Council of Heaven is very open about the secrets of other gods. But there has been no record about the Moon God and the Sun God. In other words, they were all erased. The same is true about the Sun God. These special archangels, after birth, feared humans from studying gods. George couldn't help but look at Soraya quietly, and poured her another glass of wine. We still need to hear what she has to say about this matter. If they could impersonate the Sun God properly, those southern wilderness people would be able to join the main force against the Black Tide. And what this fraud group wants to do is also extremely politically correct. Let those worshippers of the Sun God return to the embrace of the seven gods. This is completely in line with the political purpose of the Holy Court. They claim that all gods are the incarnations of the seven gods. Therefore, any believer who believes in other gods is the incarnation of those seven gods, and should return to true beliefs and teachings. If you insist on your own teachings, you are believing in false gods and evil gods. Judging from the oracles issued in the archives of the Kingdom of Heaven, the seven gods do not admit or deny the claims of the Holy Court. As for the fact that the Holy Court has been unable to spread the glory of the seven gods to the southern wilderness, the Kingdom of Heaven seems not to have expressed any dissatisfaction. This seems to indicate that the beliefs of the southern wilderness have always been in the hands of the seven gods, or in other words, in the hands of certain people. Judging from the wars Alfonso described about the southern wilderness people, it seems that the southern wilderness people know some kind of sacred seal of the sun. Its appearance is very similar to some of Soraya's holy impressions. He suspected that this guy might have been making extra money in the southern wilderness. In the centuries since the seven gods disappeared, the miracle of the sun god, which had never appeared, also appeared many times. There are also some stories about the moon god. Perhaps this new sun god is related to the seven archangels. Before the light of dawn awakens, the seven archangels have been struggling, looking for how to solve the mystery of the corruption of faith. During that period, the seven guys were thinking of various ways. It is very possible to try to start with the belief of sun god and moon god. And the style of these southern wilderness people is too similar to that of Alexander. Maybe when he ran away from home, he was the first to go to the southern wasteland. Alfonso continued. After the Holy Court sent troops a few years ago, the Temple Knights united with the Byron dynasty and almost drove the southern wilders back to the Twilight Line. However, due to the outbreak of the Black Tide in the north, the war finally stopped. The Holy Court naturally did not have the energy to supervise the return of the lands occupied by the southern wilders. The southern wilders were not interested in deserts and gold, but they liked Iberia very much. So now they are with themselves. The livestock are already living there. After saying this, Alfonso sighed. But now they have crossed the line of twilight. The people of the southern wilderness, who believe in the sun god, now have no barrier between the believers of the seven gods. These guys once believed in the southern wilderness. It doesn't matter. The Holy Court can claim these beliefs, because those ignorant barbarians don't know that the sun god is the incarnation of the seven gods. But now, Alfonso shook his head. Many people are eager for a holy war, especially those Byronians, who are eager to prove their faith in the seven gods. As are other countries and the Holy Court. They think they have that. Many people also believe that to correct the mission of southern wilderness people's faith, we should first fight against the internal and external. Alfonso didn't dare to think about it anymore. Chapter 431. Aren't I the sun god? Today, countries are mainly divided into two factions: those who advocate war and those who advocate peace. The peacemakers are often people who know the wilderness very well. They know that the really big tribes are digesting the fat in their mouths. And they have not gone deep into the north. Nor have they competed with the Holy Court. I also know that the people of the southern wilderness look like a piece of scattered sand. But when they really face a war, they are as solid as a rock. With the current situation, it is natural to confront the north first, and then deal with internal problems. You shouldn't become careless just because the Holy Court won a few battles in Nan and Kuroshio. The main war faction is often those who do not understand the situation in the north, and participated in the war led by the Holy Court. They did not have the same understanding of the north as George and Alfonso. And under the propaganda of the Holy Court, they believed that the matter was still being dealt with. The devil was already trapped in the day's north. At the same time, they did not know much about the people of the southern wilderness. And they only made generalizations from that overwhelming war. These arrogant nobles are extremely eager to regain the lost lands of the seven kingdoms and prove their strength and belief. They believe that as long as they have the support of their big brother, the holy sanctuary country, it will not take long to subdue all these ridiculous barbarians. Submissive. What's more, those arrogant Byronians are indeed very strong. After subduing the barbarians, and then heading north with all your strength, there will be no further trouble after all. Although the demon is powerful, it seems to only have so few troops. These people don't even understand what a fallen angel is. He looked at George quietly, wanting to hear what he had to say. Having said so much today, I still want to hear what heaven has to say. So does George. He remained motionless and did not say a word, knowing that a certain guy who had been getting lucky amidst Alfonso's narration might have been unable to hold it in any longer. And the one who can truly represent heaven also has a voice in his mouth. Bullshit battle of faith. Soraya looked slightly drunk. She waved her wine glass and said sadly, "Who do the seven gods of the moon, sun, and God believe in the same thing? Mission? It's really ridiculous. When will the seven gods need it? Over the hundreds of years that the ants have been fulfilling their mission for them. Those idiots in the Holy Court do not know what to do without the Oracle. And they are still holding on to the ancient doctrines in their imaginations. What time is it now? And they are still fighting to the death?" However, these words made Alfonso stunned on the spot. And he broke out in a cold sweat because of embarrassment. "Do you believe that everyone is the same? It's simply heresy. But how could this eldest lady be a heretic?" He couldn't help but look at George. And from his eyes, Alfonso saw one word: Lord. He didn't care about it at all. Alfonso stood on the spot in panic. And the decades of religious education and influence from the Holy Court were instantly shattered. George's eyes lowered slightly. Indeed, God does not care about this matter. In other words, they don't care about it now. The shadow of the god of stocks is like the mountain pressing down on his head. And the weak believers are like the ants. They can no longer use their faith to help as they faced other gods tens of thousands of years ago. After so much drinking today, George just hoped that Soraya would accidentally say something. However, these words hardly aroused his interest. And he had no interest in answering Alfonso's doubts that were unknown to outsiders. So he didn't speak. But Alfonso was anxious. He was sweating profusely, and wanted to hear more. "Miss Soraya, now that the end is approaching, does the Lord have a new oracle? Many people believe that what the people of the southern wilderness believe in is a fundamental God does not exist. So he is eager to fight a war to prove this point. If the war of faith is provoked, will the sun god appear? Sun god?" Soraya was slightly startled. She turned around and looked at Alfonso with a smile, pointed to the tip of her nose and said, "I am the sun god." George looked at her meaningfully with a half smile on his face. At this time, a line of notes had been secretly marked on the top of Soraya's head by the light of dawn. Sun god, predecessor. Righteous angel, Soraya, Soraya. Soraya suddenly woke up from alcohol. Under Alfonso's frightened gaze, Soraya suddenly fell asleep and fell on the table. The face in his arms was no longer drunk at this moment. And his pale face was covered with beads of sweat. It would be okay if he said this to anyone. At worst, he would secretly treat a future king as his devout believer and follower. And George also hinted to her that she would reveal the glory of the seven gods in that hall to make people misunderstand. But the person who misunderstood must not be George. The acting incarnation should not be the sun god. There is no way to explain this. Soraya's narrowed eyes couldn't help but look at George secretly. She felt that this guy wouldn't be able to think of so much with such a little thing. But those meaningful glances made her close her eyes tightly. "Sister, you're right. I meant to be sarcastic today. But you also revealed too much." George felt speechless for a while. "You are so frank and lenient. And how can I pretend not to know next time? How can I get your words back?" The corners of George's eyes twitched repeatedly. and amid the crazy complaints in his heart, he only felt bursts of speechlessness. Now Sariah, who was pretending to be dead, had posed a huge problem for him. Not only did he have to wipe the leaders, but he also had to pretend that he didn't even know what was going on. This level of difficulty, even with George's current level of deception, is still a huge challenge. However, recently he also felt that he was cheating and had a small bottleneck. I finished this matter today, and maybe there will be a big improvement. At this moment, George couldn't help but become more motivated. On the other side, Alfonso felt his scalp explode after hearing these shocking remarks. If the person who said these words today was just an ordinary woman, Alfonso must have thought it was a drunken joke made by a woman. But the key lies in the mysterious woman in front of her, whose identity is so precious. Now seeing her poor acting skills of pretending to be drunk, Alfonso couldn't help but feel that this matter was true, and it was the top secret of the kingdom. I was unexpectedly told by this woman. But this is so fake. Alfonso even wondered if he was dreaming. Alfonso thought about the meaning of this sentence repeatedly, and looked at George with a pale face, wanting to hear another explanation from George's mouth. For example, this sentence was originally supposed to be, "Am I not the archangel subordinate to the 7 gods that the sun god fears?" But it seems like this is a bit too long. And this is very common. Why is she pretending to be drunk? Suddenly, Alfonso remembered. Today, when I was wandering around and looking at the cathedral opposite the castle with my sea mirror, I unexpectedly saw a group of saints following someone in the cathedral. Not even the Pope has such qualifications. And those holy sons who have extradited people also exist in the Holy See as mortals, let alone have such qualifications. Originally, he thought that it was because the arbitration team came to review that the saints were also alerted. But now that I think about it, things are getting even more wrong. Chapter 432 Dawn Spokesperson. Alfonso! The sun god is the incarnation of the 7 gods. The 7 gods are 7 in 1. So there is no problem with Sariah. As for who you believe in, and who you think is the sun god, there is no difference after all. There is justice. Looking at the brilliance of the sun, George looked at the dancing strongmen not far away, stroked Sariah's hair, and said, "I brought my sister here just to let her guide those lost believers. You know, there's just so much that I deal with every day." At this point, George looked at Alfonso's dull eyes, suddenly as if he had sobered up, and quickly explained, "Ahem, Alfonso. I mean, the incarnation of the 7 gods of the sun god himself. We are angels who are God the Father naturally have the mission of guiding lost believers on his behalf. It makes no difference which of the 7 gods believers believe in or who they believe is the sun god. After all, they are all our Father God." After Sariah heard this, the corners of her eyes twitched fiercely. She put on a sweet smile in her sleep, but in her heart she wanted to jump up and strike this rebellious stick to death with one palm. With a crash, the wooden cup in Alfonso's hand slipped onto the table, and the sweet wine wet Sariah's clothes. He quickly picked up the wooden cup, pretended to be calm, and smiled at George. "Sir, I understand." However, his heart was beating so fast that it was about to explode. What happened next was so confusing in his mind that he couldn't remember clearly. "I just remember that I excused myself and walked back to the bedroom with my body crooked like a puppet." Throughout the night, he didn't know whether he was drunk or awake, and kept telling himself not to think too much. But in the midst of tossing and turning, my heart was in turmoil, and I couldn't help but think more about it. Yes, everything makes more sense. After Alfonso left, Sariah opened her eyes filled with blazing anger. She can't pretend anymore. Normally, it would be fine to watch this great villain from below using the name of God to deceive people everywhere. I could just turn a blind eye and pretend that I don't see it. After all, this is the CO that everyone agrees to endorse them. But if he admitted his words today, wouldn't it tell him that these 7 gods had fallen to this level, and it would be impossible to allow this nanny to use them fraudulently? "George, what do you mean by what you said?" Sariah spit out the words through her teeth. Even if her identity is exposed today, she must understand it. There must be a clear winner. "Sariah, are you still asking me?" George took a sip of wine, looked at her with confusion on his face, and said, "Didn't we make a plan?" Cold sweat slowly broke out in George's palms. He was taking a risk today. "You are gambling on your life. But if you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger's cubs?" This ancient god finally gave him a chance to overthrow the mountain above mankind. If these reborn babies stand on top of their heads, then who is this shelter built for? Isn't everything he did the same as that of Aeneas? To let the Father God reappear in the world? He is sure of this treacherous minister. Even after losing more than 100 pounds. I still have to figure things out today. George thought about it secretly. After arranging for Soraya to go to the church today, when she came out to walk around, he saw those saints following her. This guy, according to his own wishes, completely implemented the matter. I also gave him a surprise. The wings of this descendant archangel have become increasingly hard. What we seek is more than just spreading the dawn. Therefore, in her heart, she already had the intention of a complete showdown. Since you want to know your identity, I will give you one. George felt very guilty, but there was no trace of panic on his face. I thought we were cooperating perfectly. George shook his head speechlessly. Then he looked at Soraya, who was slightly dazed, and said seriously, Soraya, in this world, there is no one who pretends to be the 7 gods. There are too many people in the name that Sun God. Maybe he is a great stickman who wants to become a god. If we don't take the power of faith away from him, there will be another evil god in the world. We can no longer let anyone impersonate the name of the 7 gods. George clenched his fists fiercely and said solemnly, no one in this world is more capable than you archangels who have inherited the last wishes of the 7 gods. I am qualified to represent them. I know that it is disrespectful to you to let you play the role of your own father. But the words spoken by the 7 gods are much more useful than the light of dawn. You will not act as the incarnation of the 7 gods today. Tomorrow, there will be believers of the ancient gods playing the role of the 7 gods. And the 7 gods guiding believers to believe in the dawn is the sublimation of faith. It is the new glory of spreading greatness. But guidance from other people's mouths is the end of the 7 gods. Soraya couldn't help but touch her lips and began to think indeed. One is that the 7 gods exchange power with human hands, and the other is that they have no choice but to do so. Soraya, this seems to be true. Shut up. Soraya caught an important point. She looked at George and said, if you really think so, why don't you tell Alfonso directly, and say you are my brother? At this point, Soraya gritted her teeth and said, you are taking God's name in vain. You are blaspheming our former father god. Soraya, I just don't want mortals to worship me in the future. George said with a long sigh, no matter how you believe in the dawn of your heart, in the process of changing your faith, there will be the power of faith involved. This is a kind of personal worship. It is creating gods. If that faith is concentrated on me in the future, it will be like pushing me into the abyss of corruption. But if I impersonate the name of the 7 gods, those remaining faiths will the gathering place is the 7 gods that no longer exist. What they worship is not me, but the 7 gods. Is it easy for me? George took a sip of wine. There was an extra line in front of George's eyes. Great loyalty is like traitor. Great traitor is like loyalty. Shut up. Obviously this guy has a guilty conscience. He just doesn't want others to step on his head. But Soraya is different. She looked at another note given to her by the dawn light above her head. Her eyes became extremely complicated today. You are also cleared. She turned her head and looked at George beside her, with a different look in her eyes. Loyalty is like a traitor. George. Soraya opened her mouth and looked at the drunken George. Not knowing what to say, she suddenly felt that her long-standing prejudice against him might really be unfair. Hey Soraya. George sighed, put down his wine glass, and looked at Soraya with complicated eyes. I know that you have always misunderstood me, but in my heart, I have always stood grateful. The 7 gods before they were eliminated, what they considered was not their own future, but mankind. It was they who tolerated and protected the world with their selfless love, and created the last refuge for mankind. That's why humanity is what it is today. Soraya naturally didn't know that Dawn of Light had confessed to George. And according to what Dawn of Light had been promoting, it was indeed the 7 gods who gave up on themselves and protected mankind. So these words made Soraya extremely ashamed at the very first moment. But then, as she excavated her fragmented memories, she realized that her emotions when the 7 gods were eliminated did contain the compassion, generosity, fraternity, justice, and honor she protected. I am also grateful to you. George solemnly said, you inherit the last wishes of the 7 gods. Continue to protect the world, and let the blessings left by the 7 gods be distributed to everyone fairly and equitably. Soraya, you are right. I was originally an extremely selfish and short-sighted person. George looked at the person in front of him with extremely complex eyes. But it is your lofty belief and mission that, which finally made me realize everything. In panic, Soraya stood there blankly. She looked at George in front of her and pursed her lips. Indeed, perhaps as George and Dawn said, this is what their original intentions were. But now he feels a lot of unwillingness towards the humans he protects. Indeed, the huge gap between the superior self she once remembered and her current self caused prejudice to grow in her heart, and she forgot her mission. Soraya suddenly stood up slowly, holding her left hand on her chest. And as a knight, she made a courtesy to the other knight. George had seen this courtesy many times on the school grounds. It was the greatest respect that the Chinese armed forces had for human heroes. It means that they are qualified to stand with themselves and side by side. It also means that they are willing to learn from these human heroes who hold lofty beliefs. If you really have lofty beliefs, and Soraya is playing an ordinary heavenly soldier at this time, then there is nothing wrong with this etiquette. But the key point is that I am acting, and she's not acting. The wooden cup in George's hand almost slipped to the ground, and at this moment, he saw Soraya in front of him, like the hazy light and shadow of the fleshless body and the pure sacred essence. And the dawn light gradually emanated from her body. Brilliance. And her aura seemed to be more solid and powerful than before. A line of notes appeared above the head of Soraya. Angel of righteousness Soraya, Soraya. After the Son of Justice gave up his godhead, on this day, he finally found the new direction that should belong to him, and the real support in his heart. The fantasy hint given by the dawn light soon disappeared, and Soraya returned to her flesh and blood human form in George's eyes. Under the title, Walnut Destroyer, there was a line of font that suddenly lit up. Title 2, Strange Saint. Don't underestimate this name. This is the supreme trophy for that magic stick. Description: you have been promoted starting from today. You have been recognized by the first person who has joined the High Council of Heaven, or a certain board member recognized the CEO's status as a Zhongxing Group company and your status as a board member. Title ability: at the moment when you witness Soraya displaying the brilliance of the Archangel, you seem to have learned to condense the pure holy essence. Note: in addition to Morpheus, maybe you can play more roles. After paying tribute, Soraya took a deep look at George. George quickly concentrated his energy and responded with a deep look in his eyes to give her an affirmation. Just do it. Let's work together. It's late, George. Get some rest early. Soraya nodded slightly to the few heavenly arms who had been paying attention here, patted George's hand holding his shoulder, stood up slowly, and picked up the bottle of wine next to George and left. Don't be greedy. Looking at Soraya's leaving back, George's shoulders finally sank. You have received a new mythical mission. New mission, mythical level now. We are comrades. Let all the heavenly armed forces and board members put aside their arrogant identities and bubbles in their hearts, and stand side by side with the heroes of mankind. Reward the archangels will selflessly contribute all the treasures they have hidden. Some of the valley priests, dome eagle nobles, and cathedral knights, who were watching not far away, did not feel much about the two archangels paying tribute to each other, of course. But George felt like he was on a roller coaster today, maybe as Dawn Light said. The bullshit he had been bragging about had truly come true today. George. The 7 gods were born from the positive thoughts and instincts of human beings, allowing them to focus on their own interests. But these thoughts are also affecting them. This contradiction is like a scale. Sometimes it is just a thought to move left or right. Just like human desire and conscience. Those who choose to continue to absorb faith are turning to the left, and those who follow the light of dawn are turning to the right. But there is no clear boundary between left and right. Selfless people sometimes struggle with interests in their hearts, and those who yearn for benefits are sometimes also entangled with that conscience. The light of dawn has been guiding them, but they never thought that praising a person would have such a big impact on a person. Perhaps it is also the yearning for beauty that humans have in their prayers to the 7 gods. Praise and pray for them to keep guarding this world. George nodded, understanding what Dawn Light meant. I understand what you mean. Dawn Light, I, as CEO, am still qualified to lead you to guide the gods. George picked up the wine glass in front of him. The wine inside was trembling. He didn't know that he was the emotion in my heart at that time was excitement or guilt. Qualifications? It seems you haven't understood yet. George breathed a sigh of relief at Dawn Light's mockery. As the CEO, you have such a mission. Don't forget. You are the spokesperson of Dawn. The arrogant declaration of Dawn Light flashed through George's mind like a bolt of lightning. These words were like a tonic injected into his heart. Yes. Behind you. Standing is the world. It's this new world. Chapter 433 Special Treatment. After sending away a few nobles who came over to raise wine in greeting, George tapped his fingers on the table, his eyes thoughtful. He somewhat understood why the light of dawn chose him. What he is looking for is a big rebel. Many nobles saw that Duke George had been sitting in his seat with no intention of ending and no talk of sex. So they looked for Tanya below the venue. Tanya was dressed in a rich outfit today, and her bright red evening dress was extremely conspicuous in the venue. All the brilliance is gathering towards her. She is the brightest star tonight. Just as that person said. Today, the most prominent dignitaries in Western Elda already know what kind of people are standing behind the little girl Dome Eagle. Everyone knows that the Red Dome Eagle, who will lead the Dome Eagle in the future, has the power to hold up the sky for them with its pair of powerful wings even if no one is behind it. The lights in the venue gradually became drowsy and intoxicating, and the music became more gentle. Many men and women came together and danced the last dance. The young red goshawk politely declined the invitations from several gentlemen, and searched the venue with hazy eyes. Finally, his eyes fell on the long table of the clergy. But there was only one empty seat left there. When George walked back to the guest room, the door was wide open. The servants who were originally in charge here seemed to have been replaced by a special group of people. "Your Highness, Sarai told you." "Sir!" After the two heavenly soldiers poured the hot water into the vat, they looked at George with curious eyes. George nodded with a strange expression. With the help of the two children of light, he took off his armor. Because he wanted to be quieter, he specially ordered someone to pick a small room for him. There is only a dozen square meters between the bed and the fireplace, which is used to place the sofa. But now the sofa has been temporarily removed, and a large wooden basin and several alchemy incense burners used for heating and dehumidification are placed there. The saints in the cathedral and the priests wearing special robes were holding various objects and walking back and forth inside and outside the door. This makes this room of more than 30 square meters look very crowded. Meow smoke rises above the incense burner, and the large hot water bucket in the center has been filled, and many tulip petals have been sprinkled on it. They had just been serving His Highness to take a bath, and halfway through, His Highness thought of this was the first time. The saints and monks in these cathedrals have not been touched for many years. They specialize in serving the gods. Only when the Pope, the spokesperson of the 7 gods, comes here, will those special monks serve him. Daily life. But the saint will never move. But today, they were all responsible for Sarai's daily life. I don't know what kind of miracle she performed in that church. Even the saints with transcendent status acted nervously. As the bishop said, today is the most glorious day in the history of this cathedral. The fatigue and dust all over his body were completely washed away in that bath. When all the bath supplies were removed and the door was closed again, George, who had put on furry pajamas, sat in front of the fireplace and poured a glass of strong brandy. He basically didn't drink today. His thoughts were busy at this time, and he needed a little alcohol to help him sleep. Today, Alfonso has completely become his staunch follower. But these heavenly armed forces still need to be trained for a while. On this day, Sarai has given up her previous obsession. But she still has a long way to go before she can become the real archangel of the High Council of Heaven. In his mind, given the future structure of this world, it would be more appropriate for the archangels to be similar to Tyrell. And the high-level council will never have the opportunity to tacitly agree to eliminate human beings. Such a balance can never be achieved by relying on faith and relationships, let alone make the powerful angels regard all human kingdoms as friends and allies. Ally. Only the power of magic and technology that can make human beings like gods is the key point. Dome Eagle is now completely stable, and Tanya was once the commander-in-chief of Black Pearl, and in that dark tide is also the backbone of all the nobles. She fought a victorious battle on the main battlefield in the royal capital, and she completed the strategic planning of the secondary battlefield. She and Volp led that group of losers, and the achievements they made and the dangers they faced were no worse than those of Garvey and Jack. In her cooperation with Volp, Volp is a fierce general like Jack, and she is the commander of the team. Her military qualities and ability to decisively solve problems are not inferior to the intended successor of the old Dome Eagle, Jagger. Later, with Leighton at home, she led the Sky Eagle to fight outside. She must be the strongest pillar among the Eldar, even if she is not in Elda, and some great demon lord suddenly appears. She still has the ability to lead people to deal with it after the Blood Moon. After she took the potion specially prepared for her by Riscard, her strength was already among the top 5 core heroes of Sanctuary, leading the group of Big Blood descendants around him. There is no need for Shurjak to be any worse. Even among demons, he is still a big boss. So let alone the Sky Eagle. Even here in Elda, he can turn his hands into clouds and his hands into rain. After helping her eliminate her father's worries today, she was able to spread her wings and fly completely. Through this Dome Eagle, the shelter will be able to obtain more alchemical resources and equipment. And with the support from here in the basin, Alfonso's throne is almost halfway secured. Next, we only need to take care of St. Wilmic's Cathedral and have a chat with that strange old king. and the matter will be settled. Alfonso said that the royal capital is preparing for the Knights tournament during the autumn harvest season. In addition to those people from the southern wilderness who plan to wait and see Elda's strength, the most powerful mercenary group in knights in the world will also, most of them gathered in the royal capital. This is a good opportunity for the big players to show off their talents. George swung the wine glass and sipped the red wine in the glass. His eyes were already a little drunk. In the bonfire, many blue light spots are shining all over the kingdom of Elda, reducing the possibility of the source of disaster appearing, and mobilizing heroes from all walks of life who have established friendly relations between the Greenwater city-state and the valley. These little snowballs are getting bigger and bigger, and more people are gathering around them. The demons will digest Days Bay this year. It is already March, and they still have 9 months to prepare before the demon forces can shake off the coercion of the Holy Court and send part of their troops to attack the Swan Lake wetland. This night's tournament is the grand military parade that goes out. In the Dome Eagle territory, there are usually only 2 meals during this winter: the main meal in the morning and the dinner in the afternoon, according to the regulations of the local parish church. Unless it is a banquet, it must be held during the day. 3 meals are subject to moral condemnation, so only during the working season. Farmers at the bottom will eat breakfast when it is dark to meet their labor needs in these 3 meals a day. Recently, in order to save food, the shelter has only had 2 meals. Even the soldiers also have dinner after training. It was still dark when George got up. He went to Tanya first. I found that she had already gotten up and was sitting on the sofa next to the fireplace drinking wine with her hair down and sleepy eyes. She didn't look like a girl at all. Alfonso and Leighton were also here. Seeing how excited they were while chatting, you knew that Tanya was pulled up by these 2 guys. After seeing George come in, Leighton laughed heartily and stood up and gave him a hug. Alfonso, like a warm and good friend, came over and kissed him. It's just that this guy looks a little unnatural, with dark circles under his eyes, as if he couldn't sleep all night. While hugging, this guy quietly made a praying gesture. As for Tanya, she actually flipped her hair nervously. Why are these 2 people not normal today? Alfonso is praying to me for something? Soraya hears Alfonso praying to her for world peace. After George sat down, the conversation quickly picked up. Alfonso, that guy, seemed like he couldn't guess George's true identity. But during the conversation, this guy kept saying dear, my good brother and the like, as if to prove that he was George's best friend. And after the conversation, Alfonso was still taking care of himself. One moment, he poured wine for George, and the next, he changed the position of George's favorite preserved fruit and placed it in front of him. He even smashed a few walnuts for George. This attentive look made Leighton show many strange looks. Even Tanya, who was very nervous, looked at him several times. After chatting for a few words, George understood what these guys were talking about. In the near future, Alfonso and others will make arrangements for hooking up with the major lords of the Elda Kingdom. On the one hand, this is the foreshadowing and preparation for the future war. And on the other hand, it is also to gather the nobles of the Elda Kingdom. Alfonso, Basin, and Dome Eagle are connected together, and they already have such power. And those useless nobles will play a vital role on this battlefield. If the old Arch-Eagle were more powerful, they would be enough to influence most of the nobles in Elda. That's enough. Alfonso is different from Tanya. What he is facing now is not to immediately go to the royal capital to fight for the throne. The old king is now in high spirits, and can live for at least 2 more years. Instead, gather the nobles and stop the internal strife, and dominate domestic political trends to coordinate with the outside world. When the first source of disaster appears, Alfonso, who holds the sacred object of Bribas, will undoubtedly take on the important task of eradicating the source of disaster. And in dealing with the source of each disaster, more and more lords and troops will gather around him. The 700 Dawn Knights in the Sky Eagle will also be placed among the lords and armies by him, in order to achieve his goal of centralizing power. By the time the domestic source of disaster was established and stabilized, Alfonso was already in control of the domestic military power and all the powerful lords. At that time, he had already become the uncrowned king. Not only is the so-called battle for the throne no longer possible, but the whole country is united as one. No matter who was the most legitimate heir to the throne at that time, it had lost any meaning, because then the next one can only be him. Even if the old king was still alive at that time, he would have to give up the throne. Therefore, there is no need to compete for this inheritance right at all. However, now their fraud group is going to follow the current political trend in the country and look like they are competing for inheritance rights. On the one hand, with the current public opinion. If someone jumps out and says that he wants to deal with the devil in the East, those who do not understand the situation will regard him as a fool. And those who understand the horror of the devil will leave this hot potato, because there are not enough people around Alfonso now. If you want to save them, you must first bury them in the dark. The competition for inheritance is this drum. It is the main political trend now. That benefit can be used to gather the first batch of lords to Alfonso's side. This will be the first fire. The emergence of the source of disaster will be the second fire. These two fires will gradually unite the Eldar to Alfonso's side, and make the Lord's troops grow stronger and stronger. And Alfonso will also be able to use the opportunity to deal with the source of disaster to weaken the military power, and form a regular army belonging to the king. This regular army, no longer obeying the orders of the lords, will go to the east to stop the Lord Demon under the command of Alfonso. Building the Plank Road openly, and secretly visiting Shinsong, was the idea of George and others. Since the current domestic political trend is towards internal fighting and dealing with the southern wilderness people, then they take this opportunity to go with the flow. After chatting for a while, George called Wallace and others over. During the discussion, he ordered Owen to accompany Wallace to St. Wilmic's Cathedral with the Temple of Glory. The local cathedral bishop will also go together. Although the cathedral is not as good as the church, it still has great influence within the church and the kingdom. Most of the current hosts in the temple are from our group, Wallace said. They can still exert some influence on the nobles in the royal capital. George knew that this group of people refers to the faction of Avery. And Wallace is not only Avery's right-hand man, but at this time last year, he was also one of the most important executive bishops of St. Wilmic's Cathedral. What this old guy said about being able to exert some influence on the nobles is probably a bit too modest. After determining the main direction, George was ready to leave. Outside the door, Alfonso held George's hand. George shook it quietly for a long time, and chatted for a while. My dear George, what are your plans these days? Alfonso has a lot of things to do next, and I'm afraid he won't be able to be a tour guide anymore. As for George, he is a little idle now. Things are actually on the right track. Next, it all depends on Alfonso, Wallace, and many nobles. It was not appropriate for George to get involved too much in the internal affairs of the Kingdom of Elda. And during this sensitive matter, it was not appropriate for him to be too close to too many nobles. And Martin and Wallace will be in the capital next. It would be better for them to do it under their own banner than to do it on their own. In fact, George plans to arrange for the great demon Thor and others to sneak into the demon-occupied areas in the east with some blood descendants and wolf descendants. Thor himself is the great Balrog and needs little disguise. At most he needs to hide his name. According to what George and the others heard from the demons, there are also many blood demons and wolf demons in the demon team in the east. Some bloodborn and wolfborn in the sanctuary are no different from blood demons and wolf demons when they transform. And these demons often appear in human form. Chapter 434 Early Morning Training. Therefore, the Fallen and the Bright Moon will be the best spies, able to detect intelligence from the east, so that the shelter can learn the movements of the demons in time. But there is no need for him to participate in this matter. So George has not yet fully thought about what he is going to do next. Maybe after wandering around the Dome Eagle, he will go for a stroll elsewhere to collect the magic hubs that Anthony needs. And at the same time solve some headaches for Tanya, the lack of horses and equipment. By the way, let's go and participate in the martial arts competition again, when everything is about the same. Reveal your own arrangements and cooperate with Alfonso to make the final decision. I will arrange for someone to help you pay attention to the magic hub. Horses are indeed a problem. If there is a war next, we will lack a transportation team. After mentioning the business, Alfonso became more serious. You can fight with those and talk to the Baron people. They have so many horses now that it gives them a headache. At this point, Alfonso was hesitant to speak, and his expression became gloomy. George, I am already very confident about domestic affairs. But what I am most worried about now are those Iberians from the southern wilderness. The Kingdom of Asia is enough for them to digest it for a long time. But some tribes are not living well. If these bandits invade in the south when the kingdom goes to war eastward, then the kingdom's rear area will no longer be able to provide supplies to the front line. George was stunned. This matter is indeed a huge problem. It simply adds fuel to the current situation. With Alfonso's team's domestic political skills and the support of Dome Eagle and Valley, his route is already on the right track. But Alfonso has no experience to consider those southern wilderness people anymore. It is very possible for the people from the southern wilderness to take advantage of the situation. Last night, this guy stayed up all night. In addition to thinking about the sun god, he probably also thought about a lot of people in the southern wilderness. George flipped the ancient gold coin in his hand a few times and said, "Alfonso, you should worry about domestic affairs. I will help you find a solution for matters in the South." Alfonso's expression couldn't help but shine. He knew that if there was anyone in this world who could make those southern wilderness people honest, it would be the sun god. He couldn't help but quietly stretched out his hand again and prayed for world peace. George didn't see his gesture, and he also had a headache for the southern wilderness people. Compared with the believers of the seven gods, these guys have much freer ideas, to put it bluntly. They are pragmatists. Respect the strong. So no matter how well you play this role, you still can't do it with just one mouth. What should I do with this damn southern wilderness? When George walked to the corridor, he found that many members of the big players had already gotten up and were preparing to go to the school grounds to stretch their muscles. He looked out the window at the school grounds and found that some people had already arrived at the school grounds, and sporadic sounds of fighting could be heard from the school grounds. There has been no fighting these days, and these people are a little idle. After pulling his subordinate Kylie up from the bed, George also came to the school field with everyone for training. Looking at the training knights, Kylie's eyes were full of curiosity and excitement, and he seemed to be impatient for those celestial combat skills. George's familiarity with various heavenly combat techniques is as good as anyone else, even if they don't use plugins. They are the group of people with the highest level of training. But he didn't teach Kylie anything on this day. Instead, he planned to observe this kid's character first. He just asked him to carry his heavy square hammer and Soraya's holy thunder sword on his back, following behind him. The runes normally loaded on this square hammer make it most convenient when it holds more than 10 kilograms. It can be swung frighteningly fast like a dagger, but its inertia still makes it have a terrifying impact. But today, he deliberately kept its weight at 50 or 60 kilograms, coupled with Soraya's holy thunder sword, which weighed more than 30 kilograms. It was almost too heavy for Kylie to lift his waist. After walking around for a while, George asked him to go to the priest to make morning 11 confession now, which means, don't even look at them. After hearing this arrangement, George was a little surprised by Kelly's behavior. He was a little worried and hesitant. But the hesitation was that Aji couldn't seem to lift those things by himself. Aji burst out laughing after hearing this, and easily took over the square hammer and long sword. Seeing how relaxed Aji was, Kylie couldn't help but froze for a while, and then seemed a little discouraged and followed the Dawn priest away. Silly boy George shook his head and started strolling with Aji. Then, he called Dirk over and started sparring with him, using the Holy Thunder Sword. The entire campus is mostly filled with people from the shelter. George found that the troops in the South did not seem to have the habit of training, or in other words, they only practiced in good seasons, and when the weather was good. When they arrived at the school grounds to complete their warm-up and start sparring, there were only a few scattered figures from the southern wilderness passing by. But they were also heading to the stables. These big guys don't trust the grooms here. They all take care of the horses themselves. During the break, Dirk wiped the sweat from his head and said to George, after seeing a few people from the southern wilderness who were passing by and watching curiously, Dirk waved his hand and said low to them. Those big guys actually laughed shyly. Doesn't seem to be very good at words. He waved his hand and motioned for Dirk to go with them to see the horses. Boss, they will ask me to come over and watch the horses again. Dirk rubbed his sore shoulders, trying to find a chance to slip away. Basically, every guy who participated in the killing of Garrick and entered the hell level difficulty in the training at the shelter school grounds can make Dirk feel a great feeling in that battle. Pressure. This pressure is not physical, but mental. Although he can defeat many people, those guys seem to have learned the devil's ability to shock people's hearts with strong willpower. This power does not corrupt people, but it seems to penetrate the soul. If you relax a little, you can't help but feel fear in your heart. Especially this big boss, who has almost completed all levels. Not only are those eyes extremely powerful, they can make people dizzy just like Siljak's eyes. Moreover, the boss is getting stronger and stronger now. The entire shelter, except Alexander and Agron, is the boss who is obsessed with strength. Compared to the more terrifying Alexander, the last person any sergeant wanted to be a sparring partner with was this boss. If the boss hadn't taken off the rings, wristbands, and necklaces on his hands today, and hadn't picked up the square hammer, he would never have played. The training at the shelter school grounds has greatly improved the soldiers, especially George and others, and even Brenda, under the leadership of several of their main players, has gradually become worthy of the title of real big adventurer. In the entire sanctuary, these adventurers may not be among the best in terms of strength, but in terms of skills in dealing with various monsters, They are now enough to be called the teachers of the Arbitration Knights. Especially George. Since he had Brenda as his great advisor, he has led the core members to make rapid progress in the challenges on the school field. Although it seems to be cheating many times, what they use is the real power of those monsters, weaknesses and flaws, coupled with the accumulation of various money and medicines. The strength of this big boss has already caught up with several of his gold medal thugs. Even in a one-on-one duel with Agron's illusion, he won more than he lost. After seeing the Lord nod, Dirk and others rubbed their hands and went forward. These Jiaoyue didn't know anything about horses before, and they were very curious about the knowledge about horse breeding mentioned by these big guys. George reached out and summoned the square hammer, and while throwing it, he searched around the crowd. After Owen, Aji and others saw the scene, they immediately turned their heads away with pale faces. Finally, George's eyes fell on the fallen man Thor, who was sitting at the table and licking winter melon seeds. Everyone couldn't help but look over with gloating. When Thor saw his boss licking his fingers at him, the corners of his eyes twitched a few times. But he still braved it and walked over. After leaving the valley, this big demon has become George's special sparring partner. Before leaving the valley, George sparred with Thor's big demon Phantom every day in the school grounds. After leaving the valley, George sparred with Thor's humanoid entity. In fact, in terms of martial arts, Thor is not as good as the fallen Valkyrie Shale. But because Thor is very cunning and never plays his cards according to the routine, therefore, even in human form, Thor often wins and loses with Sayer. So Soul is more in line with George's appetite. Soul often cheats. "Sir, please don't cheat this time." Soul looked a little ugly as his boss gradually put on the big ring on his hand. There are many battles similar to this in the school grounds, but it was a group battle. The main sparring partners of the Dawn Knights are also the fallen Valkyries. The people led by George were either guys who had fought against fallen angels, or were among the top 100 people in the shelter rankings. Their own strength is very strong. After George led them to conduct various special trainings in the school field, they are already familiar with how to deal with various demons. There are many people like Carl and Dirk who can defeat the Black Devils in single combat. If they are not fallen Valkyries, they can fight them back and forth if they don't fly. But Sayer, a big demon with the same strength as the Angel, currently only Owen, Jack and others can beat her. As for the other Dawn Knights, they would be easily knocked down by Sayer within a few moves. But when the Dawn Knight and the Valkyries engage in a 10v10 or more battle, the Valkyries rarely win. The fallen Valkyrie is extremely capable of fighting alone, and her average strength exceeds that of the Dawn Knight. But when they were organized together, their discipline and cooperation were incomparable to those of the Knights. Knights are often able to seize the opportunity on the battlefield and use Heavenly Assault, Heavenly Flashing Sword, etc. to kill one person in a concentrated manner. This often makes the fallen feel that even though both sides have the same number of people, they are actually in the middle of a battle, often facing more than 3 swords stabbing at the same time. Often in individual battles, the outcome between the Dark Demon and the Grand Knight of Dawn is 37 or 46. But in group battles, if there is a Scarlet Enchantress like Lena, or some forbidden priests on the scene, he can often achieve a battle loss ratio of 3:10. Divine pattern weapons are extremely deadly to demons. But the Dawn Knights were injured but were able to be rescued. So if it were on a real battlefield, Sanctuary's core troops would already have the strength to crush an equal number of Dark Demon troops. During this training, the soldiers in the school field were already sweating profusely. The sky was already getting brighter. The sound of shouting woke up many hungover dreams, and the castle gradually became noisy. The doors and windows were already open, but many servants were pouring water from the basins towards the windows. Some curious ladies lay in front of the window and watched these hard-working warriors. Some knights looked at the swaying crowds in the school grounds outside the window. They hurriedly called their sleeping servants in shame, put on their clothes, and joined here. But the soldiers are not in the habit of training. After they were pulled up from the bed by the Sky Eagle Knights, they didn't know what to train. After a rough training of the formation, they started today's patrol and patrol in advance. Work comes. The sergeants majors looked at the soldiers, who were whispering and complaining not far away, and shook their heads in disbelief. Generally, by the time they get up, the soldiers in the shelter have finished their breakfast and morning exercises, and have completed the defense change with the vigil troops. In that duel, Thor was holding a huge blade, which seemed to be the non-demonized flame blade. It knows the heavenly fighting skills, but like many great demons, it doesn't like to use them. Instead, they have their own routines, and these great demons are also very experienced in fighting. especially fallen ones like Thor and Sayer. They are not only extremely cunning but also very sinister. They like to play tricks during battles, and even take advantage of other people's psychology. Even many angels of virtue are no match for them. Often when those German angels see that they are about to win, they basically give up. But guys like Thor always take advantage of them shamelessly. As if it is not a fight, but a life and death. But he was extremely frustrated in this battle, as everyone watched. He was even more embarrassed than Dirk before. The afterimages of waving square hammers above his head made him feel like his scalp was exploding. And his own moves and habits were all eaten up to death. Often, his moves would only be halfway out before his opponent would know what he was doing. What a trick. And occasionally he releases some tricks that have little effect on others, but are extremely effective on the fallen. They are even more shameless than him. After a biting cold wind blew from the ring to Thor's ears, and the cochlea froze, Thor only felt dizzy. Although it was only a short moment, it ultimately determined victory or defeat. There was a muffled sound, and the intersection of the three hearts on Sol's chest received a heavy blow. Cold light and lightning flashed, and Thor spurted out a mouthful of icy blood. His strong body took several steps back under the huge impact. He only felt that this blow was much more uncomfortable than hitting his head. Times. The incomparable anger inspired this demon's brutal ferocity, and its eyes were so red that it could no longer recognize its master. Hold on to your weapon and move forward to chop the guy standing there throwing the hammer. Logically speaking, this small injury was not a big deal to it. But at the moment when the blood vessels all over its body bulged, its three hearts began to twitch violently. This made Thor drop the weapon in pain, squatting on the ground and covering his chest. He couldn't stand up for a long time. It was as if that powerful physique and terrifying resilience had stopped in these few seconds. Even the lava blood flowing all over his body solidified for a moment. Sir Sol's red eyes finally woke up again at this moment. It looked at the owner in front of it, and knew that the boss was cheating again. Chapter 435 The Little Prince of the Tribe Moz. I didn't say you don't need this trick, Thor. These are two small flaws of the lava demon. How about it? Have you gained more knowledge today? George patted Thor on the shoulder, and couldn't help but feel a little bored. After practicing for a long time in the school grounds of the shelter, I can't help but use these tricks I have figured out. Basically, he has now mastered all of the lava demon's weaknesses, and most of the night demon's flaws. Before the mercenaries catch new types of demons, I'm afraid I will fight against all the invincible enemies in the world. George simply ignored Alexander and Lorna. He looked at Aji provocatively. Aji's mouth twitched, and he quickly started chatting with the people next to him. George, give me your sword, and I'll practice with you. Soraya's clear voice suddenly sounded behind George, as if she had just finished teaching Owen. I have been watching from the sidelines for a long time. This guy's long sword was hidden by George, and his hands have been itchy for a long time. After George heard this voice, he couldn't help but twitching at the corner of his eyes, looking around and talking about it, and walked into the crowd. After getting rid of Soraya, George took off his sweaty armor and coat and took an ice bath. But after the ice water fell on the body, it started to evaporate. A towel was handed over, and George looked up and found Kylie standing in front of him with a solemn expression. Sir, this water is too bright. Be careful of hurting your body. After George wiped the water off his body, he looked around and found that the armor that was scattered on the ground nearby had been neatly arranged by him at some point. The cloaks were neatly folded, and on this kid's back, he was carrying his holy thunder sword that he had thrown away somewhere. It seems that after praying, this boy has been following him near him, assuming the responsibility of a follower. After chatting with him for a while, George answered several ideological doubts for this boy. Then he asked Kylie to take his armor back to the castle. This set of George Wee armor was recast during the period when it was in the shelter, in addition to adjusting the proportion of fine gold inside. Anthony also added a small amount of eternal gold and mithril inside. Several magic circles were drawn, and there are also a few more magic gems. Eternal gold has an extremely high improvement in magic resistance, and can form a more complex magic field. Now the magic resistance of this armor has reached a terrifying figure of 60. After activating the energy of the magic gem, it can release magic such as Thunder God and Great Restraint. When the magic gem is running at a medium level of consumption, a short-term weightless field will even be generated around the armor, allowing George to fly for a short time when he spreads the wings of Anubis. When the magic gem is running at low consumption, the weight of the armor will also become very light, which can reduce the weight of the horse. The current level of defense of this armor has exceeded that of Alexander's T6. It's strong enough to withstand Siljak's claw strikes. Its weight has also reached a terrifying 200 kilograms. when dealing with ordinary red devils. Often even if George only holds an ordinary large oak square hammer, the terrifying impact during the charge can knock out the red devils. The head explodes. With his current terrifying physique of 36, he is already almost the same as Agron. Even if Gron, who has a constitution of 50, punches him, he can already block it with both hands. Therefore, wearing this set of armor is as light as wearing a set of medium armor. If it weren't for the consumption of gems when riding horses and activating the magic circle, he would have added some more weight to it. But for ordinary people, it often takes 2 or 3 people to move it. Kylie is a trainee Templar, and his physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people, reaching 4 points. But it was a bit difficult to carry this armor. So George easily took off the Holy Thunder sword that Kylie was carrying and hung it on his waist, which reduced a lot of his burden. Then George went to the school grounds alone, planning to take another look before going to the castle for dinner. By this time, the sky was getting brighter. The morning training of the knights is about to end, but the school ground is becoming more and more lively. Some burly figures of the Dome Eagle Knights and Southern Wilderness people also appeared in the school ground, but most of them watched from the sidelines. There was a group of big guys wrestling with Dirk and others in the field. These guys were shirtless and covered in sweat. The dissipated water vapor, together with the lively shouts of the surrounding crowd, filled the sky above the school grounds with mist in this cold late winter. Many servants who were preparing for dinner couldn't help but stop and watch as they passed by. After George wandered around, he found that Soraya and others were already walking towards the castle. So he tied the buttons on his chest. After taking care of his military uniform, he slowly walked towards the castle. At this moment, George suddenly heard a burst of scattered footsteps behind him, and then felt that the surrounding sunlight was blocked. He turned around and raised his head, and saw several big bears already surrounding him, looking menacing. The leader's face was covered with totem tattoos, and he seemed to be the little prince of the tribe. Not far away, there were some southern wilder people wrestling with the Dawn Knights. The little prince patted his big belly, stretched out his hand without warning, and said in a somewhat unfamiliar common language, "Little man, let me borrow your weapon to take a look." Seeing that the person in front of him didn't respond, he seemed to remember something, picked up the wine bag on his waist, and said, "Please drink." Seeing these silly big guys, George couldn't help but feel a little funny. He untied the sword, handed it to the guy, picked up the wine bag in his hand, sat on the table next to him, and took a sip. The strong taste, with a fragrant sweet grass flavor, was brewed using some unknown method. But it was no worse than Alfonso's brandy. Several big men gathered around the exquisite long sword and started talking about it. Those eyes were full of curiosity and excitement. It was like hitting some toy. "You are also more diligent and powerful than them. You are qualified to use such a good weapon." The little Prince Moss put away the Holy Thunder sword and said to George solemnly, "The they to which Moss refers are the Holy Temple. There are a lot of trophies among the tribes with weapons like these divine patterns, and they themselves also have some weapons forged with the runes of the Sun God. But he has never seen anything as good as this. And from the observation just now, he could find that the power of this weapon does not seem to come only from those runes. It is a weapon with a purifying effect itself. If the tribe had these, they wouldn't be afraid of the big-mouth monster." "Big-mouth monster? They are not afraid of swords. They have horns and tentacles like cattle. They are twice as tall and strong as Moss." The barbarian Moss waited for his eyes, stretched out his big hands, and described them. "It seems to be some kind of chaotic creature or demon in the southern wilderness. It may also be a deformed and chaotic creature that has mutated some local creatures." George's eyes narrowed. These southern wilderness people in front of him had beaten Alfonso's Golden Griffin Knight into a black eye. The Golden Griffin Knight can kill the Red Devil. The situation in the southern wilderness is probably not much different from that in the northern Sand Sea. The population there is scattered, and the folk customs are strong. Various tribes come and go without a trace in the wilderness, and are not suitable as nutrients in the early stage of the Kuroshio. But it is possible to drive them north by changing the environment, thereby achieving the goal of driving away tigers and devouring wolves. "Little man, you must be a believer in the Sun God. I feel this power." Moss stared at the bull's eyes and said, "How did you put it into the long sword?" Chapter 436, Hooking Up with Barbarians. George's eyes moved slightly. The Holy Thunder Sword is a weapon that can directly kill undead and demon species without any enchantment or rune inlay. In its basic effect, it has the characteristics of Holy Thunder and Heavenly Fire. This is due to the Holy Seal of Dawn being driven into it. As for the Holy Thunder swords worn by the Heavenly Kingdom Armed Forces, They are engraved with their own holy seal of justice, which is equivalent to an additional layer of stigma with a permanent effect. This kind of holy seal is slightly different from the Holy Court's holy seal and the Holy Seal of Dawn. It is a new holy seal that was born when the heavenly arms were guided by the light of dawn. It is also a holy seal that can be used without the power of faith. But ordinary temple priests and knights cannot see it, or in other words, no matter what kind of holy seal it is extremely reasonable for angels to use it. But this big guy seemed to see it. It proves that the so-called sun god in the Holy Court is the incarnation of the seven gods, and also shows that Soraya has indeed been there. I'm also curious about how she put this thing into a weapon. George curled his lips, tapped Soraya with his chin, who had already entered the castle in the distance, and said, "You can ask that lady for advice when you have time. I'm not familiar with her." Moss touched his forehead and said, "Moss is not good at dealing with girls." George was stunned for a moment, then smiled, feeling that he was almost blinded by this big, honest-looking man. He should have recognized him a long time ago. "I'm afraid this guy is trying his best to follow me these days." He didn't point it out and said, "Then you have to treat me to a drink. My name is George, not little man." After hearing George's words, Moss's eyes slowly became hot. He saw that George seemed to be very interested in a few of his playthings, so he generously took them out and wanted to give them to him. "I also have this dagger," George said, holding Moss's curved dagger. "I snatched this from Saudi Arabia." Moss showed off and said, "That guy also gave me a few women. If you like them, I'll give them to you. Big guy, I'm just interested in your weapons." These words sounded like a compliment to these southern wilderness people, and they happily took out their trophies and accessories. George discovered that these accessories seemed a bit like alchemy products, but the magic craftsmanship was very rough, much like various witchcraft tools. And some things are just pure symbols, or they believe that these things can bring them good luck. Things were placed on the table one by one. After George observed them, he looked at their own strange weapons, and couldn't help but look weird. The military strength of the seven major kingdoms is very high. The defeated kingdom can always exist near Elda, and its core strength is by no means inferior to the Griffin Knights. It was hard for him to imagine that these guys relied on these crude weapons to defeat those people with less and more. But upon closer inspection, he discovered, although these weapons have no standard at all, they all look very crude. But these weapons are simple but not simple. Every piece is balanced, and they are all very good at breaking armor. The most important thing is that any blacksmith, or even a blacksmith apprentice, can create it. But if used skillfully, it is easier to use than the exquisite long sword. There is a short to medium-length mace that is the most interesting. The top looks like a rectangular tulip, which is larger than a fist and looks very strange. But when it comes to breaking armor, it's even more powerful than a war hammer. It is also easier to forge than a war hammer. There are also some hand axes, whose shapes are very kinetic, and are very useful whether they are thrown or used to break armor in hand-to-hand combat. In the demonstration conducted by Moss's subordinates, the shots were almost always successful, and the power was frightening. They also have a lot of exquisite equipment, mainly bows and arrows and armor. There are more than a dozen types of arrows alone. Those armors are all made of cotton cloth. On the outer layer of the armor, there are many exquisite iron pieces. The iron pieces fit together very delicately, and some armors even use cold forging technology. There are also many overall armors on some key positions of the body. The total weight of this kind of armor is actually not much lighter than that of full body armor. And its defensive capabilities also have their own advantages and disadvantages. And compared to full body armor, it is more difficult to make. But they are more suitable for assembly line operations, and they are much easier to maintain and repair. The most interesting thing is that the lining of these armors is a kind of silk. The silk threads in these silks are not silkworms, and it is unclear what kind of organisms they are. Although its toughness cannot be compared with the magic spider silk, it is more delicate than the silk in the Seven Kingdoms. But George could see the clue. Many of the males in the shelter are also lined with silk. They seem useless, but they can greatly reduce the degree of tearing and bleeding after the wearer suffers puncture damage, especially those arrows with barbs. After penetrating the armor and carrying silk into the wound, doctors can easily pull out the arrows by using silk. You must know that most of the deaths on the battlefield are actually due to bleeding, or post-war wound treatment and infection. And from this point, we can see how delicate these savages are. And the most important thing is that these barbarians also know how to make silk, cold forging, assembly lines, and silk. The so-called barbarians in the mouth of the nobles are no worse than the seven major countries in terms of military technology and even light industry technology. The people of the southern wilderness have the blood of plateau barbarians. But if they treat them as barbarians with their arrogance, those nobles are simply blind. After reading this, George picked up the horse lock from the table. The horse lock looked very crude, with just 2 rocks tied randomly at both ends. However, the evaluation given by Don Light was balanced. If this thing is used against a pursuer or when charging, the horse's legs will be broken immediately. If the people above were not crushed to death, they would be trampled to pulp by other people's horses' hooves. And even if it is used on people, let alone charging with a gun. Little man, you can't use this thing well. George threw the horse lock in his hand and threw it out casually. As a result, he easily tied up the legs of a big man who was wrestling and playing in the distance. Moss's eyes widened. After the guy fell, he cursed loudly, causing the crowd around him to burst into laughter. Seeing some knights not far away waiting for him, George patted Moss's thick arm, got off the table, and said goodbye to him. Let's go! Big man! Let's talk when we have time. Chapter 437 Praise to the Sun God Mother. When George came to the restaurant, the noble's dinner had not yet started, but it was about to begin. Yesterday's banquet was held in the main hall. Not here. Recently, various nobles have gathered at Dome Eagle Castle, and the Dome Eagle family does not kill dozens of deer and hold grand banquets every day. So this kind of dinner is relatively simple. Most of the knights are in the barracks of the castle, and many Knights of the Dawn are also stationed in the cathedral. So only a few of them entered here with George. But Xionging seems to have prepared enough for this dinner, which is simple but not simple. There is everything you need on the long tables. Sitting at the long table, George discovered that today there are also butter noodles and bacon pizza. But the Eldar people don't seem to like potatoes and sweet potatoes. In addition to the food made from these grains, most of the food here in winter is meat-based. It seems that the valley people do not have the habit of storing cabbage and cabbage. When it comes to meat, the Eldar seem to be particularly fond of fish. And these fish are relatively easy to obtain in all seasons. In addition to various kinds of butter and fish, there are also quail, capon, duck, goose and other poultry on the table, as well as many pickled fresh meats of pig and sheep. Although the Dome Eagles have more pastures, they seem to rarely kill cattle and mostly use them for farming. From this point of view, farming here is more delicate than in the north. The servants place the food on each table in turn, and George discovered that among the dishes served later, there were some wild animals such as squirrels, hedgehogs, and badgers. These were common recipes for the Elda nobles. Judging from these wild animals, the fog did not have a big impression on the south, which made the hunters boldly go up to the mountains to hunt and sell them to the lords. After George took his seat, the Dawn Knights at this table did not move, but quietly waited for the arrival of their master. At this time, more and more nobles came to the restaurant. After a while, a fat figure squeezed to George's side. George looked and saw that it was Moss. There are also a few people from the southern wilderness. These big, unobtrusive men made the scene a bit embarrassing. The Dawn Knights, who were not familiar with these southern wilderness people, couldn't help but frown. Some knights who had a good relationship with these guys even tried to strike up a conversation, trying to lighten some of the atmosphere. But these southern wilderness people did not feel any embarrassment, and although they stood in front of the table, they did not sit down. After Moss took a large plate of creamy noodles brought by a servant, he put it on the table, held his chest, and sang a song. The song was rough and straightforward, but the voice was high-pitched and long, full of the sense of vitality in the endless wilderness. This song is very contagious, and it is also interspersed with common language, which expresses the passion for friends. And in the lyrics, they also mention the names of many knights they knew. Whenever these names were sung by the people of the southern wilderness, they would stretch out their big arms and use a rough and elegant movement to express tribute and your own enthusiasm. Following the movements and songs of the people in the southern wilderness, many knights could not help but be infected. The nobles who were gradually taking their seats in the hall also looked sideways. But these eyes are different. They are either strange, curious, or interesting. But more people also frowned. The ladies even covered their mouths with fans and laughed at these barbarians with the people around them. It seems that these southern wilderness people are rude. He couldn't understand why the knights of the valley would join in this disrespectful noise. But the atmosphere at this table became more and more lively. Moss and others ignored the glances, and the Dawn Knights couldn't help but beat the rhythm of the songs. Several knights who learned the songs of the southern wilderness yesterday also sang along with Moss. George quietly noticed Soraya next to him. During the singing, she kept holding her chin with the back of her hand, looking at these southern wilderness people with gentle eyes, and seemed to like their songs very much. "Sariah, what are they singing?" George asked in a low voice. "You know all the languages of this continent very well." "Right." Sariah nodded and said, "They are singing about sunshine and friends. Their songs are always full of sharing, generosity, and enthusiasm." "Oh, the co-author is my son," George muttered quietly. Sariah didn't hear it and continued. "The people of the southern wilderness are actually much cuter than you think. They are the people with the purest hearts we have ever seen. Don't think about those nobles, who always have all kinds of bad things in their hearts." George couldn't help but touch his forehead. These southern wilderness people are indeed more likely to be loved by guys like Sariah and Alexander, who like to use their hands rather than their brains. "You've been to Southern Wasteland." "Right. I've been to every place in the world." Sariah took a sip of wine to hide her expression. After singing the song, the atmosphere at the dinner table immediately became heated. Everyone couldn't help but applaud the enthusiasm of these southern wilderness people. At this time, Moss and others put their hands on their chests and asked their friends if they were willing to receive them. George and others couldn't help but applaud and welcome these familiar guys. Afterwards, George chatted with Moss and others, and he learned that most of their songs had the meaning of praising their mothers. The people of the southern wilderness once thought that the sun god was their father, but now they think that the sun god is their mother. She exudes the same great brilliance as her mother and protects the people of the southern wilderness. And these people, in fact, do not reject any belief. This may be related to the fact that there are various miracles of gods in the southern wilderness. Many people even believe in multiple gods together, and many tribes even worship many gods. "But now the priests won't let it go," Moss said. "They believe that this behavior is disloyal to the sun god, causing the southern wasteland to be swallowed up by floods, and the sun to be gradually shrouded in fog. But the shamans, they don't think so. They think that the sun god has already come to us." George's face looked a little strange. "Have you ever felt that the sun god is watching you?" Sariah was so frightened that she quickly retracted her gaze and listened with her ears pricked up. Moss shook his head, feeling very strange. "The sun god has always been by our side. He is in our hearts. Therefore, the holy seal of the sun becomes more and more brilliant." George looked a little strange and touched his chin, and quietly looked at Sariah. It seems that the belief this girl spread when she traveled to the southern wilderness was a new idea, the idea of dawn. During the chat, George gradually learned that the great chief of southern wilderness was now the great shaman of southern wilderness. In addition to this great shaman, there are many shamans. Priests are shamans who perform special tasks. Therefore, this great chief has unified both secular rites and divine power in his hands. However, although southern wasteland has been unified by the great chief, the various tribes are still very fragmented. Although shamans enjoy great privileges and have some rights in the tribe, they are far less powerful than priests. Their main jobs are sacrifices and prophecies. Therefore, the great shaman is also a magic stick, but his words are very accurate. Just like the disaster in the southern wilderness, some of the sun warriors of the southern wilderness tribe are concentrated in temples, but more are hidden among the people. The ordinary troops in the tribe are much stronger than the various knights of the seven kingdoms. Therefore, when the great chief summoned various tribes and organized a large army, he indeed had the ability to make the holy court compromise with other countries. In the southern wilderness, various tribes were very scattered, and they were fighting against each other and fighting among themselves. But since the arrival of the great chief, they are no longer as scattered as before, but are very united when dealing with the outside world. However, internal strife is still serious now. In Moss' words, there can't help but be some meaning of hope and making friends. And he also boldly stated that they needed help. The mutual oppression within various tribes was very serious. The tribe where Moss belongs has more than 80,000 people, and including slaves and hard laborers, there are more than 200,000 people. It can be considered a medium to large tribe. But the land allocated was quite small, and among the few neighbors, there was a large and extremely powerful tribe. In fact, not many people abide by the boundaries of various tribes drawn by the chiefs. Therefore, many livestock in Moss's tribe cannot have the rich grassland for grazing. Generally, after tribes cannot defeat these strong men, they will choose to join them. There are even cases of joining the ogre kingdom. But these large tribes now do not welcome the integration of other tribes. Although there is a lot of land, it will not be enough if other tribes come over. Therefore, these weaker tribes cannot defeat the stronger ones, so they naturally have to bully the weaker ones. The small tribes and the lords of the Eldar in the north were all weak in their eyes. Chapter 438, Night Tournament and Southern Wilderness Tribe. The chief was too lazy to care about the friction between the tribes. What he was most worried about now was the reproduction of the tribe's offspring, of course. Not just his own reproduction. There are indeed very few people in the tribe now. And there are so many people in the 7 kingdoms. The powerful chief has never expressed the importance he attaches to the 7 kingdoms. But there is some panic in his heart. The southern wilderness was originally a vast area with few people. And only over 3 million people survived. Although the people of the southern wilderness are extremely strong. Adults can fight when they pick up weapons. And they can become cavalry when they mount a horse. But if countries unite, they simply cannot afford it. There isn't that much vast land here for them to roam around. If countries tear up the agreement and fight under the leadership of the Holy Court, then it doesn't need to go very deep to penetrate the soft hinterland of the tribe. This led some chiefs to advocate killing and plundering, taking advantage of the fact that other countries had no time to look south. Another group of chiefs advocated unity and stability, hoping to increase the degree of integration with Iberia and establish a more stable structure. The Holy Court also stated that if the people of the southern wilderness could send troops to support the north, they would be willing to completely allocate the land of Iberia to them. After all, Iberia has now reached a long-lasting agreement with southern wilderness. On the one hand, the king has become a puppet. The actual powerful lords have become the chief's people. The chief's daughter and the eldest son of the Iberian king have already intermarried. Under the structure of the southern wasteland people, where men and women were equal, and the Iberian people favored sons over girls, both the southern wilderness people and the Iberian nobles were satisfied. So, it looks like everything is going in the right direction. The great chief knew that the Holy Court was a group of people who did not value integrity, no matter what kind of promises they made. They would always play rogue and exploit loopholes. Break the agreement. What's more, the two parties have different beliefs. The tribe's current internal problems also made him very anxious. Many people had lost their wolf nature after plundering enough supplies and people. Therefore, in his intentional distribution, many tribes like Moss still maintain their desire for wealth and land. And the war chief has also been obsessed with his 2 current neighbors, Elda and the Kingdom of Stars. Various people were sent to inquire about information in the name of trade. Part of them are the traders in Iberia. Some of them are southern wilderness people. Trade itself is the current needs of the people in the southern wilderness. A large amount of plundered finances need to be converted into materials. And excess materials need to be exchanged. Therefore, no matter whether the people of the southern wilderness are preparing for the next war or not. During this period, although the people of the southern wilderness have been having some friction with Elda, the relationship between the north and the south is still stable. Moss came here mainly to conduct trade in order to exchange the numerous cattle, sheep and horses for the daily necessities they needed, especially ironware and salt. After there were more slaves, many daily necessities became insufficient. After plundering all the livestock from the kingdom of Shah, there were too many livestock. In addition, they heard that in the northern kingdom, some land could be purchased through purchase. They now have a lot of gold, horses and other materials in their hands. And most of the good things in the kingdom of Sand have gone into their hands. So I hope to get some land bordering the tribe. They had already chosen the land. And it was an unclaimed land. It had previously belonged to a certain baron. But after the whole family died, the land had been taken back by the royal family. Just south of Domhawk territory. Bordering Domhawk? I heard that as long as you get the top spot in Elda's Knights tournament, you can own a piece of land and a castle, except for the Sun Warriors around the war chief. Everyone from all countries can do it. Moss patted his chest and raised his eyes, full of fighting spirit. Moss's brother is a Sun Warrior, and so is Moss. But Moss's brother is with the great chief, and Moss is not. Moss is qualified to participate in the competition, and Moss is younger than his brother, and he will definitely be able to defeat everyone. The warriors of the tribe won the final victory. It seems that in his eyes, his only opponents are his own people. Moss, you have to be loyal to the king when you get the title of nobility. George's expression was a little strange. He knew that the conference held by Elda also invited people from the southern wilderness. But I don't know how to deal with the title issue. Moss is now an Iberian, a subject of the Duke the Chief. The chief is in alliance with the king of Iberia, and is also in alliance with the kingdom of Elda. My tribe is under the rule of the Duke the Chief. Come on! You are qualified to get this enclave. It seems to be true. George felt a little strange at first. The Eldar people would definitely think of this. But then, he changed his mind and somewhat understood the intentions of the Elda royal family. That king is not simple. George didn't know if he was a lurker, but the old guy's methods might not be much worse than Phillips's back then. George felt that if Elda's people won this martial arts tournament and declared their own strength, and if a certain lord from the 7 kingdoms won, they could unite and make the people of the southern wilderness fearful. But if the people from the southern wilderness win, Then the royal family will take this opportunity and use a soft knife to win over, divide and marry. With the loose structure of the southern wilderness people, no one is convinced by anyone. If they play well, it may not be impossible to separate some large tribes from the southern wilderness people. At least neutrality is not a big problem. The royal court of Elda is very politically minded. But the key depends on how you play, because this is playing with fire. The people of the southern wilderness are a pure mixed race. And their culture is also very integrated. They have no concept of nationalism. As long as their opponents are stronger than themselves, they are willing to join them and live together. And their opponents often have the same philosophy as them. So when they get along, each tribe merges together. If in this tournament, the Elda Kingdom declared its strength, although it is impossible to conquer the people of the southern wilderness who unite, it is indeed possible to conquer certain tribes, make them serve King Eldar. But the key lies in the attitude of those nobles towards the people of the southern wilderness, both humble and arrogant, both fearful and conceited. In that life and getting along with each other, the southern wilderness tribe that had taken refuge faced the surrounding lords, who were extremely repulsive to them. As long as there was a fuse, it would become a barrel of explosives. So the king is playing with fire. The key lies in how he arranges it. Should those tribes be placed near a group of gentle and thoughtful lords? Or should they be placed near a group of arrogant and conceited lords? The results will be very different. If you don't play well, you will attract the wolf into the house. Maybe in the end, not only will the Elda Kingdom be in chaos, but the people of the southern wilderness will collude with both internal and external forces to invade the entire country. It finally formed the tipping point of the battle of faith. Big Fat Bear. George patted the big fat man on the shoulder and said, I'm afraid you will be a little disappointed. If you win, you may not get the title of baronet. And I'm afraid you won't get the territory next to the tribe, but you will happier. Why is Ma still disappointed when he wins? Why is he still happy after being disappointed? The fat man held up his beautiful cowhide domed petal felt hat. Confused, George smiled. He felt that land would never border the tribe. Disappointed because the land may not be what it is. Happy because the title will be bigger. And there may be a princess to marry, of course. You have to beat me first. Tanya and others entered the restaurant last. And with her were Alfonso, Leiden and several nobles. Lao Qingying, who rarely enters the restaurant to eat, also walked into the restaurant today accompanied by them. The old dome eagle looked weak, but his eyes were full of energy. It seems that he is exerting his last light and heat for the future of the dome eagle family. It seemed that they had just communicated about some political matters in the morning. During the walking and chatting, it could be heard that many things had been settled. After the host sat down, he raised a glass on his seat, first paying tribute on behalf of his daughter to the Knight of the Throne, Bishop Wallace, King Elda in the distance, and His Royal Highness the Prince present. Then, under the auspices of the local bishop, everyone prayed silently. George and others also pretended to pray. But the old people in these shelters were grateful to the food providers. During this prayer, there were bursts of silence in the hall, and the sound of the Nanwang people's table ringing was so harsh. The nobles quietly gave them extremely disgusted looks. But no one dared to say anything to those rude guys. George noticed that although the southern wilderness people made some movement, they actually did not eat. And when they looked at the nobles praying, the looks in their eyes were also curious. And what's extremely interesting is that when some greedy guys secretly reached out to the dinner plate, they were slapped down by the elders and stared at them for a few times until the nobles prayed and everyone started to move when they got up. The big guys moved the tableware. It seems that he is trying his best to maintain courtesy towards the hosts, who are entertaining him. But in the eyes of the nobles, their behavior was extremely disrespectful. During the meal, Moss couldn't help but curiously ask George, "What are you praying for?" Moss asked the bishop before, and he was very unhappy. George's face looked a little strange. He could imagine that the bishop must have taken this opportunity to spread the faith of the 7 gods. But apparently these big guys won't listen. And the words in their mouths may sound like heretical words to the bishop's ears. Of course, in the eyes of the holy court, the weak are heretics. And as for these powerful southern wilders, they are just poor children who have lost their faith. Nature wants to spread its brilliance gently. Don't you ever pray, Big Fat Bear? George grabbed a piece of white bread, handed it to the big man, and asked. This guy lets people call him George, but never calls people by their first names. And he always likes to give people nicknames. We prayed a long time ago, but then the sun god stopped letting us pray. Moss took the piece of bread and replied, Now we only sing. He told us that it would attract the attention of the evil god. So I miss him. He loves to hear us sing. That seems to be the case. George couldn't help but glance at Soraya diagonally opposite with a strange expression. No wonder you love listening to it so much. I think of you as my mother. Chapter 439, The Sun God Opens a Window for You. While chewing caviar and bread, George quietly looked at Soraya, who was slowly eating grilled fish not far away. Moss's words made him more and more certain that the Archangel had been to the southern wilderness in the past few centuries, and even tried to spread the new concept of faith in the light of dawn, and attempts to obtain the pure power of faith from it. But obviously, they all seem to have failed. Little man, are you also going to participate in the martial arts competition? Moss chewed the noodles in his mouth and looked at George seriously and asked. You seem to be very powerful. You are Moss's friend and Moss's powerful opponent. Moss's strength is indeed very extraordinary. He and Dirk are evenly matched. And he is much stronger than Dirk. But he is not as agile as him. Although Dirk is in human form, he does not use the Sun Seal. Put in that holy court, he would definitely be a Templar-level warrior. You're right. I also plan to go to the royal capital. I'm going there in the next few days. George brushed the jam on the bread and took a delicious bite of the cheese. Well, there is no cheese in the south. What's the weird smell? We can go together. Moss looks forward to the duel with you. Moss's face was a little solemn, but he said doubtfully, But they say you are a divine envoy. Do divine envoys also participate in mortal competitions? I don't know if the Knights of the Throne are allowed to participate. And with my status, it is somewhat inappropriate to be canonized by some kings. But you know, I have many knights. And among my men, there are many who are more powerful than me. People. George looked like he was determined to win. George's words were a bit of a blow to Moss. Moss believed in his own strength. But he also believed that there were many people in the world who were better than him. He saw George's fights with Dirk, including the ones with Saul later. He knew that if these knights came on stage, the warriors of the tribe would not be their opponents at all. Moss couldn't help but look at the lady across the table. The lady named Soraya, who seemed to be the instructor of these people. But when the Lord heard her challenge to a duel, he actually ran away in embarrassment. Moss couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. He asked curiously, George, is your land also polluted? He was purely curious. And at the same time, he felt some empathy because of his lost hometown. But this does not hinder his desire to fight for the land that belongs to his tribe. No, I have a very good piece of land. And it is shrouded in the sun. Maybe it has received the care of the sun god. George took a sip of wine and said, But no one dislikes the lack of land, you see. These days, I helped my knight and captured another piece of land. Having said this, George raised his head and nodded at Tanya, who was not far away. After Tanya saw his gaze, she raised her drink in greeting. Moss froze on the spot. He didn't know what happened in Dome Eagle today, but during the time he stayed in Dome Eagle, he did hear that the young lady was interested in the Lord of Dawn loyal knight. Your knight is really lucky. Moss couldn't help but nodded silently. And then he reacted and couldn't help but widen his eyes. You are also a great chief. He suddenly realized that if we put it this way, the little man next to him was also a great chief. George wiped the crumbs from his hands with a handkerchief on the dining table, picked up a glass of wine, and took a sip. So, Moss. George put down his wine glass and looked at Moss with a smile. If you want a piece of land, you don't necessarily need to participate in a martial arts tournament. Of course, you don't necessarily need to inherit it. Moss didn't seem to react for a moment. George sighed secretly, knowing that his hint was not straightforward enough for this big man. Thinking of this, George smiled and looked at the big fat man next to him and said, You know, it is not the Duke the Chief and the King Elda who can be knighted. People say that the grassland of Duke Yongfeng. What they said about the vastness is indeed true. I do have a lot of free land, including this piece of land. It is now my land. Moss opened his mouth and looked at the great chief duke beside him, discovering the sun god. It seemed that a door suddenly opened for him. George stopped talking to him. He wanted to rekindle the fire in Moss's heart. He now controls 3 territories in Total Valley, Basin and Dome Eagle. The total area is 800,000 to 900,000 square kilometers, which can be considered a medium-sized kingdom in this world. But the population is pitifully small. It can be said that the land is vast, and the people are sparsely populated. Yongfeng City can get along so harmoniously with the northern nomads. The nomads in the city even account for 17%. And many of the noble lords of the western region are also of mixed race. But it has great centripetal force. Of course there are now more than a dozen ethnic groups in the sanctuary. Or even multiple races. However, we get along extremely harmoniously. In that unity, There is no distinction between you and me. Work hard for a common future. And even if you have to settle for the next best thing, arrange a place for them to serve as your vassals and allies, just like Grand Duke Adeline and the many tribes in the northern grassland. Then it is completely possible to slowly integrate these southern wilderness people. Coupled with the development of the Industrial Revolution and commerce, this integration will be accelerated as we work together and have close contact and collaboration. After dinner, George and Tanya took a walk among the beautiful cloisters of the castle. Lorna was like a little follower, following her brothers and sisters around. But the ears of this gossipy little girl quietly perked up. But it was a pity that she was going to be disappointed. As soon as George came up, he brought the topic to business. George learned about the situation of the Elda Kingdom and the Sky Eagle territory from Tanya. Tanya herself is an Eldar and a member of the Skyhawk family. In the morning, Tanya listened to the reports from the retainers on the status of the territory and had a deeper understanding of the current situation of the territory. When talking about the Sky Eagle territory in Elda, we have to mention the Western Territory and the Valley of Rotonk first. The territory of Rotonk is very long and narrow, a bit like Inner Mongolia plus northeast. The westernmost part of the kingdom is the Black Pearl Valley, and to the west of the valley are hundreds of kilometers of mountains that are not occupied by lords. Then further west is the coast. The overall area is more than 3 million square kilometers if you include the grasslands in the north that are nominally loyal to Archduke Adeline, and the unoccupied mountains and plateaus in the north of Biswi City and the north of the east border, but nominally belong to the kingdom. The overall area is more than 4 million square kilometers. Among them, the western territory of Rotonk alone accounts for half of the kingdom's total area. It just has more mountains and wilderness. The area of the Elda Kingdom is just below the western border of Rotonk, and the easternmost edge of the kingdom ends at the Violet Plain south of Blue Water City. But its area is much larger than the entire Rotonk. Its land is not as long and narrow as Rotonk, but very wide. The kingdom's territory covers a total area of more than 6 million square kilometers, which can be compared with Europe in the Middle Ages, or the Ming Dynasty at that time. The Dome Eagle and Wind Whisperer basins together account for 1/8 of it, more than 700,000 square kilometers. Among them, the overall area of the Principality of Dome Eagle, judging from the independence and self-control here, it is indeed a principality, is about 3 times that of the Black Pearl Valley, covering 36 square kilometers, which is equivalent to 3 northwest provinces, or a medieval France. The culture is also very similar to France, and the geography and climate are even more so. Chapter 440 I Have a France? After listening to Tanya's story, a word appeared in George's mind: France. The Principality of Dome Eagle is very similar to France in the Middle Ages, with a temperate maritime climate. The land is also relatively flat, suitable for farming and grazing. However, the population here is far from reaching the 16 million people of medieval France. It is even less than the 36 million people in Northwest Province. Horses also cannot reach the terrifying numbers of millions in medieval France. After the fog, the population of Cheongnying decreased significantly. According to the population statistics of the Grand Duke after the Kuroshio War last year, the population of the entire principality, not counting foreign refugees, was less than 3 million. It can be said that the population is extremely sparse in a vast land. Even in some remote villages, there are no people in the surrounding areas for hundreds of kilometers. Of course, this place has the same superior environment and geographical location as medieval France, if it develops well in the future. Although this France of ours will not reach the exaggerated figure of 16 million people. If productivity increases, 8 million will still be enough. There can be. The future prospects are also great. Tanya, the population of Dome Eagle is really only 3 million now? George's face couldn't help but look weird. If this is said, Old Dome Eagle's participation in the political struggle in Rotonk was considered a desperate move, because as far as he knew, the number of people supported by the Principality of Cheongnying to Biswi City at the beginning was 100,000 troops, not counting the private running groups of various lords and the local garrison of Qingying. This 100,000 army, plus the labor, craftsmen, pack horses, ships, and resources that serve these 100,000 people, will require at least 300,000 people. 1/10 of the young people can be said to have mobilized the entire territory. Therefore, it can be said that the Old Dome Eagle was extremely aggressive at the beginning. He used all the strength of the entire territory to participate in that investment, and then lost everything, counting Yudlin and others. The number of Dome Eagle people who returned to their territory is only over 10,000. Of course, many laborers have returned, because in the war in the late Kuroshio period, The Rodunks were mainly the ones who served the noble coalition. This freed up a lot of Dome Eagle's labor. Xionging's main labor loss was the tens of thousands of people detained in Xigu, detainment of logistics and personnel. The population of Dome Eagle is not as dense as other areas of the Elda Kingdom. Tanya couldn't help but think back to her childhood. At that time she often went hunting with her brothers. There are hunting grounds and forests everywhere. Families raise horses to train their armies. No major reclamation ever took place. Of course, no matter how sparse it is still far less than the western border of Rodunk. So there were still a lot of people there originally. Tanya continued. I remember that in my grandfather's time, the maximum population was 8 million people. But in my father's generation, there were only more than 6 million when I ran away from home. You know, there were many disasters in the midst. At that time, the southern countries were in chaos with the loss of population. Many fields are also abandoned. George nodded. And he suddenly understood why there were so few people. That chaotic period in the mist. There were not only plagues and monsters, but also wars. First, the frictions between various lords. And then, the wars caused by the southern wilder peoples march north. In that war, all countries participated. Not many people actually died on the battlefield. But the forced taxes made it difficult for the people to make a living. And the recruitment of strong men also caused a large amount of farmland to be abandoned during the war. In that fog, food production began to decrease again, and the nobles increased their oppression for the sake of war, causing the territory to begin to explode, creating a vicious cycle. Due to the combination of various factors, famine began to spread. The population also began to lose a lot. Eventually, the population dropped by half within a decade. Now, with the addition of the loss-making trade of the northern Kuroshio, it can be said that the Dome Eagle family has indeed been hit to the point of collapse. How much farmland is left? My family doesn't have much farmland. George, we have to open up wasteland. Dome Eagle's territory is 360,000 square kilometers, which is larger than the basin. The land is mainly composed of plains and hills, and there are many rivers. Although the land is far less fertile than the basin, it is very suitable for farming. There are not many mountains and forests like the basin. Therefore, the amount of land that can be turned into farmland in the Dome Eagle territory is more than 3 times that of the basin. However, the Qionging family does not attach much importance to farming, perhaps because of the fear of Grand Duke Yongfeng. The Qionging family attaches great importance to horses and farm animals. If a horse wants to stay active, it needs 250 acres of land for breeding and activities. Otherwise it can only be used as a pack horse. And warriors also need a lot of space to train and learn riding skills. This makes there not much farmland here. With the loss of population, farmland has become even less. Now, excluding vineyards and orchards, there are only 30 million acres of land used for food production. This place is located on the plains and is larger than the Windsinger Basin. But the farmland is only half of the basin. The basin is also 2-season yield. But before, people here never had to worry about food and clothing. In previous years, in addition to farming, residents could also get dividends from trade in spices, wine, cotton, sericulture, livestock, fishery, hunting, handicrafts, etc. Qionging spices were very famous. And so was the perfume. You can get a glimpse of leopard from the use of spices in Dome Eagle Castle. In addition to horses, there are also a large number of musk oxen. Leiden was even called the Tulip Count. And the tulip balm, a specialty of his territory, was famous all over the world. In the territory under Leiden's rule, there was another Viscount named Laurel Viscount. In the entire Sky Eagle territory, in addition to these large-scale spice production areas, there are also a large number of natural trees that can produce spices. In many woodlands the territorial residents collect these things, but the lords mostly ignore them. In this territory, there are many residents who deal with spices and perfumes. And there are many various workshops, of course. Most of these workshops belong to the nobles. But the citizens can still get huge dividends from the production of spices and perfumes. Therefore, residents do not need to exchange grain for daily necessities. The 2 harvests of 30 million acres per year are just for food. Therefore, it is enough to support 3 million people if it is used for food alone. 5 acres of land for one person can be more than enough. The output of the 2 seasons can also be produced by feeding the extra grains. As for the other 5 acres of land, it will be used to pay taxes. Therefore, Dome Eagle always has a lot of food reserves. But now, with climate change, most of the land in Dome Eagle can no longer produce 2 crops of food, and the harvest has been greatly reduced. Domestic grain production also has the same problem. The shortage of food has made everything a castle in the air. Various industries have also received a huge blow as a result. And the lives of the people in Cheonging have gradually become worse. In previous years, residents could live a very prosperous life with an average of 10 acres of land per person, relying on their income from other industries. But now, even if a person has 20 acres of land, it is difficult to survive. Taxes have never been reduced. Taxation. In fact, Cheonging's tax on its subjects and vassals is 1 in 20. But after layer upon layer of exploitation, the common people were left with only 5 acres out of 10 acres. As a result, Dome Eagle received less and less taxes. But there were more and more riots in the territory. In fact, because the people of Cheonging are relatively wealthy, the people in many territories should have a pretty good life even if the price of food is high. They can still afford it. But the key point is that Dome Eagle has been involved in various disputes for more than 10 years. Many lords had to obey the orders of their lords and participate in various voluntary labors. These people who originally worked for their own lives, once they participate in too many military services, their income will naturally be greatly reduced. The turmoil also caused the entire Dome Eagle's food reserves to decrease. Throughout the Eldar Kingdom, the situation is the same as the Sky Eagle. The extent of the impact of this dispute and how unsustainable the people are can be found out from the price of food. It has increased 4 to 5 times. And now 1 kilogram of wheat costs 8 to 10 copper coins. Almost 1 bushel costs 1 piece of silver fox. The situation in the entire kingdom of Elda is similar. Food can meet domestic needs. But due to the emergence of disasters and the constant outbreak of war, the nobles are hoarding food. Because the country lost the food support from the basin, it supported Biswi City. This makes the price of food slightly higher than that of Dome Eagle. This is unimaginable for this major grain-producing country. Grain production is not only related to future survival, but also related to current military construction. So George is very concerned about this. And if there is not enough grain production, productivity will not be able to develop. Without sufficient productivity, it would be impossible to build the modern magic army that George planned. Without this army, future wars cannot be won. Therefore, in this Cheonging territory, their first task is to deal with the nobles who suck the blood of the people. As long as they are dealt with, food production and productivity will be improved. All Dawn teams have followed the nobles to various territories today. And the shelter has also sent some people led by old Jim's deputy, Priest Wendell. What this group of people are going to is the territory of Count Benjamin, the largest grain-producing area in Dome Eagle. And this territory is also bordered by the valley, which is the location that Alfonso once mentioned. At this time, George and Tanya had already walked out of the gate connecting the inner wall of the castle. George looked around and found that the fog around him was gone. He suddenly remembered that Alfonso seemed to have mentioned that he wanted to visit the cathedral when he was finishing his meal. He must have temporarily enshrined the sacred object in his hand into the cathedral. In the distant military camp, the Dawn Knights were training the local soldiers. And outside the wilderness, there were even more people. It can be seen that they seem to be forming a formation. But many local soldiers cannot even tell the difference between left and right. These armies are gradually being reorganized and trained according to the plan previously discussed by George and Garvey, modern magical forces. Through this kind of training, the Dawn Knights will also build up the minds of the new recruits in the strict military discipline. Chapter 441 Modern Magic Troops. The concept of this modern magic army has been finalized by George and Garvey. The 80,000 sergeants in the shelter began this training last year. Garvey has always been the best general in Sanctuary. And the river lords of the past generations have also relied on war to survive otherwise. The tens of thousands of people in the territory would not be able to support thousands of troops. The historical Bienha warrior has always been one of the best warriors in Rodenk. Its military laws are strict, and its soldiers are extremely disciplined. When Garvey's generation began to fight against zombies, its most elite troops already had the shadow of a modern army. For the main force of the shelter, the 3rd Corps, led by George, they have experienced various life and death battles from the beginning. So they are extremely fierce. But due to lack of time, they have not carried out real military discipline building. Although Garvey later took Jack to train them using Bienha's training methods, these guys who crawled out from the dead could no longer get rid of the smell of veterans. However, because the soldiers of the 3 Corps have sufficient ideological awareness and sufficient combat experience, therefore, just like the old Red Army soldiers who have experienced the long march, they do not need to be restrained by the inertia brought by training. They can still face any challenge with their own willpower and experience. These more than 10,000 people will mainly face H.L. level battles on the battlefield in the future. So the most important training time is still concentrated on this kind of special training in the shelter school grounds. He is familiar with how to deal with pyramid-top monsters such as the Great Demon Lord and Fallen Angel. So he has no time for regular military training. However, the training resources at the shelter campus can only accommodate the training of more than 10,000 people. The remaining troops must undergo regular training. At present, the training results of the army in the shelter are pretty good. And the army has also begun to reorganize. The troops of the future shelter will be divided into 3 parts. One part is the 20,000 second-line sergeants, originally Iron Wall Knights or Grey Robe veterans, led by the 10,000 core members of the Sanctuary. The goal of these 30,000 people is to attack Yongfeng City and get rid of the Fallen Angel. The second part is the 50,000 second-line troops of Sanctuary from Wandering Knights, Wandering Mercenaries, or Grey Robe Knights. After adding magic weapons in the future, even the magic cannon mentioned by Anthony. This second-line army will, to the extent that the same number of Knights Templar can be achieved, the goal is to attack the Western Territory, put pressure on the southern part of the war, and take the opportunity to regain this lost territory. The organization of this second-line force is different from that of the main force. They are not fighting the Doomsday-level copy of Yongfeng City, but are conducting group operations in the western region. The third part is the third-line force that George plans to establish in Dome Eagle. The organization is the same as the second-line force in the shelter, but in terms of productivity, their runes and magic equipment will be relatively small. Therefore, the magic weapon equipment of the third-line troops may be one level lower than that of the second-line troops. Therefore, in George's plan, the troops in Dome Eagle must be equipped with muskets and artillery to meet the firepower. George has always had a great obsession with muskets and artillery in the shelter's military-industrial system. I'm afraid it's impossible to spare more people to get these things. But in a country like Erda with a large sea trade, there are some basics, although they are still primitive muskets and gunpowder, and they are made by hand. But George has already obtained the gunpowder formula for this world at Dome Eagle. George had asked Anthony to spend some energy on researching muskets and granular gunpowder. Although the alchemy furnace in the shelter has a large task of producing magic weapons, it cannot help Dome Eagle in terms of productivity. But it is Anthony's plan to build some water trucks at the Sanctuary this year. In order to reduce the energy consumption of the alchemy furnace, conventional armor equipment can be built and repaired with a hydraulic hammer. After George read his plan, he knew that it could not only be used to build weapons and equipment, but with some modifications, it could also use water power to drill pipes. As for equipment such as small artillery, they don't even need to produce it themselves now. Shipping in various regions has basically stopped due to the fog and the pirates in the southern wilderness. There are many cannons placed on the ships and gathering ashes in the city. So the price is very low. Through Alfonso and Leiden, you can purchase in large quantities. Therefore, artillery and muskets are not a problem. And in this future third-line army, George will also use musketeers and artillery regiments to make up for the lack of magic weapons. These things are the most suitable weapons for cleaning up the large number of Lemure demons and low-level red demons, especially those tied-up flying creatures. When the battlefield is upgraded in the future, magic cannons and golems that are more powerful than artillery will also appear in the Legion. According to the current opportunity, among the newly reorganized troops, there will be 6 people per team, one of whom will use a large shield and short soldiers. 2 will use ironwood halberds, and 2 will use short spears/knives, axes and round weapons. Shield. The last person is a holy soldier, a trainee priest. Large shield soldiers and halberdiers are often the strongest. Constitution must reach 1.5. Short spearmen must be good at throwing. And holy soldiers must at least master stigmata. The corps commander, sergeant/sergeant, usually serves as this holy soldier. In addition to other weapons, there will be a pyromancer, flamethrower, in your hand. The pyromancer is extremely strong and looks like a spear. If you use the black hard stone as the spearhead of the arsonist, you will be able to use it in close combat. There is soul damage. Lesser undead creatures die when stabbed, and desecrators can be killed without stigmata. And when there are attrition in the team, he has to step up to fill the position. Therefore, holy soldiers must understand the use of various weapons. Other members must also learn to use the pyromancer. Currently, each of the second-line troops in the shelter basically has one rune weapon, not just one for each of the third-line troops. Moreover, the second-line troops are all the elites of Blue Water City and Wind Singing City, either veteran mercenaries or wandering knights. They are very proficient in various weapons and can use alchemy equipment quickly. Because many people are very experienced, they are often able to use alchemy equipment flexibly on the battlefield. But most of the third-line troops outside the valley are probably from militia and laborers. so they can only make up for it with training. In the inertial reaction brought about by that training, they will reduce the occurrence of many mistakes. Of course, they may still hurt themselves. Therefore, the focus of training for the third-line troops is military discipline. Let soldiers fear the stick more than death. This is the goal of training. This military revolution will start from France in this world. George looked at the troops in the military camp in the distance with burning eyes. Chapter 442 Modern Magic Troops. In Garvey's military law, the large shield soldier is mainly responsible for defense. If he charges, the people behind him will be beheaded if they do not follow. If a shield man or a captain dies, everyone will be judged in a court-martial, which may range from a club to a beheading. George's requirement for the first team is to be able to deal with a small group of lemurs led by the low-level Red Devil, the Lasher, or a small group of corpses led by 3 scavengers. Judging from the drills at the shelter school grounds, the soldiers are fully capable. The large shield and 2 special ironwood halberds can often withstand the whipper, who is more than 2 meters tall and has a physical constitution of over 4 in the first place. 2 short spears/axes are responsible for the main damage. Judging from the data, even a low-level Red Devil like the Lasher seems to be unkillable even if his head is taken off. He still has fighting power. However, after the wizard's research and the adventure group's practice at the school, it was discovered that this is mainly because its weakness is 3 hearts. If the holy damage is not enough, all 3 hearts must be killed before the Red Devil loses all combat effectiveness. But the key is that their body structures are extremely special. Red Devils of the same type often have very different locations of their hearts. It can be said to be a truly chaotic creature. However, after a lot of practice by the adventure group, it was discovered that although killing them requires piercing the heart, it is not necessary to make them lose their combat effectiveness as long as several connecting nodes of the heart are pierced and severed. The Red Devil will lose its combat effectiveness. The extent of the existence of these hearts has been basically determined. So as long as they practice well, some skilled Xiao can even subdue it in 1 round after that. The comprehensive soldiers will be responsible for killing it completely. As for the short spearman's small shield, it is mainly responsible for resisting zombies or lemurs. And in some cases, it cooperates with the large shield man to protect teammates. For the lemurs, even if a small group comes over, they can be easily wiped out by this group. Often the flamethrower sprays a little, and the lemurs will scatter. In some extreme cases, when there are too many corpses, a small number of deformed species may burst out of the flames. At this time, shields and spears are needed to deal with these approaching monsters. In group combat, high-level Dawn Blessing plus Holy Water is enough to prevent soldiers from fearing being burned by flames for a short period of time. In most cases, the core will have fortifications and the presence of restrainers and demon spider webs, making it difficult for the flames to burn the soldiers. And arsonists will only be used when ordered by the commander. The application of arsonists has been verified in Fengyu City. Although accidents do happen from time to time, they are an exception. Therefore, the most important thing for soldiers is their training level and military discipline. They should not be afraid of those firemen who slip through the restraint formations and magic nets and rush towards them through the fortifications, and calmly deal with them while maintaining their formation. There are 6 people in a corps, and 12 people in a squad. Among them, there is a corps leader who acts as the captain, non-commissioned officer, and is equipped with an electromagnetic gun, Thunderbolt 7, and a red magic amulet. The goal is to be able to deal with a squad led by a medium Red Devil, overseer and the like. The squadron consists of 36 people, second lieutenants, and the target is a team led by a high-level Red Devil, such as a brutal one, equipped with a Red Devil's small amulet and a spider web projector. Although it is far inferior to the Great Restrainer, it is enough as long as monsters, like the Cruel One, are prevented from charging. The squadron usually has a sergeant major, an excellent sanctuary veteran, not a Knight of the Dawn. The brigade has more than 100 people, lieutenant, and there may be a priest in the brigade. The priest usually brings 2 additional trainee priests. The captain will have a wizard apprentice next to him. The brigade will be equipped with an extra electromagnetic gun and a set of spider webs. Projector, because they are facing monsters led by the Black Devil. There are more than 300 people in a banner. The captain is usually an old white-robed knight, and the senior pastor is his deputy. The senior pastor is mainly responsible for managing the chaplains in the banner. In group operations, the chaplains will organize together and follow the banner. The flag leader will be followed by a team of attendant cavalry to cooperate with him in flexible tactics, harassment, and the like. The flag force will be equipped with a big restrainer, and in George's plan, it will also be equipped with 2 4 to 6 pound artillery. There are no such things as artillery in the sanctuary. But there are many in the kingdom of Elda. Even among this Dome Eagle, there are some. These small pounders could be easily hauled by horses in the field, and were very powerful. Cannons can be loaded with whole SH, LS or shotgun SH, LS. The rate of fire of these small pound guns is very high. Within the limit of 2 minutes, each gun can fire 5 or 6 rounds of ammunition, although it needs to cool down afterwards. But these 2 minutes are the control time of the big restrainer. The great binder can tie the monsters around the demon leader into a pile. After the things in the sky are tied, they will also fall down, such as flying creatures such as brain-eating demons, lemurs, middle and low-level red demons, or low-level demons like the brutal ones, who are good at strength but not good at recovery, will face the doomsday judgment in the 2 minutes they are tied up in a pile with those dozen cannonballs. The scattered monsters that have not been tied up will be named by more than 30 thunderbolts. In a team of thousands of people, the major will be the old sergeant major of the shelter, who has certain red-robed knight strength, and the forbidden priest will be his deputy. The 1,000-man team will have more artillery, and there will be 100-man cavalry and 100-man musketeers. The cavalry is mainly used to explore paths and block groups of corpses or evil demons. The musketeers mainly cooperate with the thunderbolt and artillery to clean up the red devils controlled by the constrainer around the little demon lord. If you can't kill them, the priests will take action. In a 3,000-man regiment of the sanctuary's second-line troops, there will be 10 restrainers, 90 web throwers, 270 thunderbolts, and 720 arsonists. The third-line troops outside the shelter may not be equipped with such equipment, nor can they withstand such consumption of magic power. But the third-line troops will have more than 20 artillery pieces and more than 300 muskets, enough to be roughly the same as Sanctuary's second-line troops. These 3,000 people will be able to function as a teaching force led by the Templar Knights. As long as it is equipped with 100 blue withers, it is enough to cope with the battle at the level of the necropolis in the shelter. It was handled by hundreds of meters of red and white-robed knights, plus a 500-person wolf-slaying army. But among these 3,000 people, all were ordinary soldiers. The Sanctuary's original force of 3,000 men broke through the demon spider's nest, but they were unable to clean it. They could only behead it with George using a cheat to clean out the tens of thousands of demon spiders in the demon spider's nest. It would probably take tens of thousands of troops, and the losses would be horrific. But among the 30,000 troops currently trained by Dome Eagle, there is an average of 1 magic weapon for every 5 people, hundreds of bounders. The number of different types is determined according to the magic power consumption. Thousands of thunderbolts, thousands of arsonists, and several thousands of muskets, and hundreds of artillery pieces. But it is able to achieve such strategic goals. It is enough to be called a modern magic army. Silyak's garrison in the valley at that time was enough to be called a small army of demons. In addition, there are dozens of mercenary groups led by Dawn warriors, as well as the New Moon troops trained in the basin, and the Elda Kingdom's army group. The demons will retreat on the eastern battlefield of Elda, and choose to go to Landry to fight with the Holy Court forces. Regardless of whether they retreat or not, Winsong City will be recaptured, and the foundation established by the demons in the western realm of Rodent will be destroyed by Sanctuary's army. The goal is ambitious, but there are many problems to be solved now. The current shelter has just been able to meet this construction goal, and during this construction, George realized how much it would cost to fight a war. If you want to build a real magic army, productivity is the most critical first factor. Chapter 443 Gold Swallowing Beast. The troops of the Sanctuary can now meet the prerequisites for this construction. Their thinking is beyond the standard, and their productivity relies on the trade of the Kingdom of Elda for blood supply. Now, that 80,000 strong army has become a super gold swallowing beast. Not to mention those magic weapons. Military pay alone is a huge part. Among the various kingdoms, there is currently no army that can be called a true professional army. And naturally there is no reference. Standard knights are considered professional soldiers. But most knights' income comes from fiefs, or even fiefs. The other part of the income of honorary knights, mercenary knights, and wandering knights is even more chaotic. The real professional soldiers in this world are in the Holy See. But the various knights in the Holy Court are actually more like military camps, church reservations. Only when there is a mission to fight, the Holy Court will allocate military pay and supplies. There is a huge difference in military pay between Templar knights and military soldiers. Many Templar knights with positions are even drinking the blood of soldiers. In addition, the Knights Templars' collusion between nobles and local bishops has made their grey income extremely high. Therefore, The various Knights Templar in the Holy See are actually major warlords. It is also somewhat similar to the Guandong army in the late Ming dynasty. However, the Guandong army of the Ming dynasty had to pay millions of taels of military pay every year. However, because the troops of the Holy See had the support of local dioceses, the Holy Court did not pay much to the Knights Templar below. The military pay of the sanctuary is slightly lined with reference to the Holy Court troops. However, the amount of military pay is closer to that of the Qi family army during the Ming dynasty. In fact, many sergeants often donate their saved salary, but they also need daily life and consumption, and give part of the money to their families. So no matter how much the sergeants don't care about money, they still receive military pay. After all, the intensity of these people's daily training alone has exceeded the standards of knights. In the shelter, the soldiers are divided into ordinary soldiers and superior soldiers. The 30,000 soldiers are basically superior soldiers. The military salary is an average of 2 silver foxes per month. The military salary of the Qi family army's soldiers is about 2 yuan per person per month. 1 tael of silver, 2 to 4,000 RMB purchasing power. Converted to silver fox, it's about 2 to 3 yuan. There are no auxiliaries in the shelter, only cooking squads and engineers. However, although the military pay for the cooking class is slightly lower, the number of personnel is small. As for the engineers, most of them are demon spiders. Therefore, the average salary of a soldier is 2 pieces of silver fox. Non-commissioned officers are also divided into corporals, sergeants and staff sergeants. The average salary is 3 silver foxes per month. Lieutenant officer 4 to 8 yuan. Most school officers do not receive a salary, but the sergeant majors receive 2 additional silver foxes, and among these 30,000 people, the proportion of sergeants majors was huge. The personnel of the Bright Moon Army are basically corporals or sergeant majors. In the shelter's trade system, military pay can basically flow back. The income earned by the sergeants during their missions is also consumed in the shelter and flows back into the shelter's finances, throwing aside what they donated from time to time. Even though the shelter military pay was still open, it ended up going from the left pocket to the right pocket. This saved George more than $1 million in military expenditures. In fact, there is still a lot of money, which is for the wear and tear maintenance of weapons and equipment if it is a 5-day training like that of the Yodaran Wild Boar Knights. And let the army repair and produce some things by themselves. One person will only spend half a year on average. Block silver fox. However, the wear and tear of the shelter has reached 4 silver foxes per month, not only because of training once a day, but also because the value of the equipment is too high. So the consumption exceeds 8 times that of the Wild Boar Knights. The development of commerce and trade has supplemented this part of internal consumption. Therefore, in terms of military pay and military consumption, the shelter saved 2 to 3 million silver foxes through the return of wealth. But the food and salary cannot be returned. For the 30,000 main troops in the shelter, the changes in their physique caused by the medicine have made their food intake extremely terrifying. On average, they need at least 3 kilograms of staple food plus more than 1 kilogram of meat and more than 1 kilogram of vegetables every day to satisfy their daily needs. Required. Almost everyone eats 1 silver fox every week, which is 4 silver foxes in a month, and 48 silver foxes in a year. A year's salary for 30,000 people is supplies worth 1.44 million silver foxes. The second-line troops in the shelter, 50,000, only took 2 to 3 types of medicine on average. The food intake is much less than that of the main force, and the average consumption is half that of the main force. 2 silver foxes per person per month for food. 50,000 people will eat the supplies of 1.2 million silver foxes in a year. 80,000 people eat supplies worth 2.44 million silver foxes every year. In addition to the army and the sanctuary, there are about 600,000 people and many farm animals. Most of the food of farm animals comes from forage, but some food is also consumed, especially horses. Qifeng Ma, who eats less, eats an average of 8 kilograms of coarse grains and 12 kilograms of fodder every day. If farm animals are attributed to people, then after the 600,000 horses are divided equally, plus the food they eat, the average food consumption per person per year is 8 bushels, excluding vegetables, fish, wild vegetables, food such as wild animals that are not included in the food production. In other words, these 600,000 people consume nearly 5 million bushels of grain a year. Last year the entire valley produced less than 4 million bushels of grain. The grain deficit in the valley is 3.5 million bushels. Therefore, the shelter is basically eating the supplies stolen from Bishui City, the western reclamation of the valley, and the support from the basin allow the shelter to meet its internal food consumption this year. But the valley can't help the Sky Eagle this year. With the budget made by George's team, after the productivity of the Sky Eagle territory increases, the limit is to establish a modern magic force of 30,000 people. And just to find these 30,000 usable troops, Tanya spent a lot of effort. Currently, there are not many troops that can be mobilized in Dome Eagle. Tanya looked at the military camp in the distance and said, in many territories of Dome Eagle, there are riots now, and the vassal troops are directing no. Some of the troops in Cheonging City also need to stay behind. The only ones who can participate in the training now are the 6,000 people in the military camp. When the people in Ice Wall gradually withdraw, 30,000 people will participate in the training. Having said this, Tanya looked at George hesitantly and said, do these people really have to train once a day? You know, in this case, military pay must be increased, and the consumption will be very high, and the pressure of spring plowing will also be very high. Big, if this army of Cheonging now trains instead of farming, not only will the farming be tight, but the consumption will also increase several times. Hey, George nodded. Let's practice like this first, and I'll think of other things. Ahem. How many things do you have in your little vault now? Hearing this, Tanya couldn't help but look at the cavalry training a formation charge not far away, and her expression turned strange. Chapter 444 Cannon Fodder and the Magic Knights. Many people believe that these guys with only one sword and one military uniform, even if they are equipped with magic weapons and muskets, are just a bunch of cannon fodder. But George firmly believes that after this cavalry is formed, even if it only has one sword, they can also defeat the Southern Wilderness people. And after the Southern Wilderness test, they can also defeat the Lemur and Red Devil troops. But no matter what, magic troops are urgently needed. However, under the current situation, local productivity cannot satisfy the construction of a modern magic army. But we can't wait. We must take 2 steps. So we can only rest on our laurels. Simply put, after inheriting the family property from her father, she can be regarded as a little rich woman. I just don't know if it's enough for this little lover that my father calls me. Before Tanya could answer, George couldn't help but ask nervously, what did your father say this morning? This leaves a lot for future generations. Right. He does not count on this money for the main infantry of Dome Eagle. And the formation of modern magic troops is also slow. But the money should be enough for the quick-build cavalry regiment in George's mind. Hearing this, Tanya couldn't help but look at George with a strange expression. The father has completely misunderstood the relationship between the two of them, or in other words, even if the father knew the situation, he was still determined to hook up with this guy, become his lover, and give birth to the Duke of God, an eldest son, illegitimate son. My father's thoughts are simply, Sophia is my niece. This thing is a little too outrageous. Just when Tanya was looking for various reasons, the scene at the dance last night suddenly came back to Tanya's mind. Her heart was pounding, and she felt an unprecedented stimulation. But then, she sighed secretly. Lorna, who was not far away pretending to look out the window, seemed to have a mental connection with Tanya. After seeing her expression, he couldn't help but pricked up his ears with excitement. This morning, she heard everything the old Duke said to these two guys. This was so interesting. George's words were indeed what she expected. Seeing Tanya's look, stingy George thought she was reluctant to give up. So he couldn't help but quickly added, don't listen to what your father said this morning. Tanya, we have to use the money to build the army, even if it's for you. How can you leave all the dowry to your eldest son, referring to Kylie? Lorna couldn't help but cover her mouth and snickered. She had been following him all day, but she was just waiting for this to have fun. Rona, what are you laughing at? This is our money. I'm not saying that we are trying to seize Tanya's family property. What I mean is that part of it is Tanya's dowry. Lorna rolled her eyes fiercely. Tanya twitched the corners of her mouth and said nothing. George coughed, looked at Tanya, and said solemnly, you should give me all the money. Tanya, I will create a super army for you. Don't listen to the French guy from Moss. Cavalry's comments. Even if our modern cavalry does not have magic weapons, it only has a sword and a military uniform. It will be the strongest cavalry in the world. See if I don't lead them to beat the Southern Wilderness all over the ground. Find your teeth. There is currently enough time for the tournament. Afterwards, George plans to go to the Kingdom of Stars with Moss's trading team to make money. On the way, he will encounter many bandits in the Southern Wilderness. For a long time in the future, this group of French cavalry will be upgraded to magic. Before the cavalry, they would escort the caravan. At the same time, it will also deter those people in the Southern Wilderness. George believes that the sun god alone is not enough. He must conquer them once to make them completely obedient. Tanya nodded deeply to what George said. She only said 4 words. I believe you. This sentence indeed comes from the sincerity. No matter how outrageous things George wanted to spend the money on, she believed in George. Tanya put away her chaotic thoughts and talked about business. In recent years, Dome Eagle's consumption has been very high. After supporting the battlefield of Biswi City, we have to deal with the domestic nobles' grain storage. There are only 2 million bushels, barely allowing the citizens of the Dome Eagle family's territory to support them until the autumn harvest. George nodded. These 2 million bushels were the private finances of the Dome Eagle family. However, the arbitration panel found that local residents did not have much food storage at all. The population of Dome Eagle City, including the manors and farms within Dome Eagle City's jurisdiction, is about 800,000. Outside of Cheongning City, there are more than 600,000 recognized lands belonging to the Lord scattered throughout the private land of Duke Qingying. The total adds up to less than 1.5 million people. In the 6 months before the autumn harvest, each person needs at least 2 bushels of grain. Therefore, with these 2 million bushels of grain, there is a gap of 1 million to support the autumn harvest. But what Tanya said about barely sustaining it until the autumn harvest is also correct, because the nobles in Dome Eagle City, under the coercion and inducement of Tanya's banquet yesterday, are gradually contributing the grain reserves in their hands. And the arbitration team is now in the city to deal with those wealthy squires who eat people without spitting out their bones. Those who disobey are all vampires. They are leeches lying on the people and sucking blood. So the food is probably enough. George roughly estimated that the contribution of these vampires should be about the same as the Duke of Dome Eagle's small treasury. 2 million bushels of food. In other words, there will be 500,000 grains that can be used for food and wages. Food and salary are not such a big consumption for the normal Lord's troops. Because in this era, the troops who train every 5 days are the most courageous elites, Yodaran's wild boar knights. The rest of the time is spent working, even doing farm work. During this daily training, the soldiers must have sufficient food supply, at least 1.5 kilograms of staple food, other ingredients and meat every day. This is equivalent to a quarter of the shelter's consumption of 30,000 people, which is a food consumption of 300,000 yuan a year. Many years ago, food prices were not so high and the harvests were good. The food is not that good. So as long as the troops of the Dome Eagle family are not fighting, then some leakage from the fingers of the old Dome Eagle is almost enough food and wages worth 20,000 to 30,000 silver foxes. Therefore, the prerequisite for establishing a professional army has a great relationship with productivity. There are also military pay and military expenditures. Looking at George's inquiring eyes, Tanya held back her mouth and said, in addition to food, we also have more than 800 talismans, some of which are from my father, and some of which are from the nobles of the arbitration committee. What I scraped from my hand, the talisman words are forbidden to be kept privately. Together with the more than 2,000 talisman words given to us by the Holy See, can be used to build a new thorn bird. Where are the supplies? George asked. There are more than 300,000 silver foxes in stock. Part of it is my father's property, and part of it is the donations from the nobles in addition. There are also iron ore, equipment and other materials worth 1 million. George nodded and sighed. Originally, the Dome Eagle family had accumulated more silver foxes than this. Old Dome Eagle also planned to use the money to acquire a large amount of equipment and weapons, and form an army to strive for hegemony. The goal was to recruit another 3,000 people, knights, 6,000 retainers, and 60,000 soldiers. Each knight's armor and helmet, 700 plus 150. Weapons 80. And 2 horses 1,200. These are more than 2,100 silver foxes. Because these knights do not have fiefdoms, and are servants of the Sky Eagle Knights. Most of these things are provided by the Grand Duke. Most of the attendants under the new knights must be provided by the Grand Duke. Most of them were rivet mail, and a few have the same full body armor as the knights. The average is about 500. There are also 2 war horses 1,200. As for soldiers, the average budget per person is about 80, some rivetless mail armor, some leather armor and cotton armor. Chapter 445 Productivity. Over the years, through generations of accumulation, Dome Eagle has basically accumulated this force through self-production, and self-needs horses come from a large number of horse farms. And armor and weapons are built every year. Therefore, what is actually spent is labor costs, and the purchase of raw materials that the territory does not have. So the money spent was only a few 100,000, not nearly 30 million. But spending money and spending on domestic needs are actually the same. After all, what is consumed is the productivity within the principality. Judging from the productivity of modern European France, 30 million silver foxes are just 3 billion euros a drizzle. But judging from the standards of this era, the Archduke did his best. If we add the army of the Grand Duke's vassal, there will be no problem with an army of 300,000. However, most of the formed troops have been thrown into the dark tide. The 30,000 people transferred by Tanya are basically wearing rags. Less than 1/5 of them have decent male armor to wear. And these 1/5 of them are from Cheonging City garrison. After the defeat, various supplies were used to deal with the nobles who followed the Cheonging family to the north. And this was all that was left. As for the cavalry, it was even worse at George's request. These newly selected cavalry from the infantry only had a military uniform and a saber/lance. As for the training that these cavalry are currently undergoing, Tanya also feels that it is unprecedented and extremely weird. They actually organized themselves into a dense formation and conducted charge training while maintaining a unified pace. Each of these cavalrymen are tightly next to each other, almost leg to leg, like rows of walls. Obviously, these cavalry were not used to this kind of charge. It is very difficult to keep the horses' pace consistent, and George asked them to accelerate at any time while maintaining this wall formation. Of course, compared to the training of regular cavalry or the training of the Manguji Southern Wilderness Cavalry, this kind of simple cannon fodder training is much easier. Training does not take more than 10 years. It only takes a year or even a few months. It is enough to be able to ride a horse and maintain military discipline and organizational execution. But what is the use of this kind of cavalry and this kind of tactics? Is there an honor guard? When it comes to dealing with zombies and evil spirits, Tanya believes it, because George's Holy Code of Dawn allows them to learn punishment. After such cavalry swept past, it was like driving a flock of sheep. Let the opponent collapse. But if we are dealing with those southern wilder people who are excellent in riding and shooting, although she has an obsessive trust in George, Tanya still feels that this is a bit too outrageous. As we all know, the strongest cavalry unit in the world is the Southern Wilderness Cavalry. And the Southern Wilderness, like the Knights in the North, all charge in a hash manner. Only with a hash charge can one maintain mobility, change directions at any time, divide troops to harass and demonstrate one's powerful riding and archery skills. The people of the Southern Wilderness have completely proven this. And their tactics are stronger. They can shoot arrows on horses from both sides and behind. Except from the front, the shaking horse head can only use a crossbow at most. Therefore, no one in the entire sanctuary except Garvey could understand the great lord's whimsy. Although Garvey did not understand this tactic, he also believed that military discipline and army organization were the first elements of combat effectiveness. Moreover, in the training of these cavalry, George only focused on their military discipline and organizational execution. Even riding skills are not required. All he has on him is a military uniform and a saber. They're just a bunch of cheap cannon fodder. But gathering this cavalry unit saved Tanya a lot of trouble. She could easily pull out thousands of people. If there are enough horses, how many people die will be able to pull out as many people as possible. I only have so much money, George said calmly. But I felt a little bitter in my heart. The materials and money left by the Cheonging family can be said to be a huge amount. If we continue to search the territory, we can raise a regular lord army of more than 100,000 people, and there will be no problem. But in George's plan, military pay and food pay were only a very small part. Cavalry also costs the least. There is no need to upgrade them to become magic knights yet. The first thing that needs to be built is the magic infantry. And if the money is not enough, they have to be replaced by musketeers. The real investment in them, average to each person, is 800 silver foxes. The equipment used to arm melee soldiers, mail, weapons, helmets and other basic equipment. Musketeers do not need it. Wait until they have to fight in close combat. At that time, it makes no difference whether you wear armor or not. A bayonet is enough, as well as the magic weapons, muskets, and artillery firepower output equipment. If you add them together and divide them evenly, it is 300 per person. There are also 300 silver foxes, which is the price of the consumption of magic gems and firearms materials in that future war. The remaining 200 is the cost of the magic weapons. The weapons produced in the valley are very cheap. But it cannot be calculated like this, because if they are all produced by the shelter, then each successful alchemist can only produce one handle per month. The current monthly output is about 300 pieces. Less than 4,000 a year can satisfy a legion of 40,000 people. But 1/3 of them need to be exchanged with Alfonso for mithril and magic gems, as well as the Hell Half-Stepper armor, Sergeant, and Sea Demon Serpent armor, Sergeant Major or Senior Sergeant, that the Sanctuary Sergeants lack. Therefore, In this year's time, even the 80,000 people in the shelter cannot be provided. The gap is huge. Hellwalker's armor can be satisfied by exchanging magic weapons with Alfonso's channel. The missing magic weapons have to be made up with the alchemical productivity of the Kingdom of Elda, which means it costs money. And this money is not the kind of exchange with Alfonso, but actual money spent. The shelter will purchase accessories produced by various alchemy workshops in the Kingdom of Elda, which is 1,000 silver foxes, divided equally among 5 people. That is 200 per person. After these accessories are collected, the wizards of the shelter will perform final processing. But even though it cost 1,000 silver foxes, the wizards in the shelter were able to produce 1 per week. In 1 year, there were enough magic weapons and 2 types of high-grade armor to satisfy the 80,000 people in the shelter, plus Dome Eagle's 30,000 mana weapons. Therefore, the Sanctuary's army is built on the blood supply of the Kingdom of Elda, so it can be ignored, including the magic gems. However, Dome Eagle's basic equipment, 300, and magic gems cost 300, so George had to find other ways to make money. 30,000. Modern magic troops are 18 million silver foxes. Such equipment is beyond the imagination of all armies in this era. The 300,000 regular troops that Alfonso is preparing to build, plus the Griffin Knights that he plans to reorganize, are this number. But the combat effectiveness of these 30,000 people far exceeds that of 300,000 people. Chapter 446 Dilemma. Therefore, the current construction gap, minus the more than 1 million worth of materials in Tanya's small vault, is 17 million silver foxes. In addition to the construction gap, there are also food and military pay. These 30,000 people can consume local food, 300,000 yuan, within the local area. But the military salary and training consumption must be considered. The average military salary is 3 yuan a month, and the training consumption is 1 yuan a month. It would cost 1.2 million silver foxes. In the past, the Cheongying family's troops were mainly militiamen, with little military pay. The regular army only has the Knights of the Sky Eagle. Jaggers is supported by the church and his own territory. When not fighting, the military salary is only 20 or 30,000. When fighting, the knights will grab their own share, and the family will also live in it, give some from the loot. So even though the knights have good combat skills, the quality of the army is worrying. This is especially true for the militia led by the knights. For these militias, it is compulsory to join the army, and the soldiers are satisfied with their stuttering. To put it bluntly, they are a group of medieval bandits, bearing the name of the Great Lord's army. The entire Elda Kingdom's army, except for the Griffin Knights and other royal troops, is almost the same. How can you defeat the people from the southern wilderness? Judging from what George learned from the nobles, the combat effectiveness of these soldiers was similar to that of the late Ming dynasty. The only thing that could support them in fighting was to fight after the battle. During the suppression of bandits, rebels, or frictions with the southern wilderness people, the disasters caused by these soldiers were even more cautious than the southern wilderness people, especially in the friction with the people of the southern wilderness. The troops mostly focused on those towns and manors, and even often used the topic to make use of the situation, plundering and then returning. After fighting a battle, sometimes you don't even see the real enemy. Therefore, when the troops were traveling, the nobles passing by were very panicked. Often those castles that are being supported will never open their doors to welcome them. If they open the doors, there is often only one result. The new army must not be like this. In the past, they didn't even train, so how could they maintain military discipline and build up their minds? Therefore, these 1.2 million silver foxes must be spent. The 300,000 silver foxes in Tanya's hands can be used for 3 months. Fortunately, the 500,000 yuan of food stored after being looted was enough to consume the army's food and salary, 300,000 yuan. However, in addition to the 17 million construction expenditure and the 2.4 million military expenditure for 2 years, weapons are even more worn out during wars. Military pay is even less likely to be snatched locally. Otherwise, the hard-earned discipline will be lost. Therefore, the loot they got from the demons was to be turned over. The baggage for next year's war must also be prepared. If this army is local, then the food and salary of 300,000 yuan a year will be enough. But if you are going on an expedition, these are not the provisions that need to be transported in advance. And in the East, these 30,000 people are not the only ones who need food and pay. Alfonso's troops have to figure out their own solutions. But Alfonso had trouble getting rid of George's dozens of mercenary groups to prepare baggage for the war. At least 5 million bushels must be prepared. 300,000 for 30,000 people is almost enough. However, there are over 100,000 mercenary guerrillas. It is not easy to find food in places occupied by demons. So they have to hide part of the food in certain caves and other areas. Hundreds of thousands of people. To be honest, 2 million bushels would be enough. Moreover, the mercenary group is different from the army. They do not need military pay, their trophies do not need to be handed over. And they can satisfy themselves by plundering demons. But the key lies in transportation consumption. Transportation in this era mainly relied on horses. If a horse like the Qingfeng horse, which eats less and pulls a lot, 8 pounds of coarse grains and 12 pounds of fodder is enough, is used for transportation. Although each horse can only pull 10 bushels, more than 500 pounds. But it consumes less. 10 carts of food were hauled from Sky Eagle to the eastern part of the kingdom of Elda. 2.5 carts of them were consumed on the way there. And 2.5 carts of grain had to be taken with them to eat on the way back. Otherwise, the horses would starve to death on the way back. In other words, after 10 carts of grain have been transported, 5 carts will be left. Of course, the Qingfeng horse alone is definitely not enough. So many other horses are also needed. There are only 3 cars left out of 10. Some of the grain does not need horses to pull it so far, and can be carried along the river. Therefore, the number of dozens is 5 million bushels. Not 8 million. Therefore, George and the others must prepare 1.8 million military pay, 600,000 supplies and supplies, 17 million military construction expenses, and 5.6 million bushels of food. Currently, the small treasury in Tanya's hands contains 1 million supplies, 300,000 silver foxes, and 500,000 surplus grain and grass. What is the price of food in the Iberian Kingdom now? George suddenly asked. Although the price of food in Iberia is also long, it is not as exaggerated as ours. At this point, Tanya's face became a little strange. After the people of the southern wilderness lived in Iberia, the farmers there lived, but it's much better than before. George's expression moved slightly. The land was divided equally. He had heard from most before that after the tribe came to the Iberian Kingdom, all the lands of the nobles and gentry came into their hands. The population has also become the hard labor and slaves of the southern wilderness people. But these hard workers and slaves got very good benefits, because the people in the southern wilderness gave them all the farmland. This was somewhat different from what he heard from Alfonso. Alfonso said that the people of the south wasteland had turned a lot of land into pasture. But in fact, both Alfonso and Moss were right. In the records of the Iberian Kingdom, the cultivated land reported by the nobles was 1,000 acres. But the actual cultivated land may be 3,000 acres. Moreover, the land that Moss and the others use for grazing is also wasteland, and inferior land with extremely low yields. It doesn't have much impact on actual grain production. In addition, because Iberia is further south, many cultivated fields still produce 2 or even 3 crops. There is still a lot of food there. Of course, there is a more important reason. Normally, the lords of the fief often only collected a few types of taxes. But because of the nobles and squires lying on the civilians to suck the blood, the taxes may become 18 types in the end. Now, those slaves and laborers have only one master above their heads. Life is naturally much better. In addition, the people from the southern wilderness came to the north and brought a lot of wealth with them, which made the local trade flourish. Iberia was destroyed, in fact. It can be said that the country was destroyed, which can be said to be a good reincarnation of heaven. Under their decadent system, the people have long been in dire straits. In the eyes of the nobles, these invaders are demons. But in the eyes of the common people, they may be saviors. George somewhat understood why Alfonso said that the Iberians who joined the tribe began to refer to themselves as Southern Wilders. We also understand why the hard workers and slaves were so active on the battlefield amid the friction between the Southern Wilder people and Elda. They are protecting their good life. It can be said to be very ironic. However, George, if we plan to purchase grain from Iberia, we may have to go through the hands of the Southern Wilder people. Leiden does not recommend doing this, Tanya said with a bitter look on her face. Leiden is in the front section. I talked with the people in the southern wilderness when I was living. They agreed to the purchase, but they will not be responsible for transporting it. Unless we send a large force, we may spend money in vain. Transporting grain is no better than transporting horses. Dozens of people from the southern wilderness came here with thousands of horses, and they might arrive in a few days. But if it is transporting food, the time may be more than 10 times longer. We'll definitely be robbed by other tribes. I don't plan to purchase food from Moss and the others. We have enough of our own. George had already made a plan in his mind. He also planned to do what the people in the southern wilderness did, divide the land equally. Tanya knew something about George's plan. This was not the first time they had done this. Valley has a successful and rich experience. Each small team has set off with each lord in the name of the arbitration team today. The shelter will also send some town mayors over in the near future. After the governors of the sanctuary enter each territory of Dome Eagle will be well reformed. As long as the Dome Eagle territory returns to stability, the grain production of this year's autumn harvest will still be guaranteed. Not to mention the food needed for next year's war. Famine can still be prevented. Although there is famine and riots in various territories, the nobles, squires, and wealthy households have food in their hands. It would be great if the output can really increase. As long as George has enough food, the Dome Eagle family's income will actually be huge. Speaking of this, Tanya couldn't help but sigh. In fact, originally, the Dome Eagle family, the most profitable output in China is spice products. But in recent years, everyone has been busy with farming, and various territories have been in turmoil and unrest. George nodded. He knows that spice products are the biggest reliance on the Cheongying family's rise. I am afraid that the funds currently lacking will eventually have to be spent on spices and trade. Sell these things to the Kingdom of Stars, and then buy high-grade silk from the Kingdom of Stars. The profit will be more than 2 or 3 times. And in this world, if there is any kingdom where you are most likely to get the demonic nexus, it must be the Kingdom of Stars. Chapter 447 The Key to the Solution. The fragrance products Tanya was referring to were, to be precise, perfumes, as well as tulip balm and various luxury goods made with other balms. Tulip balm itself is a cosmetic, and other byproducts are widely used in leather, weapons, paintings, antiques, handicraft conservation, high-end wood products manufacturing, and even castle decoration. Some of these products will be sold directly by Cheongying as finished products, cosmetics, various other leather goods, and even leather armor. And some will be sold as balms, high-end materials. Star Nation is the largest customer. The armor of these people will even become empty. Love beauty more than life. And for various sacrifices in the kingdom, they also need a large amount of spice products. This consumption does not even need to be lower than that of the Holy Court. Because the moon god they worship not only represents wisdom, but also represents love and craftsmanship. Not only that, the Kingdom of Stars is currently the least affected kingdom among all the countries in the world. Its geographical location is also unique, spanning the temperate and tropical zones. And its richest counties are equivalent to Jiangnan and Zhejiang. Many areas have sufficient water resources and land, and can produce 2 to 3 seasons of food every year. There is a holy city in the land, and there is a river of stars. There isn't much fog around either area. There is also very little fog near these areas. Originally, the population of the Kingdom of Stars was huge, and together with its affiliated principalities, the population reached 300 million. The countless castles, manors, and mansions, as well as the demand for various spice products, are an extremely terrifying consumer market. Not counting those businessmen and wealthy squires, the hundreds of thousands of nobles among the 300 million people alone would only spend 10 pieces of silver fox per month on perfumes and cosmetics, which is an astronomical figure in a year. What's more, there are other industries involved in spice products, as well as sacrifices and so on. Cheongying's products occupy a small part of them. Of course, the Kingdom of Stars is also one of the largest silk-producing countries in the world. At the same time, it is also the richest country in the world because they are the largest producer of alchemical products. It also has the most advanced and complete alchemy industry. Their cultural industry is also extremely rich. The best paintings and various handicrafts come from this country, because they are the first country in the world to enter the Renaissance. Some of Leiden's businessmen friends in the Kingdom of Stars even have more than 1,000 workers in their factories, and the concentrated labor of various workshops has, to some extent, replaced a large part of the self-operated handicraft workshops of small households, which shows that they are budding towards capitalism. This country is extremely rich in material resources, and its productivity is also the highest in the world. Forbidden Sanctuary was born in this country. The Holy Court can tolerate their worship of the moon god. On the one hand, because they recognize the moon god as the incarnation of the 7 gods. But most importantly, their country is too powerful. They are a country capable of defeating the entire southern wilderness on their own. And this country was once Dome Eagle's largest customer in the spice industry. Most of the wine and gems purchased by the Cheongying family through Black Pearl also flowed into this country. But now Cheongying's spice industry has not only been severely hit, but its trade exports have also disappeared. Many of the road exits for Elda's foreign trade have been blocked by the devils in the north and the southern wastelanders in the south. Needless to say, the current situation in Iberia is full of bandit-like southern wilderness tribes. the land route is no longer possible. Normally, when Cheongeagle goes to the Kingdom of Sand and the Kingdom of Stars, he always takes the water route, especially the farthest Kingdom of Stars. Generally, it starts from the seaport east of Dome Eagle, reaches the River of Stars in the south, and then crosses half of the continent to reach the City of the Moon. Now, the sea is okay, there is fog in the offshore sea, and the old sailors can locate and travel through the fog with the instruments purchased from the Forbidden Sanctuary. After arriving at the sea near the Sun City, the fog was basically gone. Sun City is only shrouded in fog during certain times of the month. Therefore, this route is still very easy to find, and some veteran navigators can even walk it without instruments. But the key problem is that Sun City now belongs to the people of the southern wilderness. There are pirates everywhere around that sea area, and regardless of whether there is fog near Sun City, merchant ships can encounter these guys when they sail on the long River of Stars. These southern wilderness pirates not only inherited the heritage of their ancestors, the Ice Sea Pirates, but after defeating Iberia and the Kingdom of Sand, their fleets also grew stronger, and they also had navigation instruments for forbidden wizards. Some of the defeated people from Iberia and the Kingdom of Sand even colluded with their southern wilderness masters, and people of various races were mixed together on a pirate ship. All of them were talented people. The Eldar Kingdom's fleet has strong guns and powerful guns, and most pirates cannot defeat them under the sun. But in the mist, there is only the possibility of being ravaged. Maritime trade has been affected again, and output has been affected again. Nowadays, the spices and perfumes produced by the Cheongying family every year, in addition to supplying the principal's domestic needs, must also be turned over to the royal court and the holy court. The latter is the bulk. Therefore, this source of income is basically zero otherwise, if shipping can still operate. In addition to the huge profits from spices and perfumes, many special products in the valley will also have greater channels and greater profits. It took more than 10 years of annual output from the Dakin's mine in exchange for a small magic hub. Although the development speed of the demon spiders in the basin is far faster than that of humans, it is already very good to be able to meet the requirements of the shelter and build the magic hub. If all the gold mines are used to solve the financial gap, then within the Kingdom of Elda, there will be a fear of inflation. This is equivalent to fishing from the lake, and the future Kingdom of Elda will no longer be able to transfuse blood into the valley. The liberation of productivity and the circulation of trade materials are the keys to allowing the shelter to thrive. The trade connection between Dome Eagle and the Kingdom of Stars must be opened up in this solution. A series of things, including the people of the southern wilderness, will be solved. George already has an idea about this matter. George knew that issues such as trade, the specific construction of the army, and the transportation of baggage could be taken care of by the noble team led by Leiden. When the army is training, marching and fighting, Tanya can take care of him. But how to stabilize the civil strife in Cheongying? Productivity, food and trade issues is a dead end for everyone. We have to do it ourselves. Several ministers have been waiting for Tanya at the far end of the corridor for a long time. George knew that Tanya had many things to do next. George looked at the small horse farm inside the castle at the farthest east. With the help of Siljek's eyesight, George saw Moss and Tulip Earl Leighton chatting near the stables next to the small horse farm in the distance. After saying goodbye to Taniyu, George walked over there. Chapter 448 The Great Noble Family. After chatting with Tanya for a few more words, George patted Tanya on the shoulder, said goodbye to her, and headed towards the castle area leading to the stables. Because I didn't use holy objects to dispel the fog 2 days ago, when I was parading, I had too many things on my mind and didn't take a closer look at the city. George was in a better mood today and couldn't help but take a good look at the city on the road. When George saw this castle before, he felt a sense of déjà vu. But he thought about all the castles he had seen, but none of them matched it. Now, he could understand the reason for this familiarity. The Black Pearl Castle reminded him of the huge and luxurious Windsor Castle in England. The tall and majestic Winsong City reminded him of the Eagle's Nest City on the top of the mountain. So this was the very spacious Winterfell City. The north is the ice wall. George couldn't help but shook his head. Dome Eagle Castle is built on the largest hill in the center of Greenfield Hills. Its architectural pattern is not as dense as that of Black Pearl Manor, but very sparse. All the money of Black Pearl Manor is spent on the castle. In terms of buildings, all the money in Yongfeng City was spent on fortresses. Fortresses and towers. Each Barbican city can actually be regarded as a small castle. And most of the money in Cheongying City is probably spent on the city wall. No wonder. This place is located in the hills surrounded by plains. There is no danger to hold on to. The soil is not suitable for digging deep. If you want to defend the city, you must have all the internal organs in the castle. The inner wall of the castle surrounds 1/5 of the entire city, and is actually a city district. There is a big difference between the inside of the castle and the outer city. The residents here are relatively concentrated. The buildings in the fort are also mainly made of bluestone and granite. There are more than 20,000 residents in total, mostly craftsmen and tenants of the Duke of Skyhawk, serfs, knights, and sergeants. Most of the Cheongying family's blacksmith workshops and alchemy workshops are also built within the inner walls of the castle. Outside the castle, the residents are actually somewhat scattered. These houses are scattered on hills, at the foot of hills, and even at the base of mountains. It is connected by several main streets. Because the climate here is warm and tropical, there is basically no need for heating in winter. So the residents' houses are also very large. And the balconies on the second floor are open. The balconies of many houses even occupy most of the second floor building. Outside the building is the residents' own garden, which looks like a classic villa. In these gardens, many roses, tulips and other flowers and plants were planted in previous years for residents to make their own perfume. And when merchants from other places come here to trade, these things and the fragrance they emit are the facade. Most of the city residents who can live in the city instead of living in the farms outside the city bordering the farmland are wealthy households. Either has his own small workshop, or runs an industry for a certain noble lord. And the vast majority of residents, no matter who they work for, can also take on private work. Something like musk must be related to the nobles. But for other perfumes, they can make them themselves. In the summer, flowers bloom here and birds come and fly around the city. On many tall buildings in Dome Eagle Castle, you can also see many dome eagle nests. At the eastern end of the castle, there is even a small garden woodland surrounded by buildings and walls. There is also a small horse farm and a large stable in the woodland. Further east is the outside of the city, and outside the gate is the horse farm outside Dome Eagle City. Further east is the Dome Eagle hunting forest. When George heads east now, he can see the endless hills and forests in the distance extending into the depths of the mist. Such a large castle would probably not be built within a few centuries, without financial and human support, and without the efforts of several generations. And this kind of family is the real noble family in the south. When passing by the military camp, George whistled at the dog-like man under the overpass, Aji, who was training new recruits. After hearing the boss's call, the little Aji stepped on the wall and flew up a few steps, following behind the boss. "Boss, is your date over?" Aji said with a wink, looking at the 5 BMW horses picked out by Aji in front of him. George stretched out his hand and stroked the most beautiful horse with hair like silk. And he couldn't put it down. This horse has a shoulder height of 1.63 inches, a thin head, a tall neck, slender limbs, and thin skin. Looks extremely handsome. In the demonstration at the racecourse just now, his steps were light. And when carrying Moss, a big fat man, over obstacles, he felt like he was walking on flat ground. This fierce horse was very irritable just now. But under George's secret inspiration, it has become extremely obedient. When it sees George, it is like looking at its mother. From its big eyes, George could see its very human emotions. This war horse is very rare. In order to fight the war last year, Lao Cheongying not only pulled out most of the horses from the racecourse, but also collected all the horses in the hands of the people. Now, a large part of it was lost in Rodunk. And after the fall of Blue Water City, the Dome Eagle's transport team was also disintegrated into pieces in the chaos of war. Those laborers, who had to serve for the war, can no longer survive in Dome Eagle. In the midst of the war, Dome Eagle's control over the transport team had been reduced to the extreme. So many laborers took the money and ran away. In fact, most of these horses and grains were lost within Elda's kingdom. Many of them were quietly robbed by other lords in the kingdom, or simply seized them to compensate for their losses. In order to form an army, Old Cheongying borrowed a lot of money. If the Dome Eagle family had money now, they could repay the debts owed to those lords. Horses, food, and people can all come back in large numbers. But with the current situation of Cheongying, there is probably no hope. George did not intend to expect that he and Alfonso would slowly deal with those lords one by one in the future. As for now, he wants to make something out of nothing with Leiden and get horses from the people of the southern wilderness. And if this deal is negotiated, not only will the number of horses for Cheong Eagle in the future gradually increase, but the quality of the horses will also far exceed the original situation. I have to say that George was extremely surprised by the horses Moss brought here. Although the horses Aji picked out were carefully selected by Aji, the lower horses in Moss's words in the stables were also at the level of middle-class horses in the kingdom of Elda. Boss, Moss is indeed not bragging, Moss. Moss never brags. These horses are all good horses chosen from among thousands of people. Aji sighed and said, however, I don't suggest that we buy your favorite one in bulk. Hearing this, Lydon nodded secretly. He also knew horses very well, and loved them very much. Knew it was the best horse. But it was too expensive and not suitable for use here. It's also difficult to take action. Lydon already had an idea of which horses to buy. But there were some things that had to be decided by the boss. He was a bit unsure about this big guy. To be honest, Lydon was extremely surprised to be able to talk about this today. In the past, these southern wilderness people had been beaten to death by many things. And they would not give in only selling a few hundred horses. Now they are all relieved. And their attitude has changed 180 degrees. Today, they actually took the initiative to talk to me. Moss actually asked himself today how many horses he needed. According to George's previous arrangement, Lydon increased the number of horses that Dome Eagle originally planned to purchase by 10 times, that is, 60,000, part war horse, part draft horse. This is where things came to a standstill. Chapter 449, Bloody BMW, and the Royal Capital Business District Plan. This number shocked Moss after hearing it. He can sell a few thousand horses at most. The tribe has sold a lot of horses in the past 2 years. Many of these thousands of horses have to be brought back by him to rob certain small tribes. This is where things came to a standstill. On the one hand, the requirements of the Sky Eagle are too great, exceeding the limits of the Moz tribe. On the one hand, Lydon plans to lower the price and resell some of the horses. This big guy looks silly, but he is not easy to fool. Speaking of which, the problem of money is actually easy to solve as long as Moss can open the door. Lydon feels that he has enough channels to resell some horses twice as much. Regarding this matter, George thought differently from Lydon. There was no need to make money right away. But after seeing these horses today, George was able to understand Lydon's plan. Even he himself had some thoughts. Moss, a big guy, only sells for 6,000 silver foxes. If he is brought to the royal capital, the price will definitely more than double. However, Aggie's evaluation of this horse surprised George a little. Among the data given by Dawnlight, this Calicum sweat-blooded horse has the highest overall rating. Strong strength, fast speed, strong endurance, and high explosive power. It has almost all the advantages of a good horse. But Aji has a different view. Aji explained, this is a good horse that can truly rank among the top 3 famous horses in the world. It was produced in the Calicum Oasis in Saudi Arabia. Speaking of this, Aji stroked its hair. But it is not suitable for the cold climate in the north. It will die easily. The nobles who can afford this kind of horse all know horses. Aji didn't say much in front of Moss. Although some shortcomings could be solved if the medicine was given. The nobles might not recognize it. George looked at Lydon and understood something from his eyes. Occasionally the big noble would buy it for collection. And the price would be kept very low by those shrewd guys. George suddenly realized that the transaction between the people of the southern wilderness and the Eldar people had been going on for a year or two. Horses like this, which were in low demand and expensive, had already been purchased by many nobles who loved horses. I am afraid that the demand in the market is now greater than the supply. So it's not a good product. This kind of horse is actually the most suitable for you. Moss reached out and grabbed the second horse's mane. This guy's movements were very rough, but his hand strength was very moderate, as if he was making the horse feel comfortable during the scratching. You all like this kind of plaything, Dot? George looked at the horse. It was a white horse, looking extremely noble and beautiful. It has a slender body with strong muscles and almost no fat on its body. Not only does he look extremely handsome, the eyes are also extremely agile. After speaking, Moss rode up. Under his whistle and control, the horse moved with rhythmic hooves and danced to dressage. Immediately afterwards, Moss waved his riding whip, and the horse flew away like lightning, reaching its fastest speed in the blink of an eye. Horse racing! George exclaimed. Too little fat. Aji shook his head and explained in the tone of a fanatic racing fan. Some racehorses do have extraordinary endurance in long distance. Running a journey of 30 to 50 kilometers may take less than an hour. Finished! But after running a race, you have to rest and adjust for a few days. Otherwise, not only will the performance be greatly compromised, but it will also be easier to die from exhaustion. On the battlefield, a horse sometimes cannot rest for many days. So it must be that only those that are fat and can endure hard work will do. What Aji said is correct. Sir! Lydon and Aji had some different opinions. This kind of horse is indeed top-notch. Its short-term burst and long-distance endurance are extremely amazing. But it cannot cope with the harsh battlefield environment. So this kind of horse is not suitable for our equipment. However, this kind of horse will be very popular among the nobles, and these southern wilderness people do not have such channels for high-end customers. We can buy low and buy high. George understood what Layton meant. Playing horses in aristocratic circles is like playing sports cars. Moreover, a good horse with noble pedigree and excellent body is more expensive than a supercar. But this circle is also small. Popular is popular, George frowned and said. But when it comes to horse racing, you can't sell it in large quantities. Right. Every racecourse and the big nobles choose the best ones. Isn't it difficult to sell ordinary horse racing? Layton laughed. Sir, you are indeed right. Low-grade racehorses generally range from a few hundred silver foxes to more than 1,000 silver foxes. They are not very profitable. However, the best high-grade horses are priced at sky-high prices. There are some with tens of thousands of silver foxes. The most important thing is that these horses have never been seen by the nobles. If they are not raised well and die, no one can blame them. Speaking of this, Layton quietly approached George's ear, laughed and said, I have a few friends who have a racecourse in the capital. Pack it a little and give these horses some stimulating medicine produced in the valley, so that they can. How many games do they win? Then the inferior horse is the superior horse. Of course, some relevant stakeholders must be dealt with up and down, so that they can also taste the benefits and not cause trouble for us. But after all, there is at least 5,000 or 6,000 silver foxes to be earned from the horse. George's eyes suddenly lit up, and he understood a little bit what this young master meant. When it comes to using good medicine, use it to transform horses. Then I'm afraid it's better to sell potions directly. But if inferior medicines are used, and the lifespan of the horses is affected, the cost of a bottle of medicine will be as high as tens of silver foxes. The horse an Anyao sold in Clearwater City was of this type. It could live up to 2 years. 2 years later, the war started. When he was in Biswee City, George knew that this guy Layton had done a lot of corruption and bending the law. When I'm doing business, I really want to recruit. So after hearing this, George couldn't help but give this guy a thumbs up. This corrupt official is really bad. At the same time, he also secretly made a note to ask the priest assigned to Layton to keep a close eye on him. Let the Chancellor of the Exchequer pay a little more attention when he raises and lowers his hands. Don't overdo it and embarrass yourself when the time comes. Not to mention anything else. It's just this up and down management. And there must be rebates in it. Of course, as long as he can do something, he will naturally turn a blind eye to such a trivial matter. Besides, sir, selling a few horses is not the most profitable thing. With this advantage, I can wrap up the entire horse racing circle in the capital. Then we will train a group of vultures, thugs, and foot fighters in the capital. In addition to those horse racing tracks, we can also get a piece of the pie from arenas, chambers of commerce, and other industries. George couldn't help but nodded. He knew what Layton meant, which was to make full use of all the advantages of the shelter wizards as well as thugs as needed. At the same time, it masters cutting-edge technology. It's enough to carry out a dimensionality reduction attack in the business circle of the Elda Kingdom. When the Sanctuary's business circle is established, the Sanctuary's specialties, the horses from the southern wilderness, the spices from the Dome Eagle, and the silk from the Kingdom of Stars will form a perfect cycle in this business circle. In the future, the entire Elda Kingdom will work for the shelter. Chapter 450 Sun Amulet. This special product, talisman, will become increasingly cheaper as the war begins in the future. You can't rest on your laurels for long. However, many traditional industries have a steady stream of income. And if these industries are occupied in the future, not only will there be a steady stream of future income, but it can also be said that all future business and information stalls will be spread out. At that time, the material demand to support the shelter and even the source of goods for sea trade will be a great help. And it may not be impossible to have a brother of Night Dyer at hand in the future. Compared with this, money is secondary. But that was later. The most important thing now is fighting. Layton, if we make a serious profit, how much can we get? Relying on horse racing alone is not enough. Sir, if too many horses are released at one time, even a dozen horses, it will impact the market. Layton touched the mustache on his chin and said with a slight frown, a dozen horses, excluding the intermediate expenses, is 60,000 to 70,000 silver foxes. Although the royal capital is big, there are also many people eating cakes. There are many entangled interests and messy things. Layton can guarantee that these dozen horses can be shipped smoothly. It can be said that he has enough skills. However, if we think of some ways, we should be able to get hundreds of thousands of silver foxes. Having said this, Layton couldn't help but sigh. Hundreds of thousands of silver foxes are indeed a large number. Calculated by a relatively wealthy Earl of Elda, the average annual income of the entire territory, excluding expenses, is about 6,000 pounds. According to the standards of Shelter Continent, 1 pound is 450 grams of silver made into a large silver coin of 17 to 19 grams, mixed with a small amount of other impurities, which is about 30 silver foxes. A large gold coin in Shelter Continent weighs about 40 grams. And the most famous silver coin, the Golden Lion, is equivalent to the value of 1 pound of silver 30 silver foxes. The income of 6,000 pounds is 6,000 golden lions, hundreds of thousands of silver foxes. Generally speaking, most of the Earl's income actually goes back to the territory. In fact, the net profit received is 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, which is good. If the expenses of the family and the castle are large, it may be even less. Therefore, if a count does not have a special cash cow, he would have to save up for 10 years to build a medium-sized castle for defense on the edge of his territory. But if the money tree that Layton mentioned was obtained, the Earl would be able to build a castle in 1 year. It can be seen from this that in the royal capital circle, how much the nobles invest in toys, like supercars, every year. But these hundreds of thousands of silver foxes, put on the 30,000 people to be formed, are just 1 month's military pay and food pay. George shook his head, sighed and said, "Let's slow down this matter for a while. It's better to follow your normal plan first. And don't fish for nothing. If you have anything to do with the Wangdu business district in the future, write me a planning document." Layton caressed his chest and bowed to accept the order. "Also, how is the Red Devil talisman thing going?" George knew that their biggest income would come from this matter. The key to acquiring horses also relies on these talismans. The batch sold to Alfonso was actually used to support the war after the Elda Kingdom. The profits earned are not much and are invested in the shelter. As for Layton, it is a larger income. But after the shelter meets domestic needs, it must give part of it to the new army. So there are only so many that can be taken out. The first batch of coins given to Layton is only 3,000. If the shelter does not fight a big battle this year, this may be all it takes. Moreover, these 3,000 talismans and the Red Devil talismans are the majority. As for the Black Magic talisman, because it is relatively rare and needs to meet domestic demand, there are only more than 100 yuan this time. And they are all inferior or small talismans. As the market becomes saturated and the Eastern War begins, the price of amulets will become lower and lower. In fact, many people now know the difference. The nobles already know what the devil is, and what the dark demon is. Maybe they just refer to the dark demon as the devil. In addition, some merchants have risked their lives to cross the battlefield and obtain demonic trophies from the Holy Court. Like at the beginning of the Kuroshio, a demon king's head could be sold for a year's military expenses. This thing no longer exists. Originally, George planned to use the Dome Eagle family's funds to advance the horse purchase, and then replenish it after the money for the amulet was collected. But Xionging doesn't have much funds. So if it goes according to the previous plan, these horses may not be able to be purchased. "Sir, after I came back from the valley, I started planning this matter. I plan to use half of it to sell it in batches at various auction houses in the kingdom, you know. The rarer this thing is, the better the price will be. So, we can't just sell it in one place. And we can't invest too much at one time. As for the whole piece of Devil King's trophy, we can only sell 1 piece a month," Layton said. "According to our inspection and estimation, in the first month, it can earn about 300,000 yuan from various auction houses, half of which is the Devil King's trophies. After that, the price will decrease. This year, there will be a total income of 2 million. After the war starts next year, the annual income may finally drop to around 300,000 yuan. I plan to sell the other half through several large trading houses that have shares with the family, as well as some well-connected nobles. This part has a low income, and it is mainly to establish channels for communication. In the future, we will buy and sell other materials, and even borrow money. We all have to rely on them. Without close contact, we would not be able to buy many things if we want to," Layton said. "This part of the income is about 1 million. But if you are in a hurry, you can get it in a month." "Got it." George nodded, understanding what Layton meant. If we didn't rely on the big nobles and lords, large households that produce various materials, and trading houses, just collecting and selling grain would be a headache. 100 bushels of grain would need to be loaded onto 5 one-horse carriages. if you went to sell or collect grain by yourself. Not to mention the time it would take to travel across the country. Even the transportation consumption would be unaffordable. Moreover, they cannot free up ships and horses this year, so they have to rely on channels. All kinds of materials are probably collected by all the lords now. Those big trading houses and nobles will naturally want to cooperate with the most valuable partners. By this time, Moss had already rode back. George looked at Layton and said, "Give me these 3,000 first. I have other uses for them. Later, I will ask the shelter to replenish these talismans for you, and this thing needs to be renamed." Layton. It's called the Sun Talisman. Having said this, George looked at the big man and thought about it. The current largest source of huge profits still had to be found in Moss's tribe. If this is done well, not only will there be no need to worry about war horses and baggage horses anymore, the people of the southern wilderness will also be closely connected with the shelter and help the shelter shake the money tree. And the entire southern wilderness has become an important support for the shelter to resist demons in the future. Today, he will throw out this bait, and Moss will be the first fathead fish to eat this bait. George already knew it. For the time being, I will focus on the war horse and the draft horse. From now on, his Southern Wilderness plan will also be launched with horses. Chapter 451 Southern Wilderness Specialties. A few minutes later Moss rode back. After such a while, the horse was already out of breath, obviously unable to bear the weight of this guy. After seeing this scene, George had completely labeled this kind of horse as a commercial commodity. And he and Moss and others looked at the last two horses. The very tall horse was called the Southern Wilderness War Horse by Layton, and considered it to be a major representative of the southern wilderness. In Moss's mouth, the name of this kind of horse is Gakoni, translated in the southern wilderness language. It means a strong, brave man who can endure hardships. Compared with 1,000-mile horses and top racehorses, this horse is not as flamboyant in appearance, and some parts of its body are slightly fatter. But Aji is full of praise for it. This is a typical tall horse, because of its mutant horse bloodline. It is 1.7 meters high at the shoulders. Because George often exchanged ideas with Aji, he also knew something about horses. The horse's skull is narrow in front and sharply angular on the sides. The eyes are shining and lively, and the head and neck can be raised like a bending bow. It is exactly the kind of extremely fine war horse that Aji said. This is one of the specialties of the Moss tribe. During that special breeding, it was crossed with many mutant horses, which not only maintained its original advantages, but also greatly improved its load-bearing, endurance, and explosive power. The environmental adaptability has also reached an excellent level and can cope with extreme environments in war. Boss, you see that the horse's chest is extremely broad, and its back and buttocks are wide and flat. This shows that it has enough impact and stability when running. The thickness, length, and shape of the horse's legs are more. It's a golden ratio, which allows it to have explosive power and consume less energy. But the strange thing is that, judging from its nostrils, ears, and thick hair, it seems to belong to a cold climate horse. When Aji said this, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. He looked at Moss strangely, wondering if this guy was lying. Wouldn't it get hotter the further south you go? George nodded and said, "Aji, this should be one of the specialties of the southern wilderness. It is indeed hotter the further south you go. But the further south you go, the colder it becomes." These words were a bit beyond Aji's common sense, but he always believed in his boss's words. But Aji smiled and said, "Big guy, can this horse hold you back? Our brothers here, except me, are all very heavy when wearing armor." The big man's eyes widened when he heard this. He got on the horse impatiently and said, "Why are you talking so much? We'll find out after you see it." After saying that, he rode away. In the blink of an eye, Moss rode his horse to the racecourse. Immediately afterwards, his fat body actually made several movements back and forth on the horse. In the end, he even stood on horseback. During his demonstration, Layton and Aji's eyes twitched. The horse had no saddle. Moss's riding skills were the main reason. But when the horse ran, it was also frighteningly stable. It is conceivable that if it is a march, the soldiers consume very little energy when riding horses. If the equestrian skills are good enough, they can even sleep on the horses. It can be said that the big guy is very real. Moss only asked for 800 silver foxes for this horse, the same price as the noble knight's war horse. But the quality is beyond a level. What surprised George and others even more was that the quality of this horse was close to that of a mutant horse. But its food intake was in the normal range, and it can endure extremely difficult environments. Not only has extraordinary endurance and weight bearing, but in some extreme situations, It can fight by eating some grass. Even if you don't eat for several days, you can still exert your fighting power. It can be said that this is a high-end version of Qifeng Ma. Since the arrival of this kind of horse, the people of the southern wilderness have eliminated all other horses as baggage horses. In the Twilight Battle, Nan Wang used this kind of horse to defeat the United Nations Army of the King of Iberia. There are two types of horses left. One is a large draft horse, and the other is similar to a Qifeng horse. The draft horse's shoulder height is only one head shorter than the Sherwin horse, reaching 1.7. It weighs more than 900 kilograms, although its strength is slightly lower than that of the Sherfan horse. Its appetite is also much smaller. If it is marching and fighting, the logistics may be overwhelming, but it is extremely suitable for plowing fields and hauling goods for farmers. This horse is not a mutant horse, but a specialty of Iberia. Large draft horses like this are bred in large numbers in various kingdoms in the world. However, like the Shervan horse, this Iberian draft horse is also somewhat famous because of their docility and ability to endure hardship. They are loved by farmers. However, although it is very tall and strong, it is very timid and difficult to train into a brave war horse if there is a crowd in front of it. It may stop or even throw its owner away, rather than being like a real war horse. Even if it sees a group of corpses and a spear formation, it dares to rush forward without hesitation. Moreover, their bodies are very slow, not fast enough for sprinting, and not suitable for long-distance running. It is even more difficult to overcome obstacles. During the run, some rocks or pits may kill the horse and the rider. Therefore, although it has no strength and has great endurance, it is only suitable for labor. And if it is used for plowing fields, this kind of strong and large draft horse is not much worse than an ox. The West is accustomed to using horses to plow fields, while the East is accustomed to using oxen. Both have their own advantages and disadvantages. But generally speaking, horse farming is better in the cold weapon era. The country will not be short of horses. In fact, even with such large draft horses, the cultivated land is not as deep as cattle, and is not suitable for paddy fields. But the key point is that the staple food here is not rice, and the area is vast and sparsely populated. The output of oxen plowing is huge, but the speed is slower. The output of fields plowed by horses is slightly smaller, but the speed is more than 3 times that of oxen plowing. Although the current farming plan of the shelter is much more detailed than before, it is not that strict. This kind of large draft horse, with several heads tied together and trotting all the way, can finish plowing an acre of land. On average, each horse can cultivate about 6 acres per day. The cultivated fields in Qingying Valley and Basin occupy only a few % of the land area, and large-scale land reclamation is already imminent, and the number of such horses required is huge. Currently Cheonging only has 240,000 horses, and the military horses only have over 6,000. The gap between the France and George's mind is more than a world of difference. Not to mention transportation in subsequent wars. These horses were too few just for plowing. He now wishes he could bring all the horses in the southern wilderness over and give them to the common people. But 60,000 horses should be enough this year. With the current population and fields of Dome Eagle, an average of 100 acres of fields per horse. War horses cannot be used here too much, but cattle can be used instead. So this year's spring plowing can be satisfied. The productivity liberated by these horses is huge, allowing more people to build canals, build water trucks, and open up wasteland. For such a large draft horse, Moss's price was much different from that of a war horse, 200 silver foxes. After seeing his quotation, George nodded directly. Moss couldn't help but open his mouth and touched his slightly red face. He originally thought George would counteroffer. This kind of horse is now in the southern wilderness, and it is actually a meat horse. When food prices in the kingdom of Elda did not rise so much in the past 2 years, the price of a cow was 40 silver foxes, 24 copper coins for pure meat, and about 18 copper coins for a whole cow, 500 copper coins per silver fox. Now the price of food and meat in Elda has increased 3 or 4 times. But although the price of food in Iberia has also increased, it has not increased so much. Moreover, the prices of meat and dairy products in Iberia have not increased much. The price of a draft horse is slightly more expensive than that of an ox. But in Elda more than $100 is worth the price of a silver fox. After looking at this horse, George looked at the last one. It is very similar to the Qifeng horse, and it is a real specialty of the southern wilderness. Moss calls it Kirfanduo, which in the southern wilderness language means hard-working, hard labor. Leiden called it the southern wilderness draft horse. According to Aji, this kind of horse may be the ancestor of the Qifeng horse. But after so many years of cultivation, There has been a big difference ever since I got the Gacony, Southern Wilderness War Horse. This kind of college has become a draft horse. If it is used for farming, it is an excellent small and medium-sized draft horse for pulling and transporting. Slightly smaller than the Chifeng horse 400 kilograms. But their milk production is very good. And the fecundity is also stronger. And they are said to be draft horses. But they are extremely brave. After training, they can be on the battlefield without being frightened or deceived. The only drawback is that they have a low carrying capacity. With Moss's size, he must choose the specially bred and strongest Colfanduo. And you can't wear armor after riding it. Moss's weight is equivalent to the weight of a noble knight wearing full body armor. Therefore, the ordinary Colfanduo cannot allow knights to ride in heavy armor. And if it is used for plowing, although the speed will not be too different from that of a large draft horse, the depth will be much different. But considering how much they eat, overall it's pretty good. Interestingly, compared to the Iberian draft horses, these Colfanduo, which are 1.35 inches tall at the withers, have a stronger temperament. Generally, people in the southern wilderness breed Gacony war horses and Colfanduo together. When encountering wolves, Gacony war horses are brave and powerful, and can lead the horses to escape or attack the wolves. Stallions can even dare to fight with big beasts. And with the leadership of these war horses, this group of horses united by warriors and auxiliaries has become very powerful and fierce. These two kinds of horses reflect some characteristics of the southern wilderness people. Southern wilderness people are soldiers. And slaves are auxiliary soldiers. The price of these coals is 120 silver foxes. Looking at these color lotus horses, George's eyes showed an eager light. He knew that in fact, this kind of horses was what they needed most now. In fact, they can not only be used as draft horses, but are also extremely suitable as war horses for light cavalry. What armor do musketeers wear? Don't carry heavy loads either. What matters is speed, military discipline and organization. A knife, a musket/magic weapon, and a military uniform are enough. Chapter 452 Dawn Chamber of Commerce. Moss couldn't help but open his mouth when he heard that the demand figure mentioned by George was even higher than what Layton had said before. Southern Wilderness War Horse. They planned to purchase 10,000, which is more than 800,000 silver foxes. And the Iberian large draft horse is 20,000. So this is another 400,000. Southern Wilderness Draft Horse. They planned to buy 30,000, and he quoted 120 silver foxes. 30,000 is 360,000 silver foxes. Altogether, there are nearly 2 million silver foxes. Moss believed that he had raised a lot of prices in this process, intending to scare them away and buy less. But looking at it now, this little big chief has no intention of buying less. As the great chief often said, Northerners are too rich. Little chief, these horses are tribal warriors. If it were anyone else, I would buy a few hundred at most. I can buy some more, but at most 3,000. Any more, we will have to fight with other people in the future. The tribe's fought, robbed. Moss and the others have sold a lot of horses over the years, and the tribe has a great demand for horses. If these 60,000 horses are really sold, regardless of whether they will rob others in the future, others will come and rob them when they see that they have fewer war horses. At this point, Moss stared at the bull's eyes and said, "And you have to promise not to let your knights ride on them and bully our tribe." In Moss's eyes, the current Dome Eagle is already a very powerful tribe. Hearing this, George laughed loudly. "Big fat bear. People will die in war. Why should I rob something that can be bought with money?" George said it very casually, but when others heard it, it meant something profound. Moss was convinced the guy in front of him probably had more wealth than the war chief. I'm afraid they don't care about the little wealth of their own tribe no matter how much they care. They only care about the horses that cannot be bought with money. This made Moss feel a little nervous. After fighting with those knights yesterday, he started to inquire around. It is said that there are more than 80,000 knights like this in that valley. That's 80,000 Sun warriors. More people than their entire tribe combined. After thinking about it, Moss couldn't help but said, "Okay, as long as they don't come to cause trouble, I guarantee that our tribe will not come to snatch your men in the future," Moss said very forcefully. But that was not the case in his heart. After saying that, he extended his big bare paw to George, and seemed to want to make this agreement as soon as possible through this extremely simple method. Real warriors pay attention to commitment. However, George shook his head and said in a very solemn voice, "Moss, we will never fight again, never before, and never will again, because we want to be friends. We need you, and you need us. I have a big deal to give to your tribe." In this cooperation, our relationship will not only get better and better, but your tribe will never be short of things. There will no longer be a need to sell horses at low prices. And there will be no need to sell horses at low prices. Worry about anyone coming to rob you. Amidst Moss's doubts, George looked at Layton and said to Moss, Moss, I told you when we were eating. In this world, there is a simpler way to get a piece of land. Method. And what I want to tell you now is the secret to making money, and as long as you have money, you can also have a castle like this. Hearing this, Moss couldn't help but look at Layton and nodded. These northerners are indeed too rich. That castle is like a royal palace. The palace of the Ogre Kingdom is probably like this. Not only is it luxurious, it's also very sturdy. When they first attacked Sun City, if the king hadn't been seduced by the chief, he would have entered lightly. Within a few years, they would not be able to defeat it. And if they have such a big castle, they can put all the stolen money into the castle. And they don't have to worry about other tribes coming to plunder it. Now that we have arrived in Iberia, many tribes have castles. But except for a few big tribes and chiefs, no one has such a big castle. And after these guys have a big castle, they don't care about others. If a small or medium-sized tribe wanted to rob a castle like this, too many people would die. Now, in the land of Iberia, during these years of life, the people in the southern wilderness have learned to use the money to hire these northerners to help them build tall stone houses. But the cost is just too scary. Even in the tribe, there are many slaves who can participate in it. But only the cost of the materials. It's going to be daunting. How much stuff do you need to grab, and how much stuff do you need to sell? Moss, in this world, the most valuable commodity is not horses. The best way to get money is not money. The method I want to share with you is much faster than robbing. Georgie put his hands behind his back, looked at the big man, and said leisurely, Are you serious? Otherwise, why would I be so rich? George lied and said without blushing, I never rob other people's things. They always follow me after they get rich with me. Moss's eyes couldn't help but become eager. Moss also wants to get rich. Build a big castle. George smiled, looked at Layton, and said to Moss, The Tulip Earl in our tribe has a deep understanding of this matter. Having said this, George pulled Moss towards the direction of the military camp. Moss, you have seen our son Holy Thunder Sword before. I know you like it very much. But I can't sell this weapon yet. Give it to you, because only my son warriors can use it. But I still have another thing in my hand. You can not only use it, but you can also sell it to others. As for how many times you are willing to increase the price, it is up to you. As long as if you can give me a horse, I will sell, agent, to you alone this powerful sacred weapon, called the Sun Amulet. It can make people not afraid of the sword and make people see through the fog. With them, no tribe can bully you anymore. The amulets that George showed to Moss were extremely exquisite under the processing of Leiden during this period. They were inlaid into gold and silver and made into necklaces, earrings, rings, and other styles. They are like exquisite handicrafts. And the devil's talismans in the middle are bright gems. Just like showing the effect of those talismans to Alfonso. George gave Moss some promotion and demonstration, but the key is that the demonstrator is Dirk, a Wolfborn, and he has also taken potions. The effect is naturally very different. Although Moss was far inferior to Dirk in his attempt, the effect still shocked him inexplicably. Even a small talisman that returned 1/6s was indeed not afraid of swords. With them, the dying will survive. The injured will be able to continue fighting. And Moss knows that among these talismans, the most valuable ones are not the restorative ones, but those that increase vision. If it is against the elite troops of demons, these talismans are still not as effective as the Holy Thunder. But if it is to deal with low-level demons or human troops, then the combined effect of these talismans is far beyond that of high-level weapons like the Holy Thunder. Because in this fog, as long as there is a night demon talisman, it means that the opponent will be ravaged by your team at will. And for the soldiers to look 100 more steps, it means that in that heavy fog, no matter how many people are on the opposite side, they will be beaten passively. The so-called big tribe will be allowed to plunder. And these 3,000 sun talismans will serve as the guardians of the tribe and be passed down from generation to generation forever. Moss, I usually don't sell these sun talismans. However, my Dawn Merchant Guild is short of manpower. Chapter 453 Dawn Chamber of Commerce. Dawn Moss likes this name. Moss played with the Night Devil talisman in his hand and said, Moss likes all sunshine. Obviously, Moss has regarded these 3,000 talismans as an urgent need. The price George gave was 1 coin in exchange for 10 horses. The price of this black heart is higher than Leiden's domestic sales plan, because the head of the Black Devil is not included. And the cycle is much shorter. But in Moss' view, the price of this rare strategic equipment is reasonable. This Eye of the Sun God is given to you, Moss. George looked at the Night Devil amulet that Moss held in his hand, and said calmly like a rich man, "Just think of it as our meeting gift." Meeting gifts naturally come and go. George wondered what kind of gift Moss would bring him the next time he came over. But what he really wants is not property. Rather, it was a group of agents who went around plundering for him, perhaps plundering the tribe, and exacerbating the internal conflicts between them. They can also be divided into small groups of southern wilderness horse bandits to deal with those disobedient squires and nobles. Don't worry, little chief. I will get everything you want. If anyone doesn't give it to you, I will take it from you, Moss said confidently. Then just relying on your tribe to rob. I'm afraid there won't be enough manpower. George said with a smile. I suggest that your tribe recruit some friends, and then change their thinking. Let's use good things for good friends' things. Instead, let's go grab the bad friends' things. I'm a little reluctant to sell these things, George, to others, Moss said very honestly. I'm afraid that after giving them to them, they will be stronger than us, and our tribe also has a lot of gold and silver. And 30,000 horses. Part of it is snatched. Part is bought. You can make it up. No need to find any friends. I didn't ask you to sell these things, big guy. This is not the cooperation we are going to reach next. And the horses I want are not 30,000. Let alone 60,000. But more. George's eyes were burning, looking at the big man in front of him who still didn't understand. He said, this kind of thing is not the most valuable commodity in my hand. My tulip bomb can be sold for 10 times the price in the Star Country. This is what the real income from business is, faster than robbing money. Regarding the bomb, George was a bit exaggerated. But if you look at the cost, this kind of luxury product is indeed very high. First of all, spices. The Kingdom of Stars is in temperate and tropical zones. It is a major producer of spices. Therefore, spices used for food cannot be sold. The Dome Eagle itself also needs to consume these spices. Otherwise the meat will not be edible at all. As for the high-grade spices unique to the Kingdom of Elda, they are used as raw materials for bombs and perfumes. So naturally it cannot be sold directly to the Kingdom of Stars. But finished goods such as bombs and perfumes are different. The finished products made by Bomb G Bomb are sold at the highest price in the Kingdom of Stars. And the perfume is lower than the bomb. If you divide it evenly, it may be quadrupled. It was no less than the profiteering foreign sea trade during the Ming Dynasty. If the caravan comes back with silk from the Kingdom of Stars that is far superior to other countries, and sells it back, the profit from the trade will be much higher. Moreover, in addition to being used by nobles, these silks can also be used in wars, judging from the output of Cheongying. If there are sufficient raw materials from agricultural livestock and forests, combined with the main spice materials produced in fields and flower fields, then the average output of 1 acre of field will be sold after processing. The domestic price is about 4 to 5 yuan for a silver fox. But if it is sold to the Kingdom of Stars, excluding the transportation cost and including the income from silk, it can reach a full 20 yuan for a silver fox. This is equivalent to more than 20,000 yuan RMB per acre of land. No different than producing gold. As for wine now, the biggest customer is Iberia, southern wilderness. The price difference between the wine sold to Erda in the valley and the wine sold to Iberia is double. In this disaster, wine is more valuable to the nobles than food, because it is water itself, and it is also an urgent need for the people of the southern wilderness. On the other hand, this is the urgent need of the Iberian nobles, who are following the southern wilderness people in addition to face. They now need to use wine to please the southern wilderness gentlemen, and they also need to use wine to communicate with the southern wilderness gentlemen. Social contact. The great growing land in Black Pearl is excellent land for grapes, but it is wasteland for crops such as wheat. If Dome Eagle's productivity can be freed up, and it no longer has to worry about food, spices and fine wine will become the shelter's biggest income now. There are also many vineyards in Elda. For Black Pearl wine, only high-end wines can make larger profits here. But for the people of the southern wilderness and the Kingdom of Stars, it is different. The former has a greater demand for spirits such as brandy, while the latter has a strong demand for red wine. Through this channel of Moss, the benefits are the greatest. The horses that George paid for with a talisman were 30,000. And the other 30,000 horses would be paid for with wine, bomb, and perfume. Of course, even if the Dome Eagle and Black Pearl were combined, the wine and spices they could get together would probably not be enough. Therefore, the main source of these spices and wine is domestic procurement. The procurement funds are a dozen demon kings' heads. Some of the dozen or so demon kings' heads will be auctioned, and some will be given to nobles who are extremely interested in the position of temple in exchange for finished spices and other materials. In addition, there is also a part of the demonic loot that the shelter will squeeze out next. These trophies will still be used to make money using Earl Leiden's methods. Adding the two together, the first batch of income that can be obtained from some large chambers of commerce and nobles in the first month is actually half of the overall value. But if you focus on purchasing ointments, perfumes and wines, you can only purchase supplies worth 1 million at most. Moreover, after this big acquisition, the price of domestic spices will definitely rise sharply. So the purchase can only be made once a year. However, after being transported to the Kingdom of Stars through the Southern Wilderness tribe, the price of these materials will increase 3 or 4 times. Regarding the issue of trade routes, Moss and the others have various talismans. If the number of enemies does not exceed double, they will only be robbed by them. There are too many enemies, and they cannot be found in the fog. Coupled with the night talisman, you don't have to worry whether you're traveling by land or water. If it's faster, it won't take more than a month. If it's too late, it won't take 2 months. And the caravan will be able to go back and forth. George and his men would take a third of it, and Moss's tribe would take a third. The remaining 1/3 was used for the cooperation agreed between the two parties. Earl Leiden used it to purchase the materials needed by the Southern Wilderness tribe and ensure the supply of spices in the future. Moss came and went to collect horses and other products according to Leiden's demand list. In other words, this last third is the operating capital of this business group. Cheong Eagle is in control of the supply of goods. But Moss is not the only tribe in the Southern Wilderness. So in this cooperation, Cheong Eagle takes the lead. At the same time, Sanctuary has special materials, talismans, etc. that can strengthen the Moss tribe. So Sanctuary will be the boss of the Southern Wilders. As soon as this kind of trade begins, Moss's tribe will have no way of turning back. These 60,000 horses will offend enough tribes. Chapter 454 The Sun God and the Spy Team. The Star Country's trade routes, whether land or water, are now in the hands of the people of the Southern Wilderness. But after the war, the relationship between the people of the Southern Wilderness and the Kingdom of Stars has always been somewhat hostile. Although some tribes have also established interest relationships with the nobles in the Kingdom of Stars. What the Southern Wilderness tribes provide is a drop in the bucket in terms of the needs of the Kingdom of Stars. Difficulty satisfying their market. Usually when people from the Southern Wilderness plunder Elda's caravans, they also take a fancy to the spices and other supplies from these caravans. But no tribe has such deep channels and relationships in the Kingdom of Stars. Even if a large-scale plunder is successful, the price will often be reduced to the lowest level after the goods are shipped to the Kingdom of Stars. And the people in the Southern Wilderness obviously don't know how to negotiate prices. In these years, although the trade between Elda and the Kingdom of Stars was blocked by the Southern Wilderness, there were still many caravans and armed merchant ships risking their lives to go to the Kingdom of Stars. A small box of tulip balm and musk ox frankincense are both about 26 grams. Costing about 1 silver fox, the labor cost is negligible under the pressure of the Lord. And most of the cost is spent on packaging. In Elda the market price is 2 yuan. But in the Kingdom of Stars it is 8 yuan. Price compared to gold. That's enough to drive anyone crazy. Elda's trade route to the Kingdom of Stars is like a little silk road. The journey is slightly shorter. So for so many years, even if there are many obstacles on the way, the far-sighted Dome Eagles have been doing their best to maintain the family's Chamber of Commerce branch in the Kingdom of Stars. Although in these years, the branch of the Chamber of Commerce has received less and less goods from the Principality of Eagle, making it very difficult for the Chamber of Commerce to maintain. The Chamber of Commerce has always had close ties with the nobles of the Kingdom of Stars and maintained its presence in the Kingdom of Stars. Local channels and relationships. The existence of this Chamber of Commerce allows no matter how much goods are sold, they can be sold smoothly at a higher profit. At present, no Southern Wilderness tribe has established a close cooperative relationship with the Eldar people. In the eyes of these guys who only value strength, the Eldar people are only worthy of being fat sheep. Therefore, it is of great significance for Cheongying to establish a relationship with the Southern Wilderness tribe. This time, if the trade route can be successfully opened, the profits will be very considerable. Although judging from the quantity of goods this time, it is far from enough to meet the gap of the modern magic army tins of millions of supplies and food. But without trade, there is no horse without night, and no grass without fat. If you want Dome Eagle to have more high-quality nutrients in its growth, Stable high-level trade and relationship networks are of great strategic significance. George also intended to use this method to cause friction between Moss and other tribes. George believed that the internal conflicts between the tribes would definitely cause Moss and others to be ostracized. This kind of exclusion will allow Moss and others to unite with some other tribes to make money together. More and more tribes will oppose Moss, and more tribes will stand with Moss. Moss and the others will become a new force in the southern wilderness. And the biggest supporter of this new force is not the war chief, because the war chief must stand with the old forces that are the main battle, and stand with Mo. On the opposite side of this group of new forces that have fat hands and make a lot of money. Only the little chief, who can continuously provide them with goods, war resources, and even land is their real support. And the more the little chief had to offer, the more Moss interest groups would diverge from the tribe as a whole. The wealth and strength of the Moss tribe will also make other tribes jealous. Horses and trade are already secondary. They only serve to exacerbate the existing rifts between the tribes. When the time is right, George will take action. At that time, either all the people in the southern wilderness will make money with themselves, or they will unite with Moss and other tribes that want to get rich but don't want to fight. Kill the big chief together, and elect a new chief. The internal strife and civil strife in the southern wilderness will make the northern kingdom the most difficult period next year. This dispute within the southern wilderness will also end with the victory of the new force represented by Moss, because behind them, standing is the sun god. And George believes that when the southern wilderness is restored to stability, no matter whether there are unresolved conflicts between the 7 kingdoms and the tribes, they will all stand together and face the demon who broke into the Jianjin mountain. After talking about this, George had already dropped the stone in his heart. He knew that the moment Moss nodded, he had been completely tied to the boat. The growth of their tribe is a necessity, and it will be an inevitable result for them to switch jobs to their little chief, a big backer with money and soldiers. George left it to Leighton and Moss to handle the rest. When leaving, he said to Moss, "I need this batch of horses urgently. I hope you will bring the horses here before picking up the goods here in Leighton." Moss acknowledged this, because the quantity of spices was not small. These horses were considered mortgages. Moss is impatient. He plans to leave in the next few days to take care of the horses. They will be delivered in more than a month at most. Presumably, members of the Moss tribe will be mobilized in the coming time. "Leighton, load up all the wine in Eagle City's inventory for Moss in the past few days. They need these goods to buy horses," George told Leighton calmly. No. There are still many horses in the tribe. If funds are needed to purchase horses, the tribe can also advance them," Moss said, ruffling his hair. In fact, he didn't plan to purchase many horses. He had already planned which tribes to rob. "Don't just rob. Make more friends. Moss, it's best to find some tribes with ships." George patted Moss on the shoulder and said pertinently, "This time you go back, I will ask some people to follow you." You went. Having said this, George looked at the righteous angel Sariah, Sol and others not far away, who were called over by a Jizhang. "They all like your singing very much and have wanted to visit you for a long time. Tribe." George smiled meaningfully. Sodariah will have a good talk with the shamans of the Moss tribe. Back then, this guy traveled alone in the southern wilderness and spread his faith throughout the southern continent. This archangel's approach to this matter is much more professional than that of a magician like myself. As for the cunning Thor, he will take care of the friends who should be brought over and the fuses that should be lit. In the next few days, George did not leave Dome Eagle City. Enjoy a rare leisure day. But everyone was busy except him. Even the little follower Rona was pulled over by Tanya until the various scholars of Dome Eagle adjusted the potion. I am not in a hurry about starting my journey. In this first trade, George still planned to bring the Dawn Knight up. Now the Knights are in various territories in Dome Eagle and Basin, working as bodyguards for the scholar priests. They will wait until the people from the sanctuary complete the handover work, which will take April. It will also take time for Leighton to acquire goods, and George estimates that he may finally set off in mid to late April. It exactly matched the date Moss mentioned. The Autumn Festival tournament of the Kingdom of Elda is calculated according to the northern time September, which is the best hunting season. If we set off for the Kingdom of Stars at the end of April, it will take almost 4 to 5 months. Leighton told George that if we take the land route, it may take more than 3,000 kilometers to travel from the Principality of Dome Eagle to the Kingdom of Stars. Caravans are faster than armies, and many of them are official routes. But even if there are enough draft horses, an average of 60 kilometers per day is the fastest speed. One round trip takes almost 4 or 5 months. If you include the time spent in the local area, this time is a bit too tight. But if there is a special transport team, this time is completely enough. The sun god naturally has a sun god's car. It was mid-March when Moss left. And in the following period, George arranged some things. He selected Dirk and other Bright Moon's small team, and asked Shayer and a Balrog to lead the team to the east. Their mission is to collect information from the devil and conduct a field trip to the Swan Lake wetland this year. This job is not difficult. Lena and others are smarter than Thor, and they will not go too deep into the devil. The information that the shelter currently has comes from the captured Balrogs in the western region. Judging from the news from their mouths, the person currently presiding over the demon war should be no worse than Garoxter. Its name is Takrabagas. He is a member of the ice demonic insect family. He looks like an earth dragon with small wings, or a large worm with a soft belly on its back. Its status among demons is basically the same as Garo Scott. The deputy of Takla is a great demon lord who was once loyal to Garixt. This great Balrog was a guy that Thordu was extremely afraid of. However, the information provided by the demon captives was somewhat out of date, because the newly appointed Balrog had already been dealt with by the Holy Court. And that great victory in the Holy Court is now a L-level copy of Sanctuary. After Gariscott's death, the Balrog was deeply hit, and internal chaos began. And many rebels appeared in the lava H.L. These rebels did not come to this world according to Elwish's plan, but began to conquer each other in H.L. Today's Balrog's troops are no longer what they used to be, and they have completely become the demons' second-line army. Sayer's troops will go to the demons to explore first, and the information they collect will be passed directly to the Book of Dawn. After they get a foothold there, George plans to send Thor to find a way to get him into the devil's upper echelons. George is still considering this matter. Depending on the situation, he may also go together. In addition to arranging this spy team, George has also been paying attention to the movements of the small mercenary groups traveling to various parts of Elda. George calls this group of Special Operations Forces little players, to distinguish the big players around you. The members of the Special Operations Force that the big players belong to are all similar to Dirk's group, and are mainly good at conquering difficult demons. The small players are like Hunt, who are good at finding clues and dealing with more cunning monsters. Through the shelter as a message relay station, messages between George and various mercenaries can be seamlessly connected. However, many incidents are handled by the shelter team, which relieves George's pressure a lot, as long as he can lead the overall direction. Currently, the person who mainly helps George deal with various mercenary groups is Chaos Daphne. She handles the tactical stuff, and George controls the big picture. This terrorist leader is not suitable for sitting in a laboratory doing research, but he is extremely good at how to cause trouble and how to deal with monsters. Not only that, she is extremely experienced in how to command small teams scattered in various areas, how to cause trouble in noble territories, and how to play with hostile hidden forces. The Black Devil that Lord Wolf and the others had defeated was finally successful under her leadership. She also has deep experience in how to let a small team act as a traveling wizard and his followers, making the nobles kneel down and ask for help. In addition to various small teams, in addition to wizards, there are also priests. The routine is usually that the priest first sneaks into the local church, and the wizards build momentum in the territory. George is extremely surprised by the results. In addition to getting rid of the nobles on Alfonso's list, they also did a lot of business. Under Daphne's command, various small groups of little players have now united with various local adventurers and bounty teams to accomplish many things. Many people have already gathered around the little players. What's interesting is that judging from the news passed back, starting last month, they began to pay attention to strange stories from various places, as well as those legends about the evil god. This is Daphne's suggestion. Where there is such a legend, there must be people with evil intentions. Of course. If not, we can also use the topic to make use of it. This searching method seems to be quite effective. So far, in addition to acting, they have also cleared up many hidden dangers. Some of them are chaotic entities that appear due to the influence of the Blood Moon. Some even have the strength of black demons, which has made various mercenary groups famous. Big noise. Many nobles have now bowed to the orders of various traveling wizards, and the wizard's followers, as well as the mercenary friends he summoned, those who later joined the group, have become the patron saints of the local nobles and residents. There are also several real sources of disaster. Most of these sources of disaster are led by mist cultists. These believers join forces with other local cultists to bring out some of the evil gods that the cultists believed in. But unfortunately, among these so-called evil gods, the most powerful one is only a wolf demon. The one that has just awakened is only equivalent to the strength of the great devil. Its appearance actually has a lot to do with the mercenaries. Originally, the cultists had no intention of opening up these sources of disaster at this time. But the mercenaries and adventurers in the Elda Kingdom, who were particularly active this year, put great pressure on them. After a small team caught the tail of a certain group of misbelievers, the ritual of the evil god began in advance. When the mercenaries passed the news to the shelter, it was the time when they had just grasped the exact information and location of the ceremony. The shelter immediately gave the news to George. Judging from the map, the small team with first-hand information seemed to have been tricked by the cultists. This group of cultists sacrificed themselves as bait, giving their master a chance. So although the mercenaries wiped out all these idiots, the evil god escaped. Judging from the interrogation of the mercenaries, these cultists seemed to be dying and believed that their masters would resurrect them and grant them eternal life. And that evil god is the Lord of Doom. And the world was destroyed the day it appeared. But what is a little embarrassing is that the energy of this evil god is obviously not as good as its vulgar title. And in the end, it just destroyed a nearby manor. Then, the cunning devil disappeared. Chapter 455 Earl Benjamin. This behavior of the great evil god seemed to be fleeing in a hurry. Destroying the manor is also a last resort. This made the captured cultists extremely puzzled, and also made the little players furious. According to Alfonso, these events even caused tremors in the Cathedral of St. Michael. The Templar has sent a group of Templar warriors there. But judging from the reaction speed of the temple, that group of Templar warriors may only be able to eat ashes in the back of the evil. However, through hard work, the little players have found clues about the demon compared with the Western demons that often infiltrate into the valley. This guy is still a little too young. Now, all the surrounding small groups have quietly rushed to a place called Kingshaton, and they all seem to want to catch this big fish. The little players suppressed their eagerness and lurked there low-key, waiting for it to show up. I believe that in another 2 weeks, specific news will come back. George speculated that this source of disaster was an accident. Although there will be many sources of disaster in Elda this year, they should be concentrated during the tournament, because at that time, the most famous adventurers, knights, and heroes in the country would gather in the royal capital. The Holy Church will also focus all attention on the royal capital. So this is the best time for cultists and demons to act. It can also destroy the autumn harvest of the Elda Kingdom. Judging from how busy the eliminated cultists were, it seemed that they had no intention of causing trouble before the autumn harvest. But now, the rhythm of these cultists has been disrupted, and some disasters should meet the mercenaries in advance. Today, after discussing with George, Daphne plans to change her strategy after sorting out the disasters that can't wait to appear. The next strategy will be to sneak into the enemy, collect all kinds of intelligence, and master all kinds of information. Wait until the end and catch them all. By the way, control those unlucky nobles again. After formulating this strategy with Daphne got busy. And George also decided not to go to the Kingdom of Elda to stir up rumors before the autumn harvest, lest he, the divine envoy, disturb the situation and affect Daphne and the others' best work in closing the net. So after making this decision, the multiple choice question of whether to go to the southern wasteland or go deep into Elda has already come to an end. He planned to go to the Kingdom of Stars with the Southern Wilderness tribe in April and May, and when he came back, he would go directly to the tournament. As for today, thinking of this, George went to the Holy Dawn and picked up a letter on the table. On the letter, there was written a riot that occurred in the largest grain-producing area in his French Principality of the Eagle. The Count Benjamin, who had always been uneasy and had always violated the political mission of Dome Eagle Castle, was almost dragged to the beheading platform in the square by local residents and beheaded. The leader is a new generation pastor whom he trained in fact. He is also an old man in the shelter. His name is Wendell. He used to be a good partner of the mayor Old Lame Jim in the small town of Golden Mayman. He could be regarded as the secretary or political commissar. George planned to go there and have a look. Judging from this incident, the team he has cultivated has already verified his abilities. At the end of March, in the territory of Earl Benjamin of Dome Eagle, inside the castle tower, Earl Benjamin, you have passed the arbitration panel's review. From today on, you can move within the territory. This announcement was like good news from heaven, which relieved Earl Benjamin, who had been living in the cell for a long time these days. He couldn't help but stretch out his sleeves, covered his face, and burst into tears. The ups and downs of these days made Benjamin feel like a dream. At first, Benjamin could not refuse the arrival of these temple elders. This is partly because of the orders of the Grand Duke and the Knights of the Throne, and partly because the situation in the territory is a bit bad. Riots have become more frequent in recent years, and there are many mist cultists among them. The rumors about vampires and werewolves in the territory also made the Earl tremble with fear. He had always suspected that the plague that had not been suppressed this year was closely related to these evil spirits. Therefore, Earl Benjamin extremely welcomes the arrival of these great men. After these priests arrived, the herbs they ordered to brew quickly suppressed the plague in the city. After that, the Earl also sent his own knights and private soldiers to actively help these adults. They searched the entire territory and hung several evil demons on the torture rack in the center of the square. Later, everyone in the entire territory was mobilized. Together they searched for the source of disaster and the evil spirit. But I never thought that after all the cleaning, I would be imprisoned in the end. And Benjamin never expected that this group of temple elders, who were originally harmonious, would suddenly turn against each other. Blood demon and mist cultist. These are the last things that should be involved in this kind of thing now. Faced with the hundreds of knights of the cathedral and the pieces of evidence they announced, the crowd in the square was filled with anger, and he was almost thrown directly on the stake and burned to death. Earl Benjamin suddenly discovered that when these people were sorting out the territory, the people's hearts had been completely controlled by them. As for the criminal evidence about themselves, they have already begun to secretly collect it. The evidence of this crime is those forbidden objects. And those servants who are hiding in their castles and secretly worshipping the ancient gods do have something to do with them. But in this world, which noble does not collect some forbidden items? And who in this territory has nothing to do with him? The clever Earl Benjamin finally woke up. And he guessed that the key to the real problem was not those servants, but because of the two things he did last year. Last year, the Holy See issued a batch of talisman words, which were supposed to be distributed through the hands of various major lords to the vassals heading to the Black Tide in the north. But he hid most of these talisman words. In addition, among the supplies sent to Biswi City, I did have a hand in it, and made a huge profit. But now that Biswi City has suffered a defeat, the Vatican and Prince Alfonso are beginning to settle matters. To be honest, the lords related to Biswi City have done a lot of this. Leighton is the leader. But the key is that I am on the wrong team. If you were like those guys from Yudlin, you would be regarded as a confidant by the Lord Knight of the Throne. Or maybe he hadn't followed behind the old Sky Eagle before and opposed Prince Alfonso. I will not encounter this disaster. Fortunately, the priests finally gave themselves a chance. And their confession during this period finally passed the test, or in other words, these arbiters, because of their cooperation during this period, did not pursue this matter in the end. Get up, Lord Benjamin. In these extraordinary times, please forgive me for your experience during these days. The priest put away the parchment in his hand and pulled up the kneeling Earl. To be honest, this territory no longer needs any puppets. The fact that this guy can survive until now is entirely because of the big boss's wishes. Benjamin has a lot of power in the royal capital. This guy's son-in-law is the deputy to the finance minister. And according to Wallace, this Earl seems to have deep connections with many dignitaries in the church. Relationship, which even involves the current second-in-command of the church. The bishop was newly appointed, and his relationship with Wallace was not that close before. Now the church is extremely concerned about Wallace, a guy who goes home to visit relatives, and he is not suitable to interact with many dignitaries in an open and honest manner. So those who met him in private were all old friends, or there is a deep interest relationship. But through this Earl, he was able to establish hidden connections with more political figures. Great Lord, you are waiting for this guy in the church now. Whether this guy can survive depends on his own performance. However, Wendell had no intention of informing this guy in advance. Then the priest stretched out his hand with a gentle face and smoothed the wrinkles of the great penitent monk's uniform on the count's body. Then he looked at the miser in front of him and comforted him meaningfully. But although the blood in your territory is the crisis has been resolved. But I hope you can cooperate well in the following days after all. We are also here to protect you. At this moment, Benjamin suddenly recalled what happened a few days ago. The smile on the face of Priest Wendell in front of him suddenly seemed like a demon in the eyes of the Earl, making him feel frightened. Chapter 456, a change that has never happened in 1,000 years. Regarding what Wendell just said, Benjamin did not dare to say anything else. He didn't know what Wendell was thinking. But every time he saw this gentle-faced great priest, he felt like he was seeing a demon. A few days ago, this priest manipulated the people in the entire territory to make Count Benjamin's scalp explode. To this day, I am still frightened by the spontaneous behavior of the residents. The residents of this city have never been so united. The prestige that my family had built up in this territory for centuries was gone in an instant. The roaring sound of the crowd was like a landslide and tsunami, making Count Benjamin feel a deep powerlessness. Sir Wendell, please rest assured that I will not cause any trouble to you. Earl Benjamin wiped away his tears and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he was still within the inspection period. I'm afraid I'm going to be a puppet for a while. During this period, his seals were temporarily given to his son so that he could serve the priests in the territory. And he also wrote letters to Prince Alfonso while in prison. Now that they have come out and gained their freedom, these gentlemen are naturally worried that they will rebel against them in their territory. And until these gentlemen feel that they are completely obedient, the dozen or so knights in front of them may have to act as their own bodyguards. However, before the priest declared himself not guilty, the names of the blood demon and the mist cultists were always hanging above his head. Without these guards following him, Count Benjamin would not have dared to take a step out of the castle. Count Benjamin, who had been imprisoned for a week, walked out of the prison tower and stood on the inner wall. He looked up at the hazy sun in the sky and couldn't help but feel that he had escaped death. In the town under the city wall, there are longing figures. The residents seem to be in the ice and snow, and it seems that they have been busy for a week. Benjamin looked down and couldn't help but feel that his territory seemed to have changed greatly during this period. Lord Earl Benjamin, your subjects are actually very diligent. They are not as lazy and ignorant as you said before. Priest Wendell rolled up his sleeves, looked at the Earl with a half smile and said, Let's go. Sir, let's go down and take a look. There are some things that I need your help with. After saying that, the priest walked down the bluestone steps leading down from the inner wall. Earl Benjamin was slightly stunned and felt a little uneasy. Benjamin felt that there was no need for the priest to trick him out and burn him to death. This priest doesn't need to lie at all. Benjamin felt that before he was completely cleared of charges, he might be the evil spirit who ate Count Benjamin and acted as Count Benjamin in the minds of these ignorant people. I am afraid that except for my die-hard followers, who are still in prison, in the eyes of everyone, I am like that rat crossing the street. Benjamin didn't want to go down at all, but seeing that the knights were already following the priest, he had to quickly lift up his hood and speed up to follow the priest. At this moment, it was as if the priest was the local lord, and the earl in monk's uniform was like an old monk accompanying him. Priest Wendell seems to be in a good mood today. After these busy days, the territory is on the right track. Now no one is afraid of the fog outside, and everyone is busy with this year's spring planting. And the happiest thing is that the boss who arrived here last night gave him great recognition for his work. This made Wendell feel that his hard work these days was not in vain. On the way, Earl Benjamin saw that all the dung piles originally piled on the streets had been cleared away, and even the melting ice and snow in the town were gone. The glacier hasn't completely melted yet, so I don't know where the garbage was thrown. But now the streets are clean and tidy, and the busy figures are full of life. Not as confused as before. There are many people on the street, including private soldiers, knights, and citizens. But without exception, when these people saw Priest Wendell, they all greeted him warmly, as if they were seeing their reborn parents. Indeed, when these people worked together, they suddenly discovered that the mountain pressing on their heads turned out to be just paper. And the Wendell consul beside the Earl has become the person in everyone's hearts who leads them to hope for the future. The warm eyes of the people and the vitality of the residents. Benjamin felt mixed emotions. This territory has been completely overturned. Things have changed. From now on, and even all the nobles. I am afraid that they will no longer be able to control these common people. This is a change that has not happened in thousands of years. Benjamin knew that during this transformation, the nobles had worked hard for thousands of years, and the shackles on the common people had been completely liberated by these guys in front of them. No one can lock it again. Thinking of this, Benjamin looked at the back of the priest in front of him. Resentment flashed in his eyes, but was quickly replaced by fear. At this moment, Benjamin's mind suddenly flashed back to what Lord Dawn had said to him at the banquet. I will send people to help you clear all the obstacles that hinder the development of the territory. Don't worry about the so-called demons and blood troubles, because they hold artifacts in their hands. At first, he thought that this artifact was given to Wendell and others by the Lord of Dawn. Later, when he found that there was nothing in the hands of the priest, he suddenly thought that the artifact referred to the knights led by the priest and the Holy See he represented. But now, he finally understood what this sentence really meant. This artifact was given to them by the Knight of the Throne and the Holy See. This artifact is the faith and human heart. But when people's hearts are gathered together, no evil demon or disaster can defeat them. But Benjamin has never figured out why he became an obstacle blocking the progress of the people. He couldn't figure it out and didn't want to find the answer, at least at the moment when he is sure that he can survive. he will have the time and interest to think about this issue. Therefore, the moment Wendell's gaze came over, Benjamin instantly concealed the confusion in his heart, leaving only submission and awe on his face. In order to change the topic, Benjamin asked a question with a curious face. Master Wendell, what are they busy with? Spring planting, Wendell said slowly. Your subjects do not have the habit of reading manure. It is not only a pity to throw these fine fertilizers into the river, but it is also easy to breed bacteria and pollute the water source. Although there is not enough time, however, after the manure is sorted, mixed, and soaked, it can still catch up with the second batch of fertilization. Having said this, Wendell turned around and looked at the Earl with a half-smile. Your land is very vast. Many of the wastelands were only used for grazing before. This year, there are many more refugees and a lot more labor here. So we plan to open up wasteland for farming. Just using these fertilizers is not enough. So these days, I got rid of Baron York and led the soldiers to the ice wall. There are a lot of good fertilizers there. They have been delivered one after another in the past few days. Coming. Benjamin pursed his lips, knowing the actual meaning of what the priest told him. Not only your vassals and retainers, but also your army are no longer in your hands. The other side of the ice wall is a terrifying forbidden land, and no one is willing to carry things like corpses. But those guys can go here to work and carry corpses so happily. Obviously, the great priest's words now are much more powerful than what he used to say. However, Benjamin had to admire that this priest's ability in managing the territory was indeed far beyond his own. In other words, he doesn't have any governance ability. He just stands with these people. The territory is now in good order, and many leaders have spontaneously formed patrol teams to check whether the residents abide by the rules and dump feces and garbage on the ground on time. And those private soldiers, who were not supposed to mix with the civilians, still worked with these civilians, and even rolled out carts of food from the castle and distributed it to the refugees who were queuing up to receive food. Earl Benjamin couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. He knew that the food accumulated in his barn would probably be distributed. This is all your own property. Not only that, he also discovered that many people were actually wearing the clothes of the castle servants, or even their own old clothes. These people seemed not to be local residents, but refugees from the basin who had fled. I got new clothes. No longer the shabby look I had before. The number of these refugees is more than 20,000. So the residents may have donated a lot more than just the clothes in the castle. Earl Benjamin couldn't help but feel a little strange. Previously, all the people in the territory were extremely repulsive to these refugees crowded in the shacks, thinking that they would bring plague. Moreover, these citizens would not work at all if they did not crack whips. But I don't know how this priest arranged and taught who you. Now these people's faces are not only full of smiles, but they seem to regard labor as the most glorious mission. He also seemed to get along very well with the refugees. He noticed that some refugees came out of residents' homes, as if they were already living together. Chapter 457 New Era. New Century. Lord Wendell, Earl Benjamin couldn't help being extremely shocked. How did you do this? Wendell smiled slightly, did not say much, but led the Earl slowly towards the church. What Wendell did in this territory was still the same as George's old routine in the beginning. If he wanted to convince these civilians, who had been completely brainwashed by the nobles and the church, he had to use deception. These great priests have learned the true story of George. Things like what they do will atone for their sins. What they do will keep them away from evil spirits. What they do will be blessed by the 7 gods, etc., etc., which will make them do many things spontaneously. The plague and evil spirits were not brought by the refugees, but because the residents did not help these people, which violated the core of the teachings of the 7 gods. But if we want to continue this trend of mutual help and keep them united, it takes more than just opening our mouths. It needs to be given actual benefits. Every resident with a refugee at home will receive an extra piece of food. This is the key to their sustainability, and what keeps these residents scrambling to accommodate these refugees. In the original plan, these residents who usually did not have enough to eat were supposed to take good care of their bodies before the beginning of spring. So we arranged for the refugees and distributed food together. Not only that, the small team of priests divided each street into communities in a grid, and the residents selected several candidates for community leaders, who were eventually appointed by the priests. Every community has a mission. There are benefits for completing tasks, and penalties for failing to complete them. With more refugees, there will be many more people who can work. Even some children and women can cook and wash, freeing up more labor for the community. What's more, most of these refugees who escaped alive are young and strong. The most important point is that in the future land reclamation, the residents who help them will also receive part of the food in return from the fields cleared by the refugees. Therefore, both residents at home and neighbors in the community are willing to help them. In the past few days, many local residents have proposed to build new houses for these refugees. Hope to get more rewards from this. Wendell also ordered the local knights and scholars to discuss a suitable plan, such as using the value of these houses to repay the mortgage with food. At the same time, the local priests, under the guidance of Wendell, continued to instill now into the refugees and residents various concepts such as helping others, working, etc. They would be sheltered, and they would stay away from evil spirits. Not only did he do a good deed, he satisfied his faith in his heart. He avoided disaster, which, of course, did not exist at all, and he also received practical benefits. So this mutual help can continue. Wendell also organized many symposiums, with each community as a small unit and the local church as a large unit. Use this opportunity to criticize those with questionable morals and those who have made mistakes, and to praise role models who do good deeds. Give them fame and fortune. Tell about the hatefulness of the devil and the cry of the heroes. Tell about the pressure of survival in the future and the possible famine problem. Give them pressure. And the Templar Knights talked about their own experiences of rising from the bottom to become great masters step by step, and gave them a future with their own experiences and a life of food and clothing in the valley shelter. Let them know that this can be a sanctuary too. The private soldiers are all native-born, and they control their families and nobles by controlling them. But here, everyone can now see their own future, and naturally they are no longer as confused as before, but full of life. After walking 2 streets, Wendell opened his mouth. He did not explain the matter of living, but instead brought up the matter of clothing, intending to beat this guy up before meeting the big lord. Wendell said slowly, "The clothes donated by the residents were actually not enough. But fortunately, the Knight Coder understood the righteousness well. He persuaded his mother to lend a helping hand to these poor people." Priest Wendell Yu explained. Hearing this, Earl Benjamin couldn't help but trembled in his heart. Not only did he feel sorry for his clothes, but also because he heard the word Coder. Knight Coder is his eldest son. He is the chief heir to the territory. "Lord Benjamin, your son has really inherited all the advantages of you and your wife. He has already seen many of your previous wrong policies and is dissatisfied with them. Look, the territory is not managed these days in order." Wendell smiled meaningfully. "For these young people who have ability, faith, and ideals, the great Lord has always been willing to give them the opportunity to spread their wings and fly." These words are like a sharp sword hanging on Earl Benjamin's neck. If my son is useful, I will be useless. As long as he dies, a new Earl will take over. Earl Benjamin was dizzy for a while, and he didn't know what he said on the way. He only remembered that he tried his best to put a smile on his face, constantly expressing his position and loyalty. Wendell smiled and said nothing more. It is really easy to deal with these nobles. Through the checks and balances among vassals, lords, and heirs, he could hold the pigtails of these people in his hands. Everyone was as nervous and obedient as Earl Benjamin, and he has 2 great backers, the Great Lord and Prince Elda, as well as the name given by Duke Cheongying and the Holy See. So there is no one here who can challenge me. If these nobles are capable and obedient, they may be able to contribute their final light and heat to the sanctuary in the royal capital. The High Lord will promise these people a future, ensuring that he and his descendants will have no worries for generations to come. If you have no talent but can be honest, then you can be a good mascot. Become the British nobleman that the Great Lord calls him. The territory was now initially in the hands of the consuls, and Wendell knew that during this period of abolition and establishment, it was also a good time to make drastic changes in everything. Deceiving is not what the shelter really wants to do. If you want these people to move forward voluntarily and take on their own future and mission, they must truly liberate their minds. At that time, the people can truly untie the shackles of the feudal era, and no matter how noble or priest comes here, they will no longer be able to make trouble. The people will spontaneously guillotine those who hinder the progress of the times. As the Great Lord said, this is a new era, a new century, and what they are doing now is a revolution that overturns the old world. In this new era, everyone who kneels must stand up and shoulder the future and mission. So Wendell has been busy with these things since he took control of the territory again. The new rule has been implemented in the valley. It has united the people in the valley, and the common people have slowly begun to have the noble thoughts of the Dawn Knight, actively striving for the future of this world. People's wisdom, various ideological trends, and magic societies are gradually opening up. The result is that there are more and more wizard apprentices, and there is no longer the superstition of various gods in the territory. This leaves almost no room for cultists to survive in the valley. Any noble responsible for opening up wasteland can no longer carve out a small territory of his own in the valley. Every valley person is extremely active in taxation, land surveying and census. Therefore, what Wendell is most concerned about now is not the nobles. Compared to old Jim, who was later sent by the great lord to deal with people's livelihood, Wendell's task was heavier. Worship has almost been replaced by the People's Association. In this kind of People's Association, the territorial residents not only began to slowly establish their thoughts, but also had an understanding of the various policies promulgated by the new territory and the various tasks issued by the community. A deeper understanding. They no longer live as haphazardly as before, being driven to work by their lords. But I know that these things are closely related to my future. In addition, various policies and tasks are also related to everyone's interests, which makes this situation where everyone is extremely positive. A trend of thought has slowly begun in this new territory, and there is no longer a barrier between refugees and local residents. Wendell has been busy again these past 2 days with construction plans. The Great Lord has revised his plans frequently in the past few days, and many tasks have been rearranged. Whenever he saw the copy on the desk, Wendell's mind was filled with issues of soldier training, famine, farming and yield. But the task is really too onerous. It gave him a headache. Fortunately, old Jim came with a team these days. Otherwise, he would be too busy by himself. While walking, everyone had arrived near the church. This church is at the level of the main church, but its size is not much smaller than the cathedral in Dome Eagle City. It is the most luxurious building besides Earl Benjamin's castle. It consists of 3 buildings that form an open door surrounding a central square. From a distance, it looks like a white luxury castle villa. The area near the church is very lively. There are many local scholars and their apprentices, holding various books and manuscripts and rushing around here, constantly coming and going from inside and outside the various buildings. Chapter 458 City Hall. After entering the main building in the middle, you will find the main hall of the church. The main hall was full of people, but the host was not a priest, but a young scholar. The scholar is holding a meeting with community leaders, wealthy families, knights, local scholars, pastors, etc. What we are talking about is this year's farming. And what we are talking about are fertilization, irrigation, farming and other technologies and work. This is related to the harvest of each family's fields next year, and what the nobles, priests, and scholars will eat next year. So everyone listens very carefully. Those who were literate also recorded things. Tasks were gradually distributed in this way, with scholars responsible for guiding the details after learning, knights and nobles responsible for coordinating resources, and priests responsible for guidance and supervision. After Wendell and the others came in, a priest asked them to wait in the main hall for a while. Not long after, a neatly dressed little man wearing a leather hood came over from the back hall. "Go quickly, Wendell. The boss is waiting for you," the little man said. "I won't accompany you. I'm going to feed the boss's horse." Benjamin looked at the little man and suddenly started to tremble when he heard the boss he mentioned. Then he was taken to a room upstairs by everyone in that state of silence. The upper floor of the church has become the temporary administrative center of the town. There are many people walking around in the corridor, walking in and out of various offices. This church is actually no longer a church, but a city hall. All the people in charge here believe in Dawn. Under the guidance of these people, the 7 gods have gradually become a spiritual symbol. What is more important is the meaning represented by the 7 gods. Rather than the gods themselves, this is the meaning of Dawn. In this subtle way, the local priests have been gradually walking towards the dawn without knowing it. Everyone did not stay near these offices and walk towards the innermost room. Originally, the innermost room was where the local bishop stayed. The most frequent visitors to this room were the nuns and the ladies who came to pray. But after the bishop was imprisoned in the Inquisition below the church, the place became deserted. Wendell occupied the dove's nest and designated this luxurious room as his office. But he gave it away again in the past 2 days. There are fewer and fewer people in the corridor. The door to the blocked room was open, and there were several tall and mighty Dawn Knights guarding the door. Inside the open door is a medium-sized outhouse. The outhouse is like a small living room, connecting the inner room and several side rooms. After entering the outhouse, Benjamin suddenly discovered that the appearance of the outhouse and the several rooms connected to the outhouse had changed. Not only are there many office chairs, but there are also many copywriters and people handling matters on each seat. Even the original bishop's bedroom was partitioned to reduce the space. and every space in the entire room was used. It has suddenly become an office area. Wendell took everyone to take a rest on the waiting sofa, and found that not far from the next door, old Jim's entourage was also waiting here. A young priest, who was working on something at his desk, poured a pot of tea for them after seeing the group come in. Benjamin looked at the young pastor and felt that he looked very familiar, and suddenly realized that he was actually Kelly. Sir Wendell and Earl Benjamin, who seems to have recognized him, are discussing matters with Mayor Jim Old in the house. Please wait a moment. After Carey finished speaking, he returned to his seat and got busy. And then I went outside with the meeting minutes I compiled today. There were people coming in and out of the outhouse all the time, but it was a little quiet inside. In this silence, Earl Benjamin had many thoughts and was sweating profusely. He looked at the dawn knights at the door from time to time, wondering what was on his mind. Wendell took this time to stand in front of the floor-length mirror and sort out his appearance, then picked up the copy the secretary had brought and read it carefully. Not long after, he walked out of the back room holding a civilized stick. After he nodded with Wendell, he hurriedly left here with the people accompanying him. At this time, Wendell quickly led people into the inner room. After opening the door, Earl Benjamin discovered that there were actually several desks and several priests dressed as civil servants in the inner room. The desk of the leader was filled with various maps, copywriting, and scrolls. A pen that no one is holding is writing something on some ancient sacred book on the table. The person on the seat is holding a cup of tea, standing in front of the large open window, looking at the fields outside. After seeing Wendell and others coming in, George turned around and smiled. After arranging them to sit down, he listened to the latest report on the city. No mention was made of Benjamin. This made Benjamin feel uneasy. He could only sit half-assed on the chair like an outsider and listen to their conversation. The city's politics and people's livelihood have just stabilized in the past few days, and construction work has just begun. After combing through, Wendell, old Jim and others discovered that although there were many rivers in this territory, there were no water wheels or canals. In previous years, the farmland has never been irrigated, and it depends entirely on God for food. There has been so much wind and snow this winter, and there will be a severe drought after spring. Moreover, according to the research of the wizards, the sudden disappearance of the locust plague last year was mainly because the land by the river and the saline alkali land was plowed several times by farmers, causing a large number of insect eggs to die in the rain. However, there may not be rain this year, so water trucks, canals, irrigation and land reclamation must be the main work content this year. Wendell's team has sorted out related plans in the past 2 days, so today's report is the first topic. Benjamin was extremely shocked when he heard the perfect plans and reports from Wendell. He discovered that this guy had an extremely detailed understanding of this territory in just 10 days. So the various problems mentioned were of which he had never been aware. The solutions proposed were well-founded and to the point, and the plans made were extremely complete. After the report, George read the plan for a while, and then read the policies related to those plans. After seeing George nod slightly, Wendell's anxious mood relaxed slightly. This is already the 3rd edition. This plan is close to reality, and the relevant policies have been revised well. Wendell, you have to remember that we alone cannot organize it. We must find ways to mobilize the enthusiasm of the residents. And positivity can never be achieved alone. Beliefs and ideas must be linked to the interests of the residents themselves, otherwise, even if they know the stakes, they may not implement them. And implementation with positivity is far more efficient than passive motivation. After speaking, George put down the documents and picked up the second set. This is about farming. While reading, George occasionally asked some questions, and Wendell, who was prepared, explained some things in the document. Wendell, a serf who was born and raised in the valley, originally thought that the farming technology in the South would be more advanced after all. Many ideas were taught by the great lord. Your Excellency has studied in Elda. However, he unexpectedly discovered that the farming here is actually extremely primitive. Just because of the climate, wheat here can be grown for 2 seasons. And because there are more plains and more cattle and horses, many farmers' farming is not as crude as in the valleys, but a little more detailed. But that's about it. Many people also plan to harvest the winter wheat they planted last year in June. Chapter 459 Team. Based on the winter temperatures in recent years, most of the wheat seedlings may have frozen to death. However, the farmers here have been planting like this for several years, and they are still maintaining this old farming habit. There is no shortage of food in the territory, but the taxes are serious, and they are all the Lord's fields. These problems don't exist now, so there is no shortage of food. The fields must be replanted, and cultivated again. Sweet potatoes are the focus this year. Sir, Old Jim didn't bring many sweet potato seeds. So this year's sweet potato seeds mainly rely on local sweet potatoes. Local farmers, under the guidance of pastors, are carrying out the selection and detoxification of local sweet potatoes. When Wendell said this, he sighed. But after so many years of incorrect cultivation of sweet potatoes from generation to generation, most sweet potatoes have spot root disease, and the detoxification effect of manual methods is poor. It requires multiple generations of cultivation and selection to achieve the goal. The degree of shelter. We estimate that the annual output of this sweet potato will be around 600 kilograms. After 2 years of selection, cultivation and processing of the sweet potatoes in the shelter, the yield per moo has reached 1,200 kilograms. Anthony believes that next year's sweet potato seeds will meet qualified standards. After another detoxification and breeding, the yield next year will exceed 2,000, and then it is expected to sprint towards the average yield of 3,000 per moo. However, the current success rate of detoxification cultivation can only reach a few thousands. Therefore, there are not many sweet potato seeds that can meet the requirements outside the valley. So Dome Eagle sweet potatoes are made from scratch. In addition, there is no sunshine here, and the land planned to be cultivated for sweet potatoes this year was not plowed and loosened to remove germs and insect eggs before last winter. So it is already very good to be able to reach 600 kilograms. Benjamin on the side couldn't help but widen his eyes after hearing these acres of yield. Not to mention that the yield per acre in the shelter is 1,200 kilograms. It is a holy land, so it is not unexpected to have such a yield per acre. But Xionging was able to produce an average yield of more than 600 kilograms per moo, which surprised him extremely. Benjamin remembered that more than 600 kilograms was the best field in his territory, with the highest yield, and the yield of sweet potatoes in many fields is even lower than that of wheat. He heard Wendell mention several things: fertilization, intercropping, mixed cropping, and crop rotation. He knows how to fertilize, but these people have to be more meticulous in their fertilization plans. As for intercropping, rotation and mixed cropping, he was a little confused. Benjamin heard that people like George, Wendell and others seemed to be extremely shocked by the original local planting methods, calling them primitive. It seems that in their view, the land where soybeans are grown should not be planted with soybeans every year, otherwise, no matter how fertile the land is, it will become barren if fertilized. The same is true for sweet potatoes, and potatoes no matter how high their yields are. If they continue to be farmed, the land will be useless. But if properly rotated, soybeans can increase soil fertility. Benjamin could tell that these people in the valley seemed to be planning to intercrop soybeans and wheat on the ridges, convex, and soybeans between the ridges, concave. The next year, the land was plowed again, and the soil where soybeans were planted was used to plant wheat, and the soil where wheat was planted was used to plant soybeans. From now on, the fields will become more and more fertile. The growth cycles of soybeans and wheat are also more suitable for this kind of intercropping. With this intercropping method, not only can more land be utilized, it is also more efficient than opening up wasteland to grow wheat and soybeans. Sweet potatoes, cotton and wheat are cropped in rotation. So according to what these valley people said, wouldn't this year's production increase 4 to 5 times? Earl Benjamin was a little unbelievable about this matter. But Wendell's data were placed on his desk. This year's production estimate was supported by cases and actual data. In other words, as long as they follow their plans, this output is a guaranteed figure. Benjamin looked at the busy people in the office, coming and going. He suddenly felt a little sad. He didn't know where the great Lord found such a group of people to help him. If he had such a team, in the past 10 years, he would have already stepped on Duke Xionging and jumped up the ranks in the kingdom. During Wendell's narration, George looked at the young man walking up in front of him and nodded secretly. This old partner of old Jim was originally just a serf he bought from a profiteer, and he only had a little understanding of farming. But in the past few years of experience and training in the shelter, he has gradually stood out, gradually become a talent, and can stand alone. There are many people like Wendell in the shelters, and this time I brought many out and arranged them in various territories. Judging from the situation in Benjamin's territory, other territories should also be extremely smooth. After all, this is the most difficult and complicated place to deal with. There are too many refugees, and there has been a plague. It's a pity that Mr. Rusgard and the others have not yet developed a good preservation method for sweet potatoes and potatoes. Wendell shook his head and sighed. Judging from the current data, even if they are stored in the cellar, sweet potatoes are the most it can only be stored for about 6 months. Or there's no time to study, George added in his mind. He opened his mouth and said, "It doesn't matter, Wendell. They can be used as food consumption this year. The extra can be transported to the east and given to the refugees of the Kingdom of Elda and the soldiers on the front line with the favorable transportation conditions here along the river, and it will take up to 2 weeks to reach the easternmost point of Erda from the river." "Yes," Wendell said. "These grains can also be sold to lords in other regions of the Kingdom of Elda in exchange for our military expenses." George nodded, but sighed secretly, judging from the land output of Guanjing Leopard and Dome Eagle. The output of most of the lord's lands in the Kingdom of Elda is probably a bit bad. The food sold out will be very popular. Most of the remaining fields will be planted with wheat that is more suitable for storage. Most of this wheat can be stored because of the sweet potatoes. Although the wheat planted this year may only be half of the cultivated land, and there will only be one harvest. But if it is done this year, the food stored locally this year will be very popular. In addition to the part of the planned grain that is allocated to Leiden, the other part will be given to Alfonso and sold to the nobles through him. Wendell understood what the Great Lord meant. If you have food, you can control the nobles. It doesn't matter who sells it. But through Prince Alfonso, not only can he obtain more political benefits, but Alfonso can also control more nobles. During the meeting, the clerks had sorted out various recorded matters, and Wendell would go back and revise some of the places mentioned by George. And when they talked about it, the matter was almost over. When George turned his attention to Count Benjamin, Benjamin knew that it was his turn next. The Count didn't know anything about farming or construction, but he is extremely astute politically. Although there were many things that George and others talked about today, he didn't understand them. But he could tell that this territory no longer belonged to him. This big lord plans to take over completely and run it for a long time. Then I'm afraid there is only one ending for myself. Amidst George's kind words and comfort, Earl Benjamin knelt on the ground in sweat and began to confess with tears. It was like meeting my own father. And no matter how the great lord expressed that the Count was innocent, the fear in the Count's heart could not be reduced. George saw everything in the Count's mind. He knew that Wendell had already beaten him hard on the way. And Benjamin is also a man who understands. Judging from the current public sentiment and military sentiment in the territory, as well as the nobles and vassals in the church who are actively working for the great lord, he already knows that no matter what kind of background he has in the king's capital, he will never be able to stand up. And from the actions of his son and wife, he could see that he had been vassalized by the nobles, and that the entire family had completely given up. Benjamin was already devastated at this time. The only thing he wanted was to spare his life and be a rich man and a puppet. And what your future destiny will be depends entirely on the person in front of you. George pulled him up and took Benjamin out of the house and towards the farmland outside. George knew that there were some real things to talk to him about. George and his party stopped near a mill in the field. The mill was built on a small river. There was a bridge on the small river, and farmland was on the other side of the bridge. Since the rain and snow fell a few days ago, the weather has gradually warmed up. The highest temperature in the past few days has reached above zero. The river has now completely dissolved, and the ice and snow that originally covered the farmland has begun to melt. In the field, the busy figure of the farmer has appeared. Near the river, some local scholars and priests were directing many laborers to build canals. The crowds were bustling, and horses and ox carts came and went. Everyone is busy with things. Benjamin had never seen those lazy farmers look so hard-working. Usually, even if you whip them with a whip, they don't have such mobility. "Lord Benjamin, your land has the most suitable land for farming in the entire Dome Eagle territory." George looked at the other side of the river and said sadly, "However, among these hundreds of miles of plains, only a very small part has entered the land. It's okay to plant. But last winter, many people froze to death and starved to death because they couldn't eat." Chapter 460. Kicking away the stumbling block. In George's opinion, Benjamin's land is even more privileged than the rat territory. Even if you can feed 1 million people, there will be no problem. And in this perfect order with no disasters, this place should have been able to support 1 million people. Not only does it have a large amount of arable land, it also has the prerequisites for various handicrafts, spice industry, wine industry, animal husbandry, and commercial development. Along the river, you could exchange what you need. So even if you don't carry out large-scale land reclamation, among 1 million residents, each resident only needs to be allocated 3 or 4 acres of land to enjoy the dividends brought by the economy and live a life without worries about food and clothing. All the conditions for capital to sprout are here. But these 200,000 people here are eating people. Earl Benjamin's territory was indeed very broad. In fact, This is the land bordering the valley that Alfonso mentioned before, more than 30,000 square kilometers. This place is bordered by a valley to the north, and the Cenas River as its boundary. The Cenas River spreads and meanders through this plain. The southward tributaries of the river are like blood vessels, connecting many small rivers. And in this land, there is even a small lake of medium size. This small lakeside is at the easternmost edge of the territory, surrounded by many pastures. At the far west of the territory are the Green Hills. It is a large county with a total length of more than 260 kilometers from east to west and more than 150 kilometers from north to south. Counting Benjamin's vassals, the entire land area has exceeded the land area of more than 46,000 square kilometers. And it is still in the plains, with no mountains and forests around it, and very little woodland. Therefore, there are a lot of fields that can be cultivated. Although many fields have not been cultivated, they are used for grazing and are left idle. Then remove the vineyards, spices, and other fields. This makes the farmland only 3% of the overall area. But it still reaches nearly 400 square kilometers, that is, nearly 6 million acres. Among them, Benjamin's own territory occupies more than half of the entire territory. That is more than 20,000 square kilometers, equivalent to one city. Because pastures, vineyards, flower beds, and forests account for slightly more. The total farmland producing food is 3 million acres. The total population of the local townspeople, plus the surrounding manors and farms managed by Benjamin's relatives and retainers, was less than 200,000. Many people have died in the past few years, and some have been lost. But there are also a lot of refugees coming from the basin. So the number is obviously still 200,000. Of these 200,000 people, even if only 100,000 people work in the fields, it is enough to double the amount of farmland. But in fact it is not the case. The annexation of nobles, churches, and land has greatly restricted the productivity here. No matter how George comforted Benjamin in the house before, Benjamin felt that he was dead. But after George brought Benjamin out, the smart Earl calmed down a little. Benjamin knew that he would definitely survive. While walking, George and Benjamin mentioned the famine problem here. After hearing this famine, Benjamin couldn't help but feel uneasy again. He couldn't help coughing, and said with an ugly face, "Dear Sir George, there was a drought here last year, and there was also a locust plague. Harvest, it's true that I'm not a very good person. I didn't take good care of the people. But that's not me shirking my responsibility." Having said this, tears welled up in Benjamin's eyes. "Actually, I have been actively organizing land reclamation, but with little success. The land is getting drier and drier, and the harvest of many lands after land reclamation is really poor. In vain, what a waste of good seeds." "Oh." George raised his eyebrows slightly and asked. Benjamin calculated an account for him with data. Last year, the output of all wasteland, inferior fields and excellent fields combined was 1 bushel per mu, which is more than 50 kilograms. This yield is outrageously low. The first-class fields are better, with a yield of about 200 kilograms. But after all, there are only a handful of first-class fields. Many fields yielded almost no harvest. A little better, if you plant 20 kilograms of seeds, you will harvest only 40 or 50 kilograms. Last year's severe drought, insect infestations, and diseases were one of the main reasons. Another factor was that many fields were not cared for. Even if these citizens are beaten with whips, they still don't work hard. Moreover, they make trouble for me every month. So I have to expand the army again and again. The key point is that although the land is 1 bushel per acre, the kingdom's forced taxation, 20 taxes per acre, usually cannot be collected from the earl. But the kingdom is now using the name of war to suck blood, and the duke's taxation, 21 tax, is collected based on the output of 4 bushels per acre. That is to say, this territory produces 3 million bushels of grain every year, but has to pay a tax of 1.2 million. Part of the remaining 1.8 million in food will be used for livestock, military expenses, hiring craftsmen, and maintenance of various buildings and tools. After subtracting, not much is left. I still have to take care of the remaining money. You don't know how capable the ministers of the royal court and the monks of the church are at sucking blood." This sentence is true. Judging from the accounts compiled by Wendell, the earl sucked a lot of blood in the territory. But he also spent a large amount of wealth every year, especially in the past 2 years. The earl lent a large amount of money and food to Old Sky Eagle and Prince Robert. Judging from this, the earl is indeed living a very hard life, and he has done his best to support these 200,000 people and the 500 knights and 8,000 militiamen in his hands. But after hearing what the miser said, George smiled slightly. George looked at Wendell aside. The priest picked up an account book and began to calculate it. Wendell sorted out the various incomes of the Earl in great detail, and knew more about them than the Earl knew, including those unknown properties of the Earl in other places. Wendell and the others dug them out, which made Earl Benjamin break into a cold sweat. Calculating Benjamin's pastures, vineyards, wineries, various handicraft industries, and shops alone are enough to support his more than 8,000 soldiers. The total annual expenses of these 8,000 people are only more than 10,000 pieces of silver fox. Most of the 500 knights had fiefs, and they were obliged to serve under the Earl. As for other expenses of the territory, no matter how large the maintenance and construction costs are, they can be supported by the territory's other income. This territory is very famous for its horses, wine, raw silk, and woolen materials, especially the musk oxen. Among all the musk oxen, apart from the old Duke and Leighton, it was Benjamin who herded the most. Therefore, the Earl can have more than 1.8 million bushels of food left every year, and even including refugees, there are only 200,000 people here plus the output of farm animals, vineyards, spices, and handicrafts. Not only were many people able to wear warm clothes, they were also able to eat an occasional meal of meat. But the key point is that the nobles are reluctant to part with it. Most of this food goes into the pockets of the nobles. These grains and property are piled up in warehouses, and they grow moldy and hairy wherever they are placed. However, the misers have never developed and utilized them rationally. And the biggest helper in their hands, the stupid people in the mouth of the nobles, are even beasts in their eyes. It's not as good as a manure-making machine, living just to waste food. Even those churches are like this in their eyes. The useful people are just a small group of elites. The nobles who protected the continent once followed the 7 gods and led the people out of darkness and barbarism. But now, they have slowly decayed and become a stumbling block hindering the progress of the times. Fortunately, many people like Wendell have slowly kicked away these stumbling blocks. Chapter 461 Benjamin. I'm here to save you. 95% of the farmland in this land belongs to nobles, knights, wealthy families, and churches. Among the 200,000 local residents, only tens of thousands of farmlands belong to them, and most of them are the worst wasteland. Therefore, most of the residents here are tenants and serfs of these people. And the land reclamation organized by the Earl was also to take advantage of this land reclamation to exchange the few good fields from the hands of farmers. As for the local church, because the sky is high and the emperor is far away, they not only turn a blind eye, but also hide it from the church and collude with the nobles to swallow up those lands into their own pockets. Eventually, the barn was full of grain. But there was a famine here. Bandits were everywhere, and riots occurred every year. But the local lords only carried out bloody suppression, but never thought of solving the problem in essence. Leasing fields has always been what the people here have done. But after the fields are cultivated, they often have to hand over more food than the fields produce. As for the fields cultivated by the slaves for their masters, they naturally did not put too much thought into it and became lazy. There have even been so many ridiculous problems that many fields have been abandoned. And opening up wasteland is like the man-eating tiger, which makes people afraid. The fields here, under the slaves of these nobles for generations, no longer have a way for the people at the bottom to survive. The famine and riots that Alfonso spoke of were just around the corner. But the nobles have always suppressed them bloodily instead of thinking about how to solve the problem fundamentally. And just after Wendell came over 10 days ago, Benjamin witnessed the big riot with his own eyes, and was almost dragged to the stake by the mob. When Wendell reported the Count's various incomes, the grain stored in the warehouse every year, and the fields that the Count and the nobles had seized from the people, Count Benjamin only felt cold all over. In the process of making money, there were many shady activities that violated the laws of the kingdom and the Holy See. Some of them even violated taboos. The Count even colluded with the local church to forge the decree of the Holy See. And just the means used when annexing land are enough for the Earl to go around in the noble court of the kingdom. After going through the aristocratic court once, the church court had to go through it again. During Wendell's loud narration, Earl Benjamin huddled in his hood, looking at the crowds of people coming and going in the field. Greeting Wendell warmly, they didn't know George. Only Wendell. And he didn't dare to raise his eyes again. And he didn't dare to look directly at the residents, who already regarded themselves as lurking demons. Looking at George's profound eyes, Benjamin's eyes were filled with stars and his hands and feet were trembling. "Sir, I am willing to donate everything I have." "Donation?" George smiled slightly and said, "Earl Benjamin, I want to remind you one thing after you spit out the accounts and pay the fine. There is nothing left in your property that can be donated. I think those judges who are good friends with Prince Alfonso will help you settle this account. And regarding your collusion with the local church in misappropriating the church's reserved land, the Holy Church will also help you settle it. George's meaning is very clear. You can no longer use your property to trade with me. For these things, just leave the materials to the right people. Then the Earl's finances, after going around and around, will return to the hands of this Lord Knight of the Throne. He does not need to dirty his hands with the name of donation. George looked at the ashen Earl Benjamin and smiled slightly. Earl Benjamin, what do you think you have been busy with for so many years? You have been doing it all to make money for the kingdom and the church. In the end, even your life can't be saved. What do you think Duke Tanya will do to a bad example like you who corrupts the aristocratic atmosphere? George said. I think she might hand you over to her own people for trial. Of course, this is better than going to court because once you go to court, all your people will testify for your crimes. In this public opinion, you will be on the opposite side with all the nobles in the entire kingdom. You should be able to understand now why the nobles, vassal retainers, wives and sons who originally tempted you to go against Cheonging Castle suddenly all have you given up. Benjamin was struck by thunder, and he opened his mouth. But his lips were trembling, and he was unable to say a complete sentence. Over the past few days, Dome Eagle Castle has issued many unrealistic policies, which have harmed the interests of all nobles. Some timid and cowardly nobles listened, and people like me have been playing tricks in secret. He arrogantly believed that these people had no way to deal with him because he had been on the side of all the nobles before. He believed that the Duke would definitely withdraw his unrealistic policies at the earliest, even if he had the support of the Knights of the Throne. Compromise with the nobles within the rules of the nobles. But in just a few days, he was pushed down into the abyss from the top of the pyramid by an unstoppable force. But he couldn't understand why this lord had such power. He clearly didn't use any of the relationship between the church and the kingdom. Nor did he use his own army. Just a few priests and knights were sent. Recalling the arrangements and methods of this great lord, Benjamin felt cold all over and couldn't think of anything. Benjamin, do you know where you went wrong? George looked at the fields in the distance and suddenly opened his mouth, interrupting Benjamin's thoughts. Under these eyes, Earl Benjamin's lips opened for a long time. And finally he said, My lord, I am so disobedient. George shook his head and said, Benjamin, look at these fields and these hard-working people. They are all working hard for their own lives. Whoever doesn't let them live will die. In this field under the powerful force, anything standing in the way will be crushed into powder. Benjamin, you are no longer fit to lead this territory. Benjamin's face was ashen. Benjamin, you have been pushing yourself towards a dead end for so many years. George ignored him and continued. You should have seen how many things have happened in your territory over the years. Riot. By now, you should also know why there are so many cultists in your territory. What do you think will happen to your territory if the food production stops after this autumn? Do you think that just 3 or 2 people can mobilize these 200,000 people and your soldiers and knights? The scene that Wendell and the others demonstrated for you was just an exercise. And when the real riots and disasters come, no one will stop it for you. Having said this, George suddenly looked at Benjamin with burning eyes and said, Benjamin, I'm here to save you. Chapter 462 Centralization of Power in the Principality of Cheongning. The experiences of these days gave Benjamin a feeling that all his previous aristocratic ideas had been subverted. At the moment when the people gathered in the square, he suddenly realized what a powerful force these people became when they came together. Nowadays, this territory is well managed by Wendell and others. They are very professional in administration, and have the support of everyone including the nobles. Perhaps only this group of people can give these people a way to survive, and prevent them from going down that dead end. Because they stand with these people. But he himself had long been in the way of all the people in the territory without even realizing it. Indeed, as the great lord said, there have been more than one riot in this territory. Benjamin spent countless days and nights worrying about what would happen during that last riot. He was amassing money crazily and building his own army and castle. But no matter what he did, he could feel that the riot that he had dreamed about repeatedly in his dreams was getting closer and closer to him. Everything he did was like drinking poison to quench his thirst. He had already unknowingly put a noose around his neck. The situation was so ironic that Benjamin hated Wendell with all his heart. But he regarded the old man in front of him as a savior. Unknowingly, he fell to his knees on the ground. And while crying, he loudly prayed to the 7 gods for forgiveness. Sir, I am willing to obey all your orders. Please give me a chance. Benjamin knelt on the ground and burst into tears. He was very sensible and behaved like a sensible child. In this future disaster, I will no longer be able to do anything. I will no longer lead my people into the future. I am willing to hand over all my lands and people to the management of the Holy Church of Dawn." After hearing these words, George nodded. Indeed, he had the power to recover Benjamin's title, lands, and all his property. Even the arbitration panel has the power to handle noble cases. Many matters do involve the church. Therefore, George could openly take the illegal gains of the nobles and make them pay a sky-high fine. But once this was done, in the eyes of all the nobles, the method played by this great lord was beyond the rules of the noble game. He is a guy who doesn't follow the rules and cheats. Therefore, George is unwilling to do this because the cost is too high, or in other words, it is not the time yet. This is not a valley. Here, the nobles are still dominant. Once all the nobles regard the valley as a demon that eats people without spitting out bones. After the sanctuary has made this profit, there will be no business left. Even its own vassals will be treated so harshly. What's more, what about the nobles outside, who in the future will believe that the arbitration panel only comes to do good things, and no one is willing to cooperate with Sanctuary and Dome Eagle? And the place where George's eyes fell was not the Sky Eagle, it was the entire Elda, and even all the kingdoms. So these things must be done step by step. Therefore, he could not really accept the donation, let alone hand over all those materials to the court and the church, not to mention that they would also make a fortune. Benjamin needed to be alive and working for his men. What he wanted all the nobles to see was that the Count's life was getting better and better after he followed him. And when I came here, I also helped him deal with the riot and bloodshed. It was also the cultists who caused all this. As for the so-called management of the Holy Temple of Dawn, as long as Benjamin is obedient and cooperative, what is the difference between this management and giving it away? When the time comes, nobles who follow them, like Earl Benjamin, will give up everything but retain an honorary title. And as a priest, he devoted himself to the faith of the 7 gods. Of course, those who do well will make themselves rich, and future generations will have no worries. If you are good at politics, you may not be able to do things for yourself like Leiden in the future. After dealing with this matter, George finally put down a burden and started walking around the territory. On Benjamin's side, he followed Wendell to the castle, just like other nobles who handed over their properties to the Dawn Church for management. Earl Benjamin also signed a lease agreement with the priests of the Dawn Church on this day. And things like this are happening in many territories of Cheongying. In these agreements, the lease period is not stated. As for this matter, everyone knew it well. As for things like opening warehouses to store grain and opening small vaults filled with silver foxes, they were handled on the pretext of arrears and taxes to Duke Cheongying. In this way, in the eyes of the nobles of the kingdom, the handling of these fines is Duke Cheongying's own family matter, and his method of governing those disobedient vassals was also praised. The nobles of the kingdom naturally did not know what was really going on. Judging from the situation, after the Duke dealt with those disobedient vassals, he still left many people behind. Less leeway. The game rules used are also the game rules of the nobles. The vassals have never played the role of king, so naturally they should bow their heads and admit their mistakes. Benjamin was tearfully grateful for the agreement, and extremely unexpected, because this rental does come with a rental fee. This gave Benjamin his first income from his coffers, which had become empty after paying the fine. In front of the treasury, the Wendell Knights poured out buckets of silver foxes and gold coins and said, "Just pay this much first, Lord Benjamin. You know, the rent is usually settled after autumn." Wendell looked at Benjamin meaningfully. "But the great lord asked me to pay 20% of the rent in advance." This rent is really not small, and it is not given casually, but in accordance with the rent stipulated by the church, 20 taxes and 1. "But I want to make it clear, Lord Earl, no matter what the harvest is this year, the rent will be calculated according to last year." These words sounded so familiar to Earl Benjamin. He used to say this to his tenants from time to time. But now the roles have been reversed. However, after hearing these words, Earl Benjamin felt at ease. If he usually rents it to farmers, he will squeeze every last grain of rice out of these people's hands. But now that it is leased to a big lord, the rental fee is a bit hot. But now it's interesting to talk about it. Now that people have really given him money, he himself is still a little afraid to ask for it. "Lord Wendell, there is something I need to ask you for advice." Earl Benjamin humbly consulted the priest. "Does the great lord have anything else that you need my help with?" Hearing this, Wendell raised his eyebrows slightly, and when he looked at the Earl again, his eyes couldn't help but show a hint of approval. "Earl Benjamin, as a count, your daily expenses are naturally not low. You can rest assured to take this money. Of course, My lord also feels that you need a lot of money to maintain various relationships and channels in the royal capital. Wendell didn't say much, but he made it clear. Benjamin suddenly understood. At this moment, there was no worry on his face, and the big stone in his heart had completely fallen to the ground. He knew that this rent was the cost for him to carry out communication and management in the royal capital, and the temple the extra money, and the additional benefits he earned from other nobles, were naturally his own salary. Benjamin calculated and found that the remaining salary was no lower than the annuity of hiring a count. He should have been punished for what he had done, but now he has gained face. The most important thing is that he is now a useful person. Chapter 463 Centralization of Power in the Principality of Cheongning. Benjamin calculated and found that his actual land was 3.6 million acres, part of which was in his own territory, and part of which was in the vassal's territory. It was nominally owned by one of his nephews, but in fact, this nephew's land had already been owned for a long time. It was swallowed by him. The yield per mu reported by me every year is 1.6 million acres. These are the fields that I have legal effect on. The rent is also calculated based on this, which is 80,000 bushels of grain. According to this year's prices, it is 80,000 silver foxes, after throwing away all the expenses and castle maintenance costs, and then throwing away the management costs used to maintain the royal capital and the temple. I still have more than 20,000 silver foxes left on my hands. 700 elda pound/gold lion, similar to the ancient pound system. 700 pounds. For a relatively wealthy earl, the annual income from the territory totals about 6,000 pounds. This seems 10 times different, but in reality, it is quite different, because in this territory, military expenditures, forced levies, and land taxes to the lord are not paid by oneself. So the 600 pounds is actually in hand. It is no more than the annual net income of other earls. How much less, if you include the many commercial stores and auction houses that you have hidden in the country. You and your family can still continue to enjoy the glory and wealth. Do your work well, Lord Earl. The rent in this territory will be higher and higher in the future. I believe that in a few years, the rent will be higher than your current net income. Benjamin nodded after hearing this. Judging from the work carried out by Wendell and others in this territory, this statement was definitely not a boast. He comforted himself and treated it as if he had left this territory to a group of professionals to take care of, while he found a big backer and prospered outside in the future. You have money, power and face. Why wouldn't you do it? And as long as his boss goes smoothly, and he does better and better, then he may not be an important minister of the kingdom in the future. These thoughts made Benjamin feel more and more comfortable. It was said that it was to pay Benjamin, but in fact the buckets of gold and silver coins were being moved out. And Earl Benjamin discovered that in addition to the money, the bombs and spices in another nearby warehouse were also moved out. Got out. Earl Benjamin knew that if the fines were really calculated, it would not be enough to pay in gold and silver. But if all his belongings were included, it would definitely be a lot more. Don't worry, Lord Benjamin. These things are for Earl Layton to collect. At this point, Wendell looked at Earl Benjamin with a half smile. I remember what you said to Earl Layton before. Oh, yes. You have no more stock. Hearing these words, Count Benjamin's heart twitched violently, but his face was filled with a flattering smile. It's all the residents who kept it here, my lord. You can take it all. After hearing this, Wendell smiled, patted the Earl on the shoulder, and said, Don't worry. The Lord has given instructions to calculate these things however you want. After the discount, I will transfer this batch of goods together with those acquired by local workshops, and residents will be sent to Dome Eagle Castle together. Of course, if you want, you can also choose another settlement method. You know, Earl Layton is now forming the Dawn Chamber of Commerce, which is not allowed. Plenty of good opportunities. I heard that after buying shares, you will get a lot of dividends every year. Hearing this, Earl Benjamin's face was filled with disbelief, and there was a kind of ecstasy of regaining something. Earl Layton had discussed this matter with him before, hoping that he could invest in it. He asked for a price and refused, but he never thought that the great lord would give him another chance. Please rest assured, Lord Wendell, please tell me to the great lord and President Layton that I will do my best for the Chamber of Commerce. Apart from anything else, I still have some energy in some cities in the country. At this point, Benjamin touched his mustache. Confidence returned to his face. It is indeed as Benjamin said, and this is the main reason why George gave this regional sales manager benefits. Benjamin's trade routes and channels in the Kingdom of Elda are very large, not to mention other cities. There are more than a dozen large stores in the royal capital alone. These stores and stores in various cities have already laid out marketing networks, which cannot be established in 10 or 8 years. In addition, the persons in charge of each of this guy's stores have deep-rooted relationships with local dignitaries and city lords. So Leyden mentioned this person to George more than once. Leyden felt that Benjamin was an indispensable talent in this regard. After doing this, Wendell looked out the window. The figure of the great lord had left the castle and walked towards the church. Wendell knew that the big boss was planning to leave today. He looked at Count Benjamin and spoke to him of one last thing: the army. It was said to be a negotiation, but in fact it was an explanation or a counterparty. Benjamin would lend most of his army to Duke Tanya in the form of mercenaries. Only more than 1,000 people are left in the book to fill up the facade. In the name of quelling the disaster, Tanya announced that this employment was the obligation of the vassal. The employment fee was very small, which was more or less what she meant. The army in the territory now is actually in the hands of the Dawn Knights. All that is missing is a name. Therefore, for this employment, it can be regarded as giving Benjamin a good reputation and allowing him to be praised by the kingdom's nobles outside. In times of crisis, lending troops to the Lord is not only an obligation, but also a very honorable thing. The fact that the vassals of Dome Eagle can do this shows that Duke Dome Eagle is loved by his vassals. And it also shows that the top and bottom of Dome Eagle are united. The various great lords of the kingdom were generous with their praises for Cheongying's retainers, and they also hoped that their vassals would follow suit. According to another rumor, what is happening in Dome Eagle today was all done by Prince Alfonso. This has made this prince's reputation and momentum in the royal capital even stronger. Thank you for your care, sir. It is indeed a great honor for me to lend the army to Miss Tanya. Benjamin's words came from the heart. He knew that this was enough to give him face. And when he heard that military pay, food, and military construction expenses were all funded by Cheongying, he was even more relieved. You know, this army is usually fine, but every time there is a riot, he has to throw out a large sum of money to the army, especially his own knights. However, in the hands of this great lord, there were no more local riots. After those knights became the subordinates of the great lord, not only did they not work as hard as they did before, or they even opened their mouths and said they were short of things, asking for money, they also actively carried out military training and various activities. They fought for the position in the temple, especially after they discovered that those soldiers were also their competitors. They began to continuously donate money to the Dawn Church. After Earl Benjamin signed the agreement on the mercenary army that day, the noble knights felt a lot lighter. Earl Benjamin also felt a lot lighter. He can already see that what the great lord is doing on Dome Eagle is concentrating power. He wants to be that William II, a certain king who successfully centralized power in the history of Eldar. If he still holds so many soldiers in his hands, with the strength of this great lord, if he can't handle this relationship well in the future, his head will be moved. Benjamin knew that in the future, except for Yodlin and others, no one in this Sky Eagle would be able to have a real army in their hands. And it is said that the great lord is already arranging formal positions in the temple for them. He does not have the military capabilities and merits of Yudlin and the others, so he cannot take this path of loyalty. But he felt that he could still create a future by taking the same path as Leyden. And maybe this future will be better than my past future. Chapter 464: Escape from Poverty and Become Well Off. After George dealt with these matters, he returned to the local church. For so many years, the power of faith of local believers of the 7 gods has not been able to ascend to the kingdom of heaven, and most of them have gathered in churches. This is the same situation at Donghak, because these powers of faith have been accumulated here for too long. They have become somewhat corrupted by the fog. Therefore, after being stored in the Book of Dawn, it has very little use, and storing it for too long can easily affect the Book of Dawn. However, it is possible, if it is used directly, to make the torch of divine grace. In addition to these powers of faith, the territory also has many powers of hope. Wendell and the others have been doing ideological work locally these past few days, giving various speeches to the people in the church every day. After the residents found the hope of life, they gathered a lot of strength. After collecting, there were 40,000 to 50,000 people. After leaving a large number of divine torches for Wendell and the others, George took Anubis to other territories overnight. There is a lot of food and finance in Earl Benjamin's castle, which is enough for this year, allowing Wendell and the others to show off their skills here. Later, under Wendell's organization, the local army was reorganized, which was different from the third-line army of Cheongying, and closer to the appearance of the early Bianha army, agricultural militia. The main weapon is the spear, and the main formation is Garveys, Macedonia and Phalanx, that he used to deal with the Bianha zombies in the early stages. The troops are also relatively single. As for military pay, the average is 1 silver fox per month. And the daily meals are much more abundant than before, compared with the previous treatment given by the Count. This can be said to have increased several times, compared with the training of the Dome Eagle troops. The training of this fourth-line agricultural soldiers is the same as that of Garvey's private soldiers in the early days, with an average training period of 3 days. Like the original Garvey, this unit invested more in territorial security, farming, and construction. And this organized force is much more efficient than farmers in construction work, such as water canals. The only ones who truly maintain the same level of training as the sanctuary are the 500 knights, and the guardian knights, and instructors of the local main church, also 500 people. Many of them can become the seeds of the Dawn Knights. And in George's plan for this force, the main task of this force in the future is to deal with the many bandits and monsters such as zombies in the Principality of Sky Eagle, and among them more than 9,000 people. If only a dozen forbidden priests/Dawn Knights like Wendell lead the team, their strength will jump to the top. It is simply out of the question to wipe out a complete disaster in the Shushu manner. For these soldiers, many of them were originally soldiers because they had no choice but to have a full meal. But now they have a salary and a future. And the sergeants can't help but be very positive. And when they learned that they had become external personnel of the Holy Temple of Dawn, the whole army was full of energy. After George left here, the local Dawn Knights also led some people to annihilate several nearby bandits. He also beheaded some of the people who had hidden the trophies, gradually wearing away the gangster-like temperament that had been left in the militiamen. After this battle, the troops began to get on track. The discipline of the troops has become stricter, and the spirits of the soldiers have become more impressive. When Earl Benjamin took some knights to the royal capital, Wendell conducted a military parade and farewell for him in the school grounds. With that uniformed team, Count Benjamin could no longer recognize that this was his former army. After George left Benjamin's territory, he walked around other territories. Matters in each territory are progressing very well. From some reports, George could see that many small teams did not have smooth sailing, but they successfully handled the accidents and crises and completed the tasks assigned to them. People said by Leiden have even purchased spices in these territories, because no lords or squires intervened this time. The acquisition was very thorough. The situation in each territory is now basically the same as that of Benjamin. Mayors and town chiefs are establishing new systems in these territories and liberating the minds of the people. These citizens and soldiers who have fields in their hands and support the new policy will also become the cornerstone of support for the local governors. No nobleman can shake this cornerstone. They can deal with the so-called earl however they want. After the inspection, while gradually walking towards the green hills, George saw that the land and rivers had thawed, and water wheels and canals were beginning to be built. The entire Cheongying land is slowly being redistributed. This time, there will be no nobles or monks blocking the production of the people. And this time, they will also have a more scientific way to farm. The original grain production in the Dome Eagle territory was only 1 bushel per acre on average, which is far from the 12 bushels per acre, including sweet potatoes and potatoes, that the shelter expected this year. But according to the reports of various consuls, it should not be a problem to achieve an average grain production of 4 bushels this year. The farming methods are basically the same. And there are more horses and cattle here. It's just a lack of sunlight. So George believes that this goal can be achieved. At present, the demographic work of the entire Cheongying has been completed. The entire Cheongying, including refugees and illegal households, has a population of more than 4 million. Among the population of more than 4 million, farmers account for the vast majority. There are approximately 3 million farmers responsible for grain fields. As for the fields that produce food, after remeasurement, it is about 40 million acres, actually more than 70 million acres. The land that the nobles have not reported exceeds the imagination of the Cheongying family. But this year there are only 40 million acres suitable for cultivation. These 3 million people represent approximately 800,000 households and 40,000 communities. On average, every 2 households had 1 cow or horse, and each household was responsible for 50 acres of grain-producing fields, plus 10 acres of spice or grape fields, to serve the Grand Duke Cheongying and obtain some output. 2 families have 1 cow and horse, and the cows and horses of more than a dozen families in each community are tied together for intensive farming. These fields will be plowed soon. On average, each person over the age of 14 is responsible for 15 acres of grain fields and 5 acres of other fields. This reduced the labor completed by half, allowing them to work more delicately and have more time to participate in the construction projects of the territory. According to the land agreement signed between the governors and farmers, they can get half of the grain produced in these 50 acres of land, that is to say, each household will get 100 bushels of grain this year, if they only eat it themselves. 20 bushels of wheat will be enough to feed the family, and 50 bushels of grain will be enough to satisfy their basic necessities: food, housing and transportation, coupled with some other labor income. Residents will be able to wear a new set of warm clothes next year, and the poor will also be able to repair their houses. At present, many residents live in houses built of mud or stone. Compared with regular houses, the amount of construction work for the two types of houses is actually not much different, mainly due to technology. When repairing the big city wall, scholars studied cement and used it to cooperate with the magic spider. It was similar to what George had in mind. Teams like Wendell have brought various technologies to various places. These new houses will make next winter better. Even the cattle and horses have been distributed according to communities and household registrations like the fields. Most of the cattle and horses belong to the nobles, and the largest part of the livestock belongs to Tanya. After the distribution, the residents are now helping to raise them. But the people of the territory can get great benefits from the byproducts of livestock and newborn babies. Generally speaking, the income will exceed their breeding fees. Originally, the people thought that they were just lending them to cultivate their fields. But this policy made them completely treat these livestock as their own family property. After Wendell and his team finished hanging the anointing on the nobles one by one and distributed it to the common people, the people in the entire territory were said to have escaped poverty and rushed towards a well-off society. Chapter 465. Principality GDP and Basin Guta Mining Area. The local cattle and horses originally used mostly fodder and wheat straw, with a little bean water added at most. There was basically no coarse food for them to eat. So the cows and horses grew a little thin. The milk production is also a bit slow to keep up. But this year, farmers will use part of their surplus grain to feed the horses. There will be some level of community oversight. Byproducts such as horsetail, pig hair, and wool are also processed and sold by the community, part of which is used as rewards, and part of which is distributed to each household. In the agreement, these horses belong to Dome Eagle's property, and the farmers are temporarily borrowing them. But byproducts such as mare's milk are theirs, and the farmers will also have half of the ownership of the calves born from the livestock, the same as the current policy of the rat territory. The first one belongs to the Dome Eagle, and the second one belongs to the farmer himself. After excluding these consumptions, each household will have about 30 bushels of grain this year. This means that every household has a surplus of food if we include seeds for next year. It may be a little less and a bit tight, but the income from the vineyards, fragrant fields, and labor services in the community is completely enough to have enough food next year. In the future, when more and more land is opened up, more and more projects are carried out in the territory, and residents will have more and more food in their hands. It can be regarded as hiding food for the people, in addition to the 50% of the food produced per acre of land for the residents. 5% will be used to support Alfonso, forced taxation, 5% to the Count commerce, social interaction, 5% to support shelters, and 10% it is left for local storage, and 5% supports the daily expenses and industrial construction of Dome Eagle Fort. In the end, what can be saved and pocketed is 20% of the total output. That part of the church was directly swallowed by George. Looking at Benjamin's territory, after taking a 20% commission on the 3 million acres of land, there are 2.4 million bushels of grain. The military salary and food budget for the 10,000-strong army is $300,000, and another $300,000 is used for training and equipment, forging labor costs, territorial craftsmen, coupled with the proceeds from the suppression of bandits. These 600,000 bushels, 5%, are completely sufficient. There are also 600,000 bushels, 5%, to be used for labor expenditures in local construction, including the living wages of Wendell and others. The distribution situation of each other territory is generally the same. So in the end, the Cheonging sub-base income is 10% of the more than 40 million acres of fields. In other words, there was a final surplus of 16 million bushels of grain in previous years. This surplus was a figure that the old Dome Eagle would never have dreamed of. According to old Sky Eagle's thinking, no matter how much the Great Lord exploits the kingdom of Sky Eagle, after supporting all parties, it would be good if he could finally have a surplus of hundreds of thousands of bushels of food. After all, a grain surplus of 16 million bushels is equivalent to a net income of 16 million silver foxes. But with the concerted efforts of all the people in the entire principality, this figure can be easily achieved. It's just an average yield of more than 200 kilograms per moo, including sweet potatoes. The entire shelter is extremely dissatisfied with Dome Eagle's budgeted output. But after all, construction here only started this year, so this goal can be considered to be qualified. After confirming this number, George couldn't help but sigh. Once he had 40,000 bushels of grain in his hands, and suddenly he felt like he was sleeping on a silver fox. But when he starts to take charge of a kingdom, this number can only be said to be a little bit. At this time, he could somewhat understand the feeling of Archduke Adeline. Thinking of this, George couldn't help laughing at himself. The annual output is 80 million, including other incomes, and converted into RMB. It is comparable to a GDP of more than 100 billion. His France, the current GDP is not as good as a modern fifth-tier small city. However, George believes that with this year's preparation, the productivity of the Cheongning Principality will explode next year. This 16 million surplus will meet the material consumption required for next year's war, and make up for the construction gap of Dome Eagle's 30,000-strong army. In the current construction fee, the shelter provides a large amount of ore and other materials for processing. Part of it is done locally in Cheongning, but most of it comes from other alchemy workshops in the country, controlled by the Chamber of Commerce and the great nobles. This part the money is considered a loan, and I'm afraid I won't be able to give it out before the autumn harvest. Now I rely on the faces and connections of old Dome Eagle, Alfonso, Leighton, Wallace and others to get credit. A small part of these loans will be redeemed with the territory's other output will in materials, raw silk, wine and other trade output. The biggest part is to redeem it with food. All the nobles trust Cheongning's repayment ability, but what they want most is actually to eat interest, and take this opportunity to cut off a large piece of meat. But this year Cheongning Eagle's output may surprise everyone. According to Leighton's accounts, there were still hundreds of thousands of bushels of grain left. If some big creditors are taken care of by some team controlled by Daphne during this period, then there will be more food left, because the grain produced in each territory can meet its own needs and storage. These grains are surplus grain. But no matter how much food is left, it may still not be enough if you want to invest in the development of Cheongning's alchemy industry. No matter how much food each territory will store this year, it is best to save the extra food and use it for disaster relief for the future. More and more refugees are coming. Therefore, for the development of the alchemy industry, it is best to use silver foxes or other materials. In the end, it depends on the trade harvest from this trip to the Kingdom of Stars. After George visited several territories in the past few days, he looked at the storage time of the Book of Dawn's energy, sat on Anubis, and headed to the Doghead mining area in the basin overnight. The trade transport team he prepared has arrived at the mining area recently. In addition to checking the situation, this time he can also bring some ore back from the mining area. George imagined the golden dog in his mind, and kept heading north in the wind. Doghead Mine was originally just a name called by the miners. After this more memorable name spread, the original name was gradually replaced by it. The word Doghead often makes many adventurers associate this mining area with the Kingdom of Stars and even the southern wilderness, because such weird and dangerous creatures are now common only in the dense rainforests and wastelands. But in fact, the name comes from the rare ores in this rich mine are often as big as a dog's head. If this mining area, which has been abandoned for many years, has become a real adventure place, the difficulty level of the adventure may have exceeded the H.L. level. When George rode Anubis to the sky above the mine, he saw that the entrance to the mine below had been expanded by the demon spiders into a large sinkhole, which was filled with densely packed small holes. Demon spider with wriggling cocoons and eggs. It has suddenly become a little devil spider's nest. Chapter 466 Heart of the Earth. Siljak's fear of George was deeply engraved in the genes of all her descendants. When George fell to the ground, the ferocious and huge little devil spiders in the sinkhole faded away like the tide. And soon, the demon spiders made a passage in the sinkhole, revealing the huge spider queen at the door, and a dozen strong-brained spiders around it. My great master, the Blackheart clan feels a great honor for your coming. The whole place is enveloped by the soft light of dawn at this moment. Spider Queen Blackheart crawled on the ground with a group of demon spiders, expressing its loyalty in a flattering manner loyal to George, not Siljak. George's eyes first fell on the demon spiders around Hei Xian. These new demon spiders had grown as big as a bed. It seemed that Hei Xian and the others had found a lot of nourishment in the basin. And George noticed that these demon spiders looked a little different. Their bodies were longer, and their mouths were larger. They seemed to be born from the flesh and blood of some strange creature. He stretched out his hand, and directly branded all these underage spiders as Paradise Lost, compared to enslaving adult spiders. Enslaving these spiders was very cost-effective. Each only cost a few dozen power of order. As they grow, the mark will become more deeply integrated into their souls, making it more difficult to break. This time, the Book of Dawn has been fully charged, and the power provided by several Dome Eagle territories, Valley Rouse, and Gushi is enough to brand most of the more than 1,000 newborn demon spiders here. After branding the demon spider next to Blackheart, George looked at Blackheart. Blackheart's upper body is now more and more human-like, although the 6 red eyes on the head and the huge horns on the top of the head look a bit ferocious. The witch-like upper body is already graceful. Even the voice is getting more and more beautiful. She no longer looks as ugly as she once was when she was a brain spider. This made George feel a little uncomfortable, because in his opinion, this ugly guy with a hoarse voice was more like a man or a monster. It seems that the situation in the mining area is pretty good. George lifted his legs and sat on Hei-Exion's body. Indeed, my master, Blackheart said, as he stood up and led his master slowly into the cave. The magic brought by the black tide awakened some creatures in the underground world. After an earthquake a few years ago, they emerged. These magical worms have very sweet flesh. In Blackheart's narrative, George learns the caves under this mountain range have been connected to the underground world. After Blackheart and the others came here, they started a battle with these terrifying underground creatures. But these demons from H.L. are obviously more terrifying, and also more wise. In comparison, those underground creatures do not yet have a complete social structure. Although Blackheart and the others only had more than 200 demon spiders at the beginning. As they fought day and night, the number of demon spiders increased, and the number of creatures crawling out of the ground became less and less. After all the nutrients of the zombies outside the mining area were absorbed by the demon spiders, the raging tide of demon spiders directly drove the underground creatures from the mining area back to the ground. Thank you for the 29 demons you dispatched a few days ago. Otherwise, we would still have some trouble dealing with the biggest thing. Yeah, George nodded, remembering the Jerry Jones he transferred to a few days ago. In addition to these 20 big demons, originally 21, Volp has one in his hands. There are also 20 apprentices. They are here with an exploration mission, and they also want to go to the Kingdom of Stars with him. Otherwise, I don't know much about the alchemy equipment that needs to be purchased. At the current level of development of the shelter, the Jerry Joneses are now unsuitable for excavation work. It would cause earthquakes. And because of the underground magic medicine garden, the demon spider's nest is not involved in or mining with them. So they have always acted as a transportation team. These high-level transportation laborers set out from the shelter last month, along with some of the big trucks that Anthony had recently built for the shelter project. On the way, they went to the Cokehead mine, where Blackheart was located, and they also gave them some support. That oversized worm gave even Blackheart a headache. But under the torment of 20 Jerry Jones, there was no room for resistance. After killing the grandmother of the underground worms, the underground creatures have been completely scattered. Let the spiders plunder. After saying this, Blackheart took out several large and small earth yellow gems. Although these gems were of different sizes and shapes, they all had strands of gold inside. Master, this is the mother of the earth condensed from the monster's body. It is a kind of magic gem. If it is made into a bracelet and worn in the hands of a wizard, it can exert strange abilities. Here, Blackheart took out another more beautiful gem, and this gem was a little bigger than the other one. This piece is called the Heart of the Earth, which I found from the underground mine. Although it not a magic stone, but a rare piece of jewelry more suitable for a set of necklaces for the Duchess. George took the 2 gems and looked this thoughtful guy up and down. That look was full of admiration. Blackheart knew that he was doing the right thing by flattering him. Sophia will be satisfied with the necklace. The one she gave her before was a bracelet. George recalled what he gave to the 2 girls when they were in Biswee City. But Lorna has a pair of bracelets herself. Hei-Exion heard that the big boss seemed to be planning to make a necklace out of this thing for Lorna. So he couldn't help but hurriedly interjected. It's okay to wear it on your feet, Master. George was slightly startled after hearing this, and then nodded, feeling that it was not impossible. I really want to give necklaces to 2 people at once, and a pair of necklaces and a bracelet for each person. Then I'm such a flattery. Maybe I'll really get slapped on the horse's leg. After the interlude, Blackheart told George about the current situation in the mining area on the road. Now a large area connecting the mining area to the underground world has become the territory of the demon spider. And it has also been planted with the magic medicine given by Anthony. Occasionally, the demon spiders would go underground to plunder. With this abundant supply of flesh and blood, the demon spiders grew very well. During the conversation, George had been riding Blackheart deeper and deeper. In comparison, These tunnels on the road are not as wide as the demon lairs in the valley. And the walls are also very crudely reinforced. It's not as flat and smooth as the demon spider's nest at all. It can be seen that they have been working hard these days. Soon, George and Blackheart arrived deep into the lair. The mines that have been abandoned for many years have gradually been reoccupied by various plants. You can see many fungi sticking out and the roots of some plants on the road. The center of the nest is located in a huge cave. Although it is not the largest cave here, the environment here is the best. Not only is it connected to the underground river, there is also a small underground deep pool on the edge of the cave. The spring water on the wall trickles into the pool, and the surrounding fungi grow very lushly. Chapter 467 Tunnel Network. Under the development of the demon spiders. This place has a sense of vitality. The many seeds Blackheart and the others brought from the main nest, demon spider's nest, have already grown into seedlings. After a while, after bringing the small creatures from the main nest, this place will become something else. An ecoregion. Blackheart looked at the dots of fluorescence on the surrounding walls and said, "Master, there are plenty of various mineral elements here. The location we chose contains some Pandaren elements. They are very important to the growth of the magic potion. It's of great help." George heard what Blackheart meant, and he said, "Next time the apprentices come to receive the goods, they will bring some seeds of magic fungi. You guys should take good care of them here. Master, please don't worry." At this time, those demon spiders that were not branded had already gathered here from various channels under the call of Blackheart. After branding them, George went to the incubation room and branded the colorful eggs that were about to hatch. This behavior has a great impact on the success rate of spider egg hatching. But the advantage is that it consumes very little. After finishing all this, George walked towards the work area. The mines he saw on the road were all originally built in the basin, with tracks and mine carts. After the demon spiders repaired this place, they have been working here for some time. In addition to the many demon spiders busy here, there are also many slaves enslaved by the demon spiders. There are corrupt creatures like scavengers, and even red devils. These creatures have been parasitized by alien demons. When they are about to die of exhaustion, the demon spider larvae in their bodies will hatch, without wasting any flesh and blood. When the big demon spiders pull it out in the mine, a pile of rocks and soil often falls down. If you were a miner, working alone for a whole day would not be as efficient as a devil spider pulling at you for a short while. Those demon spiders whose chitinous SHLs have not yet grown are all following behind the big demon spider and responsible for the picking work. After they pick out the ores from the stone soil, they sort them, and then either hand them over to the magic spider responsible for transportation, or load them into mine carts for slaves to transport to the storage room. Master, there were originally more than 60 tunnels here. In the past few months, we have dug out more than 20 tunnels. After Jerry Jones helped us dig out some, the number has reached 163. Anthony the Mercury ordered to be searched for by your excellency has also been found in the deep layers. And the storage is good. Now the entire underground network of the nest has been opened. And the basic situation of the nest, tunnel network, is close to that of the main nest. George nodded. He knew that it would take many years for this lair to develop into Siljek's lair. However, the most important thing in this area is not to allow the demon spiders to live, just to be able to mine. How's the production now? George picked up a basketball-sized ore and said. He couldn't tell what the mineral content was, but it still looked pretty. According to the records of Black Pearl Manor, at the peak of Black Pearl Valley, there were 2 million kilograms of iron ingots, which is more than 1,000 tons. But the annual output is equivalent to 1/3 of Rodent's annual iron output. But the demon spiders in the demon spider's nest can pull out more than 1,000 tons of various ores in a week. This is because they limit their reproduction and have to spend a lot of time in the underground potion garden. Master, we haven't been able to start work at full capacity in the past few months. In the past few months, we have only excavated about 200 tons, counting the remaining ore in this mining area, and the ore and iron tools collected in the town. The amount is about more than 300 tons. Judging from what Blackheart and the others have been busy doing around the mining area these days, there is indeed very little time and labor that can be invested in mining in the early stage, not just cleaning up the surrounding area, giving birth to children, and dealing with underground creatures. There are also repairs to abandoned mines. In addition, according to what Blackheart said, the minerals in the open pit mines and old tunnels in the mining area have been exploited by miners for centuries, which makes the number of rare mineral deposits extremely small. Therefore, if you want the ore to be of higher quality, you must dig a network of tunnels. So these 200 tons are actually byproducts of mining the network. However, Jerry Jones and others have now helped the Blackheart clan open many new tunnels. And the demon spiders are also digging deeper into the veins based on the original mine sites. After a few months, when the little devil spiders gradually grow out, the output will increase exponentially. At that time, the output of the valley and the basin will be enough to meet the shelter's increasing amount of metal consumption without the need for external purchases in the future. I took away 200 tons this time and left the rest in the basin. The surrounding towns will gradually move in with many people in the future. They need ore. You must also get along well with them. George thought for a moment and said, at present, the ore in the basin mine is being accumulated. Because of Dome Eagle's current land reclamation, the mineral resources were transported to various territories by Wendell and others. So George plans to take a batch of ore here so that the idlers of Dome Eagle Castle the workshops that come down can be used for work. These 200 tons of ore, after smelting, are almost 100 tons of metal. It is used to build equipment, probably to arm more than 2,000 soldiers, and these ores include some iron ore and copper ore, which contain a lot of lead. But if used on muskets and artillery, it is a large amount. At present, Erda's technology is mainly based on bronze cannons, and it cannot yet produce iron cannons. George estimated that the copper used for the 3-pounder cannon should not exceed 200 kilograms, and the iron used for the wheels should not exceed 10 kilograms. 50 tons of copper are enough to make more than 300 cannons. If all the remaining iron is used to make muskets, it will be enough to satisfy the new army's troops. The extra can be used to make other weapons. There are some gaps in the number of cannons, but they can be purchased. If all were forged, Dome Eagle's productivity might not be enough. Then his mood couldn't help but improve. Seeing that the big boss didn't blame him for the production issue, Blackheart couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It mentioned another thing. Master, those survivors are now worshipping the spider god. Those who can absorb this power of faith need to be at least the level of Siljek. So Blackheart has no taboo against this kind of thing. I don't have to worry about my boss being suspicious of me. George was slightly surprised after hearing this. And then, he suddenly understood. This kind of worship should be spontaneous. Under George's control, the shackles imposed by the brand prevented the spiders from feeding on humans. The demonic amnesty order that George planted for the new life through the Spider Queens also has the same restrictions. And the work of cleaning up the surroundings by the demon spiders has indeed made it easier for these survivors to worship the powerful creatures. It should not be a missed cultist. Pay attention and observe. No need to intervene for the time being, George said. When your people are patrolling in the mountains, the survivors they will encounter will also gather here. The spider god will attract them. The population of the basin is so small now. With their evil methods, if they intervene, all the survivors who have finally accumulated in the nearby towns will run away to the mountains again. As for this belief, after the basin governors placed the refugees transferred from Alfonso into mining towns, they will manage them. Having said this, George thought for a while. Has that town been opened? There are several small towns around the mining area, but there is only one place suitable for smelting. That small town is close to the official road, and the road leading to the mining area is also very wide. But it would be more efficient to open the tunnel directly from the ground. It's been opened. Master, Jerry Jones's transport team is loading there. You can take it away tonight. Chapter 468 Treasure Cave. Master, most of the residents of those small towns were miners who originally lived here. But now there are not many living people left here. After Blackheart and the others arrived, the survivors nearby had room to survive. Driven by the demon spiders, the survivors gathered in the small town where smelting could be carried out. After discovering that these demon spider gods seemed to be repairing this mineral vein, these silly survivors spontaneously repaired many tools and contributed them to these demon spider gods. However, because there are too many little devil spiders in the nest, they come in many varieties and are highly poisonous. Therefore, Blackheart did not let these people participate in the mining deep in the mine. He just arranged for them to repair the track outside the mine. These tracks have been repaired, and now the residents are developing trees in the nearby deep forest, preparing to follow the instructions of the demon spider god to build wooden tracks in the tunnel leading to the town. When the time comes for transportation both underground and on the road, the efficiency will increase many times. During the conversation, Blackheart had already carried George to the storage area. There are not only some magic spiders in the snow storage area, but also a dozen apprentices working here. These apprentices were rolling up their sleeves and checking the condition of the ores. The mud and sweat on his face were mixed together, and the gray robe on his body was also dark. The girls even tied their braids into ponytails, which were covered with sand. Angel, the leader, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes after seeing George coming. When Anthony gave the order, they had heard that the big boss would come, but they did not expect it to be so soon. After all the apprentices bowed, Angel reported the situation. They took instruments with them and visited the entire mining area in the past few days. Information including the conditions of the mining area, the distribution and content of the ore, and other relevant information has been collected. There is no need to let go of the Raven. It can be directly transmitted back to Anthony through the Book of Dawn. After Anthony sends people to sort it out, the wizards will know more about the situation than the spiders. After that, the demon spiders will carry out mining work more scientifically according to the wizard's plan. George smelled a smell of mercury on the apprentices, and guessed that the exploration of these guys must be very in-depth. Just as Blackheart said, the goods can be set off tonight. However, gold sand is very rare, and most of it is iron ore and copper ore. There are also some precious ores such as fine gold. Girl, how's the quality of the ore here? It should be pretty good. Right? George asked, patting Angel's head. He remembered that this little girl was Gaster's daughter. According to her seniority, she had to call him uncle. With Anthony's strict requirements, this poor little apprentice has not yet graduated. But the achievements she had made in the western region were not nearly as good as Lena's, even though she had a lot of tricks up her sleeve. However, this lively and active girl does not seem to be suitable for research. So this time, George called her over by name. It would be a good idea to accompany Lorna on the road. Angel looked at the large piece of ore in George's hand and said with a smile, "Sir, the gold mine in your hand looks very beautiful, but the gold that can be extracted is only a few grams at most. Its main content is copper, with lead." Angel continued to explain. The gold content of the ore in the shallow layer of the mining area is even lower, with an average of only 2 or 3 grams per ton. And after the mud is screened out, a large amount of mercury is needed to purify it at a negative cost. George couldn't help but twitching at the corners of his eyes. He thought the thing he was holding was a gold nugget. It seems that the quality of mining in this early stage is indeed not very good. But sir, the situation in the deep area here is still good. The associated ores of the gold mine are very complete in addition to a large amount of iron ore. There are more rich red silver, silver antimony tart copper, arsenic copper, and silver ore. In addition, there are some hexer-bismuth ore that can decompose mithril and thorium, hexagonal silver ore that contains panolan elements, and acerola jade gold that is most suitable for refining eternium. Speaking of the last kind of coniferous jade gold, Angel took out a fist-sized ore. This ore is crystal clear and looks like emerald or grandmother stone. The crystals on it stand up explosively, looking like emerald needles. Very beautiful. It not only contains a very high proportion of gold, but also contains a variety of high-energy precious elements such as space-time crystals and Andorra crystals. It ranks third among various precious minerals suitable for refining eternal gold. It contains useless impurities are very easy to deal with, so there is almost no need for complicated processes. After adding some pure gold to adjust the proportion, it can be used to refine eternal gold. Just like what Count Dexter said. This is a treasure cave! Angel smiled and showed his little tiger teeth. Before, miners did not dare to mine deep because of the occasional underground creatures. The nobles occasionally obtained this mineral, and it was simply used to extract gold, but there is no such problem. There is no need to let these treasures go to waste. Taken together, what is the gold content here? George wanted to know an exact figure, and as far as he knew, the amount of gold required for a magic hub would probably reach the development output of many mines for many years. The content determines the efficiency. The gold content of the veins in this mining area can reach 8,000 grams. Seeing George's happy face, Angel added, 8,000 grams per ton. The corners of George's mouth twitched, wondering if he heard correctly. Angel, are you sure you used the right unit? Of course it's not wrong. Angel combed his ponytail and said, Sir, please don't underestimate this number. 8,000 grams per ton is already an extremely rich amount of gold. The gold mine Dakins has also failed to reach this number. If we develop it well this year, our Hengjin raw materials will basically be enough next year. George nodded after hearing this, finally feeling relieved this time. He didn't know the gold content of Dakins, but he knew the annual output about 32,000 genes of gold per year. It seems that this output is ridiculously low if we calculate it. According to this productivity, tens of thousands of years will not be able to complete the amount of gold mined from the Earth's modern to the modern for more than 100 years. But such output is frighteningly high in this era. The content of Dakins can achieve such a yield. And the application of thermal energy in Dakins is also a reason. It is estimated based on the content of the gold veins in the basin and the efficiency of the demon spiders. It should be possible to get close to Darkins as long as the ore is transported to the shelter. The efficiency of the wizard's gold refining work is definitely higher than that of the nobles of the royal capital who guard the large treasure house, but don't know how to use it. Next, your sanctuary should be able to forge the first demonic nexus, when there is no need to worry about the consumption of magic gems. Anthony creates a drilling machine to cooperate with the spiders, and the output will usher in a second explosion. Chapter 469, The Black Technology of the Shelter, Finching Shuttle and Magnetic Gold Shuttle. However, so little gold has been mined in the past few months. It seems that Dome Eagle's firearms and ammunition cannot be purchased with the gold here for the time being. George shook his head and sighed. Originally, George planned to take some gold back to purchase artillery and artillery ammunition lead bullets, and even a small amount of silver bullets. Just forging these things by yourself is a bit tight given Cheonging's productivity. Moreover, many firearms and ammunition in various Elda territories are now gathering dust. The procurement cost is extremely low. If you use the card of grain trade and use some gold to purchase a large batch at that cost in advance, it will not be a problem. Blackheart saw the boss's mood and reported good news. Sir, underground creatures have the habit of collecting. We have collected some gold nuggets, gold sand and gems from their various layers, and have already loaded them on the truck. How many? George's eyes couldn't help but shine. The harvest from the lair is good. There are about 300 magic gems in total. The total size should be more than 1,500 carats. In terms of gold, it is about 4,000 kilograms. That's more than 100 gold bars? But, sir, Angel said cautiously, our shelter still needs these golden sands. At the beginning, Dakins used more than 10 years of gold production to exchange for a small magic hub with Forbidden Sanctuary. According to Riscard, this magic hub weighed 170,000 kilograms. There are more than 80 tons of gold. Anthony told himself that although the Forbidden Wizards had squeezed out all the gold saved by the Rodunk royal family for more than 10 years, the gold saved for more than 10 years was not the output for more than 10 years. The real manufacturing cost was probably less than 5 cents. 1. Among them, the gold used to refine gold into eternity is enough. At most a dozen tons, that is. More than 20,000 kilograms. If the output is not enough, you can also make a smaller magic hub. George did not intend to discount the magic hub of the shelter, but there was no problem in taking a dozen gold bars as a deposit for the purchase of Dome Eagle firearms. In addition, the more than 200 tons of cargo include copper or an iron ore, and a lot of lead and silver can also be extracted. Lead and silver can be used as ammunition. This time, he wanted to try to see if 3 pounds of silver and lead could be used to kill the Black Devil. After walking around the town that day, George and others set off. When George came to the glacier in the Green Hills again, he rode Anubis and looked down on the glacier. The melting Senas River was surging in the strong wind and heavy rain, constantly beating against the mountains on both sides. On the cliff, it is now early April, and a sudden heavy rain has brought spring completely to the north. In the midst of the wind and rain, 20 behemoths were walking between the mountain walls. Their real bodies were not actually that big. What was bigger was the huge tent they were dragging on their backs. The shape of this tent is somewhat like a boat, and Anthony's name for these vehicles is also very vivid, Finching Shuttle. But George prefers to call them trailers or mobile tents. In order to fix the wind shuttle to Jerry Jones, it was covered with spider webs, which were tightly tied to these large beetles. This looks very funny, like dung beetles carefully carrying large dung eggs, or giant turtles. However, they are very dexterous between the mountain walls. It seems that if it were not for carrying things, they could walk through the 90-degree mountain wall at will. When they reached the high cliff above the river, a man dressed as an apprentice walked out of each tent. After getting off the bus, the apprentice recited a spell to remove the cobwebs. Then, under the operation of the apprentices, the Finching Shuttle unfolded its magic wind wings, was hung by the feet of these large beetles, and began to glide towards the opposite mountain wall. George looked at these Jerry Jones and nodded secretly. These oars are tied up in the car. Although the area occupied is small, the quality of the oars is huge. Adding all the minerals together, each car weighs more than 10 tons. If it weren't for the fear that these things would fall into the abyss because they were too heavy, these tanks could still carry them even if the vehicle was full. Not to mention how valuable the mines inside are. Just these big trailers are all dismantled and sold for scrap metal. One of them can be sold for more than 2,000 yuan cost, according to Anthony's data. The vehicles he built have a carrying capacity of 60 tons when he was in the shelter. These vehicles often travel back and forth between the Demon Spider town and the shelter, and the people responsible for transporting them were those in the small town. Iron ingots smelted in the town, even if they are walking on a mountain road. As long as there is an apprentice on top to control the wind wing on the car, they can walk on flat ground amid the movement of the scarab, and turn their heads smoothly with the movement of the scarab. On particularly difficult roads, the wind wings can even assist the scarab in making short flights. However, on the way here from the Basin Gold Mine, in order to help Anthony conduct tests, George took Jerry Jones and walked in a straight line from the mine, basically crossing mountains and cliffs. And most of them time and vehicles were tied to the scarab's body by the apprentices with spider webs. But their daily traveling speed reached a speed of 120 kilometers. George. Anthony, you really have a very smart head, although the appearance of these cars is very different from the ones I drew. Anthony. Of course, it can't be all made of steel. George. That would be too heavy. But don't worry. Apart from being able to move it by yourself, its load-bearing capacity, sturdiness, and flexibility are no better than what you said. That big trailer sucks. George nodded. He saw on the road that although these vehicles needed Jerry Jones to pull them in front, under the operation of the apprentices, the vehicles could follow the footsteps of the beetles and turn, just like the car and the insect merge into one, just as flexible. George, have you figured out the kinetic energy suitable for these vehicles? The black oil I was talking about. Anthony interrupted. I know the petroleum you are talking about. Some wizards like to use it to make some composite materials. It is said that they can also extract several flammable liquids. But no matter how high their reserves are, development it is also a big problem. A few years may not be enough. And the internal combustion engine you mentioned is too complicated to study from scratch. It requires a complete set of industrial systems to manufacture it. Hearing this, George was a little disappointed. But Anthony continued to talk. However, if the magic kinetic energy system of the golems is modified, it should be able to meet your requirements, but if you want to activate them, I suggest you wait until the magic hub is established. Otherwise, invest in magic for transportation. It can be consumed, but it's really a waste. George nodded. Anthony said, I have recently been studying a new type of vehicle, the magnetic shuttle. After these vehicles can use the magic power system, I will add some Andorra crystal elements when building the vehicle. It should be if we can make them weightless. Maybe we can build a flying machine in the future. Chapter 470 Preparations before heading east. George knew the importance of these things if the Fengxing shuttle could be upgraded into a magic-powered armored vehicle, or even a magic-powered tank or Gundam in the future. Then the magnetic shuttle is the prototype of the airplane. George hurriedly wrote, This can be considered an important research project. Anthony, I know the function of this thing. But George, we have to do it little by little. There is too much work in the laboratory now. And I can only separate a group of people to study the power system this time you go back to Star Kingdom. Don't forget to help me find the items on the list in the Kingdom of Stars. Many forbidden wizards occasionally go to the Kingdom of Stars for vacation. There must be something we can use there. George nodded. He knew that Anthony should be studying the modification of the engine now. Having said this, Anthony sighed with some physical and mental exhaustion. If we can bring some back, we people can be liberated. We can also bring back some books. We currently have too little information for research and development. With more books in hand, each R&D team will get twice the result with half the effort. And the apprentices will have more to learn. George nodded. He knew that many of the wizards in the shelter would sleep for less than 2 hours on average. If it weren't for the fact that these guys were much stronger than ordinary people. And they also had many potions to take. Many people may die suddenly in the laboratory. He flipped through the Book of Dawn. The progress of the Demonic Nexus project currently showed 20%. This was a factual statistic that the Light of Dawn helped Anthony carry out. And this 20% shows that basically the magic hub energy loops and corresponding equipment of each wizard tower are almost finished. All that is missing is the core magic hub and some key node accessories. These accessories and the instruments required for forging the magic hub account for 75% of the overall project. And Anthony and the others are making very slow progress on it. If you find something this time, complete the 75%, and the rest will fall into place. Now, it seems that there are chip drawings and processes, but there is no photolithography machine. However, if you get something like a photolithography machine back, even some components or secondhand goods, Anthony and Rusgard, the two new generation masters among the forbidden wizards, as well as the legendary wizards from the old era, will definitely be able to lead the team to successfully build the demonic nexus. In George's view, they are now master scientists who returned from studying in the United States in the 1960s. And the team they lead in the shelter are also the most elite scientists in the 3 northern countries. So if things go well, basically by the end of the year, you will be able to see the demonic nexus. Soon these 20 scarabs, originally 21, Balt took one away, successfully landed on the other side of the river. After the apprentices came down, they were busy for a while. This time, they completely removed the spider web and attached the wind shuttle to the magic spider tendon hanging on the scarab. Afterwards, the apprentices closed the folding cover in front of the wind traveling shuttle, and the scarab's body was completely covered. From the fog, it looked as if the vehicle had nothing to transport. Although scarabs have their eyes covered, they actually hardly rely on vision to travel. This is a small modification that Anthony made some time ago. Not only did he add this folding cover, but he also reserved a component in the front that can be hung on the horse. If there were horses in the procession, the vehicle would look exactly like it was being pulled by horses. Although it seems strange to use horses to transport such a large vehicle, the Fengxing shuttle is covered with various alchemical runes and the imprint of the Holy Temple. In addition, the coachman will either be a wizard or a priest. The car also looks like a mobile tent for big shots to rest, so generally no one would suspect it. The mark of the temple will even keep others away. George's modification request is a little bit of thought. If there are people around on the road, he will notice it earlier. The cover-up can be done in just a few minutes, and these vehicles hardly need to enter the city. When encountering the city on the road, these 20 vehicles guarded by the big devil can be thrown outside. Whoever comes near will die. When these vehicles began to move in the direction of Dome Eagle Fort, George had already landed near the convoy. He asked Angel about the mana consumption of the glide. Just now, he had just glided for a distance of about 2 kilometers. Probably less than 0.3 degrees. 1 carat magic gem is 10 degrees. But sir, this kind of gliding does not require taking off and consumes less magic energy, Angel said. If it is dragged up by Jerry Jones on the ground, 10 tons of cargo will consume 10 degrees of magic energy for 1 kilometer. George nodded. Although this data was a bit low, it was enough. In this fog, flying a kilometer away is enough for others to find it. Sir, I have always heard that there are dragons in the mountains north of Rodenk. When I saw them today, what I said was true. Layton looked at the Jerry Jones in the castle yard and couldn't help but marvel. According to the explanation of the wizards, these creatures are all dragonborn, who were summoned to the valley because of the sunshine in the sanctuary. However, according to him, it is more reasonable that these mythical creatures must have been inspired by the 7 gods in the valley. George nodded and said nothing. When he entered the city today, the citizens did not notice anything unusual about these vehicles. Even Lydon suddenly discovered that these popular shuttles had something to do with them after he ordered someone to lift the cover. Other things are being transported. Lorna, the little follower who was following George, after hearing what Layton said, couldn't help but glance at George with curiosity on her face. She didn't take care of it for a moment. But this guy actually made up another story. This time, after seeing George back, Lorna was inseparable. She has been being pulled by Tanya to do hard labor these days, and she vowed that she would never miss this tour group this time, because there were cures for various plagues. Lorna had already arranged them at Dome Eagle during this period. So George has long planned to take this great mage with him. He might encounter some world treasures along the way. And this prophet is his artificial radar. So George had already arranged a place for her in the tour group, and even asked someone to bring Lorna's favorite pillow up in private. It's just that he deliberately teased this girl and didn't mention it to her. Therefore, in the past few days, this girl has been looking for opportunities to flatter George every day, and even picked up the leg-beating skills that she had forgotten a long time ago. Now, under George's little trick, the chief witch of the shelter has taken Aggie's position again, and has become George's chief personal maid, or the chief follower. But speaking of it, Layton, you are really very efficient this time. George nodded and said, looking at the large carriages that were being transported to the castle courtyard in front of him. The knights were unloading the goods from these large carriages and loading the goods into the huge mobile tents. Chapter 471 Gale Old Friends Reunion. Lydon just came back from outside today, with a dusty look on his face. Many knights still had some blood stains on their armor, and George noticed that there seemed to be some loot on those big carriages. George asked curiously, "It seems that this journey is not very peaceful?" "Ha ha. They are all a bunch of blind people." Layton patted the thunderbolt on his waist, touched his beard and said, "These weapons are really useful. They are worth a 3-pounder cannon." George nodded. Layton's words were a bit exaggerated, but the power of these small electromagnetic cannons was indeed far more terrifying than muskets, and they could cause fatal damage to many red devils. Hitting the knight's armor, the breastplate can often be broken in half. Those inside will be reduced to pieces. As for those sightless guys, how could the real robbers dare to rob Layton's group? However, on the way back from collecting the goods this time, the several lords who caused mischief on the road must have been completely shocked. Under the escort of the Dome Eagle Knights, all the goods have basically arrived at Dome Eagle City. The knights and soldiers are busy transporting the goods from the large carriages to the huge wind shuttle. Layton, is this batch of goods much larger than we planned? Looking at the large carriages, George touched his chin. According to the original plan, the quantity of this batch of goods was probably more than 100 cars. But now the quantity seems to be twice as much. And there are many more types of goods than originally planned. Some of them are even works of art. Indeed, sir. Many of them are other people's goods. And some of them are the royal family's goods. These guys have helped a lot. So they all bought shares. With their reputation, we have to buy them. Layton stroked his beard and said, after the nobles of the kingdom heard the news about us this time, each chamber of commerce formed another caravan. Fortunately, we lived up to our orders and collected all the goods we needed. George nodded, understanding what Layton meant. He could guess that Layton had probably put a lot of effort into collecting these goods this time. Judging from this situation, Alfonso has already started work in the royal capital, and those who oppose him have also gathered together. Thinking of this, George looked at the unfamiliar faces not far away. They seemed to be people sent by various nobles. Although the noble shareholding this time has divided a lot of profits, the profits of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce can still be guaranteed. The only regret is that transporting more goods not only increases risks and costs, but also they may not be able to manipulate these goods very well. This made George feel like he was working for nothing. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. These benefits cannot all be taken for nothing by yourself. And you can pull everyone to make money together. From the perspective of making money, although it has increased some costs. From the perspective of the future development of Qiangying, establishing stable interest connections with these nobles is of great benefit. And it can be regarded as helping Alfonso a little, allowing him to carry out his work in the kingdom better. How much does our own cargo take up? George asked. Half and half. Sir, 2 of them were taken out by our family. Layton said in fact. More than half of the 20% is Layton's contribution, including the territory and the Chamber of Commerce in his hands. The others are from various vassals and Qiangying Fort. We purchased the other 3 layers from territorial residents, workshops, chambers of commerce in the kingdom, and other territories. The other 50% is all other people's goods, of which the royal family accounts for the majority, 20%. But sir, Alfonso and I have already discussed that we can take out 20% of the profits from their goods, just do the accounting. And His Highness the Prince will turn a blind eye. Yes. Layton smiled slightly. He asked me to take him to express his gratitude to you. Of course, Alfonso's goods are not his own. But the nobles who followed him to invest in shares probably never imagined that Alfonso would cheat them out of their own money. Having said this, Layton's eyes began to search among the crowd, and gradually fell on a few merchants ordering goods. The leader was still dressed as an aristocrat, and there were 3 flower bells on his felt hat. These guys are all from Alfonso. The prince helped us a lot this time. In addition, he also provided several channels to the Kingdom of Stars. George nodded, knowing that the people Layton was referring to were responsible for the finance and accounts of this batch of goods. At this time, Lorna reached out and poked George's waist, and then looked at a person not far away. After George was slightly surprised, he followed Lorna's gaze and found an acquaintance among the merchants. Oh, sir, that is Earl Gale, non-hereditary, an upstart who rose to power through business. However, although this guy only has an honorary title and has no foundation among the nobility, his ability is very high. Average. It is said that His Highness the Prince said that Gale made his first pot of gold in the real southern wilderness. It can be said that he is extremely courageous. After saying this, Layton laughed. This guy is a real gambler. Compared with some hesitant nobles, this time he can be regarded as investing all his capital in building the castle. Came in this trade. After hearing what Layton said, George couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and his expression became playful. A nearby Grand Knight Commander of Dome Eagle saw the look in Big Boss Lou's eyes, waved directly, and ordered someone to bring Gale over. Not far away, Gale couldn't help but be confused when he saw the posture of the knights surrounding them. After arriving in front of George with these knights, he suddenly laughed. Gale has long heard of the reputation of the Knight of the God. I also suddenly discovered that this man, who had always claimed to be a bishop, it turned out that it was really Bishop Avery who sent him there. But Gale didn't understand what happened in Dome Eagle during these days. Not many people in Elda knew about it. Many nobles only knew Count Tanya of Black Pearl, who came to Dome Eagle. Little did he know that things had completely changed here. Some well-informed guys may have sniffed out some definite news. But for guys at Gale's level, they are somewhat out of reach of those big and powerful people even if they have some communication. They are still ignored by the big nobles, just taking advantage. In other words, he was running errands, he was now running errands for Alfonso. But he didn't become Alfonso's confidant. Therefore, although Alfonso told him that he wanted to cooperate with Dome Eagle, he did not tell him the exact situation in order to avoid making the situation in the royal capital too complicated. It is not yet suitable to completely bring the Knights of the Throne to the table. My dear Lord Bishop, it's been so long! Chapter 472 The Thread Between the Coating Society and the Lost Archangel. After Gale came over, he didn't look unfamiliar at all. And the smile on his face was so warm that George couldn't help but curse a few times. However, after chatting, George's face became a little embarrassed he had rejected the appointment. Last year, Gale went to his shelter as agreed, planning to go south with George. But at that time George went to Bluewater City. Gaster, the host of the valley at that time, did not explain anything about Gale despite his busy schedule. Naturally, Gaster didn't have a good look towards this profiteer who had stolen a lot of money from him before. Therefore, not only were all the things Gale brought there that time seized by Crobber, but Gale also barely managed to escape from the valley. If this guy hadn't met Garvey, he might still be a slave on that big city wall. During that period, all the affairs of the shelter were tense. And later major events such as the Blood Moon and the Windsonging City also happened. Therefore, the few leaders who knew that Gale and George had in-depth cooperation put this trivial matter behind them. After Gale experienced this incident, and because of the business relationship between Fernando, a business tycoon, and the valley, Gale was completely squeezed out of the area of responsibility in the valley, and was suppressed by Fernando. However, this old profiteer found some partners in Elda, and later even got lucky. Not only did he get the honorary title of Earl, he also got a nice name. And he also got involved with the royal family. This old profiteer had a very unique vision. At that time, Prince Robert's faction was obviously the best backer, but he firmly chose Prince Alfonso. Now, he has become a lackey running errands for Alfonso, to put it bluntly. Gale walked around in circles, and finally ran into the palm of George's hand. Sir, don't worry. This is not the first time I have taken this road. I am familiar with several roads. I have recorded them here wherever there is a supply point that can welcome me, he said slightly politely. George nodded. In this heavy fog, if this guy Gale helps lead the team, it will indeed save a lot of trouble. Layton interrupted. Sir, this time, in addition to leading the way, Gale is also responsible for counting the accounts. Having said this, Layton looked at Gale and his boss with a half smile. We are no longer outsiders. George laughed in surprise. In order to protect their own interests, the nobles pushed Prince Alfonso to the forefront. I believe that the prince can protect the interests of the nobles. But the friendship between Alfonso and Dome Eagle goes far beyond the rules of this game. The nobles simply handed over their interests to the sun god. Alfonso has already told Gale about some matters on how to cooperate with Dome Eagle. Gale and others are basically responsible for the false accounting. The other nobles in charge of the accounts are also people who work for some powerful people. But everything has been taken care of. How can you not get some kickbacks when you help the boss? But for George, compared with the extra 20% profit, the special organization, Cooperation Society, is more important to him. He suspected that this co-help society was probably related to a certain archangel, the Angel of Generosity, or the Angel of Wisdom. And only these few lost archangels don't know the situation of Dawn Light. George planned to find an opportunity to talk to Gale about this matter alone in the future. According to Gale, each of these large carriages contained a small barrel of silver fox. But compared to the goods, Gale seemed to be more interested in those scarabs and carts. The appearance of those scarabs reminded him of some of the totems enshrined in the southern wilderness. The horns on the heads of the totems were not that scary, but overall they were very similar. The real Gryjones had dragon horns. And after the fall of these descendants of Anubis, their horns became more ferocious, and their size became much larger. As for those caravans, Gale had looked at them many times. They are as big as large movable tents. and they can carry as much stuff as half the cargo hold of a ship. But Gale could only tell that the metal used under the car seemed to be a mithril alloy. The tint above looks very primitive and bland, but it is actually made of spider silk. No musket can penetrate it. The keels used for support inside the spider silk tint appear to be only as thick as a child's thumb. Many tendons and keels are woven into a network inside the tint. It looked like it could be split open with one sword, but the impact it could withstand was beyond Gale's imagination. According to the female apprentice standing on the roof, who was assembling some kind of huge crossbow, it would be fine even if the car turned over. Of course, try not to turn it over. Otherwise, the Grand Ballista on the door of the car will be crushed, Angel said, touching the huge ballista under his butt. Its bow is made of the same dragon material as the carport, and both are the horns of Goron. The strings are also made of the same material that connects the carport keels. They are all spider tendons. It can penetrate the distant Goron within a range of 3,000 meters. Even if he can't kill him with one blow, the terrifying barbs will make Goron bleed to death. Black Pearl Castle and the Great City Wall now have such gadgets. And there are also two in Golden Maimon Town. The scourge of the Northern Giants has basically been wiped out, or, in other words, they have all become this kind of thing, because there is a night demon enchantment inside. Ordinary guards can also operate it. If a magic gem is placed, the crosshair will not only have the ability to penetrate the fog, but after locating the target in the air, it can also be linked to the rotating platform under the ballista. Even the obsidian destroyer in the sky can be hit with one blow, wear it to pieces. Compared with artillery, it is more suitable for dealing with targets in the sky. It is more powerful than the thunder and lightning. The cost is lower, and the magic energy consumption is almost negligible. So George took them all with him. George felt that he would not be so unlucky to meet the destroyer along the way. But when this thing is used to hit someone, it can also be used to skewer candied haws. More than 200 large carriages, more than 100 tons, with a carrying capacity of more than 1,000 kilograms, connected with some supplies, were finally filled with all these big tank carriages. These goods are very light, but it occupies a large area. In particular, certain goods are very afraid of pressure. You have to put it on the shelf in the car to move it up. According to Leiden, there was only this number of merchant fleets organized by Dome Eagle and many nobles many years ago, but it was probably less than 10 merchant ships. There were also 3 armed ships. However, in addition to being able to hold so much cargo, a real merchant ship can also hold many crew members and has other cabins such as kitchens. And if transporting ore, a ship can transport hundreds of tons. After the goods were almost all counted, George and the others talked about the route. Although Leighton has never walked there in person, he will not join the team this time, but he seemed very familiar with the route. However, Gale never said a word beside him. Chapter 473, The Queen's Alien Negotiator. George noticed Gale's anomaly. After thinking about it, he asked, "Gale, what do you think of this trade route?" Leighton had provided several suggestions before, and George was not shy about asking at this time. And when it comes to trade routes, George still feels that Gale may be more professional. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about the terrifying environment in the west and east of the valley. Walking around the valley is like a nightmare. But Gale relied on this to make a living. After hearing George's words, Gale couldn't help but glance at Leighton. Although Gale didn't know the details, he was generally clear about the several customary travel routes of the Dome Eagle. While on the way, Leighton also talked with him, so he already had some understanding. But Gale had other ideas in mind. "Sir, in fact, my views are somewhat different from those of Earl Leighton. I do not recommend following the mountains to the Kingdom of Stars after crossing Elda." Gale raised the objection straight to the point, which made Earl Leighton a little bit somewhat surprised. He took a look at the small businessman, and couldn't help but reveal a sense of contempt in his eyes. Although Gale was also an earl, this honorary earl title was no different from that of a commoner in the eyes of a real noble. Gale spoke carefully. "Although this route that the Dome Eagle family often takes is usually very safe, they try their best to avoid contact with the Southern Wilderness tribe. Moreover, the road is relatively easy to walk. But this time the situation is different. There are some differences. There are not so many nobles in the country who are against us. After passing through their territory, our route will be obvious to everyone. Those who are interested will note it down." After hearing this, Leiden and George couldn't help but frown slightly, and somewhat understood what Gale meant. These nobles may not dare to be so rampant in Elda. But after this journey is over, things will get interesting later. If it were an ordinary bandit, the caravan would not be weak at all. But if it was a well-prepared ambush, it would cause some trouble. And the most important thing is that due to supply problems, the caravan must not have too many people. Even if you are not afraid if you are wise, you will suffer losses if you encounter the Dark One. If you are on this road, you need to be on guard against thieves day and night. No matter how strong the demons and knights are, they will be exhausted physically and mentally in this nearly half a year. Especially this section of the road that is about to reach the second half of the Star Kingdom. Other routes will pass through the tropical rainforest in the second half. But this road of Dome Eagle does not have to be like this. It looks like it will be a good walk. But once after embarking on this second half of the road, the caravan has only two choices: either walk all the way to the dark side, or turn back along the way it came. Gale said a problem that even George could not ignore. Around the Kingdom of Stars, there are many bandits of the southern wilderness who cooperate with the nobles of the Kingdom of Stars. Those southern wilderness people even have weapons provided by the nobles of the Kingdom of Stars. Although they are not here, there are many activities around this section of the road. But if someone reveals our itinerary and route, then if the nobles of the southern wilderness and the Kingdom of Stars join forces to create a ghost, I am afraid that we will encounter more than just the southern wilderness people. Then there is a valley halfway along the way, which is perfect for an ambush. After hearing this, Lydon secretly broke out in a cold sweat. He found that what this humble little businessman said did make sense. I made an omission, sir. With the current domestic situation, this time the caravan is indeed not safe. It's time to take the usual route. Lydon was slightly polite to Gale, saying that he was all ears. After seeing this scene, Gale subconsciously wanted to lower his head and salute, but suddenly remembered that he was also an earl, honorary earl. So he quickly corrected his posture and said, "Okay." In return, under the waiting eyes of the big boss, Gale continued, "I suggest that in the first half of the journey, we still take the old route of the Eagle Caravan. Let those fools wait for us in the north. We are entering after the Tianwu mountain range. We detour to the south, pass through the Yega rainforest, and go straight to the River of Stars. Then, we take a boat. Pirates are often in the first half of the River of Stars. And in the second half, although Duanlu has not entered the Kingdom of Stars, it is already the territory of the Kingdom of Stars." Gale continued, "In this way, we will make up for all the time we lost on the road. Even if we encounter some water pirates on this stretch of the river, they are just small thieves. We can just hire a few armed merchant ships. It's easy to settle. And the most important thing is that this river is a real river, and we can dock at any time if there is an emergency." The River of Stars runs through the east and west of the continent, coming from the sea and going along the sea. It is one of the wonders of this world. The two ends of the river are said to be rivers, but in fact they are already inland seas. Hearing this, George nodded. In the vast inland sea, their merchant ships were still worried about some pirates. Jerry Jones was a little constrained on the sea, and if there were too many pirate ships, the merchant ships would be in trouble if they were shot. But in the river, these guys can't make a difference. The number of water pirates and the size of their ships are incomparable to the pirate fleet. If a few ships come over, even the Dawn Knights are not good at water fights, and they can be settled with a magic wand. In addition, in this river, Jerry Jones can do whatever he wants. With a few small boats, Jerry Jones can overturn them if he gets on them. Seeing George nodding his head, Lorna couldn't help but get excited. The original route was really boring, but if they followed Gale's route, the tour group would be able to combine Iberia Star. We have seen most of the famous wonders in China. It is said that there is a waterfall between the inland sea and the inland river, and ships can travel against the current on that waterfall. Yes, Gale, go back and draw this route in detail, and we will study it together in a few nights." George made the final decision. The nobles' nets are all in the north, and it doesn't matter if we encounter some robbers and water thieves in the south. The main reason why he was so sure was that this route extended in all directions and could be changed at any time. Unlike in the long-range plan, some roads only have one. With the Book of Dawn and Gale's rare items, no one could ambush them. Lydon stroked his beard and nodded and said, "This road can indeed be carefully considered. If we follow this route, there should be no accidents." Gale couldn't help laughing after hearing this, and he said confidently, "Unless you encounter a dragon or a wild elf." After George heard this, he laughed out loud, even though many wizards said that dragons were extinct. And Soraya also claimed that the 7 gods once destroyed those giant dragons, who falsely claimed to protect the world, but actually caused trouble, slaughtered everything. But George still couldn't help but think of Smog and the gold piled in the dragon's lair. After everyone saw the big boss laughing, they all burst into laughter. These two things were like those legendary stories. Everyone has heard what the adventurers said. But obviously, how can there be real dragons and wild elves in this world. Only Lorna's eyes were filled with stars. And she decided to go back and read up on the novels and stories she found in the castle a few days ago. There were many stories about adventurers communicating with dragons and wild elves, and some draconic and elvish languages. It seems that this negotiation work depends on me. Little Rona. Chapter 474. The Nobles with Weak Knees. Moss and others came on the third day after George's return, which was several days earlier than scheduled. When these southern wilderness people were about to arrive at Dome Eagle Castle, George and others were drinking tea in the castle. Aji was the first to discover the rolling salt city in the distance outside the window. Soon there was thunder, and tens of thousands of horses galloped out of the mist. The horses covered a large area of the distant horizon, and there were many people among the horses. He shouted, swung his long riding whip, and drove the horses over. This time, George saw many people from other tribes among the people Moss brought. They were all obviously from the southern wilderness, but they were dressed differently, and the styles of their totems were also very different. Moreover, many people are obviously serious southern wilderness warriors, but they are like slaves and are driven by the people of the Moss tribe. According to Moss, several surrounding small tribes have already joined their tribe, and there are some small tribes that join in truly spontaneously. Although not all of these southern wilderness people are original members of the Moss tribe. Without exception, they all admire Soraya and others very much. The great shaman of the Moss tribe even followed the team this time. He and the shamans of several other small tribes followed Soraya like devout slaves. When the southern wasteland troops were handing over to Leiden, the shaman followed Soraya to George's room. Following Soraya's hint, several shamans understood and bowed before George, kissing the boots of Lord Dawn. After Soraya shooed them away, she sat on the sofa opposite George and explained in a pretentious manner. When I went there this time, I discovered that Father God had indeed left many ruins in the southern wilderness. Many people, even now, the statues of the God of War and the God of Justice are still enshrined. And there are also totem marks of us protective angels. Some tribes are even confused. Speaking of this, Soraya suddenly drank tea nervously. She found that in her nervousness, she had forgotten the lines she had originally made up, and her words were inconsistent. Soraya couldn't help but feel uneasy, and quietly looked at her nanny with her peripheral vision. But it seems that this idiot George did not realize the contradiction in his words. George pretended to be stupid with a smile on his face, and while pushing the preserved fruits and desserts in front of Soraya, he helped this guy change the topic. Thor had already told him everything about what they saw and heard as a group of people. Some tribes worship the icons of Soraya and Alexander. The appearance of this holy statue is different, and it is different from Soraya. But the sun mark engraved on it is exactly the same as the unique holy mark revealed when Soraya exerts certain powers. The most important thing is that the aura contained in these icons is very similar to Soraya's aura. Ordinary people may not be able to sense it, but those who can sense the power of faith can tell it. After seeing these things, Thor, the big devil, took advantage of Soraya's power and pretended not to know anything on the surface. Even after being severely warned, he exchanged a confession with Soraya. But after that, Thor secretly revealed everything to its big boss through the Book of Dawn. According to what Thor said, the situation was correct as he had guessed. Soraya had indeed left a lot of backup in the southern wilderness. This time, she had connected with some tribes and had a secret code. It seems that some tribes did not confront Soraya because of their inheritance, and openly said that she was an evil spirit. The results can be imagined. According to Saul, some tribes in the southern wilderness seem to have a legend circulating when a natural disaster strikes. The sun will move northward, and the world will be shrouded in darkness. Only the shelter in the north will have sunlight. Only these archangels around the dawn light knew that a sanctuary would appear in the north a few centuries ago. And it was this prophecy that made the people of the southern wilderness start heading north when the disaster struck. At present, the great chiefs and some super tribes named Sun are all in Sun City and the southernmost area of Iberia that is the best land. The land in Iberia near the River of Stars is basically covered by sunlight. The southern wilderness people distributed in other areas of Iberia account for 2/3, that is, more than 2 million barbarians. But if you include their slaves and hard laborers, there are more than 10 million people. The population of more than 10 million seems a bit sparsely distributed in a territory as large as the Kingdom of Iberia. But there is a key here. That is, those lords, who are still nominally loyal to the Kingdom of Iberia, have actually become vassals of the southern wilderness tribe. Oh! So, all the noble lords in Iberia have actually become vassals of the southern wilderness tribe? George asked in surprise, although he somewhat expected this. He did not expect it. These guys' knees are weaker than they think. It's not called vassal. They call this relationship Ised, which translated means huge family. At this point, Soraya looked a little weird. This concept was first passed on to her. It was originally intended to allow the tribe to integrate with the northern nobles and live in harmony in the future, a structure that was a bit like a sanctuary. Obviously, this concept succeeded, but the southern wasteland has now become a major threat to the north. George nodded. More than 10 years ago, after the people of the southern wilderness killed each other, all the territories were destroyed in name only, and the surviving lords were all obedient people. And they are also connected with the tribe through marriage and reproduction. These Iberian lords would not be able to survive in the current environment of Iberia without a certain tribe as a backer. Now these noble lords nominally belong to the kingdom's nobility, but in fact, they have joined various tribes and have established an inseparable relationship. This situation is definitely not allowed by the Holy Court and the Seven Kingdoms, coupled with the belief of southern wilderness. This creates irreconcilable conflicts between the north and the south. The Eldar people may have some understanding of the current situation in the southern wilderness, but their understanding may not be as deep as Soraya's. She saw with her own eyes in the tribe that Moss called the noble lords over. And those lords, they are at their mercy and more obedient than slaves. And the vassals under the lords are also extremely supportive of Moss's tribe. These southern wilderness people, who distribute the land and wealth of the nobles to the common people, are like saviors in the eyes of the people. And the noble lord is just a puppet. A person who issues orders specifically for the tribe, manages the masses, and is left as a puppet to the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 475, The Sun God Plan. Soraya and the others managed to cover half of the western border of Iberia in more than a month. This was basically the case. The land in the Western Territory is more than 10 times larger than the Principality of Qiangying, and the management of the Southern Wasteland people in the past 10 years has been much better than Qiangying. Soraya calculated the places she had traveled and found that the number of people who believed in the Sun God had exceeded 50 million. The population of the entire Western Iberia region had exceeded 100 million, which was 3 times the population of the Kingdom of Elda. Divide into 2. In this western region, there are 3 main tribes or principalities. One is the Frostfang tribe of Moss. The other is the Fire Wolf tribe. And the other is an alliance of small tribes. The others were scattered small tribes and lords who were still loyal to the Iberian king. The actual population controlled by the Frostfang tribe alone has reached 8 million. Therefore, the current western border of Iberia can be said to be divided into 4 parts of the world. Hearing this, George knew that everyone from top to bottom for Elda was so afraid of the southern wilder people. With such huge logistical support, the Southern Wilderness tribe is simply a perpetual motion machine for war. Without the deterrence of the Star Kingdom, the tribe could destroy Elda at any time. Not to mention others. The Moss tribe alone can easily pull out 10,000 barbarian warriors. These 10,000 people are powerful cavalry that are even more powerful than the noble knights. I am afraid that only the Sky Eagle can compete with the Frostfang tribe before the battle in the north. All the surrounding lords are in vain. In fact, this is also true. Although the Qiangying Principality only had a population of 5 million in the past 2 years, the Fire Wolf and Frostfang never dared to come here to offend. Not to mention Jagger. Yudlin also won the battle with Nan Huang. But now it can be said that one is ebbing and the other is ebbing. The tribe is not only stronger than the nobles, but also better in management than the nobles. This can be seen from the management. The Frostfang tribe's land is only 200,000 square kilometers. But there are 8 million people living in these 200,000 square kilometers of land. The population density is almost the same as that of the Qin dynasty. It is ironic that the rule of tribal slave society is better than that of feudal society. But the corruption and greed of the aristocracy are the root cause of this contrast. Of course, in terms of light industry and industrial types, the situation of the tribe and the surrounding nobles is still a bit confusing. It can be said to be retrograde. To put it bluntly, the Elda Kingdom and the Southern Wilderness tribe are now competing to see whose rule is more rubbish. Judging from the current situation, it is obvious that the Kingdom of Elda is even more rubbish. Even many of the lords in the land between the Dome Eagle and Moss tribes that belong to the Kingdom of Elda are from the southern part of Iberia. The desert people are becoming more and more ambiguous. If these people continue to kneel down, Iberia will expand northward to the border of the Principality of Sky Eagle without the need for war. George somewhat understood why Moss came directly to Dome Eagle and paid attention to a certain land between the two Elda. A land of more than 200,000 square kilometers lost the jurisdiction of the lord and was controlled by the kingdom. After taking it back, the local nobles were in disarray. According to Moss and others, these 200,000 pieces of land are not occupied in vain. George thought so too. Previously, George had paid attention to using the Southern Wilderness tribe to annex the land of certain noble lords around the principality. Judging from the current situation, it seems that he can do it more blatantly. He thought about how to use these bandits to kill big families, just kill the disobedient nobles. Both Alfonso and Leiden can provide lists. I also thought about how to divide the fields. However, this matter is not suitable for Soraya's line, it is suitable for Thor's development in the southern wilderness. Even if these lands were swallowed by the southern wilderness tribes that allowed Thor to develop, it would be no different than if they were swallowed by themselves. As for Soraya's younger brothers, they mainly focus on developing the southern wilderness tribe that can be accommodated. Soraya, from now on, these people in the southern wilderness will need to ask you to teach them more. I don't have much time to read the archives of the Kingdom of Heaven, and I'm not very clear about the allusions to the sun god. George slowly walked to the window, and looked, he said, to the lively crowd outside. It should be. Soraya held the teacup, looked at George's back slightly nervously, coughed and said, There are not many records about southern wilderness in the Heavenly Kingdom archives, so I don't know much about it. But Father God, he once told me many stories. George didn't say much about Soraya's words. He could tell that Moss's visit this time was very different from the previous one. When they faced the Dawn Knights, their attitude was even more enthusiastic. And these people are no longer as indifferent to the priests as before. The people in the southern wilderness were somewhat resistant and slightly hostile to these priests, who believed in the seven gods and promoted the sun god as the incarnation of the seven gods. However, they now seem to regard the Dawn Knights as sun warriors, and the Dawn priests as shamans of the sun god, or in other words, these southern wilder people regard the valley people as another branch of the sun god. George knew that if the sun god had too deep contact with the southern wilderness, his true identity and the true situation of the sanctuary would gradually be revealed. In this way, Hall's time under the banner of Morphus will gradually be shortened. This may not necessarily have any immediate impact on the situation in the Far East. But when Analia suddenly understands everything, Windsong City and Sanctuary, the peace pact will be torn up immediately. Soraya and George thought the same about this matter. So this time when she went to various tribes in the southern wilderness, there was no fanfare. Therefore, only some of the most fanatical believers of the sun god listened to this oracle of the sun god. This line is now developing secretly. After Soraya and George talked, they have reached a consensus on the plan for this hidden line. After these shamans return, a lot of work will continue, and the suitable tribes will slowly gather on George's side in name. They will still be covered by the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. The tribes came here for profit. This was something that no one could find fault with. Although it may not be foolproof, it will greatly delay the time when the shelter is exposed. The banquet that night was both a welcome party and a farewell party, because George and others were leaving tomorrow morning. Although this time, many vassal lords from Cheonging were not present, but it was still very lively. During the banquet, Moss held up a large wine glass, stepped on the table, and danced while telling stories about what happened in the past month. It seems that this month's experiences are rich and colorful, which makes this big fat bear very excited. The normal banquet also changed its appearance as Moss and the Dawn Knights sang together, almost becoming that noisy tavern. Moss and his group of singing and dancing guys are the center of this tavern. The surrounding nobles are all attracted by these stories. You didn't even see it. When we fought with the Fire Wolf tribe a few days ago, it was like bullying a group of blind men. The tribe that Moss belongs to is called the Frostfang tribe. Once upon a time, in the southern wilderness, which was the coldest zone in the south, people grew the tallest and strongest. The Dire Wolf tribe is Moss's current neighbor. It is also the largest tribe in the surrounding area. The reason why Dome Eagle's trade was completely blocked was not only the old Dome Eagle's old rival Duke Kanglin, but also thanks to the Fire Wolf tribe, who was trying to please Duke Kanglin behind his back. Grand Duke Kanglin was one of them. He is the loyal licking dog of the southern wilderness tribe. In Alfonso's eyes, he was like a big traitor. Of course, the main reason was that the Grand Duke Kanglin betrayed him. Chapter 476. The Whirlpool of Civil War in the Southern Wilderness. Moss's Frostfang tribe had some contacts with Duke Kanglin before, but because Duke Kanglin supported the Fire Wolf tribe more, the relationship between the two parties was a bit subtle according to Duke Kanglin's thinking. These tribes they must not be united together. The reason why Moss came to Cheonging in the first place was that in addition to the exchange of materials, he also had the intention of the opponent's opponent can become his friend, mainly for the Dire Wolf tribe. Although the Kanglin Principality, the land is vast and abundant, but it is not in the eyes of this small tribe. There has always been friction between the Frostfang tribe and the Fire Wolf tribe. The root cause is that the Fire Wolf tribe originally belonged to a tropical tribe in the north. This made the two cultures very different. After becoming neighbors, They had the most friction. Normally, the dire wolf tribe relies on its domesticated wolves to run rampant in this fog. And almost no one can match them. There was even a record of 800 people defeating 20,000 private troops of northern nobles. The militia units led by some lords and knights were indeed unbearable. But such a record was indeed incredible. Although the fog is a big factor, in the end it is still the root cause of morale in comparison. Those useless warriors on the ice wall of Dome Eagle are relatively tough and elite. It can be said that after the Twilight Battle, the northern nobles have completely lost the confidence to fight against the southern wilderness. In the usual bandit suppression missions, after learning that there are southern wilderness people on the opposite side, the noble knights will even lead troops to massacre civilians, collecting people's heads to fake the battle situation. According to Moss, the northern nobles are a group of cowards who don't even dare to fight. They will collapse at a moment's notice, and a few people can chase hundreds of them around. But in this battle between Moss and the others, the Frostfang tribe proved who were the real warriors around here. Moss and his group of more than 500 people defeated the more than 3,000 Fire Wolf tribe warriors on the opposite side. By the time the fight is over, the Fire Wolf tribe still doesn't know how many people are here. More than half of the more than 60,000 horses were obtained from that tribe. After this battle, Moss has completely established his position as Chief. Moss's father is also a famous Sun warrior, and he has gained a lot of reputation in the Twilight Battle. But now that he is a little old, he is more focused on civil service. His father decided to abdicate and wanted to follow Soraya as a shaman in the future. However, the collection of the horses was a little hasty this time. In addition, considering that if the new chief would go to the Kingdom of Stars as soon as he took office, it would be detrimental to the current situation of the tribe. So the ceremony was not held. The Frostfang tribe is still managed by Moss's father. After Moss came back, he became the unwavering chief. As for Moss's brother, he has been by the chief's side since he was a child. So the old Frostfang chief was no longer involved in politics. Considering both the political factors and the support of the tribe, he is not suitable to inherit the position of chief. Of course, the most important factor is that the old Frostfang chief and their great chief seem to be inseparable. This can be seen from the land they were assigned. Otherwise, Brother Moss, who stays with the great chief, would naturally be the most suitable candidate. In the midst of the excitement, Soraya, who was looking over there with George not far away, covered her head with a headache. These guys are really careless. Maybe things could have been resolved peacefully. Soraya never imagined that things would turn out like this. After seeing the female boss's appearance, the fallen Night Thor started drinking with a guilty conscience, quietly taking a look at its big boss. George kept silent and picked up a piece of chicken leg for Sol with his fork. Sol often did bad things in this matter, and many of them were George's ideas. This demon can be said to be the #1 hero. Without it, the collection of horses would not be so efficient, and many tribes would not fall into the arms of the sun god so quickly. Interestingly, Soraya's previous attempts to quietly visit certain tribes were unsuccessful. They did not believe in the sun god. In other words, they do not abide by the ancestral rules, and do not have such strong worship of the sun god. If Moss's tribe is the conservative, then these tribes are the renovators. The chief is a typical example of these tribes. The thoughts of these tribes seem to be more advanced and open, and their styles are more similar to those of the northern aristocrats. They pay great attention to the rules and decency in some scenes. It seems to be gradually assimilated by northern civilization. Their chiefs even had their own noble crests and flags. It's just that not all members of these families are blood relatives. The most interesting thing is that although Soraya failed to gain respect in the Dire Wolf tribe, Thor cleverly established a line with some of the upper-class people in the Dire Wolf tribe. Of course, the methods used by Thor were more evil and insidious, typical of cultists, but the effect was extremely obvious. Under George's guidance, the demon even developed a few followers, and without these traitors causing trouble, the situation in the south would not have turned into this in the end, just because of a simple withdrawal. Now a large area of southern wilderness tribes below Dome Eagle have fallen into chaos. In that huge whirlpool, it has begun to evolve into civil war. The biggest trigger was the battle between Moss and the Dire Wolf tribe. Originally, the two tribes planned to trade normally, and the number of horses traded was not so large. But in the end, Moss and the others simply stopped doing nothing. The bridges on both sides were completely closed. Judging from the situation of Moss and others collecting their horses this time, George can understand that the relationship between the tribes in the southern wilderness is more unstable than the relationship between the noble lords. After all, the nobles put those intrigues under the table and did it. But the southern wilderness tribes clearly refused to deal with each other. Even now, Various tribes have entered the kingdom of Iberia and sworn allegiance to the kingdom, not the king, becoming nominal noble lords. This mutual friction situation has not changed at all, a naked case of the weak and the strong. Although the number of people in the Moss tribe is twice that of the Dire Wolf tribe, the people of the southern wilderness have always been stubborn and willing to do whatever they don't accept. This plunder also completely built up the confidence of Moss's tribe. After Moss's tribe received the balance of the payment from Lydon, later the amulet, they were no longer afraid of the Dire Wolf tribe on the battlefield. As the various small tribes are integrated into Moss and the others, the soft power of the Moss tribe will gradually become equal to that of the Dire Wolf tribe. After this incident happened between the two tribes, the chief wanted to mediate, but neither tribe has any intention of giving up, and it gradually pulled many surrounding tribes into this whirlpool. The power of both parties is constantly growing, no matter who annexes whom in the end. George is happy to see it. When the snowballs rolled up by the two parties collided violently at the end, they merged together. George will detonate the mine laid by Thor. Sariah will lead people to help heal the source of the disaster, and the scene in Benjamin's territory will be restaged with an exotic-style script. Chapter 477. Let's go! Early the next morning, before dawn, Moss and others got up early to pack their belongings for this trip. In addition to 20 wind carriages, there were also 20 carriages. These carriages are mainly used for resting. In addition, the wind carriages are too large. When passing through certain towns for supplies, the wind carriages may not be convenient to enter. Of course, it is also convenient for disguise when robbing others on the road. The robbers carrying the wind shuttle are so easy to recognize. It was easy to follow the clues and find the Frostfang tribe and Cheong Eagle. On the other hand, they can disguise themselves as bandits from other tribes. Therefore, on this road, at least within the territory of Elda, the wind shuttle will not enter the city. Therefore, these carriages were necessary. Usually these carriages can also be used for resting. In an emergency, they can even be hung on the wind shuttle and let Jerry Jones pull them for a distance. And since there were no important supplies in the carriage, it wouldn't be a pity to lose it. The total number of people traveling this time was more than 300, including 200 bodyguards, 100 Dawn Knights, and 100 Southern Wilderness warriors. The others were laborers and grooms as well as scholars and priests. Boss! These icon beasts of yours are even stronger than the Great Chief's icon beasts. Moss patted the scarab in front of him and said extremely excitedly. Ever since Moss came back from the tribe, his name for George had completely changed. The little chief had become boss. From a psychological level, I have become more and more recognized for this boss. George nodded. This was the first time he heard the term, icon beast. According to Risgard, the ancestors of these terrifying killers, the Night Demon, were creatures from the War of the Gods. The Sun Gods favored Jerry Jones. The first thing the Southern Wasteland believed in was the true Sun God. Therefore, George speculated that the icon beast might be the real Jerry Jones, or their descendants. Perhaps the Great Chief, who unified the entire Southern Wilderness, is the relic chief who obtained the true Sun God. Their faction does not believe in this set of beliefs after the magic reform of Sodariah. I don't know. It's not about this. While George was thinking, Moss suddenly looked at George with stern eyes and shouted loudly. Moss guessed it right. You are the shaman of the Sun God. George subconsciously glanced around, suddenly remembering that he was in his own territory and surrounded by his own people. At this time, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he really wanted to take on this false reputation, if these words were heard by the Holy Court, it would not be a joke. He quickly expressed his political correctness. Moss, I have not read the book of prophecy of the Sun Shaman, but among the classics I have come into contact with, it is said that the 7 gods and the Sun God are one. These dragon weevils followed the sun to the valley. I think it also corroborates the statements in many classics. George used his skills as a magic stick and spoke many words. So according to me, Shaman is just a title, and the Sun Warrior is actually the patron saint of the guardian of the world. Even if the Pope hears these words, he will definitely bring a big red flower to George. After he finished speaking, George looked at Moss and found that this guy was patting his head a little too clearly to understand the implications of his words. He couldn't help but sigh and said, If you say I am a shaman, then I am a shaman. But don't say this in front of the priests of the Holy Temple. You know, there are still many extremists in the Holy Temple. They are offering me a salary now. I always have to make ends meet. If I don't have food to eat, you will too. There's no food to eat. Moss, remember, having food to eat is indeed more important than fame. Moss patted his head and nodded. Then, he stared and said, I won't talk to those church priests. When we meet, we will only fight. Although the matter is not as extreme as Ma said, the hatred left between the church and the tribe is indeed not small. In fact, just a few wars alone have caused more than just grief in southern wilderness. But the key point is that the people in the Holy Court are very persistent in correcting the beliefs of the people in southern wilderness. Therefore, after hearing this, George sighed secretly. It seems that it is not an easy task for the Holy Court and Nan Wang to stand together to deal with the devil. At present, only guys like Dawn Knight can talk to the people of southern wilderness. The Knights of the Dawn, who believe in the faith of Dawn, are all devout Templar Knights in name. But if viewed strictly according to the standards of the Holy Court, they are all hidden heretics. Or each of them is a true Templar. Unbelievers. Neither of them believed in God. But they were extremely tolerant of other people's beliefs. Naturally, he would not be annoying in front of the people of the southern wilderness. But if you don't believe in God, no matter how great your faith is, in the eyes of the Holy Court's bastards, they are all heretics and unbelievers. At this time, Gale, who was not far away, saw the big boss coming and took the initiative to say "Lo. Thank God. Sir, if it weren't for these Fengxing shuttles of yours, our group would probably have to bring more than 200 vehicles and 1,000 people." Gale sighed and said, "Even if there is no ammo, Mr. C's help, it's not easy for us to supply supplies on the road." George touched his chin and did not answer. In fact, he originally planned to bring more than 1,000 people with him this time. But after hearing about the supplies and itinerary, he gave up this plan. I'm afraid it would take at least 7 or 8 months to go back and forth. George had never worried about safety issues, just these 20 Jerry Jones as bodyguards were enough to go all the way. It seems that we need to find more bandits to cooperate with us on the road. Otherwise, such a small number of people would not be able to completely mess up southern wasteland along the way. George thought about it secretly. Gale didn't know what George was really thinking. He smiled and said, "Sir, our number can be considered a large-scale caravan. This year, another caravan united by various chambers of commerce in the kingdom of Elda also has the same number of people." "Yeah," George nodded and moved his gaze to the crowd not far away. Soraya was sitting on the head of a Jerry Jones, telling something to the crowd around her. It seemed as if she was explaining a question about the allusion to the sun god that a certain shaman had just raised. She spoke in an understatement, but Moss and the others around her listened attentively. Seeing this scene, George secretly laughed. Now that his group of magicians is getting bigger and bigger, there is no need for him to spend so much time making up stories to deceive people about many things if he is allowed to tell them. He had to compile a few manuscripts about the sun god's illusions a few days in advance. But Soraya and others came right out of the gate, and they all said serious oracles. Seeing that the team would still be preparing for a while, he planned to leave room for Soraya and others to perform. So George got on his horse and ordered the 2 German knights beside him. "Tell Lady Soraya that you will leave in a while, and I will catch up with you. You also need to speed up a little. It will be dawn soon." Seeing George getting on the horse, Lorna quickly got on the horse too and followed closely behind his horse. Lorna also has important negotiation tasks with dragons and wild elves. Fool George doesn't know. He wants to get rid of Lorna. So far, this guy has not said whether he will take her with him or not. She suspects that this guy wants to get rid of her. Tanya was leading the knights to train in the military camp. After George rode through here, he arrived outside the city. The racecourse outside the city was crowded with people. Many residents who went out to work in the morning stopped and watched. Leiden, who was in the open space at the edge of the racecourse, was leading a few nobles dressed as civil servants to conduct a handover with the people of the Southern Wilderness tribe. Many of the horses needed to be sent to other territories. Originally, according to Leiden's plan, a large number of people were needed to drive these horses, but the enthusiastic people of the Southern Wilderness took the initiative to undertake this task. A dozen of them can drive thousands of horses. Together with a group of people sent by Leiden, some equipment and other items needed by other territories were also transported there. This can be said to have solved a major headache for Leiden. These tens of thousands of horses are well organized under the management of the Southern Wilderness people, and each group is no more than 3,000 horses. In the shaman singing, these horses are almost like the soldiers arrayed in formation. The crowd of people watching pointed and talked. It wasn't until I had finished my eyesore that I was dragged away by the community leader. But the next group of people passing by filled the gap in the crowd. Lorna looked around, not knowing whether to look at the horses or the interesting people. But she memorized all the war songs of the shaman. She found that not only the horses could understand these songs, but also the little bugs on the ground. It's just that those little bugs don't want to pay attention to the shaman. After George watched the horses for a while, he couldn't help but be surprised. It seems that these horses will rush to various territories in advance. After staying for a moment, George patted Lorna next to him. Go away, you stinky girl. Then George rode away from here. Lorna followed the fool George reluctantly. After leaving the crowd, they pursued the caravan that was already heading southeast. Lorna faced the rising sun gradually rising from the east and sang a song. This is not a song in common language, but Little Stutterer sang it without stuttering at all. In the morning sun, the small flying insects in the grass chased towards the singing, dotted around the two horses. Why are there so many little locusts flying around? George slapped him hard on his horse. Chapter 478 City of Kanglen. 2 weeks later. It was a rare fog-free and sunny day in Kanglen City. The huge city stands next to the mountain. From the mountainside to the foot of the mountain, tens of thousands of houses are lined up in sequence. The farmland outside the city wall spreads to dozens of kilometers away. Farms and manors of large and small sizes are scattered among the streets, and they are full of crops. Blue wheat and golden eye wheat. The giant grape garden on the mountainside on both sides of the city is interspersed with the lush dragon fruit trees, covering a hill and stretching as far as the eye can see. The night wind blew by, and the endless blue field set off magnificent waves with the wind. Just like the endless ocean, the stars in the sky are shining. The city of Kanglen on the ground is brightly lit, and the surrounding farms, manors, and castles are dotted with flames, just like the starlight reflected on the sea. On the bustling street, after taking a few pieces of copper eagle from the old man in front of him, the vendor quickly opened the thick cotton cloth on the fresh-keeping bucket on the table. After the lid of the safe bucket was opened, a blast of frost vapor came out of the bucket. Spread out, the vendor dug out a bowl of smoothie, and in his skillful hands, he quickly mixed the honey, cream and various steamed fruit pulps on the stall. After that, he opened a large burning pot next to the stall, scooped out a spoonful of dragon cree that was as thick as chocolate, and poured it over the exquisite small bowl. After the steaming water came out from the steaming dragon's body, the greedy girls almost drooled. Sir, if you are traveling with your relatives, I don't recommend this Lake of Wrath very much. The vendor looked at the 4 men and 3 women in front of him and handed the bowl of snacks to the one who looked the most greedy. The girl then continued to make the next bowl. Go! The tall, stammering girl took the bowl of ice dragon crepes handed over by the vendor, tugged on George's sleeve, and said quickly. Soraya and Angel couldn't help but nodded. Tianu Lake was a very famous place, and they wanted to soak in the hot springs there. When the elder George heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, Why? Is it because of the Duke of Wrath? The Wrathful Duke is a famous legend spread across the continent dragon. This giant dragon was called the Wrathful Duke by adventurers. However, according to Alfonso and Wallace, this name and the story of the giant dragon were all fabricated by a certain generation of Duke Kanglen. The purpose is to attract adventurers and merchants. But George felt that if there was a Smaug in the world, this Wrath Mountains must be one of the most likely locations. Not to mention that in this vast mountain range, there are still relics left by several small ancient countries. The gold coins must have been collected by the dragon. The Skywrath Mountains encompass the 5 mountains of Eldar, and there have always been countless legends and stories about this place. Some adventurers even claimed that they had seen the majestic castle built by the dragon-born wizard on the top of the mountain. Others say they made a fortune from the ruins of ancient kingdoms in the Wrath Mountains. Of course, it's hard to tell how much of it is true and how much of it is a fabricated story like the Wrathful Duke. So these stories are not true. Some of the weird things in them may have been fabricated by Daphne and her gang. Lorna is now obsessed with books, and George is now obsessed with these legends. The 2 guys can be said to be completely obsessed with Christianity now, and they both believe in these rumors. After hearing what George said, the vendor hesitated slightly, and finally decided that he still couldn't deceive the noble lord after all. These were not adventurers. Master, to tell you the truth, my family has lived here for generations, but we have never seen any dragons. You must have heard from the mountain people who ran down that there was a sky fire over there. Right. In fact, it's a volcano erupting. After hearing this, George suddenly realized there are indeed several volcanoes on this mountain, and the Lake of Wrath was a crater. At this time, the vendor prepared the second snack, and after hesitating for a moment, he gave it to the one who looked the second most greedy, the bear-like man, who was already drooling. But what surprised the vendor was that the big fat bear pushed it and said, Let Aunt Soraya eat first. Aunt also means ancestor in Nan Wan language. George pretended not to hear it at all according to Soraya's explanation. It was Moss's father who asked him to call him that. Not because a statue of a god enshrined in their family looked exactly like her. It's not even because his brother is regarded as a father by everyone in the southern wilderness. The vendor didn't know the reason for this. He was just a little surprised that this person from the Seven Kingdoms had a blood relationship with the people of the southern wilderness. However, he still obediently handed the snack in his hand to this greedy-looking person. Then, the hawker continued, however, since the beginning of the Year of Mist, a lot of strange things have indeed happened on this mountain. That is, those adventure groups who are not afraid of death are willing to go to that kind of place to join in the fun. Those fools think that there must be treasures there. George coughed awkwardly, feeling a little unhappy. He is one of these fools. During the chat, several snacks were prepared. The three girls excitedly walked along the lively night street with the snacks and continued to explore the next treasure. Soraya pretended to be a big sister and did not dance like Lorna and Angel. But the excitement and curiosity in her eyes revealed her thoughts. Well, this tastes a bit like chocolate and ice cream. After George took a spoonful of Dragon Cree, he couldn't help but said, no wonder it's so expensive. It turns out to be Häagen-Dazs. According to the price, this bowl of snacks is equivalent to 60 or 70 yuan a bowl. I can buy 2 kilograms of meat. Not only is this kind of snack expensive, but because of the influx of adventurers and caravans, the prices of various gadgets here are very high, especially some special foods and drinks. The city of Kanglan is considered one of the favorite places for adventurers and caravans, not only because it is the best place to enter the mountains, but also because the wheat and giant grape here are famous in the mainland. Today was the first time George ate blue and gold wheat flour, and also the first time he saw pure blue grapes. The dragon's creeper is not only regarded as something that many nobles like more than coffee, but the sap of the dragon's creeper tree can also produce a special sweet spice. Sir, I heard that the ice in Kanglan City is obtained by the residents from the mountains, Servant Kylie said solemnly, holding the bowl in his hand. Aji interrupted. It's such a hot day. Is there still ice on the mountain? After he finished speaking, he smacked the sweet stuff out of his mouth, thanking him for not being used to eating such sweet things. Why not? Only high mountains have ice, Ma said while wiping his sweat and eating. We used to live on the top of the mountain. It was winter on the mountain and summer below. Fool! How could it be taken from the mountains? The winter hasn't been gone for long, and there is a lot of ice in the cellars of every house. When George said this, he looked at the residents in tulle and light clothes on the street, as well as the ladies with their big breasts exposed, fanning themselves and walking around with their precious pets, and couldn't help but want to wipe them. Sweat. Tomorrow is only May, and the weather is suddenly getting hot like this, probably over 30 degrees. Chapter 479. The Powerful Kanglan Family. The rest of the road was fine, but once we reached the south of this large mountain range, it was like summer had suddenly entered. People in the north often say that the long river Seiners is the boundary between north and south. But in George's view, this river only separates the cold and winter. What really dominates the climate in the north and south of the continent is this large mountain range that spans 3 countries. Even Jinjian Mountain, which is more than thousands of kilometers away in the east, is just a branch of this mountain range. The pass is the Tianmu mountain range to the west, which already includes the 5 mountains of the Kingdom of Elda. The streets are bustling with people, and there are shops on both sides selling everything. There are also several big adventure groups stationed nearby. The city of Kanglan is one of the most popular places for adventurers in the Kingdom of Elda, because no matter which branch leads to the Tianmu Mountains, there is a road accessible here. Therefore, adventurers coming from the south must come here if they don't want to bypass this mountain range from the west. Since the fog, various legends have become more and more intense, which has increased the adventurers' enthusiasm for seeking death. In fact, this mountain range is much further south than the Domed Eagle territory in terms of longitude and latitude. So George and the others followed the pipeline in the southeast direction, and also bypassed the westernmost branch of the Tianmu mountain range. Along this way, the official road is very easy to walk, with many inns and large scales. The journey of the caravan was not much slower than the delivery of ordinary letters. The fastest day was nearly 300 miles a day. However, the road ahead was a bit difficult. In order to rush along this journey, the caravan barely had a good rest. We only entered the city 3 times on the way, because there are mountains in front of here. It's a good day to rest, replenish resource supplies. In addition, it is also because Aji claimed that a certain big wine, G. Pot Yuan, here is very famous. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but glance at the girls not far away who were chirping and calling him to pay. George's expression turned bitter. In fact, after the caravan entered the city, Gale received an invitation from Count Salmon. Although George wanted to be entertained in his heart, he was not suitable to see the city lord now. Earl. This title seems a bit unclassy at first glance given George's current status after all. There are dozens of large and small dukes in the Elda Kingdom alone. But 80% of those dozens of dukes, taken together, are not as powerful as the Earl Salmon because his father's name is Grand Duke Kanglin. Grand Duke Kanglin and Grand Duke Cheongying are both the heads of the 4 great dukes in the Kingdom of Elda. In fact, the former Grand Duke Cheongying is the undisputed boss. Not only did he have the blood of the saint, but he could also easily pull out an army of more than 200,000 people and single-handedly support most of the consumption of a world war in the north. What's more, he also has a top-ranked Templar order like the Thorn Birds in his hands. He can be regarded as the Yuan Shao of the Elda Kingdom. It's a pity that the current Yuan Shao has been defeated in the Battle of Guandu. Nothing more. Originally, the gradually weakening Cheongying Principality was looking forward to reviving its family through the Twilight War. After its failure, it also dreamed of making a complete comeback through the situation of the northern Kuroshio. But now it has completely capsized. It can be said that it is in line with the saying, a big country that is warlike will perish. During the continuous battles, only 3 million people were left out of the once tens of millions. After the last trump card, the Thorn Bird, was gone. The status and power of old Cheong Eagle, a lost dog, had been lost to this man. Duke Kanglin was completely replaced. If the history of Cheongying Principality is one of gradual decline, then the Grand Duke Kanglin is completely the opposite. The Kanglin family was originally an outsider. Their ancestors had the blood of the nobles of the Kingdom of Sand, and were married to the Elda royal family. And this family is also the Pro-7 God sect in the Kingdom of Sand. After the ancestors of the Kanglin family lost the battle for the throne of the Kingdom of Sand centuries ago, they came to this enclave in the Kingdom of Elda. Originally, Kanglin City was just a small town. But judging from its current size, although this family cannot compare with Cheongying in terms of fighting, its capabilities in management and commerce are much higher. In addition, the Kanglin family was once a loser of the Holy Court. Although they failed in the battle for the throne of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they laid the foundation for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to recognize the 7 gods, which made the Holy Court have some influence on this family behind their backs. Support? After the failure of the battle for the throne of the Kingdom of Shah, the Kanglin family almost never participated in any wars, and instead focused all their energy on marriage, land, and trade. Now their land has expanded tenfold through peaceful means. It covers 500,000 square kilometers, not counting some areas in the Tianwu Mountains, and the population has exceeded tens of millions. In addition to business operations, the Kanglin family's investment vision is also very good. A certain bishop they once supported with all their strength later entered the core cardinal order of the Holy Court. Later, through this bishop, the Kanglin family became more and more closely connected with the upper echelons of the Holy Court. This enabled the Holy Court to still not forget the contribution this family had made to the 7 gods over the past few centuries. Alfonso believes that the construction of the Kanglin Knights in the hands of Duke Kanglin has the influence of the Holy Court. The conservative faction of the Holy Court never interfered in the internal affairs of other countries, and those who supported Grand Duke Kanglin were the reformists of the Holy Court. The Holy Court has always intended to support this duke to maintain stability within the Kingdom of Elda, and to check and balance the local Holy Church in Elda, or in other words, to check and balance this big warlord in Elda. The second most successful investment of the Kanglin family was the Twilight War. They were on the side of the Holy Court, but they were on the side of the Lord Harmony faction. In those 10 years, the Kanglin family used their superb political skills to become the middleman between the southern wilderness and the Holy Court, and managed to get both sides. During the Twilight War, the Kanglin family had never made any military exploits. It could be said to be a shame in the war. But they were the largest war traders in the Kingdom of Elda. Before the war ended, their eldest grandpa was Shanting. After the war, they had another grandpa, the southern wilderness. It is true that the Holy Court is so far away that water from a distance cannot quench the thirst of the people nearby. In addition, the Elda Kingdom is now so bear-like, and the southern wilderness people are on the edge of Kanglin. There is still a buffer between Cheongying and southern wilderness. If they don't serve these uncles well, they will have no choice. The law is at ease. But what is ridiculous is that the Holy Court believes that Kanglin is to guard important nodes in the south, just like Chongzhen believed in Wusangui. Of course, this Wusangui was forced. Not to mention the Fire Wolf tribe. The Kanglin family couldn't afford to offend the Frostfang tribe, which had a population less than half theirs. Comparatively speaking, Dome Eagle is quite tough. However, what is ridiculous is that the Kanglan family, which is so militarily decadent, has the right and left among the Holy Court, Southern Wilderness, and Elda. They can even secretly influence some Southern Wilderness tribes, causing them to attack certain people and even attack others, conquer certain principalities. For example, the Dome Eagle. This makes almost no one dare to provoke this family in the Kingdom of Elda, and makes them extremely powerful in the south. Alfonso believes that they are big traitors. But King Elda and Robert's faction, as well as the reformists in the Holy Court, believe that this Kanglan family is to balance the current situation in the south and prevent the north and the south from starting a war. The key to the end. It seems that there are some reasons for both kinds of persuasion. And I can't say who is wrong. It can only be said that the Kingdom of Elda is rotten to the core. Chapter 480 Political Whirlpool and Big Wine G. Pot Yuan. The relationship between Kanglan and Xiongning has always been extremely complicated when facing the Black Tide in the north. With the coordination of the reformists, they were considered allies. Xiongning lent Rodunk a large amount of troops and food, while Kanglan Lan lent a large number of silver foxes. But at home, they are rivals. Xiongning supports Robert's father, and Kanglan supports Alfonso. It can be said that Alfonso was able to compete with the eldest prince as the fourth prince. The second and third eldest were all dead, as mentioned at the beginning, and was able to suppress the eldest prince to the point where he had to send Robert to make a desperate move in the Dark Tide. Has a large part of the Kanglan family's elements. However, now, the alignment between the two parties has become more and more subtle. Xiongning gradually moved closer to Alfonso, and with George's intervention, he completely aligned himself with Alfonso, while Kanglan, after the Black Tide, aligned himself with Alfonso. Robert's faction has become more powerful. To put it bluntly, the two Grand Dukes Xiongning and Kanglan are ambitious. Robert is the best puppet. Nowadays, the Kanglan family, which has accumulated a lot of experience, does have the strength to compete in the Central Plains. But in George's view, even if he does not intervene, and even if the Duke of Kanglan is several times stronger, the Duke of Kanglan will definitely be having an empty dream. According to the words of the old Sky Eagle, they are just a bunch of self-righteous dogs. Indeed, just last year, many great lords, including the Duke of Kanglan, were still following the old Xiongning, looking forward to his younger brother, who would wear the yellow robe. From George's perspective, the Xiongning Principality and the Kanglan Principality are indeed very different in terms of national strength. They can be said to be developing countries and developed countries. But if there is such a tough battle, there will be no foreign power. Southern Wilderness Tribe directly participated in the war. It really wasn't necessarily what happened. This old Dome Eagle, even now, can easily pull out 10,000 cavalry. If the royal family and the nobles had not joined forces to attack him, his 300,000 strong army could be raised again in a few years. Maybe, in the end, old Dome Eagle, a stubborn war madman, will win in the end. In fact, most of the nobles in Elda, under the current situation of Dome Eagle, are still afraid of old Dome Eagle and do not dare to have a direct military conflict with them. They have all been beaten by the old Dome Eagle. Xiongning has been defeated too many times. When he thought that Black Pearl and Adeline had both taken advantage of old Dome Eagle, George couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority in his heart. And this Kanglan family is indeed, as old Xiongning said, it is completely inconsistent with his name, and has no such vast momentum at all. On the contrary, he is just a hacking dog licker. They can be said to be the best lickers in the Southern Wilderness in the Kingdom of Elda. And they are also the nobles who fear the Southern Wilderness tribe the most. However, they regard the Southern Wilderness people as their fathers. But they are very powerful against their own people. Today's Xiong Eagle is far from what it used to be. Grand Duke Kanglan also did a lot to split up Xiong Eagle. He initially dreamed of annexing Xiong Eagle, but he never played with the old Xiong Eagle. Afterwards, Duke Kanglan stepped back and supported Count Darius. He also instigated some tribes in the Southern Wilderness to harass Xionging's border. The hard knife had not been used, and cut off a large piece of the old Xionging's flesh. The reason why Xionging's trade was completely blocked in the past 2 years was because of the presence of Grand Duke Kanglan operating behind the scenes. Duke Kanglan has already smelled the changes in Xiongning, but he never imagined that the suddenly rising Earl of Black Pearl would be wearing the same pants as Alfonso and George. In his opinion, although these three parties have some, it's okay to be conciliatory, but there should be checks and balances in terms of interests. Because if they were a pair of pants, it means that Alfonso assigned the Dome Eagle to the Black Pearl Valley. According to the domestic situation, the old Dome Eagle gave way under the threat of Alfonso. The evil wolf, for Alfonso's ally Tanya. This shows that Alfonso is fully capable of taking the entire Dome Eagle by himself. The relationship between Earl Black Pearl and Duke Yongfeng has always been extremely delicate. After Tanya got the Sky Eagle, she was able to compete with the Duke, or even be stronger. Therefore, the only reason for the three of them to wear a pair of trousers is that Alfonso and Tanya both became the licking dogs of the Winsanjing Duke, willingly cutting off their flesh and dedicating it to him, or in other words, they are all loyal to the Duke Yongfeng. The Crown Prince of Erda and the Grand Duke of Skyhawk are both loyal to Duke Winsong of Rodenk. This is obviously too incredible. And if the nobles of Elda find out that their Crown Prince is loyal to a foreign duke, they may not support Alfonso anymore. Unless all Eldar can believe that he is the Sun God or the incarnation of the seven gods, let alone whether they will believe it or not. First of all, this matter will definitely attract the attention of the Holy Court, which is simply for Aloysius. Send a knife. Grand Duke Kanglin is an extremely important political figure and a major political enemy of Alfonso. The Grand Duke is currently in the royal capital, leading Robert's interest group to fight with Alfonso. And his eldest son, Count Salman, is in the city of Kanglin. George didn't know how much information these Kanglin family members had in their hands. And he didn't know whether the Count would take the matter so deeply after discovering that the Knight of the God's Throne was also in the caravan. Maybe they were discovering the God's Throne. After the Knight cooperates with Dome Eagle and Alfonso, he will have another explanation in his mind. But given the current situation, it was natural for him to show up less often. Therefore, George, who originally planned to go as Gale's entourage, did not go with Gale after thinking about it, although none of the southern nobles did not follow him. We meet, but some surprises are inevitable. But it was a little too embarrassing at the time. But in fact, the reason why Earl Salman invited Gale was not because of George, Alfonso, or Dome Eagle, but because of Prince Frostfang Moss. The overall strength of the Frostfang tribe is even more terrifying than that of the Dome Eagle, and it can be considered a very important large tribe in the western region of Iberia. As the Kanglin family has close ties with Nan Wang, they naturally have a deep understanding of this situation. In addition, the Frostfang tribe recently defeated the Fire Wolf tribe, causing various small tribes to continue to integrate into the Frostfang. This makes Moss's tribe stand on the cusp of the storm, or the center of the whirlpool. In the past, Grand Duke Kanglin was afraid of this tribe, but because of the existence of the Fire Wolf tribe, he was somewhat indifferent to the Frostfang tribe. But now, judging from today's invitation, this family has become a lapdog eager to be friendly to the Frostfang tribe. Now that the Kanglin family heard that the voice of His Royal Highness Prince Moss in the Frostfang tribe was getting louder and louder, and he had become the actual chief, he quickly stuck out his tongue. However, Moss did not give any face to this invitation. He answered very simply. The reason was that he was too lazy to move. This rhetoric is not just perfunctory, but humiliating. But the envoy didn't even dare to fart. Even after that, in order to please Mr. Moss, he took the initiative to take on the task of supplying the caravan, and seemed to have given away a lot of specialties. It can be said that it helped George save a lot of money and effort. And he also made a lot of money for nothing. From this incident, George saw a little bit of the cunning and delicacy in the heart of Moss. A seemingly thick-headed guy, this guy has his own routine in communication. And when dealing with those weaklings, there is no disadvantage. Obviously this guy didn't want to socialize because he was tired from traveling. Because when Moss heard that George and Aji were going to look for the special snacks in the area, this guy who was too lazy to move followed him in a hurry. Even Soraya, who claimed that she was going to teach Rona and Angel meditation in the room, read the novel given by Lorna, also followed along with the two little girls. Their destination was a certain big wine pot. It turned out that this was indeed a specialty snack in the eyes of the three scum. Pity. Seeing Kylie hurriedly taking the bag to pay again, George couldn't help but sigh deeply. He and Aji looked at each other, and the regret and loss in their eyes could not be described in words. They had been making plans for several days for today's trip to the big wine pot. But in the end, they were ruined by these followers. It's all Moss's big mouth's fault for shouting, "You shouldn't take this guy out to play." Chapter 481 Wild Elf. Is it really that good? George couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Aji vowed to say, "Boss, I guarantee it. I spent a lot of money to buy the news from the Brotherhood a few days ago. The features there are very imaginary, as you describe them. There are tea stages, various shows, girls, fine wine, and auctions. It is a very famous comprehensive venue, but you must experience it." According to Aji, the most famous male servants, maids and high-level slaves basically came from here, and the royal court often dumped some prisoners of war and prisoners here. Inside the big tavern, there is also a special gladiator arena. TSK. 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 I heard that the waitresses inside are all naked. The waiters are also playing various roles. And some people are dancing as elves. Hearing this, George felt even more heartbroken. Back then, under Adeline's ban, all such places in Biswee City had been closed. But today we could have made up for this regret. This southerner is obviously better at playing than the northerner. This big wine pot sounds more upscale and advanced than the one in Biswee City. If I stayed here all night tonight, and then slept in the caravan on the way tomorrow, when I woke up, I would have finished walking the most boring part of the mountain road. This wouldn't be so beautiful. However, even though he tried all his tricks today, he still couldn't get these girls away. It was already dark when we entered the city today. Look at the weather now. In a few hours, all the good flowers will be picked. Elf? Lorna, who had been paying attention to George, vaguely heard the conversation between the two and couldn't help but look at these two guys curiously. After Soraya and Rona spoke up, they couldn't help but look back curiously. Ahem. George cursed secretly in his heart, and said to Aji with a serious expression, "Go back and ask your brothers to check carefully. If there is a poor wild elf kidnapped by a vicious slave trader, we can't just sit back and ignore this matter." However, the word elf has completely aroused the curiosity of several girls. Lorna even said curiously, "But the wild elves are in the rainforest, not in the north." Hearing this, George's heart moved slightly. He still believed in the words of the royal prophet. Maybe there really are wild elves in the rainforest. "Leave your homeland," George said sadly. "These hateful slave traders. These guys like to kidnap those delicate, weak, white and tender beautiful girls. Although the wild elves are beautiful, they have blue skin. They are as tall as two Lorna." Lorna raised her hand exaggeratedly and described the appearance of the wild elf. "Very strong and powerful." George looked strange after hearing this. He believed that this girl must have confused the snow ogres like Agrin with the wild elves. As Lorna's topic started, Angel also joined in. And soon the topic went off topic. Only Soraya still cared about the wild elf and occasionally asked about the poor wild elf. It seemed that she had great faith that the knight was on to business. After chatting for a while, George discovered that the three girls didn't seem to hear about the big wine pot just now, but only heard the word elf. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After he fooled her for a few words, Soraya was quickly attracted by the plot discussed by Lorna and the others. And under the tricks of these three girls, the topic completely flew into the sky. George listened for a moment, and suddenly realized that these girls seemed to be discussing a certain chivalric novel. He couldn't help but look disappointed. After that, a few people continued shopping. Kylie had been here several times, and was quite familiar with it. He basically acted as a waiter for several girls, leading the way while helping them pay and get things. This relieved George and the others a lot. But along the way, I visited almost every store I passed. To be honest, when a few people came out of the valley, they were wearing furs and other clothes. When they set off from Cheonging this time, they did bring some summer clothes, but both the valley and the Qingyin were considered solid. In fact, in the north, I have never considered the summer in the south. Now, it's not really summer, and it's already so hot. Rona and others can't even imagine what it will be like in the tropical rainforest. In the future. Kanglin's clothes are just right. They can cover the whole body. And the most important thing is that the material is light, thin and tough. The great thing is, many of the clothes here are not just finished products. No customization required. And they are all in a fashion style that they have never seen before. The girls were all in high spirits when picking things. But George and the others couldn't help but feel more and more bored. They all couldn't figure it out. After all, the satins on their bodies were quite beautiful. So why not just pick some cooler clothes? That's it. Why does it take so long? After picking out the clothes, the girls spent half a day picking out jewelry in almost every jewelry store they passed by. Along the way, Aggie and Moss were idly making jokes in the background, occasionally asking passers-by for questions. And it was obvious that they were about to lose their patience. George was looking around casually, and was very interested in what he saw and heard on the street. He found that the clothes of the people here were decades more fashionable than those in Rodenk. The men all wore tall felt hats, and the aristocratic clothes of the women were not the cumbersome noble ladies with big butts. Very open and trendy. Some people's clothing is very close to tuxedos, and the appraisers in some stores even wear monocles. In addition, George also discovered that some people often use Sun God as a catchphrase. The word Sun God is somewhat taboo, but in Kanglin City, This sun god is a little different. The ancestor of the Kanglan family was the prince of the Shah. The Kanglan family, who failed to compete for the throne of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, was also the key to changing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's thinking that the sun god was the incarnation of the seven gods. Therefore, the sun god they refer to is the seven gods, or in other words, as long as they recognize the beliefs of the seven gods and do not question the rule of the Holy Court. The Holy Court is still very tolerant. As for the seven gods, as long as the power of faith is guided by the seven gods, no matter what name they are called, they don't care, of course. They don't even care about who believes now. The Kingdom of Sand, like the Kingdom of Stars, worships the sun god or the moon god, but recognizes that both gods are incarnations of the seven gods. After the Kanglan family came to Elda, they brought many people from the Sand Kingdom. The integration of culture and race made the humanities here slightly different from other areas in Elda. George found it interesting, but Moss could hardly bear it. In the eyes of this rough southern wilderness man, there is no need to avoid such things. Just tell them where they are going and let them go to the tavern and sleep. When they unknowingly arrived at one of the most famous night streets in Kanglan City, Big Fat Bear finally couldn't bear it any longer. "Boss, should we go to the big wine or not?" "The pot's gone?" The Big Fat Bear pointed at a huge building not far away and said, "I just asked on the road. This is the store Aji mentioned, Aunt. Please go back first. We are going to play." George looked at the expressions of Soraya and others, and his scalp became furious. "You are really Alexander's biological son?" Chapter 482. The seven gods took me to take a bath. Soraya and the other three followed Moss' gaze and looked at the big tavern. I found that its high spire and magnificent architectural pattern actually looked a bit like a large monastery. But guarding in front of the door were several female knights. The armors on these female knights were bare, only covering a little bit of skin on their bodies. They were bewitching and enchanting as they faced the crowds coming and going in front of the door, practicing standard Templar etiquette. But their faces were laughing and joking. And when someone stretched out their hand, they would respond with a wink. The crowds of people coming and going in front of the door were also drunk. Judging from the looks of them immersed in wine and sex, they were obviously here to perform a special worship. And on the balcony upstairs, there are many beautiful naked girls. They leaned lazily on the railing. After seeing everyone's gaze, a beautiful girl with blonde hair blew a kiss to them. Suddenly, Lorna and the others completely understood. They turned back to look at the big liar, their eyes filled with deep contempt. "Oh, is this a dirty place doing such despicable things? Well, Aji, you and Ma should go and have a look." George clasped his hands behind his back and said righteously, "If it's really what you said, if this happens, let's go in again. Otherwise, we'll stain the eyes of several ladies. Be careful. This is not our territory, so don't cause too much trouble." Kylie couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief when he heard that the boss didn't mention his name. But after Aji and Moss listened, their secret joy was almost beyond words. Only George was filled with tears. He looked at a few girls who looked a little dazed and said, "If there is a wild elf on the road, our road in the rainforest will be much smoother. But if it is for a slave, it is not worth it to cause a big thing." His words were filled with a look of disinterest in this kind of place. After listening to George's words, the three of them couldn't help but look at each other, and suddenly realized that they seemed to have missed and blamed him. Soraya couldn't help but grab the two Aji who had oiled their sawls, and said to George angrily, "George, you are too utilitarian. The Holy Court has banned slave hunting for centuries. In this seven gods, how can you still tolerate such a place of filth and evil under your feet? You are me. You are the righteous knight of the seven gods." Seeing Soraya's eyes burning with anger and pulling him to go inside, George couldn't help but be stunned. "What do you mean? Is it possible that you want to take me to visit the brothel?" All he felt was that his scalp was exploding. "If they go in, let them see those dancing wild elves." "Ahem. Soraya, you see this store is so big. If it is connected with slave catching, then the entire city of Kanglan may not be clean. Can't we seize the entire slave catching industry here? Maybe. There are people in the main hall here who have taken shares." George opened his mouth and started to lie. He was not afraid of making trouble at all. What he was afraid of was that after the trouble was over, he would attract Count Salman to meet him. "I'm going to the cathedral." "No. Soraya, it's not too late for us to go in first and take a look." George looked at the big tavern with a blank expression and said, "I promise. If there are slaves, I will definitely rescue them." "Okay." At this point, George did not forget to pass the blame and said, "I don't know if the news is accurate, But Aji said it is. Aji nodded bravely. That's what the news said. You have to take a look at the details. Stop talking nonsense. Soraya thought of the poor girls here who were suffering in dire straits. So she pulled a few people and strode over there. Lorna and Angel trotted up and followed. The three girls looked at each other, and their eyes slowly filled with a sense of justice. The chivalry stories they had stayed up late watching these past few days made them very excited at the moment. Looking at the door that was getting closer and closer, George's heart started beating loudly. He looked at the little faces of several girls, and a strange excitement rose from his heart. This is my first time being taken around a brothel by a girl. Soraya is making a fuss. There are no wild elves really imprisoned here. As long as Soraya and the others are deceived from discovering the true purpose of their coming here, the face of the great lord can be saved, and their own happiness can also be satisfied. Ha 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 ha. George was so worried that he quietly pinched the thigh of the female Templar in front of the door. After passing through the corridor in front of the door, there is a small hall, which connects several corridors. The entire layout is very similar to the front hall of the monastery, but the metal chandeliers and paintings on the dome are more magnificent. There are many sofa seats, oil paintings and sculptures placed in the hall. The subjects of these works of art are mainly human beings, many of which are nudes. But they do not look extravagant, but have an artistic atmosphere. The guests staying in the hall all look gentle and elegant, sitting on the sofa and chatting softly. There were a few aristocratic artists wearing small hats, even painting and sculpting on the spot. And the male and female models in front of them were all wearing clothes, although they were slightly underdressed. Some were barely covered with a layer of gauze, but they were very graceful. And these male and female models also seemed to be noble men and women, if it weren't for the fact that the faces of these people were full of alcohol and sweat. And the women serving around him were so charming. George would have thought he had walked into an art salon. These guys must be having a big fight in the next room, George whispered to Aggie, regretting that he didn't understand art. TSK, TSK, TSK. Boss, we are not the only ones bringing girls here, Aji said slightly excitedly. How do you know these people know each other? The two like-minded guys laughed. After seeing the new guests arriving, an elegant male waiter set his sights on these new guests. The male waiter is very young and handsome, with very smart eyes. He looks like the valet of some good manly nobles. But he is very well dressed, and every move he makes reveals the taste of a noble butler. This kind of welcome waiter is the face of the store, and has obviously undergone special training. Judging from the temperament, the owner behind this store is by no means an ordinary person. The receptionist seemed to recognize at a glance that these people who came in were not regular customers. But after seeing Moss's dress, he paused slightly. With this body shape, tattoos, and the silk coat with unique patterns, he looked like a great nobleman in the southern wilderness. The male waiter knew that in this southern wilderness, their custom was to tattoo their military achievements on their bodies. And many people would also paint the powerful opponents they had killed as totems on their bodies. Therefore, the more tattoos a guy has, the more ferocious he is. The tattoos on the chest of the old man in front of me are full, and they have even been drawn from his neck to his face. This was the first time he saw such a southern wilderness person. Obviously, this southern wilderness man not only has a noble status, but also has a bad temper. He took a quick glance and saw that the companions around the southern wilderness noble were also dressed in extraordinary clothes, and should all be big nobles. He estimated that those nobles should have come to play with him in order to please the southern wilderness noble. The male attendant recalled the southern wasteland nobles who had entered the city a few days ago, and felt a little confused. After whispering a few instructions to his companions, he straightened his clothes and felt a little uneasy. If you were a noble from the Seven Kingdoms, you wouldn't have to be so careful since you don't have anything. Just follow the rules. In this 3-acre land of Kanglan City, no matter how powerful the noble is, he can still be his grandson. However, these southern wilderness nobles are the great masters who must not be offended. Chapter 483 Three Silly Girls. After the companion of the welcoming man left, the welcoming man came over like a gentleman, but he didn't mention anything about invitation letters or memberships. Just like a welcoming man, like the guest's butler. After the formal ceremony, he found that several people did not look at him, so he did not disturb him, but politely interacted with the little attendant. The impatient Moss also walked over and asked loudly what happened. The male waiter smiled carefully and answered the questions one by one. What surprised the male attendant was that after chatting for a while, the little attendant took the initiative to take out the invitation letter, and the material seemed to come from the Night Dire Brotherhood. But the level of the invitation is only mid-level and cannot go to all areas. However, The attendant calmly did not mention this matter. The supervisor will come in person later, and he will take him with him, so he can go anywhere without anything. Sir, this kind of place is usually membership only. Kylie said to George in a low voice. Senior members can issue invitations, but the invitations can only enter and exit some ordinary areas. After hearing this, George couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hospitals have always been connected with churches, especially high-end places like this. Every year the bishops and priests make huge amounts of money from this kind of place. And the Holy Court and the king also support this kind of place. As long as it has a license and is operating legally, we won't care. But judging from what Aji found out, the stuff here is definitely illegal, and even blatantly touches a lot of bottom lines. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but look at Soraya, who was walking around. This guy was looking at the maids coming and going with burning eyes, as if he was trying to figure out who the slaves were, and wanted to save these people from dire straits. Come out. Although Lorna and Angel were a little blushing, with the support of this eldest sister, they followed Soraya and were full of energy. But after seeing these gentle people, they were all a little surprised. How could this place be as filthy as George said? Although it's a bit explicit, that's what artistic portraits are like. According to George, this is called selfishness. Angel, whose face was red, started discussing with his companions in a low voice. Her father would often find people to make portraits of her, but the workmanship of those artists in the valley seemed to be more than a hair and a half below the level of these people. George could guess with closed eyes that the cathedral and the city lord here are the protective umbrella here, and there must be someone above them, even someone with a name in the Holy Court. So if we really want to cause trouble, it won't be as simple as smashing up a store. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but secretly wiped his sweat. He looked over at Moss, and couldn't help but feel a little lucky. He just heard that performances like Wild Elf would be in the latter part of the night. Not long after, Aji came back. After he got close to George, he whispered quietly, and came up with a lot of bad ideas. After hearing this, George couldn't help but smile. Just as the two were hesitating, George heard a sound not far away, and he quickly gave the nobleman a thumbs up secretly. Then he winked at Moss, and quickly let Moss pass. Oh! 7 gods! You must be the goddess Ariadne, god of love, who came out of my dream. Please sit here. Let me give you the light, and stay in this mortal world. An aristocratic artist with a white beard on his chin stood up from the oil painting tremblingly. His eyes widened, and he stared straight at Soraya. The paintbrush in his hand had already dropped at this moment. It fell on the carpet. At the same time, several noble artists around also looked over. After they looked at Soraya with their unique artistic vision, they couldn't help but exclaimed and slowly gathered around. In the eyes of the artist, this heroic young lady is like an angel descending to earth. Her body proportions are simply the most perfect golden ratio. Her temperament and every move are full of that inexplicable sense of holiness, which perfectly fits the artists. All the fantasies about angels in my heart. The other 2 ladies also gave them lustful looks. The girl with long purple hair was full of the mystery of a witch, and her shining emerald eyes were like stars in the sky. Although she looks extremely cold, due to stammering and nervousness, this coldness is like a fog wrapped around her heart, making people want to find out more. The petite blonde girl looked like the daughter of a great noble at first glance, but beneath her delicate appearance, she faintly revealed an evil and taboo beauty, creating a great contrast. And those light red eyes can't help but remind people of the legendary devil, making people fearful. But they can't help but have evil intentions. The approach of the aristocratic artists seemed a bit impolite, but the heartfelt words of praise from their mouths made it impossible for any girl to get angry. Obviously, they were all experienced battlefield veterans. Artistic scum. Soraya and others felt dizzy amid these compliments, and couldn't help but blush. She has been in the world for so long, and the people around her usually either don't understand the king or are indifferent to her. This is the first time she heard such pious praise, and she couldn't help but feel dizzy and elated. I was almost ready to receive a kiss on the hand and agreed to sit down for a short while. But just when a certain artist was about to say something like, "Take off your clothes quickly," a big slap, like a bear's paw, suddenly hit him. "Everyone, get away!" in Moss's unreasonable and rough voice. The teeth of the nobleman who was slapped flew out, and several people behind him were overturned by the huge force. After the surrounding crowd saw clearly this guy's costume, they dispersed with cheers. Even several knight companions of the guy who was beaten, after seeing clearly that it was a southern wilderness in front of them, apologized with a smile. George instigated Moss to do this, but he was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. He had known for a long time that people from the southern wilderness were the masters in various countries, but he didn't expect that they would be so effective. He had also heard about how Moss and the others were arrogant and domineering among the Dome Eagles. But he did not expect that these southern nobles were even worse than the Dome Eagle nobles. Blinded your eyes? Don't you see whose female companion this is? George pretended to be a follower of the southern wilderness nobles, standing there and showing off his power for a while. Then he took advantage of his superiority and spat at the nobles on the ground, and pulled away a few silly people who were blinded. George! How can you be so rude? Soraya's face looked a little ugly. She seemed a little unbelievable about the rude scene just now, but she did not blame her son. Several girls were also very angry, as if they were taking their anger out on George. The guy who just scolded those poor artists was like a follower who was taking advantage of others. Damn it! Can you be any more innocent? Are you fools like you still clamoring to come to a place like this? When someone swallows you, you don't even know what happened. George cursed secretly in his heart, hating himself for not knowing art. After scolding, George saw that Moss had not come over yet, so he pretended to be helpless and whispered to Soraya. My dear Miss Sun God, your good son is jealous. How can I stop him? He? Chapter 484 seems pretty good. Chapter 484 seems pretty good too. The 3 words, Sun God, really worked, making Soraya, who had always played the Sun God, stop talking in a guilty conscience. She quickly changed the subject and said, Where are you taking us? George, the people here don't look like bad people. Seeing that you are so interested in art photos, I asked Aji to book a room, and I will paint a picture for you alone later. George couldn't help but become distracted while he was talking. Of course this is false, but the place we are going to is more exciting than painting. Country bumpkin. Lorna didn't show any respect at all. Big pervert. Soraya nodded and looked at George with a questioning look on his face. This vulgar guy knows how to draw shit. He is an artist, but he is a big pervert. Her grandma's. No wonder people say God has no eyes. George rolled his eyes secretly. Soraya, don't forget what we are here to do. George gave a righteous lesson and his chairman came to him. We have to go up the mountain tomorrow. There is no time to paint any art. You said? Are there really wild elves here? Soraya continued to ask. The corners of George's eyes twitched slightly, and he said with a serious expression, It's what Aji said. Ahem. I mean, Aji wants to take us to see this. I also found that this high-end place seems to be quite particular. Just now Kylie saw several priests patrolling around here, so I feel that if there is no that kind of area, then Aji's news may not be accurate. After hearing these words, several girls couldn't help but nodded, and they all agreed. How could such a prosperous metropolis have such a mess? Looking at the faces of these girls, George snickered secretly. I still don't believe it. After seeing the tricks upstairs, these girls didn't bother to go back quickly? You can't blame me for this. You guys have to see it. George felt that it was time for these silly girls to see the world. Boss, what did I just do? Moss chased after him and said loudly with a proud face. That little skinny guy's molars were wiped out by my slap. The big fat bear stuck his waist, trying hard to get praise from the boss. Soraya and others looked at George angrily, knowing who the really jealous guy was. I'm so hacking unjust. The old nanny sighed deeply. In the corridor, the maids and male waiters passing by kept stopping and leaning on both sides to greet the guests. It's like welcoming the owner home. The surrounding decorations and furnishings looked more and more like a living area in a castle. But after Kylie saw the changing scenes around him, his expression became even weirder. Although Kylie has always been strict with himself and has never been in such a place, he is born in a noble family and is still very clear about many things through hearing and seeing. When he saw that the maids around him had beautiful silk calf rings on their thighs, he knew that this place was already a place for wandering warblers. He couldn't help but remind George. Sir, the front seems to be a bathhouse, which is not suitable for ladies. Seeing that a few people didn't seem to understand, Carrie leaned into George's ear and whispered, Sir, look at the leg rings on the thighs of the maids. They are specially used to hold the money given by the guests. They are all Lu-in. Then, fearing that George wouldn't understand, he also explained some special bathhouses, some public bathrooms where men and women were not naked. Some similar to hot springs and swimming pools. But that's not the case here. I know better than you. You little Chew brother. This is the kind of place your master and I took them to. George not only knew what those leggings were, but also knew that these vagabonds had no other pockets to put money and all money had to be handed over. And no matter how wealthy the guest was, how much money the vagabonds got, it all depends on the operator's face. Only if the Lu Ying has a big customer who often patronizes her, Can she be qualified to negotiate a commission with the operator? In his memory, he had been to several high-end places like this in Elda. The more high-end places, the less likely they were to charge a fee. But this kind of tip alone is a big number. People who come and go are either rich or noble. If anyone shows off a bronze eagle, Lu Ying will laugh to death. If the move is not generous enough, next time, friends will not bring him with them. It would be embarrassing. The kind of small place that his predecessor usually went to. With the level of this prodigal son, he would have to throw away 10 or 8 silver foxes, tens of thousands of dollars, for just a short time, enough for him to have a group of friends and friends in a big city. We got drunk together in the pub several times. The people who travel with him often spend about the same amount of money as he does. On average, the total cost every time they go is more than 10 times that of the tavern. And the people in their circle are all ordinary trainee priests. The most people invited are senior pastors. George didn't know how the priests spent money, but he knew that these uncles were going to a place of the same level as he was going to, at least this kind of place. And George felt that in a place like this, it might not be this kind of business that really makes money. Judging from the drink supply here, it might be that they are operating at a loss. Not for money, but for popularity. In other words, the owner doesn't care how much money he makes from this kind of business, but just creates a social place to cater to some customers, with the virtues of contemporary aristocrats. No matter how high in the place is, such a simple and crude project, even if you don't make money, you still have to have it. The places where the real money is made are those places that are inaccessible to ordinary customers. Oh! After hearing what Kylie said, George was stunned at first, and then looked at Kylie as if he had a sudden realization. Kylie was red-faced. And then George looked strangely and said to Soraya and the others, "Soraya, Kylie must have been to this kind of place before." Kylie was dumbfounded. "The place in front is the area where the Orioles live. Kylie, please lead Soraya out and wait. Aji and I will tell you after just one look. Return." Speaking of this, George couldn't help but feel restless. Carrie looked at Miss Soraya and then at George. He couldn't help but look sad. This one was his idol and head of the family, and the other was an archangel. After struggling, Kylie stupidly walked towards Soraya. And then the little knight squire stepped back under her slightly narrowed eyes, and did the courtesy of a squire to a knight as if he had just said Lo. Bathhouse. Rona grabbed the corner of her clothes and stood there, hesitating a little. Angel hesitated, but his eyes were full of curiosity. However, Angel noticed a monk holding a donation box not far away, but how could she, Soraya and others, know that the monks often came to play too? Soraya glanced at George from the corner of her eyes, and she could see through this guy's heart at a glance. She smiled coldly, and said in a tone of, "I've never seen anything before, George. Don't you see that wild man today? Elf, I'll never leave." George was stunned, and then he felt that this seemed pretty good. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to give you a long experience. He. Chapter 485. Earl Salmon. When Soraya thought about it, even if this kind of bathhouse was open again, when the wandering warblers were doing that kind of thing, they would have to be in some closed room. When she traveled a few centuries ago, she also visited some relatively open taverns. The atmosphere inside was indeed a bit ambiguous, and the guests were careless about Lu Ying. But it was not as exaggerated as George suggested. George, this guy either wants to get rid of them or is afraid of making things worse. After Soraya finished speaking, several girls nodded their heads, showing off their determination to find out. When George saw such a scene, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But then, the bad boy felt even more excited. George glanced at the girls, with a warning look in his eyes, and said, "Okay, don't blame Kylie for not telling him in advance." At this time, a handsome man wearing a white gauze service, slightly arrogant, came over to greet him. The dress was somewhat like the gauze robes of people from the Sand Kingdom, and it also looked a little like what he would wear when bathing in a hot spring. Costumes. It looks very casual, but if you look closely, it's not that simple. It's as thin as a cicada's wings, and the entire piece of clothing may weigh just a few dozen grams. But it is full of complex patterns that cannot be woven by skilled craftsmen. This person is slightly chubby, but his skin has a bit of bronze color. His face is very similar to that of a Saudi, a bit like a mixture of Eldar and Saudi. He is about 40 years old, a little older than Leiden, but he is very well maintained and looks like he is about 30 years old. If this guy were thinner, he would definitely be much more handsome than Leighton. But when he smiles, his fat round face is extremely friendly, making people look like they are seeing an old friend. It's impossible to dislike him. Your Highness Moss. What a coincidence. Mr. Gale and I were talking about you just now. The fat, handsome man opened his arms and walked over to him. When Kylie saw this man, he was slightly startled, and then a name blurted out from his mouth. Your Majesty Earl Salmon? When George heard this name, he seemed to be slightly startled, the richest tycoon in the kingdom of Elda? Then when he followed Kylie's gaze and saw that person, he couldn't help but close his eyes tightly. The two most damn unlucky things today probably happened to me. I should have thought that this big business belongs to the Canglin family's store. Moss and Earl Salmon have never met 2 or 3 times in total. Faced with such an intimate behavior from the Earl. Do I know you very well? It was almost written on Moss's face. However, he still hugged Count Salmon slightly and made a cheek-to-cheek salute. Although Moss seemed a little cold and perfunctory, he still behaved as he should and introduced a few people around him. From this incident, George also discovered the cunning and delicate heart of this seemingly strong-minded guy. He saw the boss suddenly take a step back and stand respectfully behind him. These are all my friends, Moss said in one sentence. These gentle words seemed perfunctory and impolite, but they gave George and others a chance to introduce themselves. Good day, Lord Count. I am Victor Batchun, and Count Benjamin is my father. George bowed his head in a formal manner, with a flattering smile on his face, which seemed to be to leave a good impression for the Earl. The impression was the same, and he also specifically mentioned his other identity. I am currently serving as the senior pastor of the Cathedral of the Eagle. These words are exactly the same as the truth. Victor is Benjamin's second son, and as the pastor of the cathedral, Victor does not have much contact with nobles outside of Dome Eagle. Earl Salmon smiled and nodded, but he obviously had no interest in what the guy in front of him was doing. Soraya and the three of them didn't have much to say. They glanced at George, who could take it up and put it down with some disdain, nodded coldly to the Count, and said no more, not even their own. No name was mentioned. Obviously, Soraya and others' impression of the owner of this store has been extremely bad. He did not directly attack or question, but remained silent. Thank God. This attitude can be described as extremely arrogant and rude. But after Earl Salmon looked at George, his face showed a hint of realization, and he bowed his head slightly to the ladies and made a blessing gesture. It relieved the embarrassment. Then the Earl's eyes glanced at Aggie beside Moss. This guy stood with Moss and had no sense of being a follower, but it was very consistent with his identity, a Night Dyer. From the previous invitation letter, the Count concluded that Dome Eagle should have invited a ruthless character to Kylie this time. And it must be this inconspicuous little man. His eyes quickly passed over Aji and did not talk to him. If a killer like Nightmare is not a member of the circle, or there are people around, the less contact he has, the more reassuring he will be. Then the Earl gave Kylie a big hug and chatted a few words about Count Darius. From the language, it can be seen that the two people seem to be good friends. Logically speaking, Kyrie should have gone with Gale today, and Gale didn't mention it, so the boy looked very embarrassed. Regarding Kylie's embarrassment, there was no strange look on the Count's face according to the relationship between the Canglin family and Count Darius, and the current situation of Cheongying. The son of Count Darius is naturally not suitable to be with Canglin. The Duke's side had too many contacts, and according to what the Earl thought, Kylie must know about the private dealings between the two families because of his good-for-nothing father. This kid has no shame to see him. Later, after the Earl heard that Moss was going to take a bath, he immediately said that he would come with him. He had already put on his clothes and looked like he was going to the bathroom. Naturally, Moss could not refuse this matter. Along the way, the Earl showed his humor, which made the Southern Wilderness man, who looked down on him from the bottom of his heart, couldn't help but laugh a few times. Can't get enough of him. The Count didn't listen, and his eyes and thoughts didn't stop. He kept paying attention to the extremely lady, consciously or unconsciously, especially the leader. She is obviously either the Grand Knight of the Cathedral of the Eagle or a priest. Their attitude towards Senior Pastor Victor was too casual. Just now the Earl saw that the lady in charge seemed to be reprimanding the pastor, previously sneering and then disdain when the bathroom thing is mentioned. It is extremely reasonable for the Great Hall to send someone here in the Earl's opinion. There must be an investment. In fact, this is true, because each monastery is either making wine or making spices. The worst one also has a living, prostitution. And the various monasteries in Cheongying did indeed buy shares, this time counted as George's shares. He didn't pay a penny. Thinking about it, the Earl was somewhat relieved. It was indeed unreasonable for Tanya's adopted son and a Night Dyer to be present at this caravan site. After all, although Night Dyer is strong, even the people of the Southern Wilderness are unwilling to provoke it. But this kind of cutthroat usually only cares about the safety of one person, and does not care about the caravan. There are more than 100 barbarians in this caravan. It is only reasonable that the 100 knights should have a powerful leader. This young lady should be the one to have the final showdown with His Highness Moss. However, Earl Salmon thought about it for a long time. But he could not think of such a person among this Dome Eagle. Chapter 486. Everyone has their own agenda. In the Earl's view, the real leader of this caravan, besides Moss, is the young lady with the most special temperament. She is definitely a high-ranking knight of the cathedral. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to have such a temperament. Priests are also cunning characters. Only knights who grew up in the church will ignore nobles. In other words, according to the unspoken rules, the Holy See knights with a professional background are not allowed to have too much contact with the nobles. In addition, it is true that clergy members come over to play, but some top priests may specifically mention what they do. If great priests and knights come over to play, who the H.L. will tell themselves their family status. As for the other two ladies, I'm afraid they are not priests. They should be noble ladies from the Cheonging family. They are purely the personal playmates of this gentleman. This is a chance to get closer to each other after this opportunity. He has seen many female nobles who come here to play. And he has also seen many female priests, and even female knights, who come here to play. After all, there are so many novel things here. And many people want to come here to open their eyes, similar to clubs and high-end clubs. Not just GHS. But when the serious knight thought about the female knight's true appearance under her serious appearance, the Earl's heart couldn't help but beat. But the Count knew that people who like to pretend like this are usually very concerned about face. So he became more and more careful, and did not take the initiative to get close to this young lady to avoid accidentally touching the ground. At the same time, he also thought about it secretly in his heart. Although this young lady did not reveal her identity, judging from his eyesight, she was by no means an ordinary person. Although he didn't know much about the Dome Eagle Cathedral, he felt that the mere Dome Eagle Cathedral wouldn't be able to raise such a number one person. This made him feel a little strange. Moreover, the people of the southern wilderness and the clergy generally dislike each other. Although the Dome Eagle Cathedral has no friction with the Frostfang tribe, they have deeper friction with the Fire Wolf tribe. There is a prerequisite for union with Frostfang, but it's not enough to get along in private and come out to play together. Unless this female knight's identity is unusual, Chief Frostfang draws her in order to win over her relationship. But the Cathedral of the Eagle Cathedral is not yet so powerful. So let Chief Frostfang take the initiative to build relationships. The Count couldn't help but secretly pay attention. Soraya didn't know how much dirty this guy had in his heart. Otherwise she would definitely kill him with one palm. After this introduction, which was not an introduction, the Earl quickly assumed the identity of the owner of this place. He waved the welcome waiter away, took his place, and followed Moss. From behind, he led the way. After seeing that the Count was not suspicious, George did not let go. If he stayed in front of the Count for a long time, Soraya would definitely show his flaws. But the Count was almost stuck to Moss's body, making it impossible for him to give any hints to Moss. It would be inappropriate for anyone except Moss to refuse the Earl's guidance. Soraya may be suitable, but this simple guy only thinks about wild elves and has no idea about the political whirlpool in the Kingdom of Elda. This is why George deliberately does not let Soraya understand politics. They may not even know why they are acting like this, but they can't communicate with him. Who would have thought that he would meet the Count today? Let alone that these girls would follow him to the brothel. And to be honest, George felt that Soraya was a little strange today. This guy is a righteous angel in name, but in fact he is very flexible. She even secretly embezzles her own things when she has nothing to do. Along the way, we encountered a lot of evil things, and Soraya has always turned a blind eye as if the god is watching all living beings. And she has already mentally constructed the decay of the Holy Court. But today I don't know why, but this guy insisted on putting on this extremely stern face of justice. Not only did he get into trouble with him, but he also scolded him righteously for insisting on visiting the brothel. George couldn't help but secretly feel a pain in his balls. I thought about how to deal with the situation if the truth was exposed. If I paid a grand visit to the city lord today, I might be able to use some reason to obscure the relationship between myself and Alfonso. After all, Alfonso surrendered. Duke Yonfeng is a bit unbelievable. In comparison, the Knight of the Throne and Tanya teaming up to deceive Alfonso are more believable. In this case, the people who visited Duke Kanglin privately were trying to get Alfonso together. So it's very reasonable. But I deliberately avoided taboos today. But I came here. This makes people too daydreaming. Thinking of this, George took advantage of a conversation and asked the Earl about Gale, and quietly gave Aji a look. Aji understood it, and guessed that the boss was asking him to find him. Gale must be here. As for what he asked Gale to do, the boss was probably afraid that something would go wrong or unexpected. So he had already prepared a retreat. He asked himself to notify Gale to go back and prepare to leave the city overnight. Thinking of this, Aji already had some calculations in his mind. He pulled Kairi behind and whispered to Kairi. The situation was just as George thought. The Earl was originally arranged by Gale in this place. According to the Earl, Gale had already rested upstairs because he was too drunk. It sounds nice. In fact, it must be because the Earl was not willing to socialize with a guy of Gale's status. For the sake of Prince Alfonso, after entertaining Gale, he arranged someone else has served Gale, and now the guy is off somewhere interesting. Mr. Frank. After listening to Count Salmon's words, Carrie said to Aji with his hands behind his back. Get rid of you and wake up that guy. Everyone is here today, and he is resting alone on top. It's a little too rude. In these words, Kylie no longer looked like a servant, or in other words, this image of a noble family was his true appearance. As the adopted son of Duke Tanya, he does have a say today. Count Salmon said a few polite words and invited everyone to go upstairs together to find a quiet place to rest. Moss glanced at this guy and said that he just came to take a shower today and have a rest. While they were chatting, George's heart rate was like a roller coaster, going up and down, and finally hit the bottom. If we just go to a quiet place to rest, and then everyone leaves together, then everything will be fine, but if there is something interesting up there, it arouses Soraya's anger. Should he reveal his identity and suppress her? Or should he watch her smash this place to pieces? Thinking of this, George couldn't help but feel a little pain in his heart if he had known this. He would have followed Gale to play. That would not only eliminate the need to bring Soraya and others, but also act as Gale's entourage, which would be more suitable than the current scene. He looked at Soraya and wanted to communicate with her many times, but he felt a little inappropriate. He and Soraya were not like Aji and Kylie, who were bodyguards and employers. In front of each other, an intimate whisper in the Earl's face is inappropriate. And if she didn't talk about it with this simple silly girl, she wouldn't understand such complicated twists and turns. There are so many things she doesn't know, and she would have to start from the beginning. Forget it. In this situation, it is very inappropriate for everyone to just find a reason to leave, and leave it is simply to tell Count Salmon that we have a problem. The best case scenario is to let nature take its course. Let Soraya lose face in the bathroom, and then everyone can leave together in a reasonable manner. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but feel settled. Along the way, Earl Salmon focused his main attention on Moss. Compared with Layton's all-round approach, this guy seemed a little arrogant. He seemed extremely friendly, but in terms of details, he was somewhat perfunctory with everyone except Moss. Just keep an eye on the leading lady secretly. He felt more and more that this lady no longer looked like a knight. Earl Salmon is very discerning. He has seen many figures in the Holy Court, including many Templar knights, and even the Holy Sun. He always unconsciously associates this woman with those people. Of course, the most important thing is her transcendent status in this team. Even Moss seems to have some respect for her. Chapter 487 Salon and Flaws. The people of the Southern Wilderness and the clergy disliked each other, but the Earl found that Moss seemed to respect this young lady very much. Respect is generally based on strength and interests. With Alfonso's ability, he can give great benefits to the people of the Southern Wilderness. But neither Alfonso nor the Eagle Cathedral can be strong, taken together. At most, they can establish an equal relationship. He suspected that this woman was brought by Duke Tanya from the Great Church of the Dawn. Only those Saint Black Lake Knights, who have penetrated deeply into the Black Tide, can show their respect to these domineering barbarians. There has never been any friction between the people of the Southern Wilderness and these Templar Knights. According to the news, the Black Lake Knights are divided into two groups. One is loyal to the Black Pearl. They were all originally noble knights. And I even heard that most of this group of people were originally Black Pearl Knights. She had great loyalty to Tanya. Belongs to her old department. She was brought back to Dome Eagle, a group of private soldiers who came from the nobility. And they were less loyal to the nobility. And they were all brainwashed by the Knight of the Throne. It was rumored that the Knight of the Throne had always had a very delicate relationship with Tanya. Under the intentional divisions of the rodent people and the stimulation of the fall of Windswept City, the relationship between the two old lovers had turned against each other. Earlier, Count Salmon received news that Alfonso had secretly visited Dome Eagle. According to the tip, Alfonso actually planned to go to the valley with the purpose of controlling his old rival Dome Eagle through Tanya. He and Tanya should have reached an agreement during that time. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. Tanya is deeply marginalized and needs external help. There is no suitable person to inherit the family title. So the two hit it off. As for the Frostfang tribe who visited Qiangying when the old duke was about to die, it was probably at that time that he colluded with these two people. The interests of the three parties were completely consistent. Under the internal and external pressure from the southern Wilder people, China, and Tanya, Dome Eagle finally fell into the hands of this interest group. And with the support of Dome Eagle and Alfonso, the little prince Frostfang also received great help. The Kanglan family has already analyzed the close relationship between the Frostfang tribe and Tanya, and the group of people in front of them can be regarded as confirming Count Salman's guess. Also fell into the hole dug by George. But in the heart of this thoughtful Earl Salman, there is always something wrong. The Count had some thoughts in his mind, but he never stopped wooing Moss. However, although this guy is very talkative and very charming, he has a hot face on a cold ass. During this conversation, 2 rows of waiters suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor in front. After seeing everyone coming, they bowed and opened the door in front. The hall inside the door is arranged like an oversized living room. This living room leads to many rooms in all directions. And there is even a semi-study. The people inside were dressed very similarly to Count Salman. And some were wearing evening gowns. They were either standing or sitting in a gentle manner, as if they had just taken a shower, and chatting in a low voice. Although there are some women in the house, none of the women here can tell who is the wandering warbler and who is the noble girl. Each of them was very well spoken and seemed very reserved. In the middle of the hall, there were some men dressed as extremely gentlemen playing soft songs. In this song, some people are playing casual games, but more people seem to be talking about the book of songs and classical literature and art. After a game of pot throwing, a nobleman seemed to be too intimate with the woman next to him, and received an angry scolding from the woman. Then the woman threw the lot in her hand on the ground and left with anger on her face. Then the man hurriedly chased her away, with a panicked look on his face. In his anxiety, he shouted the lady's name. It seemed to be a stage name, and sweat was already pouring from his face. The scene in the hall stunned George. It was completely opposite to the kind of group meeting he imagined. Isn't this a hacking young lady if you shame your guests? George, who was following at the end, couldn't help but look at Aji secretly. Aji smiled and gave him a wink, as if to say the real show is behind. George suddenly realized this is not a hacking miss. And the KTV princess is not of this level either. They are stars. It's a social name. Judging from the behavior and temperament of some women, they even surpass many noble ladies. The clothes they wear are at the forefront of fashion, or in other words, they lead the fashion. Let the ladies strive to imitate. To put it bluntly, these women are all top stars in Kanglan City, and even the kingdom of Elda. What I just did wasn't a shame. It was a show of influence. Ha ha. Lord Moss, this is the lounge. And occasionally there are art salons. Earl Salman explained a few words. And it can be heard from his words that this art salon should indeed be a serious art salon. However, art salons here are generally linked to auctions or charity. After hearing this, George couldn't help but give the Earl a thumbs up in his hard look at how those licking dogs treat the girls. Why don't they go out of their way to throw money at this art auction? Look at what topics people are talking about. If you don't express your unique vision for these works of art, other girls won't chat with a vulgar person like you. During the conversation between the Earl and Moss, several nobles who seemed to be familiar with the Earl greeted the Earl. The Earl nodded reservedly and ignored them. But those guys came over with their female companions and pressed their hot faces against the Count's cold ass. However, these guys seemed to have some abilities, and they actually struck up a conversation with Moss. In a few words, obviously they knew who the real boss was. Although Moss didn't like these familiar guys. However, their female companion made Moss smile. He roughly pinched a girl who looked very elegant. The girl was immediately pinched in such rough hands that she cried in pain. However, she did not brush off the big shots like usual, but instead, she was attracted to this girl. The rough and vulgar guy tried his best to show his smile. The woman's male companion, after seeing such a scene, his face turned a little black. But the licking dog was shaking all over. But he left with a smile. He still had a bit of backbone. When Count Salman saw the scene, he narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at the man's back. When the other nobles saw the uncle's change of expression, they were all chilled, and they tried their best to cater to Moss. After that, no matter what exaggerated behavior the young prince made to his female companion, their faces were full of expressions. Laugh. Some people even made more rude actions to please this uncle. Soon Moss was hugging him from left to right, and the dignitaries were also clinging to him. But apart from him, the women paid no attention to anyone else. It wasn't until Soraya glanced at Moss that the big fat bear patted his belly and stopped his increasingly excessive behavior with some embarrassment. This small action was secretly caught in the eyes of George and Earl Salmon. Both of them couldn't help but feel slightly tense. Chapter 488 Secret Confrontation. Neither of them had any abnormal expressions on their faces. As if they didn't notice anything. The Count clapped his hands. And the two girls, who attracted the most attention in the hall, left their male companions and walked over. At this time, George and Kelly had company by their side. What's interesting is that both girls rushed to George's side. The most beautiful girl among them looked like she was of mixed Saudi Arabian descent. After she fought for the position, she couldn't help but feel a little happy on her face. But when she found out that Victor was actually just a minor nobleman and Kylie was the heir to Chongying, her face couldn't help but look extremely ugly. The gestures of intimacy also became a bit perfunctory. The other girl couldn't help but almost laughed. She felt so happy watching that bitch, who usually pretended to be thinking about smashing Priyanka Abraham. The nobles in the hall couldn't help but look a little pale after seeing the two girls going there. The anger and jealousy in many people's eyes could no longer be concealed. And some left the place directly in dismay. George was not in the mood to pay attention to this matter. And his attention was secretly focused on Count Salmon. "My lords, let the ladies wait for you to change clothes," the Earl said with a smile. But he found that no one seemed to have the intention to move. In the midst of the weirdness and embarrassment, the Earl suddenly discovered that the young nobleman named Victor was subconsciously looking at the female knight, with a questioning look in his expression as if in his eyes. Moss is not the master. This woman is. And Moss's eyes couldn't help but look at the woman. A person's name suddenly flashed in Count Salmon's mind indeed. She should come in person. George, who was secretly observing Earl Salmon, secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this guy's eyes staring straight at Soraya. From the Earl's point of view, he should be thinking of her. If a public figure in Elda like Tanya comes to visit the jug, she will definitely dress up. Moreover, this pervert is interested in both men and women, and usually eats the tofu of ignorant girl Rona. She is indeed very suitable for this position. So even if the two of them look very different, there is no need to worry. Moreover, Tanya has been away from home since she was a child. And no one in the Kanglan family has ever seen her like she is now. And the Earl is prone to preconceptions. As for himself, George was not worried. He had typical northern features. And his skin color and hair color were the same as Victor's. Although he was more handsome, many people couldn't tell him apart even when he was wandering around the shelter, whether he was a great lord or a noble. The Earl had no reason to associate Victor, an inconspicuous little man, with the Knight of the Throne. In addition, the people among the Eldar who had seen him either died in the Black Tide, or went to the Vale or Sky Eagle, and I have never had a portrait handed down. And no wizard has ever fixed my image. This made it difficult for him to send people to check the number. So George only worried about Soraya. But to be honest, this is just a temporary measure. My small team has too many flaws. If they fight, they can definitely defeat some small copies of H.L. level difficulty. But if it is infiltration, they are not the kind of Wendell at all. Professional team. No need to change, Soraya said lightly. But she felt a little surprised in her heart. When did George value her opinion so much? According to this guy's nature, I'm afraid he has to find a way to get a few of us to change clothes and soak in the hot springs with him. Didn't you hear? There's no need to change. Moss's voice suddenly rang, while he put his hands into his arms and rubbed the mud. He said, "It's time to wash my clothes together. Let's go inside and take a look." Earl Salmon looked at Moss in surprise. And then he laughed and said, "It is indeed as His Royal Highness the Prince said. Only in this way can we get closer to nature." After hearing that Moss wanted to use mint soap, the Count quickly and thoughtfully asked people to get the soap, olive oil, balm, spices and body rub tools for bathing. Normally, the bathhouse has a special soap room. If anyone dares to rub mud in other places, Count Salmon's magic will definitely get someone to beat him. Even his grandmother doesn't know that person. But today will obviously be a special case. After several girls hurriedly looked for something that was not there, the Earl led the way without changing his expression. But there was a buzz in my head. He knew that people in the southern wilderness, including some rude northern nobles, didn't take off their clothes very often when taking a bath. Or in other words, they didn't take a bath very often. But this uncle seems to be catering to this Knight lady. This is more than just respect. The so-called adjutants and Grand Templars are probably not qualified enough. After the Black Tide, there has been friction between Kyinghawk and the tribe. He even heard that people from the Frostfang tribe went to Dome Eagle. And after that, The whirlpool in the southern wilderness began to spin. Something must have happened. And I am afraid Frostfang and Sky Eagle cannot form an alliance like this just for profit alone. Only by beating these people in the southern wilderness can they be submissive. Once upon a time, Earl Salmon met the elders of the Fire Wolf tribe, who had such a very respectful attitude towards a certain adult. His name was Earl of Thorns Jagger. And this Earl Jagger also has a name in the southern wilderness, Sunbird. That was a classic battle in which the Dome Eagles, following the troops of the Holy Temple, expelled the southern wilderness people, leaving no southern wilderness people within a few hundred kilometers to the south of the Dome Eagle. Now, he is dead, and from now on, the only one who can make Moss and the other submissive is Jagger's famous sister in the Dark Tide. This idea was so bizarre, he didn't know what method this young lady used in the Principality of Cheongying to get the Frostfang tribe to recognize this ally. And he was obedient to this young lady. But the Earl couldn't help but look at Kylie. Along the way, Carrie was like a knight's attendant, always following the woman, explaining various things to the ladies in the more than 10 years since Miss Tanya left. This art there have indeed been earth-shaking changes. And today's Cheongying, if there is no such trade, I am afraid it will collapse immediately. It should indeed be so valued. If it were his father, he might come in person. Earl Salmon already knows who this lady should be. Everything is right. I heard that this Miss Tanya is a double, and she rejected Prince Robert because she admired her cousin. However, he always felt that something was wrong. He couldn't help but suddenly looked at that Victor. At this time, Victor was pretending to be a gentleman and chatting wordlessly with his female companion. However, this girl was obviously very knowledgeable in art and antiques. While this Victor was a bit vulgar, it was entirely because of this girl's pandering that we got together. The most interesting thing is that, after he heard his female companion Priyanka Abrahamla hint that she was not feeling well and did not want to go to the bathroom, he actually nodded in agreement. This made the woman slightly stunned, not knowing how to act next. Logically speaking, shouldn't he ask where he feels uncomfortable and then take the opportunity to say something like, "You have to promise not to insult me when you go to the bathroom later?" This made the girl quietly look for help to Count Salmon. This was the first time she had entered the bathroom. If she really went back and messed up the matter, the whole family would be doomed. Earl Salmon almost laughed out loud when he witnessed all this. He felt as if he had found a breakthrough for this group of people. "Mr. Victor, Lord Benjamin and I just met in the royal capital last week." Salmon approached George with a smile and whispered, "Lord Benjamin has praised you all and mentioned it many times. I brought you here for a visit. But I didn't expect that today. Under the guidance of the Sun God, we would meet first." George knew what was coming, but it still came. Logically speaking, Victor was the most vulnerable point here. However, despite his concerns, Earl Salmon's words still made George feel slightly stunned. This Benjamin should indeed praise his youngest son. He had many clues, and it was this guy Victor who provided of. He wanted to kill his own son. This was obviously a fool's errand. Benjamin did not have such a deep relationship with the Earl, but many nobles would come to him from time to time, often for one thing. Naturally, it was impossible for Benjamin to find him. But with a quick thought, he guessed what Count Salmon was planning to use as a sugar-coated bomb. George showed an impatient look and asked in a low voice, "What else does my father say?" "Sir, is there something about my studying abroad?" Hearing this, Earl Salmon couldn't help but laugh secretly. This guy named Victor can't keep calm at all. Earl Salmon didn't say much. He looked at George with a smile, and the meaning in his eyes was self-evident. George's eyes lit up and he said, "Then I'll have to worry a lot more about your guidance, sir." Chapter 489. The Demons Dance Wildly. After the two people chatted passionately for a few words, Count Salmon suddenly discovered that although Victor was a bit unattractive, he seemed to be a wonderful person. This Victor is a typical villain, and he is naughty, and he often sneaks a peek at the owners, but from behind. It is perfect to use Priyanka to get something out of his mouth. The little ace in his hand like Priyanka is usually invincible. Moreover, this girl has an excellent reputation and is extremely attractive to the young nobles. The first time I entered the bathroom, I was absolutely invincible. The situation of this caravan is extremely important, and there are two big fish in it, Moss and Tanya. There is absolutely no room for error this time, even if it's just to find out their true root. That's enough. Now that it has been determined that Frostfang and Cheongying are colluding together, then I can't blame myself. The southern wasteland is currently in turmoil, and it is only fitting that Chief Frostfang dies in the hands of his own people. Earl Salmon slowly brought the topic to Priyanka. "Mr. Victor, Miss Priyanka is not only a senior historical researcher and antique collector. Her father is also my old friend Marquis Emerge. Miss Priyanka is still single, I have always wanted to marry a true Templar warrior. During these days, she has come to visit and play with me from the Kingdom of Sand. You must seize the opportunity." George's eyes moved slightly, and he felt that the Earl might have a big plan this time. Maybe Gale had guessed it. But the cost seems to be a bit too high. If a Marquis is a Duke, it may not mean that he is very powerful. Many people may just have a name and not much land. But every Marquis is a big shot with a heavy army. There are only 7 or 8 of them in the entire Elda Kingdom. But now that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has experienced war, the number of Marquises will probably not be more than this number. Especially a country like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it is actually a federation composed of multiple countries. And the nobles who hold heavy armies may all be the masters of the same country. For example, if the suffix of the name has Abhanla in it, for several generations, it is basically the royal family. Therefore, as soon as the Marquis mentions his name, the nobles of the 7 countries will probably know who he is. Of course, those country barons and the like, or the country of country barons and sons, are too far away from them. It's also too dreamy. However, although country baron George had never heard of this Marquis, he felt that Count Salman would not use this thing to deceive Victor. After all, there are so many nobles here. Count Salman should not create a false identity to increase the popularity of his prostitute, whether she is the daughter of a Marquis or not. The nobles will know clearly after chatting with her, especially since the Kanglan family itself came from the Kingdom of Shah. They would not make such a joke. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but look at his female companion and took a closer look. This girl named Priyanka was indeed of Saudi Arabia, but because his skin was unusually fair, he hadn't noticed it before and thought he was a mixed-race person from the Kanglan family. But now if we take a closer look at her long black hair, big smart green eyes, and long eyelashes, it seems that the characteristics of the Saudi people are more obvious. Very enchanting and beautiful, and full of exotic customs. It seems that he was wrong. He thought that this girl, who looked a bit arrogant, was also a prostitute. The status of a Marquis is extraordinary, and the Marquis of the Shah Kingdom might have a deep relationship with the Kanglan family. How could it be for sale? If Victor really comes across this, in order to make this beautiful girl named Priyanka smile, I am afraid that even his big boss George will have to betray him to Earl Salman on the spot. So luckily it's me. Let me handle this difficult test. He quickly pretended to be dull and looked at Priyanka in surprise. At this time, after the Count finished speaking, Priyanka had already smiled and saved Victor's arm. The waves on his chest clung to his arms vaguely. Then, she flipped up her hair and said, "Sir Salman, you have thanked me." Then, Priyanka looked at Victor beside her. In her eyes, there was a trace of consideration, a trace of reserve, and a trace of shyness. Those big blue eyes that can talk seemed to say, "I might, maybe, probably, I seem to be a little bit interested in you." If it weren't for the 3 girls with cold eyes behind Priyanka, George felt that he would definitely think that today's scene would be quite interesting to perform. Looking at Soraya and the others who had narrowed their eyes slightly, George couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and sighed secretly in his heart. "Master, aren't I doing this for work and entertainment? You little girls, I don't understand the difficulties of adults at all, and I don't know how to understand them. At this point, this drama can only go on. No matter how much Soraya and others will despise and misunderstand me in the future, I have no choice but to do it." Hey. George pretended to be confused and kept saying extremely disgusting and flattering words to Priyanka. From time to time, he also stretched out his hands and took advantage of the convenience of work to add a lot of drama to himself. The corners of the 4 girls' eyes twitched secretly, because there was no need to change clothes. Everyone walked directly to another passage. When the door leading to the bathroom was opened, an extremely luxurious public bathroom, like ancient Rome, appeared in front of everyone. Here, small bridges are suspended above the warm pool water, and many angel-like art sculptures are erected in the pool water, spraying warm spring water from their mouths and hands. The entire bathhouse is like a natural hot spring bath. You can see many smooth large stones and small pebbles in the water, and the large hot spring bath in the center is still open air. The starlight shines down from the sky and shines on the huge columns. The gentle moonlight leaves traces on the various silk decorations around the columns, and then falls into the sculptures in the pool. Many angels are arranged like stars, surrounding the statue of Ariadne, the god of love, in the central bath. The beautiful god of love is lifelike under the hands of skilled craftsmen. The entire structure is exactly the famous Ariadne bathing picture. The entire large bathhouse is like a large open-air swimming pool party surrounded by tall villas. People are playing and walking back and forth among the handrails, cloisters, and classical spiral staircases left upstairs. The surroundings of the pool are full of fresh water, fruits, sweet wine, freshly served game pastries, and even seafood shipped from afar. After bathing, men and women rested around, and people were lying or sitting, playing loudly. There were also people crying loudly, but this only made her playmates more wanton. In the mist, several naked men and women walked past Soraya and others. In the blink of an eye, they were pulled into the pool by several strangers, and they began to play in the midst of the struggle. The scene in front of them made Soraya and the three of them slightly dizzy, and they almost fell to the ground. In that daze, Soraya and the other three couldn't help but look blankly at the elegant salon room behind them, and then at the scenery in front of them. Suddenly, they heard some shouts, and couldn't help but look upstairs. The open pavilion was decorated with various literary and artistic decorations. Even the big beds on the balcony were made of velvet, covered. But the room was filled with torture-like toys. A fat man, with a devil's mask, was whipping him fiercely with his companions. The dozen or so people stood in front of them, holding various dressed-up women and men. The scene after scene was in great contrast with the room next door, and the woman who had just been a big shot in the salon seemed to be in the pool of water, crying, and was being treated by what she had been asking for before. The male companion, and several other people gathered in the middle. This door is like a switch. Everyone who walks in here will reveal their true nature. People say that materialism was rampant in the Renaissance era. Sir, I've had an eye-opening experience today. Compared with the places George has been to, this place is like a mess. Soraya, when you see this king, why don't you give in and go back with me? Chapter 490. I'm still too young. Moss laughed and roughly pushed the girls around him into the water. Then, with his huge body, he jumped into the water. The splashing water splashed all over Count Salman. But the guy clapped his hands and laughed in apology. Then he quickly glanced at the few girls around him who were still stunned. The girls who had not been pushed into the water, after seeing Count Salman's expression, quickly sprinkled the petals and spices in their hands into the clear water, took the balm and bath towel, and gave them to this. The uncle started scrubbing. In an instant, Moss's surroundings were filled with darkness and turbidity. George, who secretly observed the faces of Soraya and others, discovered that this guy could blush, and he almost fainted to the ground. He covered his mouth and almost laughed on the spot. Rona and Angel were even more unbearable, their faces almost dripping with water. Obviously the scene here shocked them. They probably never imagined that after opening the door, there would be another world. But what made George feel extremely strange was that even though these three girls were already so virtuous, they were still staring carefully at the men and women with their eyes wide open. And Soraya watched even more intently, not even blinking. Are these little ants trying to catch up and observe and learn? No. According to Soraya's nature, shouldn't she be angry? George suddenly remembered that it seemed that the 7 gods did not prohibit this kind of industry, and the Holy Court was also very tolerant of this industry. A certain cardinal even personally wrote a long hymn for a brothel in a certain city. It is obvious why the prostitution industry is so prosperous. Among all the regulations, the only one stipulates is that abortion is not allowed, an oracle granted to the god of love. In this era, abortion is like torture and cannot be tolerated by the god of love. Therefore, it is stipulated that the father of the child must bear the responsibility of supporting the child, but the Holy Court's restrictions on this are just like this. And in the eyes of the 7 gods, reproduction is more important than indulgence and sin. In order to prevent the evil from getting worse, what the kingdom and nobles did was not to punish the men who made mistakes, but to open brothels on a large scale, and then make money in various names. Therefore, not only did the social atmosphere become more and more wanton, the slave-catching industry also gradually emerged and became more and more prosperous. In this lack of punishment and restrictions, all kinds of ugly things have become commonplace. As for the 7 gods who witnessed all this, one can only imagine what attitude they would have towards this kind of thing. But this does not seem to be the reason for Soraya to observe and learn on the spot. Could it be that in her heart she has always wanted to come here to broaden her horizons, and she was deceived by her hypocrisy? At this moment, George suddenly saw the female companion next to him. What did Salman call her? That's right, Priyanka. Isn't she the only daughter of a marquis from the Kingdom of Sand? She seemed to be a well-known socialite. She said that she occasionally came here from her family and friends to participate in some serious art salon gatherings. According to Count Salman, many people came here because of her reputation. But judging from the male companions who had been around her before, it seemed that no one had ever really become her lover. Before, She had a perfunctory look, and the arrogance and contempt for the little nobles deep in her heart could not help but be revealed unconsciously in conversations. But at this moment, she took off her evening dress completely in front of her. The same goes for Carrie's female companion. After they saw George and Kelly looking at each other dumbfounded, they slowly turned their faces away, seemingly reluctantly, indicating that they would let the guests do whatever they wanted. The contrast between Priyanka before and after made George unable to react for a moment. He originally thought that the Marquis might be a friend of Count Salman, and his daughter just came over to play, looking for some lover or excitement. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Marquis daughter. I am indeed still too damn young. It's just like the wrathful Duke, it's a hacking gimmick. The women here are all actors and actresses invited by Salman. They are all stories made up by the Kanglan family. They create a hint for customers here no matter what goddess they are. As long as they walk through this door, they will be needed by you. No wonder this place is so popular. This group of people from the Kanglan family have spent a lot of time building this small kingdom. Although I don't like this kind of thing. I can't live up to their wishes at all. Right? George put his hand into his clothes and rubbed the mud. He looked at Priyanka, the socialite next to him, who was frowning and with tears in her eyes, and said, "Take the soap. Let's go down too." George didn't know if soap was allowed in such a high-end place. It seemed like it was. The woman was slightly stunned when she heard this. She looked at Mr. Victor, who was standing there doing dry cleaning, picking up a bath towel and about to go inside, which almost ruined her acting skills. "Come." Then George was grabbed by the arm severely. George knew it was Soraya. Without turning around, he had already felt her cold gaze. At this time, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, feeling that if this aunt showed her power, it would be now. "Let me walk around and take a look." After Soraya finished speaking, she stared at the surroundings again. That red face looked very serious. George stayed there for a long time before he figured out that this aunt was not catching up on progress and observing and learning, but was looking for slave marks on these people. George couldn't help but be stunned. "Sister, do you want to be so persistent? I know you are easy to deceive, but could you please stop refreshing my cognitive bottom line again and again? Are you too naive?" He had already guessed that the brains of these 7 archangels were inversely proportional to their force value. The force value of the righteous angels was obviously only a little worse than that of the complete Alexander, and that god of love might be the most bitter one. But Soraya's performance today refreshed his understanding somewhat. George swore that he had never regretted lying, but today was an exception. He felt that he had been completely defeated by this simple guy. "Ahem, Lady Tassaleia." George secretly glanced at Salman and made a final effort towards Soraya. "I'm sorry. I didn't know the situation here before. I originally thought that this place it's an elegant place, but I never thought that this place would be full of sensuality and shamelessness. You'd better not go any deeper. This is just a big chicken coop. Don't taint your eyes." Seeing Soraya's eyes still staring at him, George quickly added, "It's not a good thing to let your friends know that you are here to play. This can be regarded as moving other major shareholders out." George didn't know if it was useful, but under his influence, Soraya was a person who was obsessed with saving face. Sure enough, Soraya's hand holding her became lighter, which made George secretly relieved. "Did you bring the photo crystal?" Soraya suddenly asked in a low voice. George was slightly startled by this question, but before he could think about it, Count Salman's voice came from behind him. "Oh, Mr. Victor, it's so sad when you say that," Earl Salman interjected. He stretched out his hands and looked at the swimming pool where the demons were dancing in front of him. His eyes were very pious, as if he was its like worshipping. "This is a holy place." George, who was trying to save everything, looked blankly at the guy who suddenly interrupted. Despair is already spreading in his eyes. Chapter 491. I'm still too young. "This is a holy land, and the girls here are not prostitutes. They are all sacred goddesses and daughters of freedom." Earl Salman looked at the scene in front of him with pure eyes and said, "They sell temporary love here to comfort those who are lost. They selflessly dedicate themselves to protect women from good families from intrusion. They are the most devout believers of the God of love. Their work is sacred and bestows divine will." "Salman." Soraya looked at the madam coldly, looking as if she was about to explode. "The 7 gods do allow the existence of prostitutes, actually. In the eyes of the 7 gods, they are the mating of insects. Ariadne is indeed very tolerant of these poor wandering warblers. But this is no reason for you to indulge in wantonness. Nor should you use her name to do whatever you want." Soraya's words were so righteous that George felt a chill in his heart. However, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but George actually saw a flash of arc on the corner of Soraya's mouth. But no matter what, These words made Count Salman's heart tighten. His eyes moved slightly, and he couldn't help but lower his head and thought the Count thought that the name Soraya could be a pseudonym. But he suddenly discovered that the priest style of this woman was extremely obvious, and she had a deep respect for the gods. Maintenance comes from the heart. Earl Salman became more and more suspicious. He had paid great attention to this woman from the moment he entered the door, and the moment her expression changed, he felt as if he had flattered the horse's leg. It can be said that Duke Tanya's girlfriend is a rumor, and her wrong pandering today should indeed shock her. She should just come and take a look out of curiosity. However, he could feel from this woman's words that she was not similar to Duke Tanya. This is the kind of person who really grew up in a convent. She is scolding herself and everyone here. This doesn't seem to fit the situation of Tanya. However, no matter what, we must first appease this woman's anger, and then find an opportunity later to slowly understand her. Earl Salman used the same rhetoric that he used to deal with the priests who came to inspect the holy court and whitewash the filth and sin here. This trick was always harmful to those in the holy court. Dear young lady, I know that I really cannot use such words to explain the desire that permeates here, let alone whitewash and cover up the sins hidden in these people's hearts. But here, the girls remove these sins and desires from these. It is stripped from the lost and allowed to be cleansed in their souls. Having said this, Earl Salman slowly turned sideways, then opened the salon room behind him and said, Look at the people in this room. After they wash away their filth here, they go to the quiet room. The room devoutly repented of their faults. In this repentance and redemption, they became pure in heart. They knew their faults. And the 7 gods also left a trace of tolerance and generosity to these people who realized their faults. This is not a place of sin. This is a lost paradise where people can avoid falling directly into hell, where sins are washed away and people have the opportunity to return to the embrace of the 7 gods. Count Salman's eloquence is extraordinary, and he speaks righteously about this dirty business. Many things were quoted from the classics, and Soraya's face became even weirder when she said them. George almost laughed out loud when he heard this. This guy is really a talent. He is simply lying and full of nonsense. Desire will only become more indulgent and deeper. Any good person who comes here once will turn into a scum. Once they get used to playing here, they will no longer be satisfied with acting. When their desires can no longer satisfy them, they will seek new excitement. Also, many of the women are not from decent backgrounds. Many of them are women from good families who were obtained by the Earl using extremely bad means. The Kanglan family is the largest client of the slave-catching group. If this family had stopped working in this industry, there would probably be half as many poor people suffering in the world. Moreover, this family has an extremely bad influence on the atmosphere of the Elda army. The military prostitute camp was the first thing they created. After the nobles followed suit, many southern nobles had to bring thousands of wandering warblers with them when they went to war. A lot of women will be caught on the road, and they will fill this military camp. When the military is also used to indulgence, you can imagine how much influence it has on the people at the bottom. And when these people put a sacred code on their burning, killing and looting, the harm they cause is often more terrifying than the invaders. Few cities open their gates after seeing the arrival of supporting troops. So supply and city defense battles naturally become a non-starter. Absolutely ridiculous. In order to curb this situation, the Holy Court even acquiesced in the existence of military discipline in the troops. And these troops, who had to lead the warlords, fought against the southern wilder people. In this way, the performance of these noble troops on the battlefield, almost every one, they later became the jokes that people in Nanwang used to entertain them before tea and after dinner. Many people say that Dome Eagle's troops can defeat 3 times the number of southern nobles. And this is not an exaggeration. After Old Dome Eagle and Jagger found military prostitutes in the army, they only did one thing through the prostitutes and the people who brought them into the river and drowned them together. It is also the style of the nobles treating the poor women who were kidnapped as nothing. But this behavior of the lords of Dome Eagle does have some effect on military discipline. The combat effectiveness of those veteran soldiers is indeed much better than that of the southern nobles. At any rate, Dome Eagle's troops are facing the group of corpses, can still stabilize the formation. He felt that Soraya would not be so stupid, and would not be fooled by him like this after all. She was also the previous 7 gods. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but give the boastful Salman a look. Just do it. I can't help you. I can't control whether this place is turned upside down today. It all depends on you. Sure enough, after Soraya finished listening, she slowly closed her eyes. Then, she said something that stunned George. Let's go to the clean room and take a look. You are right. Many artists with pure hearts were born here. George looked at the backs of Soraya and Earl Salman, walking and chatting. and blinked hard. It took a long time before he came back to his senses. Light of dawn! Can you help me peek into Saraya's heart? George could no longer understand. Didn't she just say that Salman was blaspheming the god of love? Indeed. It has nothing to do with her. But she plans to have a good chat with Miss Ariadne about this matter after she goes back. George suddenly seemed to understand everything. The reason why the Holy Court and the nobles have become so corrupt now is not to blame the god of chaos at all. It's all because they're broken from the root. He quickly slapped away Priyanka's hand that was grabbing the hem of his robe, and then chased after her with his robe in hand. Stay here any longer. But the secret is about to be revealed. Chapter 492 Small Flaws. The environment in the clean room is indeed much better than outside. In comparison, it looks like the top VIP area of a hot spring club. When George changed his clothes and walked in under the arrangement of Jessica and others, he found that there were not many people in the large pool. These people behaved very appropriately, and they were all talking about art or current politics. Some of them even knelt in front of the statue of the god of love in the center, praying and repenting devoutly. As Salman said, indeed, only by repenting enough can you be free from psychological pressure the next time you do something bad. As soon as George took a look, he found that this seemed to be a place specifically for the city's dignitaries, powerful nobles, and priests of the Holy See to cultivate their moral character. The people here are older. They have a higher status, and they don't bother hanging out with the people outside, or in other words, they are tired of it. Their real entertainment is not in the large bathing area outside, but in some special areas further inside. Compared with the outside, this place is like two different worlds. No one is messing around here. Only some women or handsome men applying olive oil to some old people. The water in the pool here is a little turbid. But in fact this is the first place that the Rui Canal passes through. The turbidity is only due to the addition of spices and medicines. And there are many petals on the water. And there are many incense burners burning women around the water, which smells very fresh. Saraya and others were still changing clothes. When George stood by the pool and looked around, he discovered that Moss was also here. It seemed that he saw that his aunt was a little unhappy, so he hurriedly chased after her. And because this guy didn't change his clothes, he was actually a little faster than George. His upper body clothes were casually thrown into the pool. The girls who had served him before were kneeling by the pool and washing the clothes. Moss's fat body was swimming in the pool. His exposed upper body had almost no intact skin. It was full of tattoos. It's like an oil painting on the dome. There were even bloody patterns of huge ogre and giant heads on it, which made the nobles around them tremble with fear. After a while, a few more people left. Seeing his boss sitting on a stool by the pool and staring at him, Moss swam over and showed a silly smile. George looked at the female companion next to him, who was also lying on the recliner. Looking like an ant, this girl was very passive and slow at work. The boss showed his true colors when he was away. He said, "Priyanka, go find some food and come over." Priyanka raised her eyelids and first looked at the male companion next to her. She seemed to be a little reluctant to the male companion's commanding tone. But after she saw Moss crawling out of the pool, her heart trembled slightly, and she quickly left here. George quickly waved to Moss and asked him to sit next to him. "Moss, we can't stay here too long." Before George could finish his sentence, he noticed a few girls walking over from a short distance away, as if they were filling in for Priyanka. And he found that the waiters nearby seemed to be paying attention to this place quietly. His grandma's. There are not many dark eyes here. George sighed secretly and swallowed the rest of the words. But Moss seemed to have understood. He didn't know why the boss didn't want to stay here. But he could see that the boss had been pretending to be uncomfortable today, at least not as happy as he had been when he went to the city the first 2 times. This is enough. George couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Moss nodding solemnly to him. He didn't know what Salman was going to show them next, but he thought it might be something more troublesome than the wild elf. If today's incident becomes a big deal and Saraya forces herself to take a stand, her identity will be completely exposed. At this time, George suddenly saw a little dwarf in the pool. Aji. This guy came over at some unknown time, and was whispering to Kylie there. Judging from the way he looked at him with a smile, things should be going on. Done. And according to the previous map display on the torch, Aji not only notified Gale, but also touched the nearby terrain. He can be said to be a professional thief. Martin's not here, but luckily there's Aggie. Although these two guys are good at different things, at critical moments, they are both people who can understand what they mean with just one look and can use their own methods to get things done beautifully. After seeing George, Aji and Kylie both came over from the swimming pool. When they saw these two guys coming, they gathered around them intentionally or unintentionally, and quickly glared at them. Aji suddenly understood. He pulled Kylie in the water. And Kylie also understood what he meant. The two of them had already reached the edge of the swimming pool. Aji pulled the two girls above him down and started playing in the water. Seeing Aji push a girl to his side, Kylie's face turned red. He closed his eyes and confessed loudly in his heart, hugged her, and started chatting with her in the water. Aji, on the other hand, sat down in the water and teased his female companion. He also blew a frivolous whistle towards Priyanka, who was walking towards her with a plate. This guy has scars all over his body and is full of evil spirit. He doesn't look like a noble's lackey, but he has never been a noble's lackey. He is a nightmare that his employer would treat as a guest. A bunch of rubes. Priyanka carefully placed the pastries and barbecue between Moss and George. Then smiled at George and spread olive oil on George, but she was not distracted at all. Occasionally, Aji would flirt with these girls wildly, and his flirtatious remarks were so vulgar that the girls secretly frowned. George knew that. Except for himself and Soraya. Everyone only needed to show their true colors. He felt that the only flaw was in Soraya. In addition, he also had an extremely strange feeling as if there was a small flaw somewhere. And he didn't notice it. Thinking of this, George, who was lying on the bed and being massaged with olive oil, took a piece of walnut kernel from the plate and stuffed it into his mouth. While chewing, he touched his chin and thought carefully. In the end, he still couldn't figure out the clue. But George felt that every minute they stayed here as a small fraud team, there would be more flaws. Why haven't those girls come out yet? At this time, Earl Salmon came in from outside. Originally, this guy should be the first to arrive. But looking at the few entourage carrying exquisite plates around him, this guy should have just arranged things. Sure enough, Count Salmon brought several novel gadgets to Moss, which opened up a new topic. These toys are very beautiful in shape and are suitable for playing with. Priyanka on the side couldn't help but let out a soft cry, with a look of surprise in her eyes, as if these things were extremely precious. Chapter 493 Weird Dragon Egg. Judging from Salmon's narrative, these items are all alchemical wonders, and they are ancient alchemical wonders. They are extremely rare antiques, and have high collection value. Nobles even believe that they could give people extraordinary powers. Indeed, their effect is a bit similar to Devil's Talisman, but the best one is only a fragment of the Red Devil's Horn. Although such things are extremely precious. Not to mention George. Even Moss's vision is somewhat disdainful now. But what George noticed was that many of these things seemed to come from the Kingdom of Sand, and were not the original collection of the Kanglin family themselves. It was given to Kanglin by some of the great nobles of the Shah Kingdom. Logically speaking, after Kanglin failed in the competition for the throne of the Kingdom of Shah, the new king must have uprooted the Kanglin family in the past few centuries. Even if Kanglin later became friends with some nobles of the Shah Kingdom, he would not let them please this family so much. But after thinking about it, George suddenly realized something because of the chief. The relationship between Kanglin and the chief of the southern wilderness is extraordinary. They themselves are the lubricant between the southern wilderness and the seven kingdoms, although due to geographical factors and the chief's disdain for the Shah Kingdom. The Shah Kingdom, the current situation of the country is much better than that of Iberia, complete royal power. But the entire Kingdom of Sand is like the principality of the great chief, surrendering to him, and is extremely afraid of the southern wilder people. The Shah Kingdom often has to make offerings to the chief of the southern wilderness, and it also has to honor this loser, Kanglin, from time to time, letting these popular people in the eyes of the chief do things for them. And if Kanglin is serious, he may have already made plans for the second battle for the throne of the Kingdom of Shah. Judging from the situation of the Kingdom of Sand, many of the nobles of the Kingdom of Sand who were once enamored with the Kanglin dynasty have been resurrected. And if Kanglin sits on this throne, the Holy Court will support it, and the chief will not object. This Sand Kingdom might be a way out for Kanglin to leave for himself if Elda doesn't figure it out. It would be a good idea to go back to the Sand Kingdom. However, judging from Kanglin's style, even if they lose on Elda's side, I'm afraid the Kanglin family will still prosper. They have always only stood on the side of the winner. No loyalty or bottom line. Thinking of this, George became even more wary of the Kanglin family in Elda, Iberia, and the Kingdom of Sand. They would probably turn their hands into clouds and rain. However, his attention was soon attracted by the last treasure that Count Salmon took out. Siljak thinks it has the aura of a dragon on it. This seems to be a dragon egg. This thing is about the size of a fist and looks crystal clear, like a large duck egg wrapped in many small crystal scales of various colors. The overall color is emerald green, which gives people a fresh feeling of nature. However, The area above it looks like it was blackened by fire. But according to Salmon, this is not a flaw, but a proof. Your Highness Moss, this is a dragon egg that one of my knights unexpectedly found in the Skyrath Mountains. You look at the blackened area above. It is the dragon egg that the Duke of Skyrath used when it was incubating the eggs. Traces left by dragon breath spray. Moss didn't seem too interested in this stuff. But George's eyes lit up. And he couldn't help but listen to the Count's story attentively. During Count Salmon's narration, his eyes glanced at Victor several times. I always feel like something is wrong. But I can't grasp this feeling. He always had a very strange feeling. The most critical breakthroughs seemed to be with this Victor. Soon, he had reached the end of his story. So, this is really a blessing from the Sun God. According to scholars, it has gone through thousands of years. But the magical thing is that there is still life inside it. But unfortunately, we tried our best and failed to hatch it. I think this may be the reason why the Sun God wants to lend our hands and hand it over to the real Sun God warriors. George secretly gave Count Salmon a big thumbs up in his heart. Even if this thing is a dead object, it is still priceless. This rich man didn't blink his eyes and just sent it over. This was really considerate. If this thing were to be resold, it would have to be at least as valuable as a trophy of the Dark Devil's head. Moreover, demon heads are now a bit common. But this dragon egg is still a legendary thing that is rare in thousands of years. Some big nobles who particularly like this kind of thing may be willing to exchange it for a beautiful castle. What made George feel a little strange was that the dragon egg seemed a little too small. Moreover, the blackened traces on it are more like the traces left by the alchemical flames compared to the traces left by the dragon breath of the Duke of Wrath. And because he was afraid of damaging it, the operator quickly stopped. George didn't understand dragons. But if it was the kind that could breathe fire, dragon eggs would most likely not be afraid of fire. And based on the proportions of this Jinshin, what kind of dragon would be, after adulthood, no bigger than a horse at most? George, Siljack, did you really not lie to me? Owner, I can guarantee that the aura of the dragon on this is extremely strong. And it is a kind of dragon with extremely terrifying magical power. Of course, Hilak is not sure whether it is a dragon or not. Sound of sucking saliva. So I suggest maybe you should give me a taste. No. Moss doesn't like it. Moss reached out and pushed the things on the plates out. Then he glanced at George quietly. It seems to be saying, Boss, don't worry. I won't accept his things. Seeing Count Salmon ordering people to put away these things with a disappointed look on his face. George, who was bleeding in his heart, raised his trembling hand. But in the end, he didn't say a word. At this time, Soraya and the three of them had already walked out of the changing room. But they seemed not to be interested in the swimming pool. After coming out, they went straight to George. I asked why it took me so long. It turned out that I was trying on clothes in the dressing room. George discovered that these girls did not wear bathrobes, but put on the clothes they bought today. Although the new style of the three girls made George's eyes light up slightly. He felt a little disappointed in his heart. He was originally looking forward to taking a shower with them. Today, George felt that he had a deeper understanding of Soraya. The new girl was already very different from the original one. They left behind their divinity and put on their humanity. The 7 emotions and 6 desires. Joy, anger, sorrow, and joy are often vividly displayed. He often plays tricks that are no longer worthy of his name, such as corruption and taking advantage of others. It could be seen that Soraya seemed to like her new clothes very much. When her eyes glanced over, she actually showed a slightly proud look. The 3 girls sat down on the couch on George's right. It could be seen from their faces that they seemed a little tired today. This made George feel a little happy. The woman was indeed forgetful. Count Salmon didn't know what kind of ecstasy soup he had poured into Soraya and the 3 of them before, making them forget about the wild elves and completely lose this place. Interest. Now as long as Moss brings up the matter of going back to rest, everything will be fine. Moss seemed to have a spiritual connection with his boss. During his chat with Count Salmon, he had already hit Hatcher repeatedly. This made Salmon a little anxious. It wasn't until the Count mentioned his special arrangement that Moskai felt a little moved. But this guy looked at George again, as if he was asking his friend for his opinion. This is the second time he has questioned George in front of the Earl. Chapter 490 for the worst team ever. Sure enough, not only the Earl, but also several girls around him seemed to have noticed something was wrong and looked over with surprise. And the Earl discovered that not only Moss, but also Duke Tanya, Nightmare and Kelly unconsciously looked at Victor when everyone was deciding whether to go or stay. It's like everyone is waiting for him to make up his mind. Under the Count's extremely surprised gaze, George's hand holding the preserved fruit suddenly stopped in midair. He slapped his face hard in his heart, knowing that there was something wrong. I definitely played the worst role today. The Earl seemed to have discovered this problem too. He suddenly realized that he felt something was wrong. From the time he came here until now, this Victor has been lying in the middle of everyone, listening to his story attentively. Not only that, this Victor was being massaged with olive oil while taking out a few pieces of food from Nama's plate from time to time. And His Highness Moss seemed to be used to it. Sometimes, when he saw Victor's hand picking up the preserved fruit, Moss's hand moved away. Along the way, he discovered that this follower named Victor seemed to have an indescribable relationship with His Highness Moss. Not only that, in the current position arrangement, Victor's left is Moss. His right is the strange female knight, and in front is the nightmare and Lord Carey. No ordinary person in any direction. Only the Victor among them is a lowly nobleman. But no one seemed to feel anything was wrong, but logically speaking, shouldn't the person most qualified to lie with Moss be Duke Tanya's adopted son Kylie? But this Kylie's status seems to be the lowest here. On the contrary, it was this little nobleman Victor. My lords, in a high-end place like this, the bathroom is not fun. George smiled and looked at the big guys watching him, like an old pervert who had experienced battles, and like the bard being watched. He followed the Earl's words and introduced everyone eloquently, as if this familiar and eloquent guy was a tour guide specially brought here to guide everyone to have fun. Earl Salmon's expression moved slightly, and he looked at Victor meaningfully. This time, not only Soraya and the three of them, but also the famous people around them, couldn't help but show contempt for this extremely flattering Victor. Only Priyanka's eyes suddenly lit up slightly, and she suddenly realized that this little nobleman seemed to be the popular person in the eyes of His Highness Moss. And this little nobleman seems to have a good way of dealing with people. He seems to get along very harmoniously with the various big figures in this Chamber of Commerce, even those women with special status. Although they despise this little nobleman because of his character, seem to respect his opinions on many things. The movements of her hands couldn't help but become a little more attentive. I am afraid that she will always have to engage in such a despicable job in her life, and she will never be able to have a relationship with a big shot like Chief Frostfang. But the words of this famous man seemed to have some weight in the ears of Chief Frostfang, and as long as the Lord Chief nodded and said a few words in front of Lord Salmon, then he and his father would be saved. The thought in Priyanka's mind was slightly similar to that of Count Salmon at this time, but his mind became more confusing. An extremely strange idea spread from his heart. He shook his head hard, feeling that this reason could not convince him. The Earl told himself that everyone was just relaxing in this bathroom, and most of the partners who went on adventures together were not that particular. But he is really just a small person. To be able to transform from a small priest to this is really extraordinary. Count Salmon believed that he had found a reasonable explanation, but the strange feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. After George said these words, he was already feeling bitter at his heart. The Count seemed to have not turned a corner yet, but his team had too many flaws. Within a minute, more problems appeared. If I reveal my identity as a regular prostitute today, I can get the big guy to leave here immediately. Then the sacrifice is worth it. At most, Soraya will announce the declaration when she returns to heaven, so that she, the CEO, will not be able to hold her head high in front of major shareholders. But the key point is that Moss seemed to have been persuaded by himself just now. However, what surprised George was that Moss, who seemed to be very nervous on the surface, seemed to have given himself a big surprise today. Just like his biological father Alexander, he occasionally had a tacit understanding with him. It's not fun. It's not fun. What's the point of doing so many tricks? Bathing is the most fun. At this point, Moss stretched and showed a tired look. The Earl quickly handed over the words. Your Highness Moss, I will open a separate room for you later. Don't go to such trouble. I can't get used to living here, Moss said impatiently. We have to travel tomorrow. After washing off the dust on our bodies, we have to go back. George gave this big fat bear a thumbs up in his heart. It seems that this team can still be cultivated. In George's eyes, this big fat bear has become a dark horse that can be well cultivated, yes. This kind of naive appearance is perfect for deceiving people. But it doesn't seem like he has the final say whether to go or stay. I heard that there is a wild elf performance here. Soraya, who had been silent, suddenly interrupted. Although these words conflicted with Moss's opinions, they were in line with the Earl's wishes. Earl Salmon couldn't help but glance at Moss quietly. He felt that this woman's words might really have some influence on the Frostfang chief. But it was the Frostfang chief who really made the decision. Just as Salmon thought. After the woman finished speaking, Salmon found that His Highness Moss touched his forehead. He seemed to be hesitant because of the woman's words. The Earl's eyes couldn't help but sparkle. "Of course, my distinguished lady," Count Salmon said enthusiastically, as if he had finally found the right path. "Not only are there performances from wild elves, but also centaurs, werewolves, witches, dragonborn, and even kobolds. Although that venue opened a little later. But after we showered, we just happened to have a look." Soraya, the three of them, and George all had their mouths open together. They all thought the same thing. There are hacking kobolds? But what I have in mind is completely opposite. George could guess that the so-called werewolves were also cosplayers. And the kobolds should also be played by dwarfs similar to clowns. But this taste and style shocked him extremely. So does Soraya. But she thought that these were all true. After seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Earl Salmon didn't say much. He just gave several guests a mysterious look, leaving everyone with a sense of expectation. He succeeded. Soraya and George looked at each other in perfect understanding, and both couldn't help but reveal their burning eyes. When Soraya looked away, the excitement on George's face faded in an instant, and there was already a bit of bitterness on the corner of his mouth. "I have done my best in today's performance. As of now, I can only go for a while." That's the kobold. George couldn't help but feel a little defeated. But it seems the worst situation doesn't end there. "And Soraya, we have to hit the road tomorrow." Moss seemed to see the bitterness of his boss, and said quickly, "It's just a group of fruit girls fighting each other in the ring. Otherwise we shouldn't go." "Go! Why don't you go?" Soraya glared at Moss fiercely, and the big fat bear showed an expression of boss. "I've really tried my best to George." Then he handed the plate of walnuts on the table to George as if to please. "Wait, Vikasi, why don't we go take a look?" The operations of these two people shocked both Earl Salmon and George at the same time. Afterwards, the Earl and George looked at each other in perfect understanding. In that subconscious eye contact, a flash of lightning connected the two people's minds, and they both understood something tacitly. George tore his hair violently in his heart. "You are the worst team I have ever led." Chapter 495 Underground Arena. Earl Salmon considered it again and again, but finally did not take these people to see the kind of performance in George's mind. Because now, he already knows who the real leader of these people is. That kind of vulgar performance will not arouse the interest of the Knight of God at all. In fact, it is quite the opposite. And it will also make the Knight of God's simple celestial companion unhappy. So, he decided to show them something really interesting, and use the time to talk business. When George and others followed Count Salmon to this wing, George stood in front of the door, and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. There was nothing special inside this large wing, although the decoration was very innovative, and the artworks and collections inside showed the owner's unique taste. It was not these that really surprised him. It's the wall on the opposite side. It's a balcony enclosed by a crystal clear hemispherical glass curtain. No matter where you are in the wing, you can see the field below the balcony and the roaring crowd. The underground of this big wine pot has been hollowed out by the Kanglin family, or in other words, the underground was originally a natural cave in the mountain. The city of Kanglin was built halfway up the mountain. But no matter what this huge underground area was originally, it has now been built into an ancient Roman-style arena. And this wing is built above the arena. The scene of the venue below can be seen at a glance here. A champion gladiator had just killed his opponent. He held up the bloody head of his opponent in his hand. And in the midst of showing off his power, he shouted angrily, and received loud cheers from the crowd on the stage. The enclosed venue and unique design made the echo deafening. But the sound that reached the wing was very faint, and you could still clearly hear the gasping sounds of the gladiators during that scene. The voice seemed to indicate that the battle just now was not as easy as he expressed. He was extremely afraid of this lucky victory. Gladiatorial combat is not a prohibited event in the Seven Kingdoms. But now, in various gladiatorial arenas, it may not be possible for the audience to see things so clearly sometimes when the fog is thick. The gladiators can't even see their opponents clearly. Moreover, the gladiator here seems to be a little special. The gladiator killed a scavenger. All he had on his body was a short broadsword, and a shield. This large oak shield had been beaten to pieces by scavengers. The seats in the arena are filling up one after another. This should be just the beginning. I don't know what the real finale is, but it's definitely not a kobold show, but something more boring. George turned his attention to the glass on the balcony. In comparison, he was more interested in this thing. "Oh, Lord Victor! This is the latest technology we introduced from overseas before." Although our alchemy workshop could refine glass like this, it could not achieve such a shape, such transparency. At this point, Earl Salmon knocked on the glass with his fist and said, "Don't look at it. It looks fragile, but it is actually stronger than steel. Tempered glass. As for the sound insulation and amplification, it's just a simple magic. George has seen the magic energy nodes here, but they are just the alchemy nodes of the alchemy furnace, not the magic hub. After George determined that the quality of this thing was no better than the products from Anthony's laboratory, he'd lost interest. Now all kinds of glass in the shelter can be made, and each one has been set up in the fields across the Johannes Creek greenhouse. This year's potatoes were grown in advance in greenhouses. According to Anthony's plan, they plan to plant 2 crops this year. The sweet potatoes in the shelter weigh more than 1,600 kilograms in a single season, but the cycle is long and can only be planted for 1 season. The potatoes in a single season weigh 1,200 kilograms, but the cycle is much shorter. If the harvest in both seasons can maintain this number, starting from this year, potatoes will be going to be a staple at the shelter. The only pity is that although it is good to use glass to make greenhouses, the cost of quartz sand is a bit high, and a lot of manpower is consumed from material mining to finish glass. And the most critical thing is to complete the laying of the official road in the entire valley. Before, it was impossible to transport them by horse-drawn carriage. Glass that can be transported is too expensive, so there are too few greenhouses and shelters now. After seeing that George was not that interested in this thing, the Earl couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But when George's eyes fell on the collections in the wing, Earl Salmon, who had a collecting habit, couldn't help but feel hot again. Along the way, I couldn't find the real starting point of the topic, but in this room, everything told a story. Earl Salmon smiled and introduced each of his collections. Not long after, George's eyes were directed to an oil painting. George was slightly startled. This thing seemed familiar to him. It seemed to be a collectible that the Qingyin merchant group bought after they came to the valley last time. After changing hands several times, it ended up here. Lord Victor, look at this oil painting. I got it from a friend. It was brought out by the heroes from the capital of Darkins. There are only a few of them in the world now, although it was not made by a famous artist. But it symbolizes a great history. It symbolizes that mankind defeated the devil for the first time. I have great respect for the heroes who once fought against the Black Tide. After seeing it, I immediately collected it and kept it in my favorite room so that I can watch it from time to time and imagine the great feats of the Knights of the Black Lake in defeating the fallen angel. Earl Salmon didn't know how strong those demons were, or whether they were as strong as the people of the southern wilderness. However, if there is a person who can make Chief Rusfong willing to be his follower, then it is indeed possible that he can lead people to defeat the fallen angels. Yeah. George nodded. He knew what Earl Salmon meant, but he did not respond to Earl Salmon. He turned to look at other things. However, he discovered that this guy had a lot of information about the Holy Court, which exceeded his expectations. Nowadays, even the mainstream opinion in the Holy Court thinks that the matter in the capital of Darkins is a bit exaggerated. Many people even think that the story about Darkins is a fabrication. It is true that they have begun to fight the devil, but it is precisely because of this that they understand how terrifying the fallen angel is. This has prevented those heroes who return to the Holy Court from being truly recognized, although they have all been canonized and rewarded. According to the Holy Court, their greatest achievement is to save the tens of millions of refugees, rather than destroying the gate of hell. There is a world of difference between these two meritorious deeds. One is enough for many people in the team to be awarded the title of Knight of Divine Grace, up to the 3rd level. And most of the temple knights regard them as spiritual symbols. A maximum of 1 person can only get this position. After Earl Salmon finished speaking these words, he found that he received no response. I couldn't help but feel a little heavy in my heart. There was no reason for this divine knight to show such an attitude. Chapter 496 Brutalist. In fact, Salmon's words are expressing his own position, although his true position may not be what it is. Logically speaking, this Knight of the Throne should express his position, because in his opinion, the only reason for the big lord to appear here was that he and Tanya were actually wearing a pair of trousers to deceive Alfonso into taking away the Dome Eagle. In this case, Kanglin is Goody's best friend. In fact, Alfonso did not originally have such great energy, but no one knew how much he weighed. Therefore, the nobles in the country thought that this loser had always been very energetic. And after the nobles gradually gathered around him, he really gained energy. He accomplished all the things he boasted about to the nobles. When facing George, he used Dome Eagle and his own identity to disguise his strength. After the situation in Dome Eagle was settled, with the help of George, more and more nobles came closer to him. Now he is gradually became a behemoth. But Count Salmon didn't know that in his opinion, Alfonso was also a big tiger at his lowest period. So he had no reason to give the Dome Eagle to George. So George and Tanya used cunning tactics to deceive Alfonso. If George wants to stabilize the results and expand the results, he must seek the cooperation of the Kanglan family. He even thought for a time that this divine knight came here specifically to see Songlan. But at this moment, Earl Salmon discovered that this knight of the throne did not seem to be very interested in the position and attitude of the Kanglan family. This made Count Salmon feel a little nervous. But in fact, this is not the case. George is very anxious now. He hopes that this group of people can choose his side, like the grasshoppers. But in fact, because he is on Alfonso's side, this kind of probably extremely low. And if their group starts fighting with Kanglan, then the entire Elda plus Iberia will be divided into two factions. One group consisted of him and Xuanya, and the other group consisted of Kanglan and the Southern Wilderness Chief. At this point, the South will be in chaos, and the throne of Elda will be the trigger for this world war. In this human civil war, Aloysius will laugh out loud. In addition, there is one thing that George is most afraid of, that is, the Holy Court guesses the Sun God plan through the Kanglan family's information. As long as Aloysius suspects that Morphus is not Morphus, maybe the devil in the East can't do anything. As long as he informs an alias, the peace contract between Winsong City and Sanctuary will be torn up immediately. This matter must not be exposed until Sanctuary regains Winsong City next year. The best way to solve the problem is to let the Kanglan family give up the throne and follow them. But this thing is obviously impossible, because their overall power is stronger than their own group. So the second best way is to kidnap Count Salmon, who guessed his identity today. First, he punched the old master to death, leaving Grand Duke Kanglan confused as to what was going on. Maybe Salmon wanted to cause harm to the Cheongying caravan in the city, trying to instigate a rebellion against Chief Rusfong. But Cheongying made a decisive decision. As a hostage. As for what happens after the kidnapping case is settled, we will figure out a solution on the way no matter what. This will greatly delay the Kanglan family. Knowing that the Frostfong tribe has surrendered to him, the chief will not know that there is a certain person. The situation of trying to annex the southern wilderness. In their opinion, Frostfong is at best cooperating with Dome Eagle. And the whirlpool in southern wilderness is also the internal strife of the southern wilderness people themselves, not because of the intervention of external forces. Then, there is no reason for the Kanglan family and the chief of Nan Wang to become entangled due to external pressure. And in Elda, Alfonso will not be excluded because of the access to the valley. Thinking of this, George had already made a decision. He estimated the time and planned to wait until Gale and the others left the city before taking action. At this time, a new gladiatorial battle has begun. This time, 100 or so well-equipped adventurers appeared in the gladiatorial arena, and from the cage passage opposite them, a cruel and extremely hungry man was released. Elite George secretly shook his head, knowing the fate of these adventurers at a glance. This elite Red Devil is even more powerful than the Black Devil in hand-to-hand combat. The only drawbacks are that they have no magic and no brains. These more than 100 people are simply not enough to watch. Generally, there are only two ways to deal with this elite Red Devil. One is to kill quickly with violent force that exceeds its recovery speed. One is to pierce several of its hearts and slowly consume it to death. They seem to be focusing on the second option. Judging from their weapons, they have indeed studied this kind of demon. Those special spears are made of pure steel mixed with fine gold, and there are blood grooves from the handle to the spearhead. If it can successfully penetrate the devil's most important heart, even if it cannot kill it, it can still be drained and make it gradually weaken and fall to the ground. But the most important heart of a demon is not in the chest, but behind a certain armor bone in the abdomen. The location of each demon's heart is not yet fixed. The most important thing is that the oracle bone is like steel and cannot be pierced by ordinary people's strength. Therefore, these 100 people are facing a steel tank with flesh and blood. The second option simply doesn't work. And this kind of elite demon is also extremely resistant to elemental magic. Only wizards like the resting birds, or priest knights who use divine power, can cause fatal damage to them. However, the few old wizards with long beards, who looked very imposing among the adventurers, were only at the apprentice level. If they don't have something like Thor in their hands, then the first option won't work. Therefore, these more than 100 people are bound to die. In fact, there is a third method, which is to use a flail or a square hammer to smash the demon's steel-like head into pieces, like the Red-Robed Knights. But there are obviously no Templars or Sons here. This brutal was brought here from the east by my friends in the Holy Court. The Earl's words seemed to indicate his power. Although for a person like you, I have seen there are already too many things, but the nobles all find them very novel. Therefore, I will ask someone to transport a batch every month so that the nobles of Elda can understand what the devil looks like. The energy that allows the Holy Court to transport demons from time to time may not be much better than that of the Bishop of St. Wilmic's Cathedral. Lord Victor, the daily income from this arena is quite large. In this way, the nobles spend a large amount of gold and silver every month to meet the military expenses of the Holy Court. If you are interested, we can also cooperate. Ichiban, I heard that there is a special kind of demon in the western realm of Rodenk. It seems to be called the Blood Warbler. Military expenditure Count Salmon extended his olive branch. This was Salmon's bottom line. He knew that the Divine Knight had no reason not to eat this piece of fat. And once he ate it, it meant that the Divine Knight was not as capable of competing with the Holy Court as he seemed. And in that cooperation, Kanglen will find out is true and false. George's expression moved slightly. The entire Kanglen accounted for half of the GDP of the Kingdom of Elda. And now, the wealth of all the nobles is condensing here. The cooperation between Goody and Kanglen is beneficial to both parties. They can almost make up for all the shortcomings of each other and increase the strength index. Chapter 497 The Mystery of the Golden Kingdom. George was greatly moved by what Earl Salmon said. But after thinking about it for a moment, George finally gave up the idea. George knew that when the Count said these words, he was actually trying to find out his own bottom line. The blueprint looked extremely beautiful. But there was an extremely important key here. That is, there will never be any possibility of cooperation between the two parties unless one party gives up the royal power of Elda. They can be the best partners. And if one side gives up the royal power of Elda, it means that this side will be annexed by the other side. George smiled slightly. He was not going to waste time with him anymore. He planned to express his attitude directly, and wanted to see the Earl's reaction. The valley is now very mysterious to everyone, so no one knows how much energy they have. Among Elda, the nobles also have two extreme ideas. One is people like Yodrin, who participated in the Black Tide War. They are superstitious about the power of the valley, and annihilated the demons in Darkins. They can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Holy Court. One type is those who slandered Cardinal Boris's. They think that the valley is just a group of liars, who started out as bandits. And they probably just wandered around outside the Darkins magic city. And then fled and came back. After all, if the so-called gate to I was really breached, the devil would have disappeared long ago. The attitude shown by Earl Salmon before was that he was the first type of person on the surface. But now, George felt that he should show his true attitude. Count Salmon, today is for entertainment, so don't talk about these boring things anymore. After saying that, George withdrew his gaze and sat on the sofa. This time it's an obvious rejection. I don't need you at all. This is George's first attempt to solve the current dilemma. Try to see how confident this Earl is. Salmon's expression changed slightly after hearing George's words. His own topic should definitely be more important to this great lord. Because this Duke Yonfeng should know how important the Kanglen family is. And what will happen if he rejects the family's goodwill. But his attitude is not that he is playing hard to get, but that he really doesn't intend to talk more. There's no reason. At this moment, Earl Salmon's heart suddenly tightened slightly. And he suddenly thought of something. If he was really interested in the Kanglen family, he should come here to visit in the afternoon. Suddenly, Count Salmon's scalp exploded. He discovered that everything they had guessed before had been completely overturned today. Alfonso, Tanya, and the Knight of the Throne are wearing a pair of pants. And the only reason for Alfonso, Tanya, and this evil wolf to unite is that they are loyal to him from the bottom of their hearts. That's why I knelt on the ground and gave him the fat meat that reached my mouth. Or maybe, all of this is the result of this person pushing it behind the scenes. Alfonso, Dome Eagle, Southern Wasteland. In just a few months, the situation has been turned upside down. It was as if wherever this person walked out of boredom, the people there would automatically gather behind him. This is by no means the so-called ability to do this if you have energy. Count Salmon couldn't help but think of the mythical story recorded by his family. His ancestors were once like this. His name brings the world to the forefront. The two people looked at each other, sizing up each other. The Elda is in my bowl look from this divine knight made the Earl feel a little nervous. Salmon once again looked at the Frostfang chief who had been following Soraya. Recently, all the small tribes that firmly believed in the sun god seemed to have a tendency to gather into the Frostfang tribe. After His Excellency Bishop Boris returned to the Holy Court, there were rumors that there were high-level angels and miracles in the valley. If the valley is as rumored, and this Knight of the Throne is also a real angel, this means that the ancient records in the family are true. Kanglen's ancestors were the first to believe that the sun god was the seven gods. This ancestor is a saint just like the Bribas. In that era when the gods fell, old and new gods replaced each other, and the world's beliefs were divided. One side of the earth is lava and fire, and the other side is thousands of miles of ice. The ancestors claim to have received an oracle to unify the world's beliefs, unify the beliefs of the sun god and the moon god to the seven gods, and to heal this troubled world. So, he led all the survivors of mankind across the River of Stars, and came to ancient Kashia. In that livable area, the world's first holy city, the Golden Kingdom, was built. Outside the Golden Kingdom, there is fire and ice where living things cannot survive. Within this Golden Kingdom, there is a new world where living things can survive safely. In this Golden Kingdom, there is a holy lamp. This holy lamp can gather the power of faith in the entire world. And in that eternal prayer, human faith can finally be unified. The faith of the old gods can be transformed into the faith of the seven gods. The people of the southern wilderness, who believe in the sun god, will never worship and surrender to the angel. The only possibility is that the angel is the sun angel. Nowadays, the Kanglan family is no longer as firm as their ancestors. The world has changed so much that even they themselves have begun to question the theory of the seven gods and the sun god. But everything that happened today, as well as the various tribes that believed in the sun god in the southern wilderness gathered around Frostfang, seem to indicate that all of this was true. This shows that the ancient records of the Kanglan family are not fabricated. Kanglan once created that splendid civilization in the great ancient Kashia. Let humans almost touch the stars for a time. Perhaps it was because the golden people had touched the realm of the gods, causing divine punishment to fall from the sky. God's punishment turned the fertile land into sand. In the unprecedented apocalyptic sandstorm, civilization was finally destroyed. Guiding several centuries ago, the seven gods finally forgave Kanglan and allowed this lineage left over from ancient times to know the great history of their family in ancient times. Now that this person is in front of him, this may be the guidance of the seven gods. In the hands of this divine knight, there must be the key that opens the door to the Golden Kingdom. The so-called Dome Eagle caravan going to the Kingdom of Stars for trade is a completely eye-catching gimmick. Thinking of the Sky Shuttle and God Colossus among those ruins, Count Salmon's heart couldn't help but beat violently. He suddenly understood why the Divine Knight had such an attitude. Because the Kanglan family is already dispensable in his eyes. The whole world will fall under his feet. Chapter 498 Wild Elf. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door, and a group of girls walked in. Priyanka and others suddenly came in, interrupting their thoughts. The two of them smiled at each other, and sat on the sofa again talking about collectibles. For Count Salmon, this chat was a time for him to sort out the current situation. Things have become obvious. And if they are hostile, they must not be allowed to get that thing. Earl Salmon couldn't help but slowly began to think. And like George, he seemed to be in a dilemma. George played with a small crystal ornament on the sofa and gave Count Salmon a moment to think. For him, it was easy to kidnap the Earl. Aji had the deformation potion in his hand. After knocking the Earl unconscious, he could exchange appearances with him and lead the person out easily. But no matter what reason George used as Count Salmon, he followed this caravan. There will still be some impact afterwards. Therefore, George hopes that the Kanglan family represented by Salmon will finally choose to support him. Of course, if that doesn't work, I will have to be a bandit again today. Thinking of this, George looked at the famous ladies such as Priyanka, who had just walked into the wing from the door. They all brought wine and snacks, and were dressed much more neatly. However, their faces were all full of smiles. But this time, she behaved like a maid, setting out the fruit plate or pouring wine, and no longer dared to do anything to seduce others. The things in these fruit plates are not ordinary. They are all fresh fruits. Many fruits are obviously not in season. Maybe they were transported by Earl Salmon from further south. They don't need magic to preserve them, and they may spoil on the way. Lost? By the way, there are them too. Everyone who heard our chat today, one by one, must be kidnapped. After thinking about it for a while, George felt relieved. He began to wait for the Count's decision. Observed the surroundings. The famous lady named Priyanka. I don't know when. She had taken advantage of getting the juice for Lorna. Got together with Soraya and the other three, and carefully tried to please them. This woman was very scheming at times. In this moment, he actually chatted with them. The girls seemed to be chatting about the gladiatorial arena. George didn't know if he heard it wrong. He vaguely heard the word wild elf. George couldn't help but burst out laughing. Soraya and the three of them still thought that Count Salmon was taking them to see the wild elves. Sir Soraya, this is all legal. The Holy Court hopes to deepen people's understanding of demons in this way. Priyanka seriously explained to Soraya, who asked her. You know, the cultists, they always exaggerate about demons and brag about their various magical abilities, making people worship demons like gods. This rhetoric is too bad. Is it just trying to deceive a simple child? George couldn't help being slightly stunned. Then, when he saw the three girls, they all nodded. It seems that this rhetoric has been completely believed. Even Soraya's expression slowly softened. At this moment, waves of roaring sound suddenly came from the balcony, as if the mute button was suddenly turned off. George and Earl Salmon couldn't help but look at Lorna in surprise. The glass curtain was slowly opening in front of her. Count Salmon looked at the rising glass curtain and couldn't help but open his mouth. This is really too magical. In order to talk about business today, he specially ordered people to close the balcony and soundproof it. For safety, the control button in the house was pressed when it was locked by his orders. It could only be opened and closed from the core control center outside. But the girl with emerald green hair just touched it, and the glass curtain opened by itself? George's eyes couldn't help but be attracted at this time. He found that the battle in the arena was over. The hungry brutalists had torn the last adventurer, who wanted to win the championship prize, into pieces, and were leaving corpses all over the ground. Among them, he greedily chewed the large pieces of meat steak on the ground. The weapons of the adventurers are all very sophisticated, including many adamantine weapons and elemental enchanted weapons specially designed to deal with demons. Although more than 100 people left many horrific scars on the brutal man's body, they ultimately failed to kill the brutal man. When the brutal man started eating, the horrific injuries on its body began to heal rapidly. At this moment, the crowd had fallen into a complete frenzy. This bloody and exciting competition had stimulated the dopamine in their brains to the limit. In the madness, they shouted that weird name. The fruits of new life, literal translation in common language. The fruits of new life, literal translation in common language. The fruits of new life, literal translation in common language. From the loudspeaker, the host loudly announced in a long voice, "Let us welcome the deed light from the tropical rainforest." At this moment, Luo Na and the other three were already extremely excited, lying on the handrails of the balcony, staring at the arena with great excitement. The passage to the cell door has gradually opened. A beautiful creature whose hands were chained by magic mithril locks, dressed as a savage and taller than Moss, slowly walked out of the cell door passage of the arena with a dejected expression. Her eyes are as big and sensitive as a cat. Her skin is a mixture of emerald green and glowing, with beautiful patterns. The dreadlocks on her head seem to be alive, and the tips of her hair can move on their own. The long tail on the butt looks like a fairy tale. She is the real king here. She is the real big star, coming from the tropical rainforest. She is invincible and never fails. George! Look! It's a wild elf! Soraya danced with excitement and turned back to shout to George. George blinked hard and looked at Aji, who had a big mouth. I never thought that two people would make a prophecy. It seems that this beautiful creature must be the wild elf. However, although her ears are pointed, their length is not that exaggerated. Moreover, her body is full of strong beauty, not frail as rumored. Avatar? The shape of this creature was strong and graceful, with dots all over its body, which reminded George of a certain creature in his memory. Ancient Kashgar translated in common language means people from the stars in your words. They are aliens. According to the theological logic of people in this world, they are the real gods in this world. Chapter 499 Ancient Gods. The ancient Kashia people came to this world in the era when the gods fell. They guided the human beings in the doomsday to the only habitable area in the world, Kashia. The name comes from the ancient Kashia people. With the help of the ancient Kashia people, humans learned how to use magic, established a golden kingdom, created a glorious and splendid civilization, and survived the doomsday disaster. They were once considered to be true gods. Out of curiosity, the Gakashia people studied the destroyed moon god and sun god, and accidentally discovered the 7 gods in their embryonic state. With the help of the ancient Kashia people, the 7 gods were reborn and began to thrive. But the Gakashia people were eventually destroyed by the 7 gods because of this. Aren't these 7 gods just white-eyed wolves? The limited resources of faith mean conflicts of interest among the gods in this world. Although the Gakashia people do not need the resources of the power of faith, their existence is a mistake in the eyes of the gods. You guy. Aren't you suggesting to me not to help Soraya and others become gods in the future? Light of Dawn, Sanctuary, and CO are all Gakashia. With our help and guidance, Archangel can become Gakashia and can also become the new 7 gods. After a pause, George said, Don't worry, Dawn Light. I've never been used to having a master above my head, and I don't like others to be on top of me. The Light of Dawn is not pressing on you. CO, please don't imply it. Why don't Soraya and others recognize this Gakashia? This history has long been sealed. and there is no record in the kingdom of heaven. After the 7 gods destroyed the ancient Kashya people, the real history has been tampered with by them beyond recognition, because this is the biggest secret of the gods. That is, civilization can grow to a level even more powerful than the gods. Now, even the newly born archangels do not understand this history. They just know that there may be some strange primitive gods in this world. These gods are extremely weak individually, but they unite together. We can move mountains and seas, and even create the world. And now the new form of the archangel and others also means that they will not regard the Gakashia people as a threat, and will even be extremely curious about them in their eyes. The Gakashia people like some special kind of them. Or in the eyes of Soraya and the others, they are aliens. This description is quite appropriate. So since this period of history has been destroyed by the 7 gods, how do you know these things? Because Alpha was brought to this world by the ancient Kashya people. According to your words, they are considered Delinii. They are the earliest believers in Alpha, and have civilization and technology that is far beyond the reach of this world. And the traces left by their civilization still have a profound impact on the world. The Byron people, the Kingdom of Stars, and the Forbidden Wizards are both Byron people, call themselves the people of the stars, and firmly believe that they are the gods of the stars, although the two have no blood relationship. And they don't even know the true appearance of the ancient Kashya people. They did inherit some things from the ancient Kashya people. The wild elf in front of you means that there are a group of survivors left by the ancient Kashgar people living in certain corners of the world. But judging from her appearance, these survivors had developed a very serious civilization gap with their ancestors during their escape, and eventually became savages in the eyes of the nobles of this world. As Lorna said, they are now called wild elves, and there may be a tribe of them in that vast tropical rainforest. Perhaps you can discover that real history. I hope this can be of some help to you. Her hands are locked, and she can't use magic, Angel shouted anxiously. She is also good at fighting. The devil is no match. Rona's face was flushed. Her big beautiful eyes were staring at the wild elf nervously, and she was filled with excitement. This wild elf is exactly the same as what Lorna described. Lorna, what kind of novel are you reading? That novel George had read. It was just an ordinary night novel. As far as he knew, Lorna hadn't read many pages yet. The most she did was to sleep with the book, drool and have sweet dreams, and then tell stories to Angel and Soraya. Soraya vowed to come and uproot the slave-catching industry here, and would not allow such filth and blasphemy against the rules set by the 7 gods. But she saw so many things along the way. Not only did she not show off her power, she also found steps for herself. There had just been several bloody battles in this arena, almost taboos were violated. And now the wild elf is right in front of her. But she was extremely excited and watched with gusto. What are you 3 doing here? George secretly gritted his teeth with hatred. These stinky girls had forced him to defeat others today. But it turned out that their original intention of coming here was exactly the same as his, just to have fun. George knew that at this point, he could no longer turn back, and kidnapping Earl Salman was inevitable. Count Salman, who still didn't know his fate, finally couldn't help but smile happily after seeing the stunned expressions of his guests. Count Salman came to the balcony, looked down, and saw the huge tyrant, like an elephant, rushing towards the wild elf Deidre. In that existential crisis, Deidre cheered up, took long steps barefoot, and rushed towards her opponent. Immediately afterwards, her legs exerted force, and her body drew an arc in midair like a dexterous puma. She was able to easily jump over the 4-meter-tall brutal man. The brutal one clumsily hit the wall of the arena, creating a huge dent in the wall. The violent shock made the demon feel slightly dizzy, and this wonderful jump also made the audience in the stands let out a fierce shout. After Deidre turned over and landed on the ground, she rushed directly towards the corpses without looking back. During the leap, she picked up an enchanted long sword and a steel spear filled with fine gold from the ground. Then she turned around, lowered her body like a wild animal, and looked at the enemy not far away. The long sword was more than 1 meter long, but it looked like a short sword when inserted into her waist. Those spears were more than 3 meters long, but they were just the right size in her hands. In the blink of an eye, the brutal men rushed over again. The wild elves also headed towards them. Seeing that one person and one demon were about to collide, Angel upstairs couldn't help but exclaimed and wanted to reach out to help. But at this moment, the wild elf's speed suddenly accelerated, and his body almost left a trail behind him. After image. Then she lowered her body and made a shovel. In that thrilling situation, Kankan avoided the sweep of the demon's arm bone blade waving above her face. When the wild elf's body passed through the demon's crotch, the spears in her hands accurately inserted into the demon's abdomen. The adventurers had tried their best and failed to pierce the demon's steel-like abdominal armor with this spear. However, in the hands of the wild elf, this spear penetrated the demon's abdominal armor with one blow and penetrated it into the heart of the devil, and the spear remained inside. Amid the angry howl of the cruel man, the wild elf, who had already passed through the demon's crotch, reached out to grab the demon's lower back, then turned over deftly and rode on its back. The brutal one sensed the person behind him, and the bone blade of its arm clawed at the back. But the wild elf was like a southern wilderness man doing acrobatic movements on a horse. His body was hanging on the demon's left side for a while, and on the right for a while. Every time he dodges, it looks very dangerous. But no matter how hard he grabs the bone blade, it doesn't even touch the hair of the wild elf. It was as if the movements of the cruel man were slowed down in the eyes of the wild elves. The nerve reflex arcs between the two are 7 to 8 times different. During these several fights, the blood all over the demon's body continued to flow out from the wound in the heart and along the blood groove of the spear. The spear left in the heart prevented the wound from fully healing. The intense activities made it impossible for the wound to heal completely. The wound kept healing and tearing, and soon the demon was exhausted. Seeing that the demon's movements had gradually slowed down, everyone in George's team except Moss knew the outcome. This wild elf is a real big player. It can be seen that this is not the first time she has dealt with such a demon. Even though her hands have been chained by the thick magical mithril to prevent the use of magic, she also threw a spear to kill Salmon. The glass curtain was to protect her. She was still able to handle this battle with ease. Chapter 500. Stand at attention. Robbery. Amid the waves of sound in the stands, George lost interest in watching any more, or in other words, he had more important things to do now. He felt that time was almost up. It's time for Salmon to make a decision. But before that, he had to ask something. He walked back to the sofa and picked up the crystal trinket. He looked at Count Salmon. What is this? Count Salmon? George looked at the small crystal-shaped decoration in his hand, covering up the overwhelming excitement in his heart, and curiously asked Count Salmon. At this time, the Earl was thinking the same thing as George, and his mind had calmed down. He took the small trinket from George's hand, looked at George and smiled slightly. Oh, these are some gadgets I made accidentally. You know, our family is somewhat interested in alchemy. This small diamond-shaped ornament looks like crystal, but it is a little soft and has a little impurities. According to the Count, this was something he and his team of alchemists accidentally produced due to a mistake in the mixing of chemicals when they were using stone lacquer, the Saudi name for petroleum, to refine asphalt for use in repairing reservoirs. You know, our family originates from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and uses a lot of asphalt. The nobles in the north don't seem to like using stone paint to extract asphalt, they only use it to defend city walls. This makes these things flow on the ground in vain and pollute the farmland. Originally, we often used asphalt to repair reservoirs or to protect buildings in the city from moisture. But due to a mistake made by the alchemist, after adding stone paint to the damn potion, layers of foam appeared on it that could not disappear. Very annoying. You know, I am a businessman and an alchemist. I am always curious about new things, and I always think about using waste I make them into handicrafts. But the hateful thing is, I don't know which one the idiot leaked the news, saying that this stuff is just like asphalt and can be mass-produced. This forced me to stop the workshop that had not been built for a long time. The Count is far more concerned with business than agriculture, and has never thought of using this thing as a greenhouse. I regarded it as a failed investment and ordered people to make this thing into a decoration as a souvenir. I use it to remind me that the most valuable things are often not products, but secrets. After Earl Salmon finished speaking, he looked at George with a half-smile. The hint of the Earl's last sentence was already very obvious, but what he really wanted to imply was different from what George thought. The Earl believed that Kanglen would definitely get a share of the Colossus. First, knowing the news can be used as a bargaining chip to force George to cooperate. Second, he holds the secrets of the Golden Kingdom in his hands, although this Knight of the Throne may know all the secrets, so he may not be able to use them. But Kanglen has a deep relationship with the Great Chief in that Sand Kingdom. Kanglen can use these two relationships to assist in this adventure, and he can also use these two relationships to disrupt the plans of the Knights of the Throne. This point almost destined the Divine Knight to cooperate with him. Cooperation will benefit both parties. Without cooperation, no one will be able to accomplish anything. Therefore, Salmon was very bold and had the confidence to touch the big tigers butt in front of it. But in any case, Count Salmon's hint seems to have succeeded. Sure enough, After hearing this, Lord Victor's expression finally became moved, and he was no longer as indifferent to any of the Earl's words as before. Lord Salmon, you are a rare talent. Not only do you have a clear mind and foresight, but you are also very courageous. George looked at Count Salmon's slight nod, and the look in his eyes was already full of appreciation. You are overly complimentary. Earl Salmon couldn't help but smile slightly. You also amaze me. Count Salmon felt that the mind of this divine knight was simply very clear. Before he could show the matter, he guessed what he meant. It really frightened him, and made him a little frightened. He had been thinking about this matter since he came in. After all, Kanglin's energy in the Great Chief and the Kingdom of Sha cannot be ignored. Now that he has exposed this matter, the divine knight naturally can no longer pretend. Earl Salmon organized the words in his heart, and looked meaningfully at the knight in front of him, intending to talk about the real important matter. But then, he was kicked unconscious by Aji. The boss said you have courage, but you still don't understand what's going on. Aji took out his dagger, and cut off a strand of Earl Salmon's hair. Then he took out a small bottle from his arms, and threw the hair into inside. Then he handed it to George. Then Aji took out a magic storage bag from his arms without stopping, and stuffed all the valuable things that the boss had just talked about with Count Salmon into it, even the plastic on the sofa. Got in. This scene left everyone around stunned. Moss was the first to react, and happily helped Aggie load up his things. Angel! George shook the potion in his hand, stood up slowly and said, What are you still doing? Let the ladies help pack things. By now, Angel, who often went out to rob with the mercenaries, already knew what the boss was going to do. Although she felt extremely unbelievable, she looked at the livid-faced celebrities with her eyes. The vampire's charm talent was used, effective for a short period of time, and can execute simple commands. Soon, these girls started to move in their daze. Xiao George, what are you doing? Soraya was in disbelief, looking at the robbers in front of her, pretending to be all kinds of tidbits and antiques, and stood there dumbly. Soraya! George looked at her and said helplessly, Everything I did today was for you. At this point, George drank the potion. He added in his mind, and the dragon egg. Seeing George's body gradually changing, Soraya's body swayed slightly, and a word flashed in her mind: Wild Elf. My knight. Suddenly, Soraya's beautiful big eyes looked at George. She never thought that her knight would really fulfill this promise for herself. Lorna knew George much better than Soraya. Although when she first heard this, she was dizzy, and she once looked at George with admiring eyes. But when she saw George holding up Count Salmon's big ring with burning eyes, Lorna reacted. Rona felt that George was definitely not for the wild elves. But anyway, it seems that fool George did have a good idea.